My head was a little dizzy, I couldn't feel gravity, and my whole body was light. What happened? Zhao Xing tried to think. I seemed to be hit by a truck. The last thing I saw was blood spilled in the air and the driver's stunned expression. I was knocked more than 10 meters away. Am I dead now? Zhao Xing's mood was very calm, as if the dead person was not him. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been said to be an extremely calm person. In fact, it is true. He was born with this kind of personality, and his emotions rarely fluctuate greatly. However, he himself was surprised that he could still think so calmly at the moment of death. The sound of the engine slowly emerged and surrounded my ears. I'm in the car. Is the ambulance taking me to the hospital? So I'm not dead yet. After his hearing was restored, Zhao Xing's other 5 senses gradually recovered. His nose twitched slightly, and a musty smell rushed into his nasal cavity. Zhao Xing found that he was gradually able to control his body, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Hey, Kunami Yaichi, that bastard is awake! Zhao Xing turned his head to look at the source of the voice, and saw a bald and strong man with a face full of flesh looking down at him. His eyes were like looking at a maggot. Zhao Xing looked around and found that he was in a 7-seater van. He was not sitting in a seat, but lying in the aisle. Where is this? Who are you? Zhao Xing asked. You are playing the amnesia trick on us? A sharp folding knife stretched out from behind and gestured at Zhao Xing's face. Are you not satisfied with being beaten enough? You cheated our president out of money. You are tired of living. Zhao Xing tilted his head slightly, and the man holding the folding knife was a man with a scar on his face. There was a bald, strong man in front and a scarred man behind. Neither of them looked like a good person. Cheating? What is he talking about? It hurts. Zhao Xing frowned. He noticed that there were many bruises on his body, but there was no sign of being hit by a truck. Zhao Xing raised his hands and took a look, and instantly realized that this was not his body. Did the sturdy man just call me Kunami Yaichi? Suddenly, his head felt like it was pierced by needles, and a lot of memories flooded into Zhao Xing's mind. Kunami Yaichi, 25 years old. His parents died when he was very young. After graduating from high school, he entered the society and struggled. However, he has never had a decent job. He always caused trouble and stole things. He is a complete social scum. I don't know when Kunami Yaichi suddenly got the urge to do business as a fraudster. His brain is quite useful. He really cheated people out of some small money. He became arrogant and learned that the daughter of the president of Yuzehui was possessed by evil spirits recently, and was looking for someone who could exorcise the evil spirits. So he prepared to make a big move and disguised himself as a psychic master. The president of Yuzehui cared too much about his daughter and desperately tried all kinds of treatments. He actually paid him a deposit of 1 million in advance. At this point, if Kunami Yaichi chose to take the deposit of 1 million and quietly slip away, his scam would be a perfect ending. He chose to go to a nightclub and had a good time, and then spent a wonderful night with a hostess he knew well. When he woke up the next day, he found that his money was gone. He went to the nightclub in a rage, but not only did he fail to find the hostess, he was caught by the people in the nightclub. After the bald man and the scarred man appeared, he realized it belatedly. This nightclub was actually owned by the Yuzi Association. He was forcibly taken to the van by the bald man and the other two and beaten up severely. During this period, Zhao Xing traveled through time. So that's how it is. The cause and effect are all clear. I became Kunami Yaichi, and am now being taken to the location of the president of the Yuzi Association. Most people will have a period of discomfort when encountering such a thing as time travel, but he quickly adapted to the current situation and began to think about ways to break the deadlock. Zhao Xing's fingers tapped rhythmically, which was his habitual action when thinking. This is his personality. He never complains about the world. No matter what kind of difficulties he encounters, he will give 100% effort, so that even if he fails in the end, he will not regret it. If we are taken to the enemy's base camp, it will be difficult to escape. Zhao Xing thought. The bald man is called Terada, and the scarred man is called Yamazaki. In his memory, Zhao Xing heard the two call each other like this. Terada, Yamazaki, and the driver. There are 3 people in total. Zhao Xing practiced fighting in his previous life, and his strength was pretty good, but the original owner was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and was very weak. It is estimated that the strength he can exert can only be 1/3 of his previous life. And Yamazaki has a knife in his hand, which is very dangerous. It is irrational to resist rashly and clash with the other party. Zhao Xing's eyes moved slightly, and his gaze was cast in the direction of the car window. Trees passed by quickly outside the car window. Jumping out of the car is the only option. Judging from the trees that passed by, the speed was about 40 miles per hour. The van was a bit bumpy when driving, so it should be a dirt road. In this way, as long as you pay attention to the cushioning posture when landing, the damage can be controlled to the range of minor injuries. Functionable. Zhao Xing rolled his eyes and memorized the appearance of Terada and Yamazaki. As for the driver, it didn't matter if he couldn't see him. Although the original owner was beaten, he remembered this hatred. He will definitely find an opportunity to settle it in the future. He moved his feet slightly and took a posture suitable for exerting force. However, at this moment, the speed of the car slowed down. "We're here! Get out of the car!" Yamazaki shouted from behind. Insufficient information. Plans can't keep up with changes. Zhao Xing exhaled lightly, crossed out the option of jumping out of the car in his mind, and replaced it with improvisation. The wounds on his body ached slightly. He endured the pain and got out of the car. In front of him was a mountain villa, which was the holiday villa of Suzuki Takumi, the president of Yuzei Society. The door of the villa was open, and people wearing black suits and with scary faces could be seen walking around. There were few people here, and no one would come to rescue him even if he shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhao Xing took 2 deep breaths, and his slightly turbulent heart became calm again. Panic can't solve the problem. Stay calm. Hey, Terada. Yamazaki, you caught this liar. Seeing Terada and Yamazaki pushing Zhao Xing into the villa, a member of the Yuzei Society came over to greet him. "This is the first time I've seen the president so angry since I joined the society." Zhao Xing searched for information about the president of the Yuzei Society in his memory. The president of the Yuzei Society, Suzuki Takumi, is very famous in the world of the underworld and is known for his ruthlessness. It is said that he once went to meet the boss of another organization, and the other party gave him a warning. In extreme anger, he used his amazing momentum to scare the other boss's pet, a lion, to pee. However, such a ruthless character also has a weakness, that is his daughter. As long as it involves his daughter, he will lose his footing. The original owner aimed at this point and succeeded. Regardless of Kunami Yaichi's character, Zhao Xing still admired his courage. However, he now had to bear the consequences of deceiving Suzuki Takumi. "Where is the president?" Terada asked. "In the eldest lady's room. The president found a man who claimed to be an exorcist. This time he will definitely be able to cure the eldest lady." "Exorcist? I hope it's real this time." Kunami Yaichi had been to this villa before, and Zhao Xing inherited his memory. Looking at the decorative paintings on the walls of the corridor, he felt both familiar and unfamiliar. At this time, a maid came over with a dinner tray in her hand. Zhao Xing's eyes moved slightly, and his steps could not help but slow down a little. "Don't stop. Hurry up." Terada pushed him, and Zhao Xing stumbled and bumped into the maid. Bang! The dinner tray fell to the ground, and the food stained the carpet. "Terada, look at what you have done. Don't you know that it is difficult to clean a dirty carpet?" the maid complained. The maid squatted on the ground and wiped the thick carpet. She did not notice that there was a fork missing from her plate. Zhao Xing stuffed the fork into his sleeve without showing any expression. Sorry. Terada apologized while pulling Zhao Xing up from the ground and punching him in the ribs. "You bastard! Can't you even walk?" Zhao Xing groaned and did not speak. He was pushed forward by Terada. Just now, when Zhao Xing recalled the information of Suzuki Takumi, he found a way to break the situation. That is to hold Suzuki Takumi's daughter hostage. She is the person with the second highest status after Suzuki Takumi in this villa, and has enough value. Now Zhao Xing's situation is like fish on the chopping board. Only by controlling Suzuki Takumi's daughter can he have the right to speak. This plan is called risking one's life. Of course, it would be fine if the plan succeeds. Once it fails, the consequences will be disastrous. But Zhao Xing did not feel the slightest fear. The group came to the second floor and entered a pink, rather cute room. The atmosphere in the room was a bit tense, and it might be more appropriate to describe it as weird. There were many stuffed dolls placed in the corner of the room. Among the dolls, a girl about 15 years old with dyed yellow hair was slumped in one. The girl's eyes were dull, and she seemed to be unable to feel the outside world. This girl was Suzuki Takumi's daughter, Suzuki Mana. Zhao Xing noticed that Suzuki Mana's feet were tied with chains, and even blood marks were left. This is complete abuse. A monk in his 40s paced back and forth around Suzuki Mana. The monk looked quite upright, but the cassock he wore was obviously more than one size larger, completely ill-fitting, and drooping on his body. He didn't look like a monk, but a bit like a beggar. This monk looks so suspicious. The cassock looks like it was stolen. Could the president be cheated again? Terada muttered in a low voice. Hush! Keep your voice down. If the president hears you, you'll be in trouble. Yamazaki said. Standing behind the monk, a man wearing an eye patch on his left eye and a floral shirt looked at Suzuki Mana with a worried look on his face. He was Suzuki Takumi. "Master Miyake, how is my daughter?" Suzuki Takumi asked. "I just used my psychic vision to check it out. The situation is not optimistic. The evil spirit has already shown signs of merging with the young lady." Miyake Hiroshi said with a serious face. "Master, please save Mana. In the current situation, I am only 50% sure. I can only say that I will do my best. Also, when we exorcise the evil spirit later, there will be a lot of noise. You must be mentally prepared. 50% sure means that you can't blame me if I fail. Although the original owner succeeded in defrauding money, his deception is simply not in the same dimension compared to Miyake Hiroshi. Zhao Xing does not believe in being possessed by evil spirits. In his memory, there is a scene of him treating Suzuki Mana. In the scene, Suzuki Mana can't speak human language, but can only whimper and be aggressive, and will bite people. But Zhao Xing's knowledge and past experience told him that Suzuki Mana should have some mental problems, and should go to the hospital instead of looking for an exorcist. "President, we have captured Kunami Yaichi," Terada said. Suzuki Takumi looked back at Zhao Xing and his anger flashed, replaced by deep worry. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away first. I'm not in the mood to deal with him now." "Yes." He was about to be taken away from the room. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to get close to Suzuki Mana again. Zhao Xing glanced left and right. Terada and Yamazaki stood beside him. As long as he moved, he would inevitably be attacked by the two. It's better to strike first. Zhao Xing clenched the fork in his hand and stabbed Yamazaki on the right. He had a knife in his hand, which was the biggest threat. Tsk! The fork stabbed into Yamazaki's abdomen fiercely, and the blood quickly soaked his clothes. "Fork, you fell down on purpose just now." Yamazaki fell to the ground, holding his abdomen. "Asshole!" Terada roared and punched Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing did not resist and took Terada's punch, then strode towards Suzuki Mina. Everything happened in a flash. When Suzuki Takumi reacted, Zhao Xing had already pounced into the plush doll, grabbed Suzuki Mina, and put the bloody fork on her neck. The plan succeeded, Zhao Xing whispered. Now he has the bargaining chip in his hand. "Kunami Yaichi, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it over." Suzuki Takumi's forehead veins throbbed, but he still suppressed his anger and said, "Let go of Mina. I can forgive the previous things." Zhao Xing turned a deaf ear to it. He would not rely on others' verbal promises for his safety. "Don't touch her. It's dangerous." The last sentence was shouted by Hiroshi Miyake in a very urgent tone. "Danger? What danger?" Zhao Xing lowered his head and saw Suzuki Mina raising her head. In the last second, she was still in a daze, and the next moment, her tongue shot out like a red sword and pierced into Zhao Xing's chest. The intense pain made Zhao Xing want to retreat in horror, but the tip of Suzuki Mina's tongue bent and hooked his ribs, making him unable to move. A cruel look flashed across his face, and he picked up the fork and stabbed Suzuki Mina's tongue. Snap. Zhao Xing's arm was caught by Suzuki Mina and he couldn't move at all. Her strength was terrifying, and the two were not at the same level at all. Crack! Zhao Xing's arm was broken alive. The pain of the broken bone made Zhao Xing scream out. Suzuki Mana's mouth opened, revealing a triumphant smile. Her teeth were uneven, and each one was very sharp like an evil spirit from hell. This strange scene made Zhao Xing's hands and feet cold. Evil creature! Was sure that the evil creature existed at this moment, but it was just a little late. Mana! Suzuki Takumi was frightened and couldn't help but take a step back. It was also the first time he saw his daughter like this. "Damn evil! Dare to hurt people in front of me!" Miyake Hiroda was anxious, put his hands together, and began to recite scriptures. His cassock moved without wind. The sound of reciting scriptures was not very loud, but it resounded throughout the room, as if the 360-degree surround sound effect was turned on. The scriptures had an impact on Suzuki Mana. She held her head with both hands and let out a painful low roar. Suzuki Mana looked like crazy. Her eyes were wide open to the extreme, and dense black silk threads popped out of her eyeballs. Those black silk threads were like living things, with fangs and claws. She grabbed the chain on her feet and pulled hard. Dang! The chains were torn apart by her. After escaping, she quickly rushed towards Miyake Hiroshi. Countless black threads emerged from the gaps between Suzuki Mana's fingernails. Those threads extended to 2 or 3 meters in length, wrapping around Miyake Hiroshi. Miyake Hiroshi still kept his hands together, but he recited the scriptures more loudly and more quickly. Suzuki Mana showed a twisted expression of pain. She controlled the threads to drill into Miyake Hiroshi's nostrils, ears, and eyes. "Wait, why did you bring me with you to fight?" Zhao Xing was still hooked by Suzuki Mana's tongue at this moment. Because he was dragged and moved, and Suzuki Mana was crazy because of the scriptures. His tongue kept arching inside his body, making his injuries worse. President Suzuki, I'm sorry, I've tried my best. This is not a simple evil spirit entering the body. The evil spirit attached to the young lady is real, and the level has reached the lower 2 levels. If you continue to delay, not only this little brother, but also me and everyone present will die, said Miyake Hiroshi. When Miyake Hiroshi opened his mouth to speak, countless black threads crawled into his mouth. His whole body was densely covered with black threads, which looked extremely terrifying. So, I can't hold back anymore. As soon as the voice fell, Miyake Hiroshi's somewhat thin body was inflated, rapidly expanding to more than 2 meters. The huge body was covered with muscles as hard as steel bars. The whole person seemed to be a collection of muscles, and even the neck was in the shape of muscles. The cassock that was originally drooping on his body became fitted. He stomped his feet suddenly, and the floor was broken immediately. An invisible energy burst out, and the black threads were shaken away by him. What? Is this still a human? Terada was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. Yamazaki covered his abdomen and stretched his head to watch. He had never seen this scene before. Suzuki Takumi wanted to ask Miyake Hiroshi not to hurt Suzuki Mina, but the words got stuck in his throat. He could no longer find a familiar feeling from the terrifying figure. Suzuki Mina's strength was already very terrifying, but after becoming a muscular man, Miyake Hiroshi was even better. In addition, there was an invisible energy shrouding Miyake Hiroshi, and the black silk thread could not get close to him at all. From the perspective of strength, Miyake Hiroshi had a very obvious advantage. However, the situation was evenly matched. Zhao Xing finally understood why Suzuki Mina kept hooking him with her tongue. She used him as a shield. In the fierce battle, Suzuki Mina hid most of her body behind Zhao Xing, making Miyake Hiroshi unable to exert his full strength. Cough, cough. Zhao Xing coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't hold on after being tossed so roughly. Am I going to die again? Zhao Xing never feared death, even though he had died once. He put in 100% effort as usual, but the plan that was about to succeed was shattered by something beyond common sense. This way of dying seemed to mock all my efforts. Zhao Xing's consciousness was a little fuzzy, and his eyelids were heavy and gradually closed. At this moment, an electronic synthesized sound rang in his mind. Beep. The host is detected to be attacked by evil things, and the system is loading. 1%, 2%, 13%, 21%, 100%. The Yin-Yang Master System has been activated, and a gift package for newcomers is rewarded. System? Zhao Xing slowly opened his eyes, and a translucent panel appeared in front of him. Name: Kunami Yaichi. Occupation: talent: none. Skills: items: none. Shikigami: none. Yin-Yang points: 0. The panel was empty, but there was an icon of a glowing gift box floating in the upper right corner. Zhao Xing raised his hand with some effort and clicked on the icon. I'm not afraid of death, but if I can, I don't want to die. Countless streams of light bloomed, and then gathered into 2 balls of light. The light of one of the balls of light dissipated, revealing 3 pieces of talisman paper. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item F-level talisman capture 3. F-level talisman capture. After release, it can produce the effect of capturing souls. The light of the other ball of light dissipated, revealing a drop of red liquid emitting golden light. As soon as the drop of liquid appeared, it flew towards Zhao Xing and drilled into his forehead. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level talent, the blood of the Sky Fox. S-level talent, the blood of the Sky Fox. The blood of the ancient Sky Fox. After fusion, you can obtain the blood of the Sky Fox. As the drop of blood flew into his forehead, Zhao Xing instantly felt his heartbeat speed up. It was not an ordinary speed up, but it was like a bicycle with an airplane engine. The blood in his body seemed to be ignited, running happily in his veins, and his skin turned red visibly. Then Zhao Xing caught fire. A faint blue flame emerged from his body. Zhao Xing was a little flustered at first, but soon calmed down. The flames were not hot but made him feel warm like a fish entering the sea, wrapped in the flames. Zhao Xing's injuries were repairing at an astonishing speed. The broken bones were connected, and he could raise his arms again. His hair turned white, the corners of his eyes became narrow and long, and there was a circle of fiery red lines around his eyes. His ears turned into white fox ears and stood up high. A snow-white tail swayed behind him. This posture would be very charming on a woman, but on Zhao Xing, the sense of disobedience was not that strong. This is the state after the activation of the blood of the Sky Fox. Zhao Xing understood. The strength of the Sky Fox is linked to its tails. The more tails it has, the stronger it is. I can only exert the power of one tail at present. Suzuki Mina's tongue was naturally covered by flames in Zhao Xing's body. Ah! She let out a piercing cry of pain and couldn't wait to pull her tongue back. Suzuki Mina was afraid of the dark blue flames. This discovery cheered up Zhao Xing. Snap? He grabbed the tongue. You wreaked havoc in my body and now you want to leave? Under Zhao Xing's control, the dark blue flames on his body spread along his tongue towards Suzuki Mina. Just being touched by the flames, she screamed at the top of her lungs, which was even more painful than when Miyake Hiroshi was chanting. She swung her right hand and black silk threads shot towards Zhao Xing. However, as soon as those silk touched the dark blue flames, they turned into ashes in an instant. What kind of fire magic is this? It can be so lethal to evil creatures? Miyake Hiroshi was surprised. He was only 2 or 3 meters away from Zhao Xing, but he could not feel any burning sensation. But what surprised Miyake Hiroshi even more was Zhao Xing's sudden outburst. He turned his head and looked at Suzuki Takumi. Why did you say he was a liar just now? He is clearly a real exorcist, and his attainments are not much worse than mine. Suzuki Takumi was also confused and turned his head to look at Terada and Yamazaki. Terada and Yamazaki looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. We know nothing. Purifying Spirit Flame. Zhao Xing suddenly realized the name of this dark blue flame. It is actually a flame with healing properties. His rapid recovery from injuries is the effect of Purifying Spirit Flame. The Purifying Spirit Flame with healing properties is extremely lethal to evil creatures, just like holy water restrains vampires. Swish! Suzuki Mina kicked Zhao Xing with a flying foot. Zhao Xing raised his arms to defend himself, but failed to block the attack. He was kicked and retreated 3 steps. After activating the blood of the Sky Fox, my power has increased a lot, but I am still a little weaker than Suzuki Mana. Everything was a feeling he had never experienced before. Zhao Xing was also getting familiar with his current state bit by bit. The power of the Sky Fox is not that strong. Its strengths are fire and magic. Suzuki Mana retracted her tongue and quickly retreated. Zhao Xing's mind moved, and the talisman Shi in the inventory appeared in his hand. It was a piece of talisman paper with strange symbols written on it. He threw the talisman paper forward and chanted, Return to life! Bind 3 vehicles of karma! Shi! The talisman paper ignited without fire and snapped into a light belt and flew out. Whoosh! The light belt was very fast and Suzuki Mana was tied up by the light belt before she could dodge. Zhao Xing quickly came in front of Suzuki Mana and condensed the flame of the pure spirit in his hand and hit her. Suzuki Mana wailed and struggled hard, and the hot light band showed signs of tearing. Zhao Xing made a prompt decision and cast the second spell, Shoot. Suzuki Mana was entangled by 2 light bands, and it was difficult for her to break free. The pure spirit flame wrapped her and burned fiercely. Ah! Zhao Xing calmly looked at Suzuki Mana, who was screaming in pain on the ground. After his body merged with the blood of the Sky Fox, Zhao Xing's eyes opened up the ability of spiritual vision. He saw a ball of purple-black fog at the back of Suzuki Mana's neck. The fog seemed to be alive and twisted wildly in the flames. Countless roots stretched out from the fog and pierced into Suzuki Mana's neck. This should be the sign of the fusion of evil spirit and Suzuki Mana mentioned by Miyake Hiroshi before. Zhao Xing waved his hand, and the pure spirit flame gathered towards the fog, and the firepower at the neck was greatly enhanced. He noticed that as the purple-black fog was purified, the points in the yin-yang column at the bottom of the attribute column were gradually increasing. 3, 4, 5, so that's how it is. Exorcising evil spirits can be converted into yin-yang points. When the purple-black fog completely dissipated, the yin-yang points reached 57 points. Suzuki Mana no longer screamed, and her facial expression returned to calm, and her breathing became steady, as if she was falling asleep. Zhao Xing bent down and opened her mouth. The teeth inside became flat and no longer sharp. The exorcism was successful. Zhao Xing breathed a sigh of relief, his hair turned black and all the abnormalities on his body disappeared, returning to normal. A strong sense of fatigue and dizziness invaded his body. The energy source of the Sky Fox blood is his blood, which means that as long as it is in an activated state, his blood will be consumed continuously. When using fire, the consumption is even faster. When the Sky Fox blood was first activated, his whole body was on fire, and it was very powerful. But in just 2 or 3 seconds, the deficit was almost 200 millimeters. Fortunately, the injuries on his body were repaired, otherwise it would be a big loss. Zhao Xing was seriously lacking blood at this moment. His feet went weak, and he almost fell. Miyake Hiroshi came to his side without knowing when and supported him. Brother Kunan is really good. He exorcised the evil creature without hurting this young lady. His fire magic is really amazing. Miyake Hiroshi's muscles disappeared, and his cassock drooped on his body again. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Miyake Hiroshi, known as Master Miyake, the abbot of Myoshinji Temple. Master? A physical battle master? It was the first time that Zhao Xing heard of the name of Myoshinji Temple. He stood firm and asked, Master Miyake just said it was the lower second level. Could it be that there is a level determination for evil creatures? Huh, you don't even know this knowledge? Miyake Hiroshi was very surprised. I have been working alone before, and the people I met were all people with shadows in their hearts, scaring themselves. To be honest, this is the first time I have come into contact with a real evil thing. Zhao Xing said, turning to Suzuki Takumi behind him. President Suzuki, the reason I disappeared is that I was timid when I saw the evil thing. I'm sorry. Zhao Xing didn't even blink when he lied. He used to play the werewolf game with his friends, and he was always the MVP. No matter what cards he got, his face was calm and unreadable, and then under his calm analysis, the rhythm was quickly in his hands. If you want a lie not to be exposed, you need more lies to make up for it. But paper cannot cover fire, and it will be exposed one day. In Zhao Xing's case, the first lie has come true. Now everyone regards him as a real exorcist, so it is much easier to make up for it. Sure enough, Suzuki Takumi waved his hands repeatedly and said, Master, Junon, there is no need to blame yourself. Everyone has a first time. I should be the one to apologize. Not only did I misunderstand you, but my subordinates also did something very rude to you. Masters, how is Mana? After seeing how Zhao Xing controlled the flame, Suzuki Takumi's attitude towards him changed drastically. Miyake Hiroshi said, It's all right now, but to be on the safe side, it's better to find a doctor to check it carefully. Suzuki Takumi burst into tears. He almost thought he had lost his daughter. Terada, why don't you go find a doctor as soon as possible? Yes. Miyake Hiroshi said to Zhao Xing, Let's go back to the topic just now. Evil creatures and exorcists are divided into 7 levels, namely the lower 3 levels, the lower 2 levels, the lower 1 level, the upper 3 levels, the upper 2 levels, the upper 1 level, and the special level. He adjusted his cassock. The lower level, the upper level, and the special level. Strength gap between these 3 levels is very large, and the shackles between them are difficult to break through, otherwise they would not be divided separately. I have been stuck at the lower level for 10 years. Recently, I finally realized that the bottleneck was loosening, so I chose to travel and practice to break through. I happened to meet President Suzuki and was invited by him. Zhao Xing felt that Miyake Hiroshi was already very powerful, but even Miyake Hiroshi was only at the lower level, so how strong would the upper and special levels be? There is such a systematic division. Doesn't it mean that there are many evil creatures in this world? Zhao Xing couldn't help but look through the original owner's memory. He compared carefully and found that the 2 worlds were different in many details. For example, Shonen Jump became Shonen Jump, and Mario became Mario. Zhao Xing understood that he was no longer on the original Earth, but came to a parallel world full of all kinds of evil things. Dad, a crisp voice sounded. Everyone lowered their heads and Suzuki Mina woke up. Why am I at home? I remember I was on the way to school. Suzuki Mina's eyes were full of confusion. It seemed that she had no memory of being possessed by evil spirits. When she saw Zhao Xing and Miyake Hiroshi, she was furious and said with hostility, Dad, who are they? Why are they in my room? Get them out. Although she was young, she was very imposing. A girl's boudoir is not something a man can just barge into. Muna, I'm so glad you're okay. Suzuki Takumi hurried forward. President Suzuki, wait! Zhao Xing frowned and stopped Suzuki Takumi. He had just caught a glimpse of a faint purple light in Suzuki Mina's eyes. Although it disappeared quickly, he was not wrong. The purple-black fog should have been completely purified, so why did the purple light still appear? Brother Junon noticed it too? Not only Zhao Xing but also Miyake Hiroshi noticed the difference. There was no trace of purple fog on the back of Suzuki Mina's neck, and there was nothing unusual on his body. Could it be that the purple light was just the remains of the evil creature? Zhao Xing and Miyake Hiroshi looked at each other and slowly approached Suzuki Mina. What do you want to do? Suzuki Mina was frightened by the looks of the 2 people. She clenched her pink fist and said, I tell you, I have practiced karate, but her threat obviously had no effect on Zhao Xing and Miyake Hiroshi. Suzuki Takumi just smiled bitterly. 20 minutes later, Suzuki Mana was being examined by a doctor. Her face was puffed up. Damned monk and that fox-eyed bastard, you are dead. Suzuki Mana gritted her teeth and said, Next time I see you, I will make you pay. At this moment, in another room, Zhao Xing sat on the sofa, holding a bunch of bananas in his hand, eating them ravenously. The missing blood could not be replenished for a while, and these bananas were used by him to relieve fatigue. If he didn't eat something, he didn't know when he would pass out. President Suzuki, I'll get straight to the point," Miyake Hiroshi said solemnly. "The evil spirit in Miss Mana's body has not been completely exorcised. What's the matter? Didn't you say it was resolved just now?" Suzuki Takumi's voice was a little loud. "President Suzuki, don't worry. Brother Kunan's exorcism was successful. Miss will be fine in the short term." Miyake Hiroshi shook his head and said, "At first, I thought Miss was simply infected by evil spirits, but Miss's symptoms were unusual, so I confirmed that Miss was not infected by evil spirits, but was possessed by evil spirits. But I was still wrong. Miss was not contaminated with any dirty things from the beginning." "Master Miyake, what are you talking about? You saw everything that happened just now. Mana was obviously controlled by evil spirits, right?" Miyake Hiroshi explained. "The evil spirit on Miss was not infected, but grew out of her body." "What? President Suzuki, did something happen when Suzuki Mana was born? Zhao Xing peeled another banana? For example, someone died?" Suzuki Takumi's pupils suddenly contracted. "Does this have anything to do with evil spirits?" Seeing Suzuki Takumi's reaction, Zhao Xing knew that his and Miyake Hiroshi's guess was correct. Zhao Xing said, "We suspect that this evil creature has been in the body of the young lady since she was born. The human soul is tightly wrapped in the flesh. Under normal circumstances, even if you have psychic vision, you cannot observe the soul. But Suzuki Mana had just been possessed by an evil creature and made a big fuss, and his soul was in an unstable state. Zhao Xing and Miyake Hiroshi used psychic vision to search Suzuki Mana's body, and finally found a gap between the soul and the flesh. Through the gap, they saw that there was another soul hidden deep in Suzuki Mana's soul. That soul was purple all over like a human, but twisted into a ball, exuding a strong evil breath. The soul is fragile. If there is no flesh, it will disappear in the wind. The evil creature cannot enter the depths of the soul at all. I am afraid that the soul will collapse and disintegrate as soon as it enters 1/10. Not to mention that Suzuki Mana's soul remains very complete. The only explanation for this situation is that this purple soul already existed when Suzuki Mana's soul was formed. Mona, it's Mona. Mona is still alive." The expression on Suzuki Takumi's face was very complicated, sad and a little happy. It was hard to tell what he was feeling now. "Who is Mona?" "Mona is Mana's sister." Suzuki Takumi sighed, and the whole person seemed to have aged a lot. "In fact, my wife was pregnant with twins that year, and we had already discussed it. The elder sister was named Mona, and the younger sister was named Mana. But when they were born, the first one was stillborn, and only Mana survived." "So that's it." Zhao Xing tapped the table with his fingers. "The elder sister died, and the remaining soul hid in the soul of the younger sister." Suzuki Takumi continued. "Because of Mona's death, my wife has been depressed and finally died of illness. Master Miyake, what you mean just now is that Mona is not dead, but has been possessed by Mana?" "President Suzuki, please accept my condolences." Miyake Hiroshi clasped his hands together and bowed. "Maybe it was like this at first, but the human soul needs the flesh to nourish it. Without the flesh, the soul is like rootless water, and it will dry up one day. Even if she merges into the soul of the young lady and delays the dissipation of the soul, the time she can exist is still limited. In the hesitation between life and death, Mona turned from a human into an evil creature. Although she survived because of this, the original Mona is dead. You have also seen the young lady's rampage before, and that is not a creature that can be called a human. The principle of the birth of evil creatures is still unclear. It is only known that whether it is a cat, a dog, a flower on the ground, or a ring or a letter, it may become an evil creature. Unpredictable. This evil creature is growing and becoming stronger. It is not satisfied with staying in the soul, so it begins to occupy the body of the young lady. This is the cause and effect of the young lady being possessed by the evil spirit." "I know." Suzuki Takumi took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and opened them again. The sad look had disappeared. "As the president of Yuzei Society, he is naturally not an ordinary person. He made a very decisive decision. Mona is dead. I can't lose Mona again. Please send Mona off. About this, please forgive us for not being able to do it for the time being." "Why?" Suzuki Takumi looked at Zhao Xing. "Master, Kunan, doesn't the blue flame you used before have the effect of exorcising evil spirits? Can't you use it again?" Zhao Xing shook his head. "The evil creature is hiding in the soul of Miss Mana. If we forcefully attack, the first thing to collapse will be Miss Mana's soul. At this stage, we can only wait for it to appear again." If Zhao Xing had seen through the origin of the evil creature from the beginning, he would definitely not have burned the thick fog completely. That was not the main body, but just a part of it. The real core was hidden deep in Suzuki Mana's soul. But it was too late to say anything now. "President Suzuki, the evil in the young lady's body has just been purified once, and her vitality has been severely damaged. It should not recur in a short time, but no one can tell when it will revive. Miyake Hiroshi shook his head. Suzuki Takumi thought that the terrifying figure controlling the black silk would possess mana again, lowered his head, and pleaded sincerely. Master Miyake, please think of a way. I don't want to lose mana. The cost is definitely not a problem. Miyake Hiro pondered for a moment, glanced at Zhao Xing, and continued. I do have a suggestion. Let the eldest daughter be taken care of by Brother Junon. Wait until the evil in her body is completely purified, and then let her come back. Hearing this, Zhao Xing immediately stopped eating bananas. Didn't we mention this during the previous discussion? Let me take care of that little gangster? But he thought about it and understood Miyake Hiro's proposal. Only he could restrain the evil in Suzuki Mitsuna's body. He was indeed the most suitable caretaker. No! Suzuki Takumi refused to hand his daughter over to Zhao Xing without thinking. What's the difference between this and a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? President Suzuki, you also saw the scene when the eldest daughter went crazy. She was very aggressive. To put it bluntly, weren't for me and Brother Junon, everyone in the villa would have died. This is not only for the good of the eldest daughter, but also for everyone around her. The next day, a luxury car drove out of the mountain villa. Zhao Xing was in a very bad state when he came. It was no exaggeration to say that his life or death was in danger. However, when he left, he had become a distinguished guest of the Yuze group and took the little princess of the Yuze group with him. Suzuki Takumi was reluctant to leave his daughter, but he had to say that Miyake Hiroshi's suggestion was the best choice. The evil thing in Suzuki Mina's body was a time bomb. No one could suppress it except Zhao Xing. He finally chose to compromise. Zhao Xing tilted his head slightly. Suzuki Mina sat next to him. She had dyed yellow hair and put on popular Jaru makeup on her face, looking like a real little gangster. The little gangster noticed his gaze and immediately glared back, saying, viciously, "Fox-eyed bastard, I don't know how you deceived my father, but if you want me to live with you, there is no way." There was a red circle around her eyes. Suzuki Takumi didn't have the heart to tell his daughter the truth, but told her that she was sick and needed to live with Zhao Xing for treatment. Suzuki Mina even thought Suzuki Takumi was joking when she learned that she was going to live with a stranger. After confirming that it was true, the father and daughter had a big fight. If it weren't for the generous reward, do you think I would be willing to take this job? Zhao Xing has a weakness. He is not good at dealing with children. He took this job for money and to give face to Miyake Hiroshi. Miyake Hiroshi left last night to continue his hiking training plan. But before he left, Zhao Xing exchanged contact information with him. As a senior exorcist, Miyake Hiroshi can provide a lot of useful advice. Exchanging contact information is a precaution. After a night of rest, Zhao Xing completely integrated Kunami Yaichi's memory. Zhao Xing, no, now Kunami Yaichi, accepted the reality and was thinking about how to survive in this strange world last night. After careful consideration, Kunami Yaichi planned to continue the original owner's scam. But this time, he wanted to be a real exorcist. He activated the yin-yang master system, and it would be a pity not to be an exorcist. And he didn't want to do other jobs. There are evil things in this world and other jobs are not stable. He didn't want to encounter evil things suddenly one day, and all his efforts would disappear. Of course, the most important thing is that exorcists make money quickly. How much did my father give you? Suzuki Sutana asked with a squint. 1 million, and another million after the disease is cured. Although the time period may be a bit long, in fact, he only needs to release a flame of purification when the evil thing emerges, and 2 million will be easily deposited into the account. Kunami Yaichi can't find a job that makes more money than this. I'm not sick at all, and you bastard, how can you look like a doctor? My father must have been deceived by you. Suzuki Sutana shouted, Uncle Terada, call my father quickly and tell him that this person is a liar. Terada, who was in charge of driving, smiled bitterly. Miss, you should listen to Dr. Kunami. Dr. Kunami is a real person. Kunami Yaichi said, no matter how reluctant you are, this is an established fact. Humph! Suzuki Sutana's eyes turned slightly, pouted his lips and didn't say anything, shrinking in the corner to play with his mobile phone. Finally quiet. Kunami Yaichi rubbed his head, which was a little aching. Although he had rested for a night, his current condition was only 70% recovered at most. It would take at least a week for the blood in his body to recover. As for going to the hospital for a blood transfusion, he had a feeling that this would reduce the concentration of the blood of the fox in his body, so he didn't dare to try it easily. The cost of using the blood of the fox is too high. I have to be more careful in the future. If I want to be an exorcist, besides the blood of the fox, I only have one talisman left, which is too weak. Kunami Yaichi opened the attribute column. Name, Kunami Yaichi. Occupation, Onmyoji. Talent, Blood of the Fox. Skills, none items. Talisman photography, 1. Yin-yang points, 57. Can be exchanged for the number of draws. Kunami Yaichi cast his eyes on the yin-yang points. He had studied it for a long time in bed last night and had figured out how to use the yin-yang points. The function of yin-yang points is to exchange for the number of draws. Each draw can obtain one of the 4 types of skills, items, shikigami, and talents. It can be said that it is the cornerstone of the yin-yang system. The probability of drawing a talent is the lowest, only 1%, followed by shikigami, with a probability of 10%, and then skills and items with a probability of 25% and 64% respectively. Kunami Yaichi drew a talent in the first draw, and it was S level, which was definitely a great explosion of luck. The draw for the novice gift package is only once, regardless of level, and it is completely random. But when redeeming with yin-yang points, there are different levels. 10 points can be exchanged for an F-level draw opportunity, 30 points can be exchanged for an E-level draw opportunity, 100 points can be exchanged for a D-level draw opportunity, 500 points can be exchanged for C-level, 2,000 points can be exchanged for B-level, 10,000 points can be exchanged for A-level. Kunami Yaichi is not interested in things like draws. Compared with illusory luck, he believes more in his own efforts. But since the system mechanism is mainly based on draws, he is not afraid. After all, he was the one who drew an S-level talent. Considering the value, it was naturally more cost-effective to exchange for a high-level lottery opportunity. However, yin-yang points need to be obtained by exorcising evil things. Without sufficient strength, there is no way to fight against evil things. After thinking about it, Kunami Yaichi concluded that arm yourself first. He decisively exchanged for an E-level lottery opportunity and 2 F-level lottery opportunities. Lottery, 3 consecutive draws. The streams of light flashed and gathered in front of him. After a burst of light, the items obtained from the lottery appeared one by one, including 3 talisman papers, a fan, and a brush. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level talisman Shishis 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level item Bat Fan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-level Shikigami Guanhu. Although the talisman she is only F-level, it is very effective in trapping people. Without it, Kunami Yaichi might not be able to control the crazy Suzuki Mana at that time. With 4 talismans she in hand, Kunami Yaichi felt more confident. However, he paid more attention to the other 2 items. Kunami Yaichi turned his wrist, and a white fan appeared in his hand. F-level item Bat Fan, one of the common equipment of Onmyoji. After injecting spiritual power, it can kill demons. Disadvantage, easy to damage. Compared with ordinary fans, the Bat Fan has only 5 ribs. If used to fan the wind, the paper surface is easily damaged, but its ribs are made very hard and heavy. Although it is in the shape of a fan, it is essentially a weapon. Kunami Yaichi shook his head. It pays more attention to appearance than practicality. It's useless. Use it for now and replace it when I draw good equipment later. Kunami Yaichi flipped his hand and the Bat Fan disappeared, replaced by a brush. Huh? The head of the brush is missing? Kunami Yaichi felt some movement in his sleeves, looked down, and saw a slender fox wrapped around his wrist, rubbing it intimately. The fox lives in the bamboo tube of the brush, and the head of the brush is its tail. Characteristics: seek good fortune and avoid evil, good at spiritual perception, and also has a certain attack power. Seek good fortune and avoid evil? This description is a bit intriguing. What kind of good fortune to seek? What kind of evil to avoid? The specific effect can only be observed slowly later. Although Kunami Yaichi and Fox met for the first time, Fox has completely fallen in love with him. Kunami Yaichi has the blood of the celestial fox in his body, and has a natural affinity for foxes. Suzuki Mina, who was standing by, had been peeking at Kunami Yaichi. Seeing him conjure up a fan and a brush, he couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, "Huh, he is so good at magic. He is really ill." At this time, the car had driven out of the forest and came to a road with vehicles. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strong roar of the motor sounded, and a group of bikers on motorcycles appeared behind Kunami Yaichi's vehicle and approached them rapidly. "Terada, do you know those bikers behind you?" Kunami Yaichi looked back and asked. All the bikers were wearing black leather jackets. 3 of the bikers had flags with the word "Ghost" written on them. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Kunami Yaichi always felt that these people were coming for him. This biker organization is called the Oni Evil Party. The members are all bad high school students. They are among the top 3 in terms of power among bikers. Terada looked puzzled. But their activities should be in the Shibuya area. Why did they come here? Kunami Yaichi noticed that the little girl was looking at him with a smirk on her face. "Did you find them? Are you scared?" Suzuki Mina said with her hands on her hips. "I'm telling you, the leader of the Oni evil party is my best friend. Call my dad now to admit your mistake and say that you are a fake doctor and I will let you go." The little girl's thinking circuit was very simple. She thought that as long as Kunami Yaichi revealed his identity, the treatment would come to nothing. "Do you think I look scared?" Kunami Yaichi's face was calm. He was calm in the face of death, so how could he be afraid of a mere biker gang? "You?" Suzuki Mina was furious. The sound of engines rang out around them. They were surrounded. Bang, bang, bang. The bikers around them swung baseball bats and hit the car. "Stop the car! Stop the car! Dr. Kunami, what should we do? Should we stop the car?" Terada asked. "Why stop the car?" Kunami Yaichi had an indifferent attitude. "Keep driving. Anyway, it's not my car. I don't feel bad if it's damaged." "Humph," Suzuki Mina snorted coldly. "I wonder how long you can hold on?" Kunami Yaichi didn't like to be beaten passively. He had been observing these bikers. There were more than 20 of them, most of whom were holding weapons such as baseball bats and chains. Apart from anything else, their momentum was very strong. Kunami Yaichi quickly locked onto a boy with a crew cut riding a red motorcycle. The man with the airplane head held the handlebars with one hand and a baseball bat with the other, with a very arrogant expression on his face. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Kunami Yaichi speculated that the man with the airplane head should be the leader of the Oni evil party. This biker gang is obviously centered around him, and the speed is under his control. Kunami Yaichi narrowed his eyes slightly, and he saw that there was a faint black air around the man with the airplane head, and the center of his forehead was even darker. "Is it evil?" Bang! The man with the airplane head swung the baseball bat and smashed it hard on the car window. This hit made some cracks in the car window. "I can't hold on any longer." Suzuki Mina's eyebrows immediately danced with joy when he heard this. "Ha-ha, Fox Eyes, you finally want to admit defeat." Kunami Yaichi pointed out the window and said, "I mean your best friend can't hold on any longer." The airplane head held the bat and was about to hit him a second time, but suddenly his movement stopped. His eyes suddenly widened, and many bloodshot pupils appeared in his pupils and began to become congested. "Ah!" His neck seemed to be strangled and his mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't make a sound. Although he was not injured, his skin began to crack in pieces, and large amounts of blood flowed out. His expression was extremely painful. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The bat slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The symptoms of the airplane head's eye congestion became more and more serious, and the white part of his eye had completely turned red. Pop, pop. His two eyeballs burst open, and blood and tears flowed from his empty eye sockets. The motorcycle lost control and immediately tilted to one side. Bang! The strong inertia made the plane head and the motorcycle slide more than 10 meters on the ground. "Boss! Boss!" The other bikers slowed down and stopped, gathering around the plane head. Terada also slammed on the brakes and stopped. Suzuki Sue was still in shock. She was frightened by Furuta's weird expression, especially the explosion of his eyes at the end, which left her with a big psychological shadow. "What happened to Furuta?" "You just said that Furuta would be in trouble, and he was in trouble. You know what disease he has, right? Aren't you a doctor? Get out of the car and help him." "Are you willing to believe me now?" Kunami Yaichi shook his head. "It's a pity that it's too late." In the eyes of others, Furuta was like a disease, but Kunami Yaichi saw something completely different. It was a centipede. Just now, dense centipedes emerged from Furuta's body. Some crawled out of his mouth, some tore his skin and crawled out, and his eyeballs were also exploded by centipedes. The reason why Kunami Yaichi said it was too late was because a large number of centipedes also crawled out of his heart. When Furuta fell, he was already dead. Those centipedes wreaked havoc in Furuta's body, broke out of his body, and quickly turned into wisps of light smoke and drifted away. They appeared suddenly and disappeared suddenly. No trace was left. The process in between took less than a second. Kunami Yaichi judged that Furuta would be in trouble based on the abnormality of his body, but he didn't know what would actually happen. Such a strange scene also made him secretly frightened. What are those centipedes? If they are evil things, they shouldn't disappear. Suzuki Mina opened the car door and wanted to get out. Snap! Kunami Yaichi held Suzuki Mina and closed the car door again. "Terada, drive!" "What are you doing?" "I want to get off the car to see Furuta." Before figuring out the origin of the centipedes, it would be risky to approach them rashly. Kunami Yaichi couldn't let Suzuki Mina take this risk. If anything happens to her, it will be hard to get the remaining balance. "Drive!" Kunami Yaichi noticed that a patrolman was coming this way. He didn't want to be involved. Terada naturally followed Kunami Yaichi's orders, and he didn't want Suzuki Mina to get close to Furuta. The car started moving again. Kunami Yaichi's face was as dark as water. This world was too dangerous. It was full of murderous intent. After thinking for a moment, he edited what happened just now into a text message and sent it to Miyake Hiroshi. He might know what the centipede is. Miyake Hiroshi was practicing hiking. Kunami Yaichi thought it would be very late to reply, but he didn't expect that he got the message less than half a minute after sending it. No matter where you see it, avoid it immediately. The farther the better. That thing is a curse, and only evil creatures of higher level can create curses. Higher level evil creatures. Kunami Yaichi was very sure that with his current strength level, if he encountered a higher level evil creature, he would basically be doomed. Little thug, who is that Furuta? How did you meet him? Kunami Yaichi asked. Don't call me a little thug. My name is Suzuki Mana. Suzuki Mana crossed her arms and said angrily, Also, I don't want to talk to you. Don't bother me. If you don't want to become like that, just tell me honestly. Do you think that disease is contagious? Thinking of the horrific scene just now, Suzuki Mana's face turned pale, and he said reluctantly, Furuta and I are in the same school. I am in the junior high school department, and he is in the senior high school department. Suzuki Mana is studying in a very famous private school, Nasu Academy. The academy has junior high school and senior high school departments. There are only two types of students who can study here. One is the top-notch students, and the other is the ones who have a mine at home. In Suzuki Mana's case, it is naturally the mine. She has never studied seriously since she was a child, and her grades are extremely poor. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Suzuki Mina grew up in this family environment, and she was influenced by it in her daily life. She developed an arrogant and domineering personality. In the class, no one dared to provoke her. She didn't have many friends in school, only 4. After all, no one wanted to get close to a little bastard like her who kept calling her a bastard. This 5-member group spanned all grades, 2 in junior high school and 3 in high school. The 5 people either had a Yakuza background in their families or were bad boys themselves. Furuta was one of the 5. When was the last time you had contact with Furuta? Kunami Yaichi asked. Suzuki Mina thought for a moment, then said, It was the day before I fell into a coma. When we last met, was there any difference between this Furuta and usual? Nothing special. Suzuki Mina suddenly remembered something and said, I don't know if it's related. Furuta said he had a terrible nightmare. What kind of nightmare? He dreamed that he was in a dark cave and someone was chasing him. He kept running, but he couldn't find the exit of the cave. He accidentally fell and was caught. The one who caught him was a humanoid creature with a centipede head. Then the centipede crawled into his mouth, and he woke up from the dream. A humanoid creature with a centipede head? This dream is obviously related to the curse on Furuta. However, Kunami Yaichi did not intend to delve further. He could not deal with a high-level evil creature. He looked at Suzuki Mina and asked, Do you like going to school? I don't hate it, but I can't say I like it either. Well, don't go to school for the next month and stay home. As for the classes you missed, I will teach you. The only contact point between Suzuki Mina and Furuta was the school. Although Furuta's curse was probably contracted somewhere else, it was better not to go to school for safety. 1 month should be enough time for the exorcists in this world to solve this case. Suzuki Mina didn't care whether she went to school or not, but when Kunami Yaichi said he would teach her lessons, she got furious. Fox eyes, I don't need you to teach me. What about the classes I missed? Just miss them, it's no big deal anyway. Taking classes seriously is what poor people do. Kunami Yaichi looked at Suzuki Mina up and down with a look that made her feel so. I know. Suzuki Mina felt uncomfortable with his look and couldn't help asking, What do you know? You're an idiot. Suzuki Mina said angrily, You're the idiot. If you're not an idiot, why are your grades not good? That's because I didn't study hard. Kunami Yaichi said to herself, Some people always like to use my lack of effort as an excuse for their poor grades. In fact, even if she worked hard, her grades would be just so-so because her brain is not working well. Suzuki Mina gnashed her teeth in anger. I tell you, as long as I want to learn, my grades will definitely be good. Then why don't you try? I'll try. As soon as she said that, Suzuki Mina realized that she had been fooled. But before she could regret it, Kunami Yaichi said slowly, Not bad. Although your brain is not working well, you are quite strong-willed. Humph! Suzuki Mina shrank into the corner to play mobile games. She couldn't say anything to regret it. Terada was amazed. He knew how difficult Mina was. She didn't listen to anyone except Suzuki Takumi, and often played pranks. The members of Yuze Club privately called her a little devil. Unexpectedly, that little devil was played by Kunami Yaichi. After this quarrel, Suzuki Mina's expression eased a lot, and she was no longer as frightened as before. Kunami Yaichi retracted her gaze. No matter how spoiled and willful she was just a 15-year-old girl. If she didn't properly relieve herself after witnessing such a tragic situation, it would be easy to leave a psychological shadow. Kunami Yaichi lived in an old 2-story wooden apartment building near the river in Nerima district, Kissingso. This place is far from the noisy avenues and is located in a remote area with only a small road about 5 meters wide. Although there is a river, it is not worth seeing. The water is very turbid and smells bad in summer. It's so shabby. Is this where you live? Suzuki Mina blurted out when she saw the wooden apartment. Stop complaining and follow me with your backpack. Kunami Yaichi got out of the car with a handbag and walked towards the apartment. Suzuki Mina followed reluctantly with her backpack. Terada started the car, but he did not drive away. Instead, he parked opposite the apartment building. Although Suzuki Takumi handed Suzuki Mina over to Kunami Yaichi, how could he rest assured? The tasks he gave to Terada were to send them home and to monitor them. Kunami Yaichi completely understood Suzuki Takumi's concerns. If it were him, he would not hand over his close ones to others without any precautions. This apartment building was built a few years ago, and the paint on the exterior is peeling off. When climbing the stairs, the handrails are shaking. Kunami Yaichi lives in room 202. Kunami Yaichi opened the door and frowned immediately. The floor of the room has not been cleaned for a long time, and there are many stains on it. Plastic bags are piled up in the corner, and they are full of empty lunchboxes. Adult magazines are also thrown everywhere. There is also a faint smell of sourness. There is nothing valuable in the house. Kunami Yaichi even owes a month's rent. Originally, he didn't plan to come back, and was going to run away with the 1 million. Ah! Suzuki Suzuna screamed and turned away. Kunami Yaichi grabbed Suzuki Mina. Where are you going? It's so dirty. I don't want to live in such a place. I would rather die than live in such a place. Kunami Yaichi inherited Kunami Yaichi's memory and was prepared, so he didn't care much. Just clean it up. Don't worry about it. Where is the 1 million my father gave you? I'm going to stay in a hotel. That's my reward. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to sleep on the street, just come in obediently. Suzuki Mina's personality is obviously a troublemaker who doesn't obey discipline. Therefore, Kunami Yaichi made a request to Suzuki Takumi. Freeze Suzuki Mina's credit card, confiscate all her pocket money, and directly transfer 120,000 living expenses every month to his card. It was a very normal request, and Suzuki Takumi had no objection. It was Kunami Yaichi's foresight that he was able to control Suzuki Mina from an economic perspective. Suzuki Mina pouted, but didn't leave after all. Then you clean the house first. How can I get in when it's so dirty? That makes sense. The room is too dirty. It's uninhabitable. Kunami Yaichi picked up the broom in the corner and stuffed it into Suzuki Su's hand. The cleaning work is completely up to you. You want me to help you clean? Suzuki Su stood there in a daze with a broom in his hand, looking incredulous. I have something to do. You're just sitting there anyway. Kunami Yaichi took off his shoes and went into the house. He put away all the adult magazines, then put his handbag on the low table in the middle and took out a laptop from it. He bought it on the way back, and it cost him 50,000 yen. It was painful. The original owner was really poor, only had more than 3,000 yen on his body and the savings in his bank card, and he ate 10 bowls of ramen and it was gone. From another perspective, being caught by Suzuki Takumi was actually a good thing. He seized the opportunity and made 1 million. Otherwise, he would be restricted in what he could do. But he has no source of income now. Although he wants to be an exorcist, he still doesn't know how far he can go, so he saves money wherever he can. What are you standing there for? Get started! Kunami Yaichi urged. Abuse, you are abusing me. Suzuki Sutana threw the broom on the ground angrily and took out her cell phone. I'm going to tell my dad that you abused me. Please! Kunami Yaichi didn't intend to spoil this little girl. It's impossible to live a life of food and clothes here. Suzuki Sutana called angrily. Kunami Yaichi ignored him, because he knew that Suzuki Takumi would not blame him for this. He sat in a relatively clean place and turned on the computer. In Kunami Yaichi's idea, an office is the most suitable way to run the exorcism business. But he currently has no idea about the scale and demand of the exorcism market. It is very risky to rent an office rashly. The initial rent alone can bankrupt him. Therefore, he plans to make a personal website first to try to accept commissions online. By the way, Let's improve his reputation. In his previous life, Kunami Yaichi was a programmer at a technology startup company. It was not difficult for him to make a website. Entering the working mode, Kunami Yaichi became very focused. His hands were fast, and he typed out lines of code. On the other side, Suzuki Sue hung up the phone angrily. Her little report didn't work. "You want me to sweep the floor for you? No way." Suzuki Sue rolled her eyes and thought of a good idea. She took out a workbook from her backpack, tore off 3 sheets of paper, carefully spread them on the entrance, then sat down and started playing games. "This room is so smelly. I'm at the door. You're inside. Let's see who can't stand it first." Suzuki Sue praised her own wit. Time passed by. With Kunami Yaichi's constant typing, the prototype of his personal website has been formed. He only made 1 page, which was very simple. The purpose of the website was to introduce his existence. Too complicated a page would have a dissuading effect. At the top of the page was written Foxfire Psychic Consulting Center. Kunami Yaichi's most powerful exorcism method at the moment was Foxfire, so he decided on this name without much thought. He also made some small blue Foxfire animations on both sides of the web page. It added some atmosphere to the web page. The background of the page was a picture he found online, the back of a man with a hood. Kunami Yaichi thought it was very interesting, so he used it. As for the copyright fee, he could only owe it for the time being and wait until the artist finds out. Next was a line of text introduction. "Welcome to Foxfire Psychic Consulting Center. I am an exorcist and accept commissions related to exorcism. If you encounter a supernatural event, you are welcome to consult." There was one last step next, and Kunami Yaichi planned to finish it in one go, but someone couldn't hold on any longer. "Hey, Foxeye, I'm hungry!" Suzuki Mina shouted, holding her stomach. "I want to eat!" Kunami Yaichi looked at the time, and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He had been working for 5 hours in a row. Because he was so immersed in it, he didn't notice the passage of time at all. They had breakfast at the mountain villa, and they hadn't eaten for almost 8 or 9 hours. The little girl was starving. Kunami Yaichi looked around the room. It was still a mess. He waved his hand and said, "Clean up the room. I'll cook for you." "Ah! Ah!" Suzuki Sutana yelled in anger, and finally couldn't resist the hunger, and picked up the broom. Stinky fox eyes, how can there be such a disgusting person in the world? As soon as I came back, I sat in front of the computer and didn't even eat. I might as well not eat for the rest of my life. Suzuki Sutana kept mumbling while cleaning. "Don't think about doing it perfunctorily. Clean it up a little. This is where you will live in the future. You don't want mice crawling around when you sleep, do you?" Suzuki Sutana glanced at Kunami Yaichi. "I will stuff the mouse directly into your mouth when you sleep." Although she didn't admit defeat, the little girl was obviously cleaning more seriously. "This area is a bit sticky. Go get a rag and wipe it. Remember to tie the garbage bag tight. Don't let the smell escape." Kunami Yaichi gave Suzuki Mina some pointers. Seeing that the little girl was about to explode, he stopped while he was ahead and continued to make the website. The only content left on the website was a message area. This was the most critical part. Kunami Yaichi set conditions for the message, and it cost 100 yen to send a message. This condition was to filter out those who really needed to exorcise evil spirits. Otherwise, there would definitely be some people who would leave random messages below. The content of the message area is only visible to Kunami Yaichi. It is convenient to protect the privacy of customers. Suzuki Mina suddenly appeared beside Kunami Yaichi, slapped the notebook closed, and said angrily, "Clean up! Cook for me!" Kunami Yaichi stretched his waist. Before Suzuki Mina closed the notebook, he had already saved the website. He had just connected the payment channel to the message area, and the website was already made. As for the launch, he would wait until he came back. He looked around. There were still some stains in some corners, but it looked like it was habitable. "It's cleaned up well. Good job." "Humph." The little girl turned her head away, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. "Let's go out." "Where to?" "Supermarket." The supermarket is about 1 kilometer away from the apartment. It is not big, but the variety of goods is very complete. After Suzuki Mina entered the supermarket, she looked around like a curious baby. "Why do you look like this? Have you never been here before?" Kunami Yaichi asked. Suzuki Mina shook her head. "No, this is my first time here. Usually, if Suzuki Mina wanted something, she just had to say it, and someone would buy it for her. This was the first time the little girl went to a supermarket in her life. No wonder they say shopping is a woman's talent. She had accumulated a lot of anger, but after entering the supermarket, her emotions were inexplicably high, and she kept putting the goods she liked into the shopping cart. Potato chips, chocolate, cheese sticks, marshmallows, cola. Kunami Yaichi put the items back to their original places one by one, and finally left only a bag of marshmallows as a reward for cleaning the room. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when they came back from the supermarket. There was only one set of bedding at home, and Suzuki Mina did not bring toothpaste, toothbrush, and other toiletries, so Kunami Yaichi bought her a full set of daily necessities. Bedding, toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, etc. were all prepared. He also bought a set for himself. The original owner was the type who would not wash the quilt for a year, and the toothbrush cup placed next to the sink was even moldy. Kunami Yaichi was not a misophobe, but it was so dirty that it was difficult for him to continue using it. The little girl was full of energy when she was in the supermarket, but she collapsed when she got home. "I can't do it anymore. I'm starving. I'll go cook now." Kunami Yaichi put down the daily necessities he bought and walked into the kitchen with the ingredients. "Didn't I buy you some marshmallows? If you're too hungry, eat some first." Suzuki Mina took the marshmallow and looked at it, but didn't eat it. She couldn't explain why she felt that she was reluctant to give it up. This was the first time she got a reward for her hard work. She put the marshmallow into her backpack. "Make it faster. I want to eat the marshmallow as a snack after dinner." Kunami Yaichi didn't let Suzuki Mina wait too long. He was also hungry. In just half an hour, the food was served on the small low table. 2 servings of pea fried rice, 1 dish of fried chicken nuggets, 1 dish of fried tofu, and 2 bowls of miso soup. Kunami Yaichi didn't know how to make miso soup, but there were seasoning bags sold in the supermarket, so he bought 10 bags and brought them back. "I'm starting." Suzuki Mina couldn't wait to pick up the miso soup and took a sip, then picked up a piece of chicken nugget and stuffed it into her mouth. She bit into the crispy skin, and the chicken meat with the soup made the little girl blow her breath. "Don't eat too fast, it's just out of the pot." Suzuki Matsuna hurriedly ate the chicken nuggets, then tasted the fried tofu, and finally took a bite of fried rice. After tasting each dish, she crossed her arms and put on a gourmet posture. "The tofu is too old, the chicken nuggets are too salty, not tasty at all, the fried rice is dry, and the only decent miso soup is bought from the supermarket. In short, it's much worse than my chef." Suzuki Matsuna finished speaking, feeling secretly happy. She had been thinking about this line in her mind for a long time. Kunami glanced at the little gangster girl and reached out to pull her fried rice over. Snap! Suzuki Matsuna grabbed the fried rice. "What are you doing? Don't you think it tastes bad?" "Humph, if I wasn't hungry, who would want to eat your food?" Suzuki Matsuna took the fried rice back. This meal was very lively. Suzuki Matsuna's food reviews never stopped, complaining about the bad taste while eating. Kunami Yaichi could only choose to ignore it. But in the end, Suzuki Mina still finished the pea fried rice. She ate 5 of the 9 chicken nuggets by herself and didn't eat much fried tofu. It seems that she really doesn't like it. Kunami Yaichi ate half of the remaining fried tofu, and the other half was eaten by the fox. The little guy seemed to like fried tofu very much. It is worth mentioning that the fox showed its figure in front of Suzuki Mina, but she couldn't see it. In other words, ordinary people can't see Kunami Yaichi's shikigami. I'm full. Suzuki Mina touched her round belly, lay down on the tatami, and took out a pink stuffed bear and a handheld game console from her backpack. She held the stuffed bear and started playing games. Kunami Yaichi raised his eyebrows and walked over to take a look. Except for the bag of marshmallows he just bought for her, there was nothing else in the backpack. "I'll call President Suzuki and ask him to send the textbooks tomorrow." "Don't bother me, I'm busy." Suzuki Moto waved his hand. Kunami Yaichi stood up to collect the dishes, put them in the sink, and started washing. At this time, clap, clap. There was a knock on the door, followed by a shout. "Kunami Yaichi, I know you are at home. You must pay the rent today. If you don't pay the rent, believe it or not, I will cut off your water and electricity." Kunami Yaichi wiped his hands, picked up the envelope that had been prepared long ago, walked over and opened the door. There was a fat, middle-aged woman outside the door. Her name is Kumiko, and she is the landlord of this apartment. "Oh? You opened the door today, not pretending to be dead?" Kumiko sneered. Kunami Yaichi handed over the envelope. "This is the rent for 2 months, and the arrears are also in it." Kumiko snatched the envelope, counted it, and after confirming that it was correct, she looked Kunami Yaichi up and down. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do you feel like a different person? Where did you get rich?" "I didn't get rich. I just plan to work hard in the future." Kumiko suddenly exclaimed. "I was wondering what was wrong. Did you get your eyes opened? The effect is not bad. Which hospital did you go to? Tell me about it." Kunami Yaichi explained several times that he didn't have plastic surgery, but Kumiko didn't believe it at all. After sending Kumiko away, Kunami Yaichi went back to the house to continue washing dishes. Although he did not have plastic surgery, it is a fact that his appearance has changed. If people who knew him before see him, they will notice the change. Kunami Yaichi's eyes used to be downward, but under the influence of the heavenly fox blood in his body, the ends of his eyes have become slightly upward, making him look like a fox. This is why Suzuki Mina always calls him Fox Eyes. Fox Eyes, why? Are you doing so badly? You owe people rent and almost had your water and electricity cut off. Haha. Kunami Yaichi always looks calm and composed. Now seeing his embarrassing state, the strong contrast makes Suzuki Mina burst into laughter. Kunami Yaichi glanced at Suzuki Mina and said, "Come over and help me clean the bathroom when you have rested well." "I haven't rested well. I'm playing games." "You haven't rested well, but you come here too." "Huh, stingy guy, I just said a few words to you." Suzuki Mina muttered and put down the game console. Kunami Yaichi had asked Suzuki Mina to clean the room before in order to dampen the little gangster's arrogance. Otherwise, she would definitely step on his head in the future. Now it seems that the effect is good. At night, 11 o'clock. Suzuki Mina fell asleep with a pink teddy bear. Kunami Yaichi was busy with the website. He had already launched Foxfire Supernatural Consulting Center. It is difficult for a new website to have traffic. Kunami Yaichi looked for some supernatural event posts with more traffic on the internet, posted the links, and advertised. This can increase the exposure of the website. He took a look and found that most of the so-called supernatural event posts were actually discussing some urban legends, and some were discussing supernatural works. There are very few people who really encounter supernatural events. It is hard to say whether the Exorcist business can be successful. Kunami Yaichi rubbed his eyebrows. After a busy day, he was also a little tired. He closed the computer, turned off the lights, and got into bed. On the second day of the journey, Kunami Yaichi had completely integrated into his current life. He is a very realistic person and knows what needs to be done at the moment. His wrist was pulled and a chirping sound came to his ears. Kunami Yaichi opened his eyes. There was a faint light outside the window. It was dawn. It should be around 4 or 5 in the morning. The one pulling him was a fox. It looked anxious, reminding him that something bad had happened. The fox was pulling Suzuki Mana. Kunami Yaichi stood up and walked over, squatting slightly. The little girl's face was covered with sweat and her expression was terrified. She seemed to be having a nightmare. "Hey, little girl, wake up!" Kunami Yaichi shook Suzuki Mana's body. "Get out, get out!" Suzuki Mana did not wake up. She was just talking in her sleep. She waved her hands slightly, as if she was trying to dispel something. The fox has the characteristic of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil. It called me so anxiously. Mana is definitely not having an ordinary nightmare. Kunami Yaichi's eyes focused and he found that there was a faint shadow of a centipede between Suzuki Mana's eyebrows. He remembered the centipede dream that Gutian had before, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Kunami Yaichi patted Suzuki Mana's face, and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. "Mana!" No matter how he shouted or shook, Suzuki Mana showed no sign of waking up, and the expression on her face became more and more terrified. The pure spirit flame can restrain evil, and it may be effective. Kunami Yaichi did not hesitate and decisively activated the blood of the Sky Fox. In an instant, the blood in his body began to boil, and the flow rate increased sharply. Under the cover of the hazy light, his hair turned snow white, his fox ears stood up, and a furry tail swayed left and right behind him. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of flame flew out, burning the centipede phantom. But the phantom did not move. Kunami Yaichi moved his finger slightly, and the flame went down, and the target of burning was changed to Suzuki Mana. The pure spirit flame is a healing flame that will not harm the human body. This action eased Suzuki Su's painful expression a little, and the centipede phantom became blurred. It worked. Kunami Yaichi stretched out his hands and increased the output power of the pure spirit flame. Swish! The dark blue flame spread out from his hands and covered Suzuki Su's whole body. Under the burning of the flame, the centipede phantom gradually dissipated. Suzuki Su slowly opened his eyes and looked at Kunami Yaichi with white hair and fox ears in front of him. He was slightly stunned, and then he said in an unusually hoarse voice, "Fox eyes, so you are really a fox." Kunami Yaichi recovered from the transformed state, looking a little haggard. The blood he lost before had not been replenished, and this time he consumed some more. "Did you have a nightmare just now?" Kunami Yaichi asked. Suzuki Mina nodded, a frightened expression on her face, and said, "I had a dream exactly like Furuta's, also in a cave, with a centipede chasing me from behind. I couldn't escape. I was caught up. But at this moment, the cave, the centipede, everything was burning, and then I woke up." Kunami Yaichi leaned over, looked at Suzuki Mina for a long time, and confirmed that there was nothing else wrong with her, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Suzuki Mina grabbed Kunami Yaichi's clothes and asked, "Fox Eyes, what is that nightmare? Was it transmitted to me by Furuta? Will I become like Furuta?" "I don't know." Kunami Yaichi shook his head. He didn't blindly comfort Suzuki Mina and say it was okay. That would be irresponsible behavior. "Let me ask for the specific situation." Kunami Yaichi touched Suzuki Mina's head, soothed her emotions, then turned back to his bedding, picked up his phone and called Miyake Hiroshi. He shouldn't call at this time, but the situation was urgent. He couldn't care so much, he just hoped that Miyake Hiroshi didn't set it to silent. Beep. The phone rang 7 times before being picked up. "Brother Kunan?" Miyake Hiroshi's voice was a little deep, as if he had just woken up from a dream. "Master Miyake, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Can you tell me more about the curse you mentioned earlier?" "What happened?" "Mana is entangled by a curse." Kunami Yaichi quickly recounted the situation of Furuta, Centipede Yume, and Mana. "That is a dream curse which can be said to be the most difficult curse to remove. Your flame is really powerful. It actually has an effect on curses. Based on my experience, the centipede nightmare should be the trigger condition of the curse. In the dream, the centipede drilled into the mouth means that the curse was branded. Your reaction was very timely. If it was a little later, once the curse was branded, it would never be erased. The curse was not branded. Is Mana okay now?" "For the time being." Miyake Hiromichi, "But if the attack fails, the caster will soon find out, and it is hard to say whether there will be a next time." "How did the curse attack Mana? I didn't let Mana get close to Furuta, and I didn't see any signs of attack." "Curses are invisible and intangible. Some curses can even hit the target thousands of miles away. It's not surprising that you didn't notice it. I am a little concerned about something you just said. The last time Miss Mana and Furuta met was the day before she fell into a coma, which happened to be when she was possessed by the evil spirit." Kunami Yaichi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and cast his gaze on Suzuki Mana. "Mana, did you sleep last night?" "Ah?" Suzuki Mina was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "I couldn't sleep, so I played games all night." Sure enough, Kunami Yaichi said, "Master Miyake, the evil creature in Mana's body may have awakened to protect her. The revived evil creature blocked the attack of the curse, so she was not cursed. After that, the part of the evil creature outside was purified by me, so the curse appeared again when she was sleeping. It is very possible, otherwise it would be too coincidental that the evil creature began to revive right after it came into contact with the curse." Miyake Hiro paused and said, "But you are wrong about one thing. Even if the evil creature resisted the curse, it was definitely not to protect Miss Mana, but to protect itself." Miyake Hiro said solemnly, "The essence of evil creatures is evil. There is no exception." Kunami Yaichi secretly remembered this sentence in his heart. In this case, the time when Mana was cursed was actually the same as Furuta. The target of the caster of the curse is not a single person, but the group of 5 people that Mana is in. The curse is definitely not something that can be released easily. It requires a huge price. Miss Mana and her friends must have been hated by someone, and it is a very deep hatred. In other words, as long as we can find who hates the 5 of them, we can identify the caster of the curse. You plan to look for the caster? It's too dangerous, I've said before that only evil creatures above the upper level can release curses. Being passive all the time is the most dangerous because you don't know where the enemy will attack from. Kunami Yaichi looked at Suzuki Mana, who was wrapped in a quilt and a little absent-minded, and said, "Master, there is no need to say more. I must get the balance of 1 million. Since Brother Kunami has made up his mind, I will not persuade him anymore. Just be careful when investigating." After hanging up the phone, Miyake Hiroshi shook his head secretly. Who would be willing to risk their life for 1 million? Brother Kunami is really dishonest. Higher-level evil creatures are not easy to deal with. I hope he can be safe. Hiroshi Miyake threw his cell phone on the ground, next to his cassock and other clothes. The forest was very cold at night, but he was only wearing a pair of shorts. Without the cover of the cassock, it can be seen that even in a normal state, Hiroshi Miyake's muscles are extremely dense, which contains great strength. Hiroshi Miyake jumped up to a height of 5 meters, then hung upside down on the tree trunk and closed his eyes. He actually slept in this way? Kunami Yaichi held the phone, turned around and looked at Suzuki Mana and said, "It's okay, the curse on you has been lifted by me, and you won't become like Furuta. I heard the conversation just now, the curse, the evil spirits, and so on." Suzuki Mana paused, then continued, "You are not a doctor. There should be no doctor in the world who can turn into a fox." I am an exorcist. Exorcist? At this point, there was no need to hide it any longer, and Kunami Yaichi told Suzuki Mina everything, including the fact that there was an evil creature in her body. Although it was cruel, it was a fact and she had to accept it. Is this the reason why my father asked me to live with you? Suzuki Mina lowered her head and looked at her body with a strange look. There is an evil creature living in my body? Yes. Kunami Yaichi nodded. Once the evil creature in your body revives again, not only you, but also the people around you will be affected. You can only be safe if you are with me. Kunami Yaichi said a lot, but he did not say that the evil creature was her sister Mina. You don't have to worry about the evil creature. When it appears again, I will exorcise it. The most important thing now is to find out who cursed you in Furuta. Kunami Yaichi sat down. He was a little tired. Tell me, what did you five do when you get together? It would make people curse you at a huge price. Suzuki Suena's eyes flickered. Sometimes, Furuta and his friends would bully some classmates for fun, and even blackmail them. School bullying? Kunami Yaichi frowned and asked, what role do you play in it? The ones who did it were mainly Furuta, Takasaki, and Hirasawa. Another girl and I just watched from the side and did nothing. Suzuki Suena's voice was very low when she narrated this, and she didn't even dare to look Kunami Yaichi directly at him. She didn't want to admit that deep down she was afraid that Kunami Yaichi would show a disappointed expression. She liked the feeling of eating with him at the dining table. Although the taste was average, it made her feel more satisfied than eating luxurious dishes alone. It's still early. Go to sleep a little longer. Kunami Yaichi's voice came, very calm, and it was impossible to tell the emotion in it. Suzuki Mina looked up and saw Kunami Yaichi lying on his back. She became a little worried. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ding, 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 the bell rang, and it was time to go home at Nasu Academy. The students in the homecoming club picked up their school bags and walked out of the campus as the first group of students. That tall student, the thin one, bumped into Furuta while walking one time, and since then he has been bullied by Furuta from time to time. Suzuki Mina pointed at a tall boy in a black car opposite the academy and said, "It's not him." Kunami Yaichi shook his head. Nasu Academy is the place where Mana and the other 5 people are active. The intersection between them and the spellcaster should also be here. No matter whether the target is holding a superior evil object, being affected by a superior evil object, or being a superior evil object itself, it is definitely very dangerous to approach rashly. So Kunami Yaichi chose to observe in secret. Kunami Yaichi didn't know how terrifying the superior evil object was, but the fact that Hiroshi Miyake repeatedly persuaded him to give up was enough to prove the danger. Before collecting enough information, he would not act rashly. Kunami Yaichi asked Terada to find out the current situation of the other 3 people in the 5-person group this morning. The result was as expected. The other 3 also died yesterday, and suddenly blood gushed out of their bodies without any external force. Only Suzuki Mina is left alive in the 5-person group. According to Suzuki Mina, the 5 of them did not do anything to attract resentment in school except bullying their classmates. The scope of the spellcaster is locked on the bullied, but Kunami Yaichi was a little unsure. If the target was related to the superior evil creature, he should be able to resist. How could he be bullied? The boy with glasses was beaten by Takaki until he vomited blood because he pursued the girl Takaki liked. It's not him either. One by one, the students walked out and Kunami Yaichi's eyes suddenly locked on 2 figures. Do you know those 2 people? Suzuki Suena nodded. They are also one of the people who were bullied, but they are in different grades. I don't remember any friendship between them. Terada, follow them. Okay. Kunami Yaichi's fingers tapped on his thighs at a certain frequency. He saw evil spirits on the 2 students in front of him. However, the evil spirits were not strong, and they were looming. It didn't look like there was an evil thing on the body, but rather some kind of debris. Both of them had bandages on their left hands, and the evil spirits were surrounding the bandages. The 2 talked and laughed and seemed very happy. 10 minutes later, the 2 came to a fork in the road, said goodbye to each other, and separated. Continue to follow the one on the left. Kunami Yaichi chose a boy with long bangs who looked a little cowardly. After another 2 minutes, the boy entered a small road with fewer passers-by. Do it! The car suddenly drove up to the boy's side, and Terada opened the door and rushed out, covering the boy's mouth and dragging him into the back seat of the car, then returned to the driver's seat, quickly started the car and drove off the street. Don't shout! If you dare to make any sound, your life will be gone. Kunami held a folding knife in his right hand, placed it on the boy's neck, and held the talisman paper in his left hand, ready to release at any time. Yaichi Kunami didn't see anything special about the boy with his psychic vision, but he didn't dare to be careless. The boy seemed to be scared and trembling all over, but he didn't do anything unusual. However, when he saw Mana, a very surprised expression appeared on his face for a moment, and he completely ignored the knife in Yaichi Kunami's hand, struggling desperately, trying to escape. Be honest. The boy's struggle made Yaichi Kunami feel exhausted. Even a boy of 14 or 15 years old almost couldn't control himself. Exercise should be put on the agenda, Yaichi Kunami thought. The car drove to a remote bridge tunnel. Yaichi Kunami pulled the boy out of the car. What's your name? The boy didn't answer. He suddenly glared at Suzuki Mana and started shouting, You're not dead! Why aren't you dead? The 5 of you are scum, the cancer of society. Die, die! The hatred in the boy's eyes was shocking. Suzuki Mina thought of the nightmare she had in the morning. If Kunami Yaichi had not saved her at that time, she would have died inexplicably like Furuta and the others. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt cold all over. Dare to insult the young lady, I'm tired of living. Bang! Terada kicked the boy hard in the stomach. The boy fell to the ground in pain. At this time, the fox wrapped around Kunami Yaichi's wrist suddenly pulled him. Something happened? Someone is watching nearby? Where? The fox only pulled him once, which means that the other party is not hostile. This is the signal set by Kunami Yaichi and the fox. Pulling once means that there is something around, but there is no danger. Pulling twice means that there is danger, and pulling 3 times indicates that he is in great danger. Kunami Yaichi's heart moved slightly, and his eyes peeked around, imperceptibly. But he couldn't find the person who was watching, but the expression on his face was still calm. What the boy said just now has completely proved that he has some connection with the curse. Did you do the death of Furuta and the other 4? Kunami Yaichi asked. The boy seemed to be completely let go, with a broken jar attitude. I killed Hirasawa, and the one who killed Takada was another person. Another person? Is it the boy who just separated from you? No, he killed Suzuki. The boy pointed at Suzuki Mana. What's going on? The one who cursed Suzuki Suzuna and the others was not just one person, but a group of people? Why did you kill them? Kunami Yaichi asked. Kunami Yaichi naturally knew the reason, but at this time, following the boy's words could get information out of him faster. It would take a lot of time to interrogate him. The boy's first impression was cowardice, but Kunami Yaichi could vaguely sense the madness hidden under his appearance. They asked for all this. They deserved to die. The boy looked at Kunami Yaichi and said sternly, My parents saved money to support my schooling, but Hirasawa took away my living expenses. He also threatened me to pay him 50,000 every month, otherwise he would beat me every day after school. So you gave it? Kunami Yaichi asked. Of course not, and you know the result. I killed him. The boy raised his hand, with my ring finger. As he said that, the boy slowly untied the bandage wrapped around his right hand. He only had 4 fingers on his right hand, and the ring finger was broken at the root. You know, there are many incomprehensible things in this world, such as the price of a ring finger to kill the object of hatred. Incomprehensible should refer to the curse. In this way, the curse was cast by someone else, and the boy just paid the price to commission it. I killed Hirasawa, but when he died, I was in school, and no one would connect his death with me. The boy smiled and said, Even if you want to report me, it's useless, because there is no evidence. That's true, Kunami nodded. When Furuta died, I happened to be at the scene. He was riding a motorcycle, and suddenly many blood holes appeared on his body, and then he fell down. Kunami continued, Many people witnessed the scene at the time. No matter how incredible his death was, there were witnesses present, and his death could only be treated as an accidental death. I think the other 3 should be the same. It's a pity that I didn't see the scene of their death with my own eyes. The boy opened his arms and said to Kunami, I don't know how you noticed me. If it's to avenge Suzuki, come on, do whatever you want. The boy's eyes were very sharp, but you must think carefully about the consequences of taking action. Once you take action and you don't dare to kill me, then you must be careful, because one day, maybe a week later, or maybe a month later, you will suddenly die like Furuta. Threatening in this situation, it must be said that this boy is very brave. If it were someone who didn't know about the existence of the curse, he would really be scared. After all, there was a precedent. The 4 people from Furuta did die. Kunami Yaichi swung his right hand, and the folding knife flew out and stabbed the boy's right arm. Ah! The boy cried out in pain, but he quickly gritted his teeth and endured it. Come on, let me die suddenly. Kunami Yaichi walked over. Why wait a week? A month? Can't it be now? The boy groaned and didn't say anything. Tell me how you attacked Furuta and the others, and I will let you go. Kunami Yaichi said. The boy laughed creepily. Go on, I remember all the pain you've caused me, and as long as I'm not dead, I'll pay you back tenfold. Sure enough, it was difficult to get information out of this boy with such violent means. Kunami Yaichi's eyes moved slightly. Although the boy was just an ordinary person, he had a very strong character. Such a person would definitely not allow himself to be bullied. Hirasawa really chose the wrong person to bully. Can you please answer the answer to this question? The one hiding at the bottom of the river and eavesdropping. Kunami Yaichi turned around and shouted at the river behind him. Kunami Yaichi suddenly threw out a folding knife and stabbed the boy just now, on the one hand to force the question, on the other hand to try to shake the person hiding around. Guanhu noticed the existence of the person, but could not lock the location. The person was hiding perfectly, and Kunami Yaichi could not find his trace at all, but he knew that the person was nearby, spying here. Since he came here for this boy, he should not be indifferent to seeing the boy injured. Kunami Yaichi succeeded. Although it was only a short moment, he caught the irregular ripples on the river surface. That person was hiding at the bottom of the river. Kunami Yaichi's words confused everyone present. Is there someone in the river? Terada asked in confusion. Dr. Kunami, what are you talking about? You can see the bottom of this river at a glance. There is no way anyone can hide. Indeed, the river water is very clear. If not, Kunami Yaichi would not be completely unaware of his traces. That person has the ability to blend into the water flow. Splash! With the sound of water flowing, a short figure slowly emerged from the water. He is only about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a light gray kimono with a green vest on the outside. He has narrow limbs and human facial features, but the exposed skin is green. Most importantly, he has a plate on his head. Kunami Yaichi was slightly stunned. No matter how you look at it, this is a kappa, right? Kappa? Suzuki Mina widened his eyes. Is it true? My god, kappa actually exists? Terada was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. The kappa raised its webbed hands and made a pistol shape. Sizzle! 2 streams of water shot out from it, splashing Suzuki Mina and Terada's faces. Kappa keeps calling. You are so rude. You should call me Master Mansai. The water flow was just a prank and had no power. Kunami Yaichi was sure that the kappa in front of him had no hostility towards him. Otherwise, he would not force him out, but would pretend to know nothing and leave quietly. Kappa Mansai took out a cucumber from somewhere, put it in his mouth and took a bite. He swaggered to the shore and said to Kunami Yaichi, "Little guy, it's not bad. You can actually detect my existence. You look like a new face. You have just become an exorcist not long ago, right?" "Indeed, not long ago," Kunami Yaichi said. "Does the third agency know?" Kappa Mansai asked. "I've heard of it." Kunami Yaichi heard Hiroshi Miyake mention the third agency. There are evil things in this world, so in order to maintain order, an organization to control evil things naturally came into being. The third agency is the official organization of exorcists and belongs to a national institution. It is the force with the largest number of exorcists. However, Kunami Yaichi didn't know that there are not only humans among exorcists. He plans to find time to have a good chat with Hiroshi Miyake and learn more about the world of exorcists. That's easy. Kappa Mansai pointed at the boy and said, "I want to take this boy away. Is there any problem?" "No problem, but I hope Senior Mansai can help answer the question I asked just now. The little guy is very sensible." The name Senior Mansai made Kappa very happy. He was very satisfied. His body was slightly bent, as if he was nodding, but his head did not move at all, and the water in the plate remained very stable. "Since you are so sensible, it's okay to tell you this," Kappa Mansai said with his hands on his hips. "About 3 months ago, rumor began to spread quietly on the internet. As long as you dial 44444 at midnight in a public telephone booth, you can get through to the bottle man. At this time, tell the person you want to curse and the contact information of the person, and then the bottle man will help you realize your wish." "Ping man?" Kunami turned his head to look at the boy and found that he was a little flustered. It seemed that what Kappa Mansai was talking about at this moment was what he was trying to hide. "We didn't care about this rumor at first, but as victims appeared one by one, the harm of the bottle man has become very serious. At present, as many as 32 people have died from the curse of the bottle man. The former Jack the Ripper killed 5 people, which was already a hot topic. 32 people, if it was a serial murder case, would be enough to become a super serious case that shocked the world. Therefore, the one who really released the curse was this person named Ping Man. Let's just treat him as a human being." After meeting Kappa Mansai, Kunami Yaichi had already included non-human creatures in his common sense. "The student behind you is called Kanda Hidechi. After our investigation, he is the leader of this curse case. Because he couldn't stand being bullied, he secretly found the other 4 most bullied students and persuaded them to contact the Bottle Man together to curse Furuta and others. Kunami Yaichi sensed the madness hidden in Kanda Hidechi's heart, but he didn't expect that he was the leader. Kanda Hidechi roared, "Those people are the scum of society. What's wrong with me killing them? Even if I admit it now, what can you do to me? Without evidence, I am still innocent in law." "Boy, then you are ignorant. The third agency has the law enforcement and trial power for cases related to evil things," Kappa Mansai said proudly. "Your student life is over, and you will start your prison life in the future." Kanda Hidechi's eyes flickered, and his heart was a little shaken. Kunami Yaichi asked, "This Bottle Man cursed and killed people who had nothing to do with him? What was his purpose?" "No one would help others kill people for no reason. The Bottle Man must have his reasons for doing this. His purpose is still unclear, but what is certain is that he is very dangerous. The third agency attaches great importance to the case of the Bottle Man." The agency analyzed the Bottle Man's curse and confirmed that its source should be an evil object of the upper 3 levels. The data shows that the 32 people who were cursed, without exception, suddenly had countless blood holes on their bodies and died suddenly. "All dead?" Kunami Yaichi asked solemnly. "Is there no exorcist in the third agency who can exorcise the curse?" Although the level of the curse released by the Bottle Man is not high, it is very difficult to break due to its characteristic of using dreams to cast curses. Kunami Yaichi pondered for a moment and had an idea in his mind. In fact, there are exceptions. Since Lady Mansai has been listening for so long, he should have heard that Mana was actually cursed, and the person who helped her exorcise the curse was me. Kappa Mansai looked at Kunami Yaichi in surprise and asked, "If it is a curse that has already been branded, do you have a way to remove it?" "Not sure. You won't know until you try," Kunami Yaichi said. Although he said so, Kunami Yaichi was 70% sure that the pure spirit flame would be effective. Before the Bottle Man is caught, there should be more cursed people. If the third agency needs it, I am willing to contribute my strength. Kunami Yaichi took the initiative to recommend himself. In fact, he had his considerations. After helping Suzuki Mona get rid of the centipede curse, he found that the yin-yang points increased by 20 points. The importance of yin-yang points goes without saying. It is the cornerstone of his strength. The curse is difficult to deal with, but for Kunami Yaichi, it is completely a target. It is nothing more than a matter of burning with the pure spirit flame. The danger is much less than facing evil things. Consuming some blood can get yin-yang points, making a lot of money, and can also sell a favor to the third agency, and by the way, can also grasp the movements of the Bottle Man at any time. This is a 3-pronged approach. Okay, Kappa Mansai subconsciously wanted to nod, but soon stopped, glanced up and confirmed that the water in the plate had not spilled, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "If you can break the curse, it will reduce the pressure on us to capture the Bottle Man." Kanda Shuichi suddenly said, "You, a short and fat man, want to capture the Bottle Man. It's wishful thinking." "Shorty and fat man?" When Kappa Mansai heard this name, his eyes widened like a copper bell, his breathing became rapid, and the water in the plate above his head rolled slightly, and a touch of red seeped into it. Kanda Shuichi still said to himself, "The Bottle Man is invincible. Short and fat man, you know nothing about the power of the Bottle Man." "I hate people calling me short and fat man the most." Kappa Mansai was furious, and the water in the plate rolled violently, turning red and spilling out continuously. At the same time, rapid whirlpools appeared in the river behind him. Bang, bang, bang! Those whirlpools rose from the ground, forming tornadoes of water. This amazing scene refreshed everyone's 3 views. Kunami Yaichi felt a dangerous breath rising from Kappa Mansai. At this time, the fox in Kunami Yaichi's sleeve pulled him once, then the second time, and then the third time. 3 times! Extremely dangerous. Oh no! The thick water vapor rushed towards him. Kunami Yaichi took a step back, his face changed slightly. He didn't expect that Kappa Mansai would go berserk just because he was called a shorty. The gravel on the ground was shaking. Swish! The tornado water column suddenly turned around and attacked everyone. It was an indiscriminate attack. The huge water column rushed towards her, and Suzuki Mina seemed a little flustered, but the next moment, a hint of coldness appeared on her face, her eyes narrowed slightly, and the panic suddenly disappeared. "Muna, Terada, come to me." Hearing Kunami Yaichi's voice, Suzuki Mina was stunned for a moment, became flustered again, and ran over quickly. Kunami Yaichi had a bat fan in his hand, infused spiritual power into it, and then hit the water column. The weight of the bat fan remained the same, but Kunami Yaichi could feel that the destructive power contained in the fan had increased exponentially. just like swinging a huge iron pillar. Bang, bang, bang. Under the impact of the bat fan, the water column exploded. Kunami Yaichi unfolded the bat fan, and a translucent shield was released to block the water splashes outside. Kunami Yaichi had just used the skills that the bat fan came with. The fan bone attack, using the fan bones as the means of attack, and the spiritual shield. Kunami Yaichi was surprised by the power of the bat fan, but the strong impact of the water column still made his blood surge. And this was just an attack caused by the energy of Kappa Mansai. Aren't Kappas low level among monsters? The Mansai in front of him was terrifyingly powerful. On the other side, Kanda Hidechi was hit hard by the water column and hit against the wall of the bridge hole and fainted. Even though Kanda Hidechi, who caused Kappa Mansai to run away, was already unconscious, the water column continued to attack. At the critical moment, a black car crashed through the guardrail of the bridge above with a roar and jumped down. Boom. The car hit the ground hard, and a man with a disheveled hair and a stubble beard jumped out of the car. He held 2 bottles of pure water in his hands. He shook his hands, and the bottle caps rotated and fell off. He rushed to Kappa Mansai in 2 or 3 steps and poured water on his head. The plate on his head was constantly washed by the water, and the red water inside gradually became clear. The dangerous aura on Kappa Mansai slowly dissipated. I can't control myself once I'm angry. Sorry. Kappa Mansai laughed at Kunami Yaichi twice, and it seemed that he had returned to normal. But now, Kunami Yaichi didn't dare to treat him as a harmless Kappa. The power he showed just now was really terrifying. Captain Mansai, I told you not to act rashly before I came. You just need to be responsible for monitoring. Fortunately, I sensed the riot of your demonic energy and arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have almost caused a disaster again. Sugawara Kenji felt helpless to the captain of his team. Another disaster? Kunami Yaichi's eyebrows moved. The word again was very telling. From Sugawara Kenji's tone, it was not the first time that what happened just now happened. However, in order to save time, Sugawara Kenji broke through the guardrail and flew down from the bridge, which was not something an ordinary person would do. There was an accident. What happened? I saw that black car suddenly turned and hit the guardrail directly. Was it drunk driving? Look, someone went down to save people. People's discussions came from above the bridge hole. Captain Mansai, we should go. Sugawara Kenji straightened the overturned car and said. Through the car window, Kunami Yaichi saw the boy who had just separated from Kanda Shuichi and walked another way. He was also caught, but he fainted because of the shock just now. Yeah, if someone sees me like this, it will be a big problem. Kappa Mansai stretched out his hand and a water whip wrapped around Kanda Shuichi, dragging him to his side, then turned around and looked at Kunami. Boy, if I find someone who is cursed, I will contact you then. At your service anytime. After Kappa Mansai and Sugawara Kenji left, Kunami Yaichi and his group also left the bridge tunnel. It's really eye-opening. There are actually Kappas in this world, but they are a little scary. There are Kappas. I wonder if there are other monsters? On the way back to Mukingzhuang, Terada kept talking about Kappa Mansai, which overturned his worldview. Suzuki Mina didn't say much the whole time. The little gangster was hit by Kanda Shuichi's words. Being hated so much and called a social scum made her feel very uncomfortable. Kunami Yaichi listened to Terada's mumbling, tapping the seat with his fingers unconsciously, thinking about his next move. Kunami Yaichi had intended to observe secretly this time, as he was very afraid of the evil superiors. After discovering Kanda Shuichi's existence and confirming that he was just an ordinary person, Kunami Yaichi decided to interrogate him, but he didn't expect so many things to happen afterwards. Kanda Hidechi is only a client. The person who actually released the curse is Pingman. He spreads messages on the internet to help people with grudges to curse and kill. Pingman's behavior is unpredictable. I don't know what his purpose is, but what is certain is that this person is very dangerous. The curse on Suzuki Mina has been purified. I hope it will not attract his attention. The third agency has set up a special investigation team for the Pingman case. For Kunami Yaichi, this is the best news. It is better to control such a dangerous person as soon as possible. But then again, the structure of this world is really complicated. First, there were evil things, and now even monsters have appeared. In Kunami Yaichi's memory, there is no trace of monsters. These things are all hidden under the water, and it is difficult for ordinary people to know their existence. Kappa Mansai's rampage made Kunami Yaichi feel a sense of urgency in his heart. The attack generated by the traction of the chi alone made him exhausted. If he really started fighting, he would definitely lose miserably. Next, I have to improve my strength quickly, otherwise I won't even have the power to protect myself when I encounter danger. I don't know when the cursed person will appear. It will be very slow to rely solely on purifying the curse to harvest yin and yang points. If I want to obtain a large number of yin and yang points, I still have to rely on exorcising evil things. I can't just wait. I have to take the initiative. Kunami Yaichi took out his mobile phone. He planned to post advertisements on several supernatural bulletin boards. It would be good if more people could see it. Maybe there are potential customers among them. Kunami Yaichi actually considered exploring those so-called supernatural places and looking for evil things. But this method is too inefficient. Most of the so-called supernatural places are fake, and the evil things in the real ones have long been dealt with by third-party agencies. Finding evil things is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After all, Kunami Yaichi's Foxfire Supernatural Consulting Office is actually the best way to collect intelligence. The information provided by the client must be true and credible and valuable. After exorcising the evil things, there will be money. The premise is that someone comes to consult, huh? Wait. Kunami Yaichi saw that a new message was received on his mobile phone, and the time was 15 minutes ago. The source was none other than his Foxfire Supernatural Consulting Agency. Although he had been expecting it, Kunami Yaichi was still somewhat surprised when the client actually appeared. It was just posted yesterday, and someone came to consult so soon? Kunami Yaichi opened the message. I don't know if you can really exorcise evil spirits, but please help me. My house is haunted. The message was signed by Kikuta. Kunami Yaichi edited a message and sent it over. Mr. Kikuta, please explain the situation in detail, and if possible, leave your contact information. About 10 minutes later, the second message from Kikuta came. Every time I turn off the lights, I can always see a black figure appearing on the wall, on the closet, and even in empty places. I told many people about this, but they all didn't believe me, saying that I was just seeing it wrong. But I know that I was not seeing it wrong, and that figure definitely exists. 0803-0455. This is my phone number. Master, please eliminate that thing. A black figure? Shadows are very magical things. It is difficult to infer the real object from the shadows you see. For example, a person's hand can be transformed into a rabbit, an elephant, etc. by projecting a shadow. Conversely, there are many objects that can project a human shadow, just by changing the angle. Clothes, hangers, hats, potted plants on the windowsill, etc. can all project the feeling of a human shadow. However, this Kikuta was so panicked and believed in what he saw. It shouldn't be as simple as seeing it wrong. Kunami Yaichi didn't jump to conclusions easily. He called the number in the message. Hello? It was a female voice. Hello, I'm Kunami Yaichi from the Foxfire Paranormal Consulting Center. Master, you must help me. There is that thing at home. I'm so scared that I don't dare to go home. The woman's voice sounded very flustered when she spoke. I have been staying in a hotel for a week. Miss Kikuta, don't worry. I have accepted this commission. I don't know which hotel you are staying in. I will go to find you now. I'm at the Tsuruta Hotel. Okay, I'll be there in about half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Kunami Yaichi found that Suzuki Su was staring at him. That look was like a puppy that was about to be abandoned. With evil hidden in her body and cursed, Suzuki Suzuna felt like the sky was falling. She was very fragile at the moment. If she stayed at home alone, she would probably cry. Come with me, Kunami Yaichi said. The little girl's expression eased a little when she heard it, and she nodded gently. Only by following Kunami Yaichi could she keep her emotions from breaking down. At the entrance of Tsuruta Hotel, Kunami Yaichi met the client. Kikuta was a woman in her 30s, dressed very delicately, holding a brand-name bag in her hand, with thick makeup on her face, but it could not hide her tired look, as if she had not slept well for several days. Are you the exorcist on the phone? Kikuta looked at Kunami Yaichi and said half doubtfully. Kunami Yaichi was much younger than she thought, and he felt younger than her. Moreover, he came with a girl to perform exorcism, which seemed unreliable. That's right! Kunami Yaichi sensed Kikuta's distrust, but he didn't care. No matter how he explained these things, it would be useless. He needed to prove them with actual actions. I roughly understand the situation, Miss Kikuta. Please take us to see the haunted room. Kikuta looked worried, but he couldn't say much, so he could only nod. Okay, do you want to take my car? No, we drove here. I see that Miss Kikuta is a little tired. Why don't you take our car too? Terada has completely become Kunami Yaichi's driver. On the way, Kunami Yaichi asked in detail about the human figure, especially whether it was dangerous. I don't know if that thing is dangerous or not. I was so scared that I didn't dare to get close to it. The figure would appear as soon as I turned off the lights and disappear when I turned them on. I turned on all the lights in my house and barely managed to survive for one night. After that, I never dared to go back. Through simple communication, Kunami Yaichi learned that Kikuta was the editor-in-chief of a fashion magazine and a successful career woman. Normally, she spoke skillfully and neatly, but as soon as she mentioned the figure, her pupils would dilate and she became suspicious. It seemed that she was tormented by the figure. Regarding the price of the commission, Kunami Yaichi proposed a price of 200,000, which was the baseline he set after careful consideration. Reality is different from games. Commissions will not be marked with difficulty, and there is no distinction between first, second, and third levels. Most people don't know about evil things, no matter strong or weak. They are all the same terrifying things in their eyes. Therefore, it is best to unify the price of each commission. Kunami Yaichi is doing this work at a certain risk. He thinks that 200,000 is a more reasonable price, which not only meets his own needs, but also is not too high to embarrass the client. There are very few people like Suzuki Takumi, who casually spend $1 million without feeling any regret. Kikuta hesitated for a moment and nodded. As long as you can destroy that thing, I am willing to pay this price. At this time, Suzuki Mana suddenly pulled Kunami Yaichi and whispered, "Is the thing hidden in my body the same as that figure?" Even though Kunami Yaichi said not to worry, she was still very concerned about the evil things in her body. Kunami Yaichi took out a game handheld from Mana's backpack and stuffed it into her hand. If you are really bored, play games. Some things, the more you think about them, the more scared you become. At this time, distraction is the best way. Kikuta's home is located in a 22-story luxury apartment in the port area. This luxury apartment has a swimming pool, a gym, etc. There is also a bar on the second floor, so you can drink whenever you want. As expected of a fashion magazine editor, he can afford such a house. Compared with this luxury apartment, Muqing is really a world apart. Terada stayed in the car and waited. The security measures of this apartment building are very reassuring. It is equipped with the latest facial recognition technology. You must scan your face to enter the main door. There is also a room on the side of the door, where security guards are on call 24 hours a day. "Miss Kikuta, welcome back." A strong man with a buzz cut greeted in the security room. Kikuta smiled reluctantly in response. Under Kikuta's leadership, Kunami Yaichi and Mana successfully passed the strict security and entered the apartment. The group entered the elevator. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 13th floor, and after getting out, there was a corridor. The corridor is fan-shaped, with an area of nearly 100 square meters, which is very wide. Fortunately, there is no such thing as a shared area in Japan. Otherwise, if you buy a 100 square meter house, you can only sleep in the corridor. Kikuta lives in room 304. As she approached the door, her hands were shaking. She finally took out the key, but she didn't dare to insert it. "Master Kunan, can you help me open the door? I tremble with fear when I think of that black shadow." Looking at the key that Kikuta handed him, Kunami Yaichi gently touched the fox in his sleeve, and then the fox pulled him twice. 2 times means danger. What Kikuta saw was not an illusion. There was really an evil thing in the room. If the fox pulled 3 times, Kunami Yaichi would interrupt the commission without saying a word and contact the third agency to exorcise the evil. Kappa Mansai left a very deep impression on him, and he was not an opponent he could currently match. And now he only pulled twice. Kunami Yaichi thought for a while and decided to continue. Exorcism is inherently risky, especially for the first commission, which cannot be easily given up. Even if he encounters danger, he still has the trump card of the blood of the sky fox in his hand. If the blood of the sky fox doesn't work, then he will retreat decisively and give up this commission. Moreover, Kunami Yaichi also wants to know what the boundary is between danger and extreme danger for the fox. Otherwise, he can't always choose to give up when he encounters the same situation in the future. Kunami Yaichi took the key. Kikuta showed a relieved expression. Kunami Yaichi opened the door and walked into the room slowly. Click. The door closed. Kunami Yaichi looked back and found that only he and Suzuki Mana had come in, and the client Kikuta stayed outside. His face suddenly changed and he quickly grabbed the door handle. No, Kunami Yaichi grabbed nothing. There was no handle designed in the house. At this time, another click sounded. Kikuta locked the door. In the dark environment, Suzuki Mana grabbed Kunami Yaichi's clothes and asked in a panic, "Fox Eyes, what happened? Why did she lock the door?" Kunami Yaichi squatted down, and with the help of the light from the mobile phone, he found that the door was not without a door handle, but it was damaged. The entire handle was cut off and there was no point of support. The words, "no signal" on the mobile phone interface made Kunami Yaichi realize in an instant that he was set up. All this was prepared in advance. He didn't run a popular restaurant, but a supernatural consulting office that most people would rarely get involved with. Moreover, he just launched the website yesterday, but he had customers coming today. It was a bit too fast. However, this kind of thing is not completely impossible. In addition, Kikuta's acting was flawless, and he successfully played the image of a tortured woman, so Kunami Yaichi didn't think too much about it. Kunami Yaichi really wanted to applaud Kikuta. His acting was so good that he was completely fooled. Bang! He knocked on the door twice. Just by touching the door, he knew that this security door was extremely strong and difficult to break by violence. "Did Pingnan send you?" "Right?" Kunami Yaichi asked through the door. He couldn't think of anyone else except him. After a short silence, Kikuta's voice rang out from outside the door. "Even if you guessed it, so what? You have no idea how powerful Master Pingnan is. Master doesn't like things to go beyond his control. If you are targeted by Master, your fate is doomed." Kunami Yaichi heard the hidden meaning and felt a chill. They had never met before, but Pingnan wanted to get rid of him. Not only did he find a woman with superb acting skills, but he also got through the security system of this apartment. By the way, let me remind you that when I said this room is haunted, I was not lying. Kikuta said this, and then there was the sound of high heels stepping on the ground and gradually moving away. Kikuta left, leaving behind an intriguing sentence before leaving. "This room is haunted. Pingnan set up a trap specifically. It must not be of a simple prank. I don't know what is in the room, but there must be danger." Kunami Yaichi rolled his eyes and looked around, but he couldn't find the evil object, nor could he sense the evil spirit. Kunami Yaichi and Suzuki Mina were in the living room. There was a French window on the other side of the living room, most of which was covered by curtains, and moonlight shone in through the gap in the window. However, the room was still quite dim. All I could see was a vague outline. The security door was very sturdy, and it was difficult to leave through the door. "Mina, follow me." Kunami Yaichi walked towards the French window. He wanted to see what was happening outside the window and whether there was any possibility of escape. "Ah!" Suzuki Mina hurriedly followed, but she tripped and almost fell. She lowered her head to check what tripped her and screamed in fear. "Fox eyes, there's a person over there!" Kunami Yaichi followed Suzuki Mina's line of sight and saw a man in pajamas lying on the floor on his side. Suzuki Mina was tripped by his foot just now. The man fell to the ground, motionless. Kunami Yaichi approached carefully and found that the man had lost his breath. Dead? The man's eyes were wide open. His face was blue, and he looked terrified, as if he had experienced something very terrifying before his death. Judging from the man's clothes, he should be the real owner of this room. There was no blood or any scars on the man's body, and the cause of his death could not be found. What surprised Kunami Yaichi the most was that most corpses would emit a stench, but the man had no smell on him. It was as if he was not a human, but just a humanoid object. Sure enough, this room is dangerous. We have to leave quickly. Although Kunami Yaichi came here to exorcise evil spirits, with the retreat cut off, temporarily retreating was the best option. Kunami Yaichi pulled Suzuki Mana up, stood up, and walked towards the window. However, he stopped as soon as he took a step. On the left side of the curtain, a figure appeared at some point. Because of the moonlight, the figure was clearly printed on the curtain. The figure was about 1.2 meters tall, like a child playing hide-and-seek and hiding behind the curtain. But, combined with the time and scene at this moment, this scene seemed extremely creepy. The moment he saw the figure, Kunami Yaichi's hair stood up. The figure that suddenly appeared? Those things that Kikuta said on the road were not made up. An unusual atmosphere gradually spread in the room. Fox eyes. Although Suzuki Mina usually looked like a fearless little girl, she seemed a little flustered when facing this strange creature. She was sweating coldly as she held Kunami Yaichi's hand. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Kunami Yaichi's calm voice made Suzuki Mina feel a little relieved. The figure was definitely not an illusion caused by the projection. There was no doubt about it. It was an evil creature. Where was this evil figure hiding just now? And it appeared on the curtains, but I didn't even notice it. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people cannot see evil things, but Suzuki Mina can see the black figure in front of her, perhaps because of its shape. In any case, since the evil creature has shown its body, it should be exorcised. "Return to the Lord. Bind the three vehicles of cause and action. Shed." Kunami Yaichi chanted the spell. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the talisman paper, and the talisman paper turned into a light belt and flew towards the curtain. Swish! The light belt shot through the curtain and also passed through the figure. However, the figure was still reflected on the curtain, as if the attack just now had no effect on it. The function of the talisman, she is to bind, not to attack. When it is activated, as long as the light belt touches the target, it will immediately shrink and tie up the target. What happened? The light belt clearly touched the figure just now. Why didn't it attack? Under Kunami Yaichi's control, the light belt pierced back and forth, piercing holes in the curtain, but still failed to cause any effect on the figure. Soon, 30 seconds passed, and the light belt reached the limit of its duration, turning into a light spot and dissipating in the air. The figure was still on the curtain, and nothing changed. The attack didn't work. The situation was stagnant for a while. It was not a good idea to just waste time like this. Kunami Yaichi held Suzuki Mana's hand in one hand and held a bat fan in the other, and slowly approached the curtain. Using the spell requires chanting a spell, and the bat fan is more suitable when getting close. They were getting closer. Kunami Yaichi saw the scene outside the window through the hole in the curtain. It was the night view of Tokyo, very prosperous. The lights were bright, however, separated by a wall. There were two worlds. This side was a strange world. Kunami Yaichi approached very carefully. He came to one side of the curtain and looked around, confirming that there was nothing behind the curtain. That figure was like a pattern drawn on the curtains. But Kunami Yaichi knew very well that when he first entered the room, there was nothing on the curtains. At this moment, the figure suddenly disappeared from the curtains. No trace was left. Kunami Yaichi was immediately alert and looked around at a very fast speed. This evil figure was very good at hiding its aura. Once it disappeared, there was no trace. Evil spirit? Kunami Yaichi saw wisps of aura floating in the air. It came from behind. Damn! Kunami Yaichi turned around quickly and saw the evil figure appear on the wall on one side. A dark arm turned into a physical entity and stretched out from the wall, attacking him. The attack came very suddenly. Kunami Yaichi's brain controlled his body and tried to open the bat fan and open the spiritual shield for defense. But the arm was too close to him, and he didn't have time. At this moment, a light yellow figure appeared in time and blocked the dark arm. It was Guan Hu. Squeak! The fox flew up and down fiercely, biting the dark arm of the human figure evil creature. Saved. Kunami Yaichi discovered through his spiritual vision that the evil spirit on the human figure evil creature was very clear. The reason why the talisman she released before could not attack the human figure evil creature was perhaps because it was in a special space, and now it launched an attack and its arm stretched out from that space. Kunami Yaichi had a hunch. If it was now, it should be able to attack it. He reacted quickly, stopped opening the bat fan, and instead held it tightly and smashed it towards the dark arm. Fan bone hit. The white spiritual power phantom enveloped the bat fan and hit the dark arm hard. Bang! The dark arm exploded immediately. The human figure evil creature in the wall twisted its body violently, as if it had suffered a serious blow, and its figure slowly disappeared. Kunami Yaichi and the fox cooperated with each other tacitly and observed the surroundings. There was no blind spot at 360 degrees. He could win. He saw the hope of victory. Although this evil figure has a strong ability to hide, its own strength is very ordinary, as long as you observe it in advance. What? Kunami Yaichi's pupils contracted. In the corner of the wall, a human figure evil figure with a height of 1.8 meters and a human figure evil figure with a height of 1.6 meters walked out. The 1.2 meter tall evil figure with a broken arm followed them, dancing and occasionally pointing at Kunami Yaichi, as if telling tales. Human figure evil figures. There are actually 3 of them, and they seem to be a family. If you hit the young one, the old one will come out. No wonder I think the 1.2 meter tall evil figure is a bit too simple. The danger that Guan Hu mentioned is not referring to it alone, but to these 3 human figure evil figures combined. The human figure evil figures are all black, and the surface of their bodies is not covered by skin, but something similar to gelatin. There is only a pair of turbid eyes and a mouth similar to a suture on their faces. Apart from that, there is nothing. In the spiritual vision, the 2 big human figure evil figures exude an astonishing evil aura, and the amount of evil aura is conservatively estimated to be more than 3 times that of the 1.2 meter tall evil figure. The moonlight outside the window was blocked by dark clouds. The room fell into darkness in an instant. The next moment, the 3 evil figures disappeared. They merged into the shadows. Kunami Yaichi was alert and quickly moved away from the wall. After the battle with the evil figure of 1.2 meters, Kunami Yaichi discovered one thing. That is, their height is fixed. Whether it is the curtain or the wall, the height of the evil figure is always 1.2 meters. In other words, they can't move to the ceiling and feet, and can only appear in places with sufficient height such as walls and curtains. Kunami Yaichi led Suzuki Mana to the center of the living room, which is the farthest away from all vertical objects. Even if attacked, there is enough time to react. Mana, hide behind me. Kunami Yaichi let go of Suzuki Mana's hand and asked, Fox Eyes, can you beat them? Although Suzuki Mana was panicked, she knew the urgency of the matter. If she kept holding her, Kunami Yaichi would be equivalent to losing a hand to deal with the enemy. Facing multiple enemies, doing so would be completely a dead end. I don't know, but I must win. If I don't win, I will die. Kunami Yaichi held the talisman paper in his left hand and the bat fan in his right hand. He slowly recited the spell of the talisman. She had a slow speed ready to activate at any time. His eyes moved around, searching for the traces of the human figure evil creature. The pipe fox was wrapped around his neck, reminding him of the situation behind him. In addition to the trump card of the Sky Fox blood, Kunami Yaichi took out all the means he could use. Once the human figure evil creature merged into the shadow, any attack would be ineffective. This made Kunami Yaichi dare not use the Sky Fox blood at will. Once activated, his blood was always in a state of evaporation, and he could not afford to waste it. The timing of using the Sky Fox blood must be grasped, which is the key point to determine the outcome. Here it comes. The first one to appear was 1.8 meters tall. Since it appeared, it was only a blink of an eye, and it had already approached Kunami Yaichi within 2 meters. So fast! Kunami Yaichi didn't have time to finish reciting the spell, and he hurriedly waved the bat fan to meet the attack with the fan bone. The 1.80-meter tall man ducked to avoid the attack, and the dark arm hit him hard in the chest. Kunami Yaichi's sternum was broken. The powerful impact made him fly backwards. Just now, he felt as if he was hit by a car. Bang! Kunami Yaichi hit the wall hard and coughed up blood. How could he be so strong? The close combat level of both parties was completely different. Kunami Yaichi endured the pain and stepped hard on the wall to fly forward. Almost as soon as he left, 2 dark arms emerged from the wall behind him. If he had been a step later, Kunami Yaichi would have been caught by the 1.6-meter tall man. Fox Eyes? Because Kunami Yaichi was knocked away, Suzuki Mina, who was hiding behind him, was immediately exposed. As soon as she opened her mouth, a 1.2-meter tall evil shadow suddenly appeared and jumped behind her and grabbed her neck. Suzuki Mina's hands fell down weakly. Her eyes showed an unspeakable look of fear. Kunami Yaichi saw that her shadow gradually became thinner, and at the same time, the broken arm of Yimianer began to regenerate. The human figure evil creature was eating Suzuki Mana's shadow. Could it be that the male owner of this room also became like that because he ate his shadow? Suzuki Mana would die if this continued. The most important thing now was to save her first. Kunami Yaichi kept chanting the spell and finally finished the last word at this moment. He quickly threw out the talisman paper. The talisman paper burned and a light band flew out, shooting straight at Yimianer. The light band was extremely fast, but before the light band hit Yimianer, who was beside it, suddenly reached out and grabbed the light band. He was able to grab the light band. Yimianer's reflexes were very strong, but Yimianer didn't know that the moment it touched the light band, it had triggered the attack mode of the talisman shooting. The light band quickly contracted, wrapped around it and tied it up. Guanhu, Mana is in your hands. The 1.8-meter tall man was tied up. Such an opportunity was rare. Kunami Yaichi decisively activated the blood of the heavenly fox. A faint blue flame emerged from his chest and the broken sternum quickly recovered. Blood rushed, white hair, fox ears, and fox tail. Kunami Yaichi transformed into a heavenly fox. Squeak! The Guanhu had just flown 1 meter and suddenly turned back, passing through the pure spirit flame on Kunami Yaichi's chest, and appeared again. Its limbs were burning with the same faint blue flame. Kunami Yaichi was a little surprised. He didn't know that Guanhu could borrow his flame, but with the flame, Guanhu's lethality to evil creatures was greatly enhanced. 1 man and 1 fox rushed over. Go to hell! Kunami Yaichi came quickly and hit the 1.8-meter tall head with a pure spirit flame. Half of the 1.8-meter tall head dissolved instantly. It opened its mouth and let out a silent cry. Its dark body twisted like a shrimp with a tendency to break the light strip. On the other side, after Guanhu had the pure spirit flame, he had a firm upper hand against the 1.2-meter tall shadow evil creature. Every strike of its claws could cause serious damage to the 1.2-meter tall. The 1.2-meter tall was defeated, let go of Suzuki Mana and fled everywhere. Suzuki Mana fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Although her shadow was thin, it still existed. Kunami Yaichi only glanced at her briefly and then retracted his gaze. Now dealing with the 1.8-meter tall was the most important thing. Kill him while he was sick. Kunami Yaichi condensed the pure spirit flame in his hand and blasted out 2 flames in succession. blowing up the 1.8-meter-tall head and blasting a big hole in his chest. When he wanted to attack again, he sensed the evil spirit approaching quickly behind him. It was 1.6 meter tall. With a light tap of his feet, Kunami Yaichi jumped up and dodged the 1.6 meter tall attack. In the state of the Sky Fox, Kunami Yaichi may not be as strong as the human figure evil creatures, but in terms of agility, he is definitely not weaker than them. Swish! Kunami Yaichi, who was in the air, swung his tail and knocked the 1.6 meter tall flying out. At this time, the light band of the talisman, she was unable to withstand the force of the struggle and broke. The headless 1.8 meter tall escaped and stood up straight from the ground, but it was beaten by Kunami Yaichi. Under the burning of the pure spirit flame, the evil spirit on its body shrank by more than half, and it was no longer a threat. Kunami Yaichi moved his body and took the initiative to rush towards the 1.8 meter tall. The blood of the Sky Fox burned blood, so every minute and every second must be used. The headless 1.8 meter tall opened and closed his mouth, as if he was saying something. Then the 1.6 meter tall and the 1.2 meter tall seemed to have received orders and entangled with Kunami Yaichi and the Guanhu respectively. The headless 1.8 meter tall turned around and came to Mana. No, it wants to absorb Mana's shadow to recover from its injuries. In Mana's current state, if it is absorbed again, his life will be in danger. 1.6 meters tall did not care about Kunami Yaichi's attack at all. Even if he was burned by the pure spirit flame, he still held him tightly. The same was true for the Guanhu on the other side. The man and the fox burst out, beating the two human shadow evil creatures half to death. But this could not change the fact that 1.8 meters tall hand was placed on Suzuki Mana. It began to eat. Do you want to die? Suzuki Mana suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of murderous intent, and her teeth were jagged when she spoke. Do you want to die? Suzuki Mana suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of crazy murderous intent, and her teeth were jagged when she spoke. A trace of evil energy emanated from her. Snap! She grabbed the 1.8 meters tall hand on her body and squeezed it hard, crushing the dark arm alive. This scene seemed familiar. It was Suzuki Mana, Mana's sister. Kunami Yaichi was surprised. She was burned by the flame of the pure spirit and suffered serious trauma. Although she knew that she would definitely appear again, she didn't expect the time interval to be so short. It was the desire to survive. She hid in Mana's soul. If Mana died, she would not be able to live. Yamiba was angry and hit Suzuki Mana with his other hand. Kunami Yaichi had experienced its power and punched it with a punch that was comparable to a high-speed car. Swish! Countless black threads stretched out from Suzuki Mana's black nails, pierced Yamiba's fist and kept crawling deep into its body. Yamiba was scared. It sensed the threat of death from the black silk. It opened its mouth and bit off its arm. Then it quickly retreated, merged into the wall, and turned into a flat figure. Humph, you escaped quickly. Otherwise, I will definitely make you live a life worse than death. Suzuki Mana's jagged teeth opened and closed, like an evil ghost from hell. The escape of 1.8 meters made 1.2 meters and 1.6 meters want to retreat. Kunami Yaichi naturally would not let them escape. He coiled his tail and trapped 1.6 meters. The flame of the pure spirit covered its whole body and burned it to ashes. The tube fox on the other side also beat 1.2 meters half to death. His body was broken, and he lay on the ground unable to move. Kunami Yaichi went over and stomped 1.2 meters to pieces. The yin and yang points transformed by the two evil creatures were very rich. 1.6 meters contributed 100 points, and 1.2 meters contributed 40 points, plus the 20 points gained from the previous exorcism of the curse. Kunami Yaichi's yin and yang points reached 160 points, enough to exchange for 100 points of D-level lottery opportunities. But it was still far from 500 points of C-level. Suddenly, a gust of strong wind came. After the transformation, Kunami Yaichi's perception became very sharp. He immediately turned around and a bat fan appeared in his hand, blocking Suzuki Mana's sidekick. Suzuki Mana's strength was even stronger than that of a 1.8 meter tall man, and the bat fan showed visible signs of bending. Damn Exorcist! How dare you ruin my plan before? If it weren't for you, I would have become the master of this body now. Suzuki Mana's plan to occupy the body was ruined, and she hated Kunami Yaichi very much. Now that you're out, don't even think about going back. Kunami Yaichi has been waiting for her. The sooner she is eliminated, the sooner she can get the reward. The tail swayed gently. Kunami Yaichi moved his feet and instantly came in front of Suzuki Mana, holding a ball of pure flame and blasting it at her head. Swish! Suzuki Mana leaned back 180 degrees to avoid the attack, propped up her hands on the ground, and swept towards Kunami Yaichi with her legs crossed. Kunami Yaichi frantically resisted, but was still beaten back step by step. He was helpless about this, as the individual skills of these evil creatures were too strong. Kunami Yaichi made a move with one hand, and a pure flame slashed over. Suzukimana was very afraid of the pure flame, and immediately slipped his body to avoid the flame, while kicking Kunami Yaichi in the lower abdomen. Bang! Kunami Yaichi was kicked backwards, and he rolled his tail and hung on the chandelier on the ceiling, took out a talisman paper and chanted a spell. Do you think the same trick will work on me? Suzukimana released a dense black silk thread with his right hand, wrapped around a chair, and smashed it towards Kunami Yaichi. Kunami Yaichi dodged immediately. Bang! The chair smashed against the ceiling and broke into pieces. In midair, Kunami Yaichi's ankle tightened, and the black silk thread wrapped around his foot, and he fell hard to the floor. The pure flame burned from his foot and burned the black silk thread. Kunami Yaichi landed lightly. This series of attacks made Kunami Yaichi exhausted, and he was unable to recite the spell smoothly. Kunami Yaichi put away the talisman paper. It was difficult to cast the spell Shi in close combat. Kunami Yaichi slightly bent his legs, and it took only a moment for him to go from still to moving. Swish! He turned into a white shadow and moved rapidly in the room. Pure spirit flame! Kunami Yaichi covered his hands with the pure spirit flame and fought fiercely with Suzukimana. The whole room was filled with the figures of the two. Suzukimana was very afraid of the pure spirit flame and did not dare to touch the flame during the battle. Kunami Yaichi saw this and chased her relentlessly. Suzukimana suddenly retreated and grinned. Exorcist, are you anxious? From what I have observed, your transformation consumes a lot of energy. When you can't support it, it will be your death. Suzukimana did not fight Kunami Yaichi at all, and was only focused on dodging. At this point, Kunami Yaichi had consumed more than 600 milliliters of blood and felt slightly dizzy during the battle. If we delay any longer, we will lose too much blood and be in danger of losing our lives. We must fight quickly. Let's fight! Kunami Yaichi gathered his hands together and condensed a large amount of pure spirit flame at once. This time he consumed another 100 milliliters of his blood. It's useless. It's useless. As long as I keep my distance, I won't be attacked. Yes, keeping my distance is right. Kunami Yaichi said this and changed the subject. But the room is so small. No matter how far you keep your distance, where can you run to? Pure spirit flame stars? Pa! Kunami Yaichi put his hands together and the pure spirit flame exploded in his hands, turning into little flames, covering the entire room like the stars in the night sky. Pure spirit flame was everywhere. Suzukimana was completely unable to dodge. No matter where she ran, she would be burned. She screamed, "Damned Exorcist, next time when I come out, all the pain I've suffered will be returned to you double. Do you think I'll give you another chance?" Kunami Yaichi appeared behind Suzukimana, grabbed her neck with his right hand, pinched a trace of materialized purple evil energy, and then pulled it out. Suzukimana panicked. That was the end of her body that she released to sense the outside world, connected to her main body. "Wait, I have a way to get you out of here." Kunami Yaichi stopped and asked, "What method?" Suzukimana was eager to prove her worth. She raised her hand, revealing her black nails. Her black silk threads were hidden under her nails. "I can use black silk to open the security door. This alone is not enough for me to let you go." Suzukimana immediately said, "Wait, I can also help you get rid of the evil creature hiding in the wall. It has entered another space and you can't attack it. In your current state, once you cancel the transformation, even if the evil creature is seriously injured, it can crush you to death like a bug. If you continue to maintain the transformation, you will die miserably." When talking about death, Suzukimana deliberately emphasized her tone. She was using this method to release her resentment towards Kunami Yaichi. Kunami Yaichi stopped his movements and said, "I'll give you 3 seconds to get that evil creature out. Suzukimana can catch it next time." The 1.8 meter tall creature hiding in the wall is in invincible mode, and it is the biggest threat. Just as Suzukimana said, Kunami Yaichi can't afford to waste time. If he cancels the transformation, with his current blood loss, he will lose most of his combat power and will have no choice but to die when facing the 1.8 meter tall creature. How can I tell that you won't break your promise? You have no choice. 3, 2, 1. Kunami Yaichi's countdown made Suzukimana unable to hesitate. In order to save her life, she could only choose to believe. Swish! Suzukimana raised her hand, and black silk threads flew out from her fingernails and inserted into the wall on one side. She shook her wrist. The silk threads wrapped around the 1.8 meter tall and dragged it out of the wall. The 1.8 meter tall had no head, no arms, and a hole in its chest. Even so, it was still alive. This was the vitality of the evil creature. It struggled to get back into the wall, but it was completely unable to break free from the silk threads. The black silk threads crawled into its body. Seeing that the 1.8-meter-tall breath was rapidly weakening, Kunami Yaichi hurriedly said, "Wait!" After stopping Suzuki Mana, Kunami Yaichi stepped forward. Even though his body was on the verge of limit, he still forced himself to release a ball of pure spirit flame and threw it at the 1.8-meter-tall. The yin-yang point was right in front of him. How could Kunami Yaichi let it slip away in vain? The flame burned quietly, burning the 1.8-meter-tall man into ashes. Kunami Yaichi looked at the attribute column, and the column behind the yin-yang point column changed to 330. Not bad. The 1.8-meter-tall man contributed 150 yin-yang points, which is worthy of its strength. Suzuki Mana looked at Kunami Yaichi with a dim gaze, as if analyzing the intention of his strange behavior. "Next, go open the door." Suzuki Mana didn't say much this time and walked towards the door. Kunami Yaichi felt that his blood was losing a lot. If he continued to maintain the Skyfox state, he would probably fall into shock instantly when he recovered. "I need new power to restrain Suzuki Mana and start the D-level lottery." As Kunami Yaichi silently chanted in his heart, familiar rays of light danced in front and finally condensed into a ball of light with 3 talisman papers inside. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-level item, Talisman Destroy 3. Talisman? If it is a D-level talisman, the power should be enough, but at such a close distance, Suzuki Mana will definitely not give me the opportunity to recite the spell. The ball of light disappeared, and the spell automatically entered the inventory. Continue the lottery. The light danced again, and this time the condensed ball of light contained a bug that looked like a flea. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-level skill, the Spirit Explosion Bug. The skill was drawn. The Spirit Explosion Bug? The introduction of the skill appeared in Kunami Yaichi's mind. D-level skill Spirit Explosion Bug, a special condensed with spiritual power, only the size of a grain of rice, very hidden, but you must not be deceived by its size. As we all know, art is explosion. Black silk thread passed through the gap in the door very flexibly. With a click, the door lock was released, and then the security door was opened. Kunami Yaichi breathed a sigh of relief and recovered from the Skyfox state. In an instant, the sequelae of excessive blood loss attacked him like a stream of water. His eyes went dark and he almost fell down. His body was shaking with cold. The strong dizziness and dull pain made his brain work very slowly. Finally, I can't hold on any longer. Suzuki Mana glanced back and her tongue shot out like a sharp sword, twisting and stabbing behind her. Swish! Suzuki Mana's tongue shot into Kunami Yaichi's left shoulder. This was because Kunami Yaichi turned his body in time, otherwise it would have stabbed directly into his heart. Squeak! The pipe fox flew over anxiously. Its claws grabbed the tongue, but the pure spirit flame on its body had disappeared, making it difficult to cause harm to Suzuki Mana. The pure spirit flame of the pipe fox was just borrowed from Kunami Yaichi, and it could not be created by itself. After using it, it would be gone. Well, are you still not going to let go? Suzuki Mana noticed that Kunami Yaichi was still holding the end of its body, and she smiled coldly. The next moment, Kunami Yaichi felt the tongue that pierced his left shoulder release sharp barbs, and the bones and muscle fibers were scratched by the barbs. The intense pain made him unable to help but let go. Ha! Damn Exorcist, I'm the winner this time! Suzuki Mana's eyes revealed a crazy joy. Really, Kunami Yaichi said, what's going to happen next is simply a matter of position. I'm an exorcist and you're an evil creature. It's that simple. Although you pierced my body with your tongue twice, I personally have no ill feelings towards you. As for revenge, I'm always ready. I hope you don't have to wait too long. Kunami Yaichi had already placed a spirit-blasting insect he secretly made on it before releasing the end of Suzuki Mana's body. What are you talking about? Suzuki Mana had a bad premonition in her heart. She suddenly moved her eyes and locked her eyes on the end of her body. A rice-sized insect was crawling. Kunami Yaichi whispered, "Explode!" The spirit-blasting insect glowed slightly. Boom! An amazing explosion broke out between Suzuki Mana and Kunami Yaichi. The end of Suzuki Mana's body was blown to pieces. She looked at Kunami Yaichi with a twisted expression on her face. Die, die, die! I will definitely come back, and when the time comes, I will make you feel worse than death. As soon as the voice fell, the evil spirit on Suzuki Mana disappeared without a trace. Suzuki Mana returned to the depths of her soul. Affected by the explosion, Suzuki Mana's body was hit by the shockwave and fell backwards. Guanhu! Under Kunami Yaichi's command, Guanhu flew over and supported Suzuki Mana's head in time, allowing her to fall to the ground slightly steadily. Otherwise, if she fell without any protective measures, she would probably get a concussion. Success! Kunami Yaichi laughed bitterly. His current condition is very bad, and he feels like he will faint at any time. Kunami Yaichi bit the tip of his tongue hard, using the pain to stimulate himself to stay awake. He carried the unconscious Suzuki Mana on his back. Kunami Yaichi carried her on his back and entered the elevator. Whoosh! Guanhu flew back to Kunami Yaichi's shoulder and gently rubbed his face. Don't worry, I'm fine. Guanhu, this time it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk out of that room alive, Kunami Yaichi said softly. After receiving Kunami Yaichi's praise, Guanhu narrowed his eyes happily, spun around Kunami Yaichi twice, and then got back into his sleeve. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor. When the elevator door opened, a couple of intimate men and women saw Kunami Yaichi and immediately screamed and stepped back. Kidnapping? Abduction? Kunami Yaichi was pale, covered in blood, and carrying an unconscious girl behind him, looking very suspicious. The man kept shouting, "Security! Security, come here!" Kunami Yaichi ignored the two and walked straight to the door. Passing by the security room, Kunami Yaichi noticed that there was no one at the security window. No wonder the man shouted for a long time, but no one answered. He remembered the short-haired security guard who greeted Kikuta. Kunami Yaichi walked closer and saw 3 men in security uniforms lying on the ground through the window. The 3 security guards were not in danger of death. They just fainted. Sure enough, the security guard with a buzz cut was also sent by Ping Nan. He knocked the original security guard unconscious, which allowed Kikuta to lead them into the apartment. Kunami Yaichi walked out of the door and walked quickly towards the parking lot. After finding Terada's car in the parking lot, Kunami Yaichi finally took a breath. He parked Suzuki Mina against the car, knocked on the car window and shouted, "Terada, come down and help!" Terada? Through the car window, Kunami Yaichi saw Terada sleeping. No, there was a knife stuck in Terada's chest. There were footsteps behind him, and Kunami Yaichi was strangled by someone from behind before he could react. I didn't expect you to be able to get out of that room, but it's useless. You've offended Lord Ping Nan, and there's only one way to go. Kunami Yaichi recognized the attacker from the voice. It was the buzz-cut security guard in the security room. The buzz-cut security guard strangled very hard, and Kunami Yaichi felt that his neck was about to be broken. He wants to kill me. Kunami Yaichi lost too much blood. He was already weak. He almost suffocated after being strangled like this. He relied on his strong willpower to stay awake. But this awakening was really limited. Kunami Yaichi tried to gather his spiritual power, but the spiritual power that he could use at ordinary times was extremely sluggish at this moment. No, my brain is lacking oxygen. My consciousness is erratic, and it's hard to concentrate. Squeak! The fox suddenly emerged from Kunami Yaichi's collar and bit the hand of the short-haired security guard. The short-haired security guard felt pain and loosened his hand. He slapped the fox away and continued to strangle Kunami Yaichi. Kunami Yaichi raised his hand with difficulty. He seized the opportunity to breathe just now and created a spirit-blasting insect. Snap! He threw the spirit-blasting insect on the neck of the short-haired security guard. Explode! Boom! A scream came from my ear, and the short-haired security guard's hand loosened. Kunami Yaichi immediately ducked and ran forward 3 steps, breathing heavily. He looked back and saw that the crew-cut security guard's neck was blown into a bloody mess. He covered his neck with his hands, looking angry. What did you do to me? Not dead? The crew-cut security guard didn't die after the explosion happened at such a close distance? Kunami Yaichi noticed that there was a layer of faint white light around the crew-cut security guard. It was this layer of white light that played a defensive role and blocked part of the explosive power of the spirit-blasting insect. Is this spiritual power? Speaking of which, the crew-cut security guard was able to knock the pipe fox away just now, proving that he has spiritual vision. He should also be an exorcist. Kunami Yaichi secretly gathered another spirit-blasting insect. My current condition is not good, and I need to fight quickly. Thinking of this, Kunami Yaichi took the initiative to move towards the crew-cut security guard. The crew-cut security guard's eyes focused. Even if I get hit, I'm much stronger than you are now. He suddenly started and attacked with his palm. Kunami Yaichi dodged hastily. Bang! The car behind him was dented by the slap of the crew-cut security guard. If this hit a person, the bones would definitely be broken. Kunami Yaichi seized the opportunity and flicked his finger to throw the explosion bug towards the crew-cut security guard. Snap! The crew-cut security guard caught the explosion bug sharply. Is this the thing you used to make the explosion just now? Yes! Explode! The explosion bug exploded and injured the hand of the crew-cut security guard. The ability to freely control the explosion time is the most powerful feature of the explosion bug. Even if the opponent catches it, it will only reduce the damage caused. Kunami Yaichi mobilized his spiritual power and continued to make explosion bugs. He didn't care about tactics. He could only use this simple and crude way of fighting. Explode! Explode! 2 more explosion bugs exploded, and the crew cut's security guard's left, leg and chest were stained with blood. The crew cut security guard was scared. The spirit blaster was a nightmare for close combat. It was the size of a grain of rice, hard to detect and avoid. If you didn't check it, it would be attached to your body. Bang! The 5th spirit blaster was thrown by Kunami Yaichi, and it landed right on the neck of the crew cut security guard. His neck had been blown up once, and if it was attacked again, he would definitely die. The crew cut security guard hurriedly tried to slap the spirit blaster away. "Don't move. If you dare to move, the explosion will happen," Kunami Yaichi threatened. The crew cut security guard stopped. "Who is the bottle man? As long as you tell me his true face, I will let you go." Kunami Yaichi wanted to get information about the bottle man from the crew cut security guard. As for letting him go, Kunami Yaichi was not that simple. He just said it casually. "You want me to betray Mr. Bottleman? Dream on." The crew cut security guard raised his hand at a very fast speed and grabbed the spirit blaster on his neck. It seems that if we want to get information about the Bottleman, we have to start from other aspects. Kunami Yaichi wanted to capture the short-haired security guard alive, but the situation did not allow him to do so. Explode! The short-haired security guard's neck was blown with a bloody pit, and he fell to the ground. His chest stopped rising and falling. Kunami Yaichi looked down at the short-haired security guard in a pool of blood, leaned tiredly on the car, took out his mobile phone and called Miyake Hiroshi. This time the phone rang 4 times before it was connected. "Hello, Kunami, brother." Miyake Hiroshi's voice came from the other end of the phone. His breathing was a little rapid, and it was intermittent. He must be running. Kunami Yaichi said, "Master Miyake, I killed someone." The breathing on the other end stopped. "Kunami, brother, although the exorcist is a somewhat special profession, killing is also illegal. I will not report you. You can call and surrender yourself. The other party was sent by the bottle man and wanted to kill me." "The bottle man? Is it related to the curse in the morning?" Miyake Hiroshi's 6th sense is very sharp. Kunami Yaichi briefly explained the existence of the bottle man and then asked, "Am I guilty in this case?" Miyake Hiroshi's tone was a little relaxed. "If that's the case, don't worry. You are just defending yourself. This case involves evil things and exorcists, and it will be transferred to the 3rd agency for handling. They should find you soon. Just tell them directly, and don't think about hiding it. Their investigation ability is much stronger than you think." Kunami Yaichi felt a little relieved, and then continued, "I have another reason to call this time. The bottle man has been eyeing me. I am in a dangerous situation now. Master Miyake, I wonder if I can stay with you?" The bottle man had a strong desire to kill him. Kunami Yaichi thought about it and realized that among the people he knew, only Miyake Hiroshi could provide him with shelter. As for the 3rd agency, he had too little contact with it and didn't trust it. "Brother Kunami, I am traveling now. It will be inconvenient for you to stay with me," Miyake Hiroshi said. "However, you can go to my Myoshinji temple to avoid the limelight." "Myoshinji temple? Yes. There is a barrier set up by successive abbots there, and evil things cannot enter. If you stay there, at least you don't have to worry about attacks from evil things." Miyake Hiro paused, then continued. "I see that you don't know much about the basic knowledge of exorcists. This content is very important. If you don't understand it, it's easy to get into danger. When you get there, you can ask my apprentice for advice." After hanging up the phone, Kunami Yaichi decided to accept Miyake Hiro's suggestion and go to Myoshinji Temple. After carrying Suzuki Mina into the car, Kunami Yaichi tested Terada's breath. There's still air. He moved Terada to the co-pilot, but did not move the dagger in his chest. Once it was pulled out, it would cause heavy bleeding and be even more dangerous. Kunami Yaichi started the car and drove out of the parking lot while calling Suzuki Takumi. 20 minutes later, Kunami Yaichi drove into a remote path. A van was waiting in front. Kunami Yaichi stopped the car, and the door of the van opposite opened. 4 big men in suits walked out and carefully carried Terada to the van. Kunami Yaichi saw a doctor on standby in the van. After handing Terada over, Kunami Yaichi drove the car to the address given by Miyake Hiroshi, Tokyo, Asakusa District. Mentioning Asakusa, it is easy to think of the famous Sensoji Temple. There is also the same Sensoji Temple in this world, and it is equally famous with a constant stream of worshippers. 3 kilometers away from Sensoji Temple, deep in a dense forest, there is a temple called Myoshinji Temple. Kunami Yaichi couldn't understand what the founder was thinking. Why would he build a temple in such a place? There was no access here, so he left the car outside the woods. He carried Suzuki Mana on his back and walked in the woods for a full half an hour, but still couldn't find the so-called temple. His consciousness began to blur. If it weren't for the fact that Hiroshi Miyake gave the address very clearly, which was deep in the woods, Kunami Yaichi would have given up by now. It feels like the founder of Myoshinji Temple didn't consider believers at all. It's more like he hoped that no one would know about this temple. A light flew past Kunami Yaichi's eyes and landed on a leaf next to him. Fireflies? He looked up, and under the starry sky, countless fireflies were flying in the wind. Kunami Yaichi's sight passed through the fireflies, and he saw a tree with lush branches and leaves and a very thick trunk. The fireflies were surrounding it, as if they were attracted by it. Next to the tree, an ancient temple stood quietly. Finally found it, Myoshinji Temple. Kunami Yaichi's tense nerves relaxed for a moment, and his eyes suddenly went dark. Bang! He couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, and Suzuki Mina fell with him. Not long after, Kunami Yaichi felt someone dragging his body. He wanted to open his eyes, but his tired eyelids seemed to be covered with a huge stone, and he couldn't open them. His body was placed in the warm quilt. Is he the apprentice of Master Miyake Hiroshi? Thinking of this, Kunami Yaichi fell into a deep sleep. When Kunami Yaichi came to his senses, he found himself running very hard. Behind him, there were footsteps following him. The footsteps were very close to him, less than 1 meter away, and they echoed clearly in the cave, urging him to keep running. Wait, cave? Kunami Yaichi looked around and found himself in a dim cave. In front of him was a winding corridor with no end in sight. He seemed to be aware of something and wanted to turn back, but the footsteps behind him seemed to have a kind of magic, which aroused the fear in his heart and made it difficult for him to twist his neck. But even if he couldn't turn his head, he knew it. This is a dream. Nightmare curse. The bottle man failed to kill him by using the human figure evil creature room, so he used the curse to kill him directly. In order to get rid of me, the bottle man really took great pains. His physical strength was consumed bit by bit. According to the curse process, when my physical strength is exhausted, the centipede behind me will grab me and then get into my mouth. Kunami Yaichi tried to sense the blood of the sky fox in his body. As long as he could transform, he could use the fire of the pure spirit to burn the cave. It's just that the blood of the sky fox seems to be isolated by something. Although it is vaguely visible, it feels very far away. It can't be activated. Kunami Yaichi frowned slightly. He didn't dwell on it, but tried other methods. He found that in this dream, not only could the blood of the sky fox not be sensed, but even the attribute panel could not be opened. The only thing that existed was his spiritual power. Kunami Yaichi mobilized his spiritual power and quickly condensed a spirit-blasting insect. Fortunately, the spirit-blasting insect skill can be used. But he couldn't turn back. The fear hidden in his heart strongly resisted doing so. In this way, it was difficult to lock the target. Driven by the footsteps, he kept running away in fear. When he couldn't run anymore, at this time, when his physical strength and spirit were all exhausted, the centipede showed up and branded the curse. This should be the complete process of the dream. The dream itself has a driving force to ensure that everything goes according to the script. The fear in Kunami Yaichi's heart is one of the driving forces. That fear is not something he naturally produces, but an imposed emotion. But he can't break free. Since there was no way to force his head to turn around, Kunami Yaichi chose to start from another point. He adjusted his breathing and consciously slowed down. There seemed to be a voice in his mind, telling him that it was very dangerous to do so. Hurry up, run, and don't let the monster behind him catch up. Kunami Yaichi turned a deaf ear to that voice, and under his control, his speed finally began to decrease. He used this method to fight nightmares. Kunami Yaichi slowed down from running to running, then to walking slowly, and finally stopped completely. The footsteps behind him also stopped. The cave became very quiet. 1 second, 2 seconds. 10 seconds passed and Kunami Yaichi was not attacked. According to the normal nightmare process, the moment you fall down due to exhaustion and see the centipede, it is the signal to start the attack. Centipede. Behind me? Kunami Yaichi listened carefully, but he couldn't hear any sound, not even breathing. Of course, the other party is a centipede, and this is a dream. Whether it follows the laws of reality is still a question. He tried to turn his neck, but this time there was no obstruction. Kunami Yaichi held the exploding bug and focused his attention to the limit. After making all preparations, he turned his head. However, there was nothing behind him, and he could not throw the prepared exploding bug. Swish! A black shadow fell from the sky and pressed Kunami Yaichi to the ground. It was actually attacking from above? Just as Suzuki Mina had said, it was a humanoid monster with a centipede head. There was just one thing that Furuta might have forgotten to say, or he might not have noticed. This monster had 8 arms. Kunami Yaichi was held down by 8 arms and could not move. Unfortunately, the exploding bug was held in his hand and was also held down by 1 hand. The centipede freed 2 arms and opened Kunami Yaichi's mouth. Seeing that the ugly and hideous centipede head was getting closer and closer, Kunami Yaichi could not care too much. Explode! Kunami Yaichi's hand was blown apart, and the centipede's hand was also injured. But the injury did not stop the centipede. Kunami Yaichi felt his mouth filled with... He opened his eyes and saw the dark brown wooden roof. Ugh! Kunami Yaichi suddenly opened the quilt and covered his mouth with his hands to retch. Damn bottle man, he made the curse so disgusting. Am I cursed? Kunami Yaichi carefully sensed that there was a twisted foreign energy hidden in his body. This is the centipede curse. That energy is like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Once it is rooted in the body, it will begin to grow slowly in the body of the cursed person. At a certain time point, countless centipedes will hatch and then break out of the body. Kunami Yaichi's mind appeared the miserable state of Furuta when he was dying, and he shuddered. His hair turned snow-white visibly, his ears stood up, and his tail swung behind him. He activated the blood of the Sky Fox. The blue flames enveloped his whole body. The transformation lasted only a second before returning to its original state. He opened the attribute bar and took a look. The yin-yang points increased by 20, becoming 150 points. The curse has been exorcised. The third agency has not yet found a way to break the centipede curse, which is enough to show how difficult this curse is. However, such a difficult curse only takes 1 second to be exorcised by Kunami Yaichi. This is why the bottle man is so eager to kill him. I hope the third agency can arrest the bottle man as soon as possible. I can't wait to see him become a prisoner. Kunami Yaichi muttered to himself. After being attacked again and again, he also developed a strong hostility towards the bottle man. Kunami Yaichi glanced out the window. It was dawn. It should be around 5 or 6 in the morning now. He got rid of the curse and got 20 yin-yang points, but Kunami Yaichi was not happy at all. The feeling of the centipede crawling into his mouth in the nightmare lingered in his heart. Although the curse did not cause any substantial harm to him, he was severely traumatized mentally. Next to Kunami Yaichi's quilt was Suzuki Mana. The little girl was still sleeping soundly. Kunami Yaichi squatted down to check. There are no external injuries on her body, and the swallowed shadow is slowly recovering. It should be fully recovered in a few days. However, if Suzuki Mana had not appeared at that time, Mana's shadow might have been completely eaten and become like the owner of the room. If I want to be an exorcist, protecting the client is the minimum requirement. My strength is still too weak. With 150 yin-yang points left, Kunami Yaichi did not plan to continue drawing. It is impossible to improve strength by accumulating low-level rewards. The D-level rewards of Spirit Explosion Insects and Talisman Destruction are enough. Unless he encounters an emergency, he does not plan to continue drawing D-level rewards. B-level rewards require 2,000 points, which is too far away for him. Kunami Yaichi set his goal at C-level. This is a feasible goal. If he can draw a C-level lottery, his strength will definitely be improved again. Kunami Yaichi suddenly sniffed and smelled a fragrance. Someone is cooking. He walked out of the room and walked to the end of the corridor and saw the kitchen with a fragrant smell. The firewood was burning, cooking rice porridge, but there was no one in sight. The smell of rice porridge made Kunami Yaichi salivate. He had not eaten anything last night, and he had consumed a lot. He was already starving. However, the touch of the centipede left in his mouth made him feel nauseous. This feeling of wanting to eat and vomiting made Kunami Yaichi quite annoyed. 75, 76, 77. The sound of counting came from the corner. Kunami Yaichi walked over and saw a wide open space. In the open space, a bald little monk carrying a huge stone was doing squats one by one. The diameter of the stone was about 60 to 70 centimeters, and the volume was larger than the little monk. When squatting, most of the little monk's body was blocked by the stone. Such a big stone, it is estimated to weigh nearly 200 kilograms. Although there was sweat on the little monk's face, he didn't look very tired. Kunami Yaichi said in surprise. The little monk was shirtless, and when he squatted down, his muscles were tightly stretched, like steel bars. Like Miyake Hiroshi, he was a devilish muscle man. It can only be said that there is a master like a disciple. The little monk noticed the presence of Kunami Yaichi, and while continuing to do squats, he said, "Donor Kunan, my morning exercise will not end for another hour. I have cooked rice porridge in the pot. You can eat first." This little monk knew my name. It seems that Miyake Hiroshi has already greeted him. Kunami Yaichi was not polite. He was indeed hungry, turned back to the kitchen to get a bowl of porridge, and then brought the porridge back and sat under the eaves. He forced himself to forget the touch of the centipede, endured the cramps in his stomach, and drank a mouthful of porridge. The rice porridge has been cooked for a while, and it tastes very good. Kunami Yaichi swallowed the rice porridge, and his hunger was slightly relieved. Little monk, what's your name? Thank you for saving us yesterday. My name is Miyagi Heihachi. Master always calls me Xiaoba, so you can call me Xiaoba too. You don't have to thank me. Master said you are our guest, so it is my duty to save you. The little monk was very polite. Hiroshi Miyake educated him very well. Xiaoba, how old are you this year? I am 12 years old this year. 12 years old. He carried a 200-kilogram boulder and did nearly 100 squats. It is obvious that Hiroshi Miyake has a higher level of education in muscles. 97, 98, 99, 100, 101. The little monk finished 100 squats and continued, with no intention of stopping. In any case, this kind of physical fitness is a bit anti-human. Kunami Yaichi noticed that when the little monk was doing squats, his body was also emitting a faint white light, just like the short-haired security guard he saw yesterday. He was using spiritual power. Speaking of which, although the strength of the crew-cut security guard was not as strong as the little monk, it was far superior to that of ordinary people. With one punch, he directly hit the car and made a dent. Could it be that there are some secrets hidden in the spiritual power that I don't know? Kunami Yaichi calmed his mind and sensed the spiritual power in his body. He wanted to learn from the little monk and cover the surface of his body with spiritual power, but no matter how he mobilized it, the spiritual power could not break out of his body. However, he could easily condense the spiritual power on his palm. This should be the ability attached to the skill of the spirit explosion insect. Although Kunami Yaichi used the yin-yang master system to break into the world of exorcists, as Miyake Hiroshi said, his basic knowledge of exorcists is very limited. It's time to make up for it. The little monk finished 200 squats, put the stone aside, and then started to practice kicking against a wooden stake. There were 5 boulders of different sizes placed in this open space, and the largest one was even 1.5 meters in diameter. In addition to stones, there were also many wooden stakes, which were full of traces of hard practice. 74, 75. Crack. The wooden stake, which was as thick as an adult's thigh, could not withstand the continuous blows from the young monk and broke with a bang. The upper half flew out for more than 10 meters. If such a kick hit a person, even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. The young monk was very calm, as if he was used to this kind of situation. He changed a wooden stake and continued to train. 76, 77, 78. Kunami Yaichi finished his porridge, put the bowl aside, and walked towards the young monk. Xiaoba, can you teach me to cover my body with spiritual power like you do? Of course, Master asked me to teach you some basic knowledge, but the spiritual power coat is the basic skill of an exorcist, the foundation of the foundation. Do you want to start from here? The young monk seemed quite confused by Kunami Yaichi's request. Spiritual power coat? There is even a special term for it. Kunami Yaichi felt the lack of knowledge and said, "It would be best to teach from scratch. This book has 50,000 words. The days of updating one chapter a day are over, and now we are going to start a double update mode. The hours are from 9 to 5. In order to be recommended, I hope that all readers will try their best to follow the book. Please support me with recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. I would like to thank 2 people here. One is Kanan, who discussed the character settings with the author, made character biographies, and gave a lot of professional suggestions, which was really helpful. Listen to your words. These words really work. The second one is the big brother, who waited for 500 years just for good books. He gave great support to the previous book. I am very happy to see this familiar nickname in this book. He also added the book list and gave some reference materials. Thank you very much. The birth of a book is by no means the work of the author alone. It is the product of the cooperation of the author, editor, and reader. Please continue to support. Master said that spiritual power is the greatest weapon of the exorcist. Whether or not you have spiritual power is the benchmark for becoming an exorcist, because spiritual power is innate and cannot be cultivated later. Kunami Yaichi's body did not have spiritual power before, but his situation is more complicated. He obtained spiritual power through lottery, which is a special case. The little monk continued, "Evil things are very dangerous and full of unknowns. Some of them may even be life-threatening if touched. In order to ensure their own safety, Exorcists must cover their bodies with spiritual power coats when fighting evil things. The spiritual power coat can increase our defense. The most important thing is that it can isolate a certain degree of weird penetration. Increased defense? This may be the reason why the short-haired security guard was not killed by the close-range explosion of the spirit blaster. As for weird penetration, it should be said that Suzuki Mana's black silk thread and the ability of the human shadow evil thing to absorb shadows are both unsolvable for ordinary people. Kunami Yaichi can live to this day entirely relying on the talent of the blood of the Sky Fox. In fact, he also noticed his current problem. When fighting, he always consumes the blood bar instead of the blue bar. This is an extremely unreasonable phenomenon. After a fierce battle in the room of the human figure evil creature, Kunami Yaichi's spiritual power has hardly decreased, but his blood is almost exhausted. But there is nothing he can do about it. He knows too little about spiritual power. Apart from using the bat fan and activating the talisman, he doesn't know other uses. When he was fighting against the 1.8-meter human figure evil creature, he was punched and his sternum was directly broken, losing his combat effectiveness. In this case, what can he do if he doesn't activate the blood of the Sky Fox? The reason is that the gap between his normal state and the Sky Fox state is too big. So, if you want to become an exorcist, the first thing you have to learn is to release the spiritual power coat. How do you release it? Kunami Yaichi asked. The little monk hesitated for a moment, pointed to the wooden stake and said, "Keep kicking the wooden stake and let your body feel pain." Huh? Kunami Yaichi doubted his ears. Let the body feel pain? What kind of training method is this? The young monk's voice was a little weak. My master taught me this. He also said that I should kick with the shin bone. The more painful it is, the better. Kunami Yaichi didn't say anything more. While the young monk was talking to him, he didn't stop his morning exercise and kept kicking. Every time he kicked very hard, making a deep, muffled sound. The young monk would definitely not lie to him. The more painful it is, the better. Kunami Yaichi didn't know the principle behind this, but he could only give it a try. Bang! He raised his leg and kicked the wooden stake hard. His leg bone and the wooden stake collided, and he stomped his feet twice in pain. Although Kunami Yaichi had fighting experience in his previous life, this kind of self-torture training was his first time. Feeling the pain, his legs did hurt, and there might even be bruises. Is this enough? Now that you have made a decision, don't think about other things. Kunami Yaichi dispelled the doubts in his heart and kicked the wooden stake again and again. Bang, 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 dull sounds kept ringing in the open space. 234, 235. The little monk counted while kicking. Kunami Yaichi thought for a moment and started counting. 1, 2, 3. This way he could distract his attention a little, leaving the pain only on his body, and he would suffer less mentally. After about 10 minutes, the pain was relieved a lot, which was not a good thing, because the nerves in his legs became numb. Kunami Yaichi did not stop, but continued to kick harder. Even if his legs were broken, he could use the pure spirit flame to recover, so he was not afraid at all. Kunami Yaichi hated the feeling of regret, so he would give 100% effort in everything he did. This was his motto. After the numbness passed, a piercing pain began to spread from his calf. His leg bone was cracked. But Kunami Yaichi still did not stop. When his leg bone was cracked, he faintly felt the fluctuations of the spiritual power in his body, which were moving towards the leg bone. Kunami Yaichi did not control it. This was the behavior of the spiritual power itself. The spiritual power is moving spontaneously? Bang, bang, bang. Kunami Yaichi didn't want to miss this change, so he kicked his legs vigorously. The young monk next to him frequently cast surprised glances at him, thinking, Master Kunan looks pale and weak. How come he is training even crazier than me? Got it! Kunami Yaichi's efforts finally paid off, and spiritual power surged in his legs. He only felt that an invisible switch was turned on, and then, bang! During this kick, a white spiritual power appeared on his calf. The young monk next to him was stunned. When he was training, it took him 2 full days to complete the first spiritual power to break through his body. Even so, he was praised for a long time by Miyake Hiroshi and said that he was a genius. Kunami Yaichi only took less than half an hour to accomplish what in 2 days. Of course, the price was also very huge. Kunami Yaichi lifted up his pants and his calf was black, the tissue had been necrotic, and the leg bone was not only broken, but also obviously dislocated, with a very large swelling. When the young monk saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of his head and he hurriedly said, Master, Junan, hold on. I'll call our master and ask him to contact a doctor. Wait, Xiaoba, no need to call a doctor, I'm fine. Junan Yai grabbed the young monk and said, The practice method you taught me is really useful. Master Junon, what are you talking about? Your injury must be treated quickly, otherwise you will have to have your limb amputated. The young monk was so anxious that he was about to cry. He felt very guilty and felt that Kunami Yaichi was speaking in a sarcastic way and blaming him for the method he taught. The injury was painful, but Kunami Yaichi was now severely anemic, so he didn't plan to treat it right away. However, he saw that the little monk was really anxious, and his eyes were filled with tears, so he could only sigh. His heart moved slightly, and the blood in his body gradually accelerated. This was a sign that the blood of the Sky Fox was activated. However, before it was completely activated, Kunami Yaichi hesitated. Every time I transform, I lose a lot of blood. Can I use the pure spirit flame in a normal state? Kunami Yaichi used the pure spirit flame in the Sky Fox form just like breathing. Very easy. It was an ability imprinted in his genes, and it was natural that it went smoothly. He concentrated his attention and recalled the feeling at that time. The blood was slightly hot. Boom! A handful of blue flames appeared in Kunami Yaichi's hand. It was successful. He showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Even if he used the pure spirit flame in a normal state, the energy source was still his blood. Forget it, at least I can use it without transforming, and it burns less blood. He put the pure spirit flame on his calf, and the damaged skin healed quickly. The bones automatically shifted and joined together, and the lumps quickly dissipated. In just 7 or 8 seconds, his injuries had completely healed. The little monk was amazed. Kunami Yaichi rubbed his eyebrows, his head was dizzy, and the treatment just now made his already weak body worse. Stop the training for now. I want to go back and drink some porridge. He needed some nutrition. I'll go too. I just finished my morning class. The little monk's morning class was to squat 100 times and kick the wooden stake 500 times with each leg. This was assigned to him by Hiroshi Miyake. It was a terrifying amount of training, but he did it every morning, rain or shine. At this moment, the new wooden stake was kicked continuously by him, and the surface was also in a mess, close to breaking. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, scooped a bucket of water from the water tank beside him, poured and wiped his body and put on loose cloth. The little monk's clothes were one size larger than his body, hanging on his body, covering his muscles tightly. From the outside, no one would have thought that this handsome little monk would have a terrifying muscle under his clothes. In addition to rice porridge for breakfast, the little monk also took out a stack of pickles and a football-sized piece of braised beef. Master said that I am growing up and need to eat more meat. The little monk said so. Kunami Yaichi and the little monk ate 1/3 of the braised beef. Although Myoshinji is deep in the woods, it is powered by electricity. The refrigerator is full of ingredients. And every week, there are people who are responsible for purchasing to replenish the ingredients. So there is no need to worry about food. After breakfast, the little monk took the initiative to clean up the dishes and wash the dishes, which is really different from someone. However, Kunami Yaichi still filled a bowl of porridge and brought a pile of braised beef to the room. The little girl had woken up and was staring at her nails. Fox eyes, it turns out that there is really an evil thing in my body, Suzuki Mina said. Huh? When she was in the mountain villa before, Suzuki Mina had no idea what she had done. This time it seemed different. Do you know what happened? Kunami Yaichi put the porridge and beef aside and helped Suzuki Mina up. Well, when it was controlling my body, I was very conscious. The tongue stretched out 2 or 3 meters long and black lines emerged from the nails. I saw all of this. Aren't you afraid? Kunami Yaichi was very surprised. Suzuki Mina was a little too calm. Suzuki Mina hesitated for a moment and shook her head. I don't know why, but when I saw its existence with my own eyes, I was not so scared. On the contrary. On the contrary, what? On the contrary, I feel a sense of familiarity. Suzuki Mina said. Kunami Yaichi fell into silence. If we talk about the most tacitly coordinated combination in the world, it is undoubtedly twins. Some twins can even have telepathy with each other. Even if they are not in the same space, they can know what the other is doing. They developed from the same fertilized egg, and looking at each other is like looking at another self. Suzuki Mina didn't know the origin of the evil creature in her body, but she sensed the connection in her blood. However, her sister Suzuki Mana was dead, and the one who survived now was an evil creature. Eat something first. Kunami Yaichi was not shaken by Suzuki Mina's words. The next time Suzuki Mana appeared, he would purify her. The sequelae of the shadow being swallowed were very serious. Suzuki Mina took the spoon and drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge with difficulty. Just this made her feel very tired. Kunami Yaichi couldn't stand her slow movements, so he snatched the spoon and scooped a spoonful of porridge to her mouth. Suzuki Mina was stunned for a moment, looked up at Kunami Yaichi, and quickly lowered his head. Fox Eyes, what are you doing? I don't need you to feed me. I can eat by myself. If you don't need me to feed you, at least wait until your hands don't shake when you take the spoon. Humph. Suzuki Suzuna opened her mouth reluctantly, but her ears were a little red. Suzuki Suzuna lost her mother when she was young. Although her father Suzuki Takumi doted on her, he was obviously not the type to take care of others, so she developed an independent character. Relying on others is a new experience for her. After finishing breakfast, Suzuki Suzuna began to search around. Fox Eyes, where is my backpack? It's in the car. I didn't bring it over. It's so boring to lie down all the time. I want to play games. I know, I'll get it for you later. Kunami Yaichi was not sure how long he would stay here. There were no entertainment activities in Myoshinji, and with the temper of the little slut, she would definitely not be able to hold on. It should be because she was familiar with the road. Kunami Yaichi only took 40 minutes to go back and forth. He took 2 backpacks from the car. One was the little slut's own backpack, and the other was the backpack with textbooks that he asked Terada to prepare yesterday. When the little girl saw the school backpack, her eyes twitched obviously. She pretended not to see anything, took out the handheld game console and the pink bear, and then huddled under the quilt. She had no strength to pick up the spoon, but she was full of energy when playing games. Don't play for too long. Kunami Yaichi warned her, but the little girl didn't react at all. As long as she played games, she would be fascinated. The environment of Myoshinji Temple, here there is no noise, city, only the sound of birds and insects. Kunami Yaichi found the little monk under the big tree surrounded by fireflies last night. He was meditating under the big tree. I don't know what kind of tree this is, but the branches and leaves are lush and the trunk is very thick. It takes 2 people to hug it. If you get close, you can smell a faint fragrance, which makes people feel refreshed. 13 shimmin ropes are tied to the tree. Each rope is as thick as an adult's arm. The shiminawa at the bottom was very worn out. It was very old and had already shown signs of corrosion. The higher you went, the newer the ropes were. The 13 shiminawas were all condensed with strong spiritual power, but the auras were different. The aura on the top shiminawa was exactly the same as Miyake Hiroshi's spiritual power. Kunami Yaichi could feel strange waves being released from the shiminawas and then spreading around. This wave had the effect of exorcising evil spirits. The barrier set up by successive abbots that Miyake Hiroshi mentioned should refer to these 13 shiminawas. Kunami Yaichi did not disturb the little monk and began to train on the wooden stake. He controlled the spiritual power to flow to his lower body, and the white spiritual power emerged smoothly from his right leg, but it seemed a bit difficult to cover other parts at the same time. At present, only the hands and right leg have been untied. The other parts need to be untied one by one. Kunami Yaichi raised his right leg and kicked the wooden stake hard. Pang, pieces of wood chips were blown up. Kunami Yaichi was surprised. With such a fierce collision, the pain was extremely slight. Is this the defensive power of the spiritual power coat? It's amazing! If he had known this trick before, he would definitely not have had his ribs broken by the 1.8-meter tall punch. Kunami Yaichi has a certain understanding of the practice method of feeling pain, based on his experience of breaking through the shackles of his right leg. This is like a person's subconscious defense mechanism. When walking on the road, suddenly a basketball flies towards you. People will subconsciously raise their arms to block it. Before the brain reacts, the hand has already moved in advance. The same is true for spiritual power. When the body continues to be hurt, the spiritual power will begin to break the shackles spontaneously, because the spiritual power is also a part of the body and naturally has the responsibility to protect the body. Kunami Yaichi doesn't know if there are other ways to practice this step of spiritual power breaking the body, but the pain method is undoubtedly the fastest one. Any practice method is definitely not as good as instinct. There are gains and losses, and the price to pay for this practice method should be the greatest. Not everyone can endure that kind of heart-piercing pain. Kunami Yaichi collected his thoughts and kicked the wooden stake with his left leg. This time, the shackles he wanted to break were on his left leg. Life in Myoshinji was very peaceful. There was a feeling of being isolated from the world. The little monk was meditating all morning, and Kunami Yaichi also broke through the shackles on his left leg and right arm during this period. At noon, Kunami Yaichi helped to cook a meal. After lunch, it was time for a lunch break. After the lunch break, training continued in the afternoon. Everything went on in an orderly manner, until Kunami Yaichi received a call during training. The caller ID showed unknown, but when he saw the number, he had a hunch that the person on the other end of the phone should be the third agency. "Little guy, did you kill that security guard?" This was the first sentence Kunami Yaichi heard after the call was connected. The voice was a little sharp and very familiar. It was Kappa Mansai from the third agency. "Kunami Yaichi didn't tell me his cell phone number. They found it out, and it was very efficient. This is the advantage of the official organization." Yes. Kunami Yaichi believed in Miyake Hiroshi and chose to answer truthfully. Why? He is the subordinate of Ping Man. Is this matter related to Ping Man? When Ping Man was mentioned, Kappa Mansai's voice changed slightly. "I exorcised Ping Man's curse, and he targeted me. Not only did he set a trap, he even arranged for the security guard to attack and kill me. Even this morning, he cursed me." "Ping Man cursed you? Are you okay?" After learning that Kunami Yaichi was resisting and killing, Kappa Mansai's tone was no longer so aggressive. "It's okay. Ping Man's curse is ineffective on me." "The curse is ineffective? No wonder Ping Man values you so much. Where are you now?" "A relatively safe place. I plan to stay here until Ping Man is arrested." Kunami Yaichi deliberately said this, actually wanting to get an accurate time from Kappa. But the other side fell into silence. "Senior Manzai, why are you suddenly silent? Could it be that the investigation of the Bottle Man is not going well?" Kunami Yaichi could not help asking. Kappa Manzai sighed and said, "It is indeed not going well. The cursors we caught have never seen the true face of the Bottle Man." "None of them have seen it? How does the curse work?" "They first contact the Bottle Man in a phone booth, tell him the person to curse and the phone number, and then they will receive a text message with the time and address on their phones. After gathering there, they can see the Bottle Man, but from beginning to end, the Bottle Man is wearing a mask." "Mask? This is indeed in line with the style of the Bottle Man hiding behind the scenes. We have also thought about arranging an undercover agent to contact the Bottle Man using a phone booth and contact him directly, but the Bottle Man seems to be screening by some means, and only people with strong resentment can get through to his phone." "When will the Bottle Man be arrested?" "It's hard to say. The Bottle Man is hiding in the dark, and we haven't been able to catch him yet. If you are in danger, you can call me at any time. At this stage, you should hide first." The call ended here. "Hide? How long should I hide?" Although there are many thoughts in his mind, Kunami Yaichi knows that he can only continue to hide now. This is the best choice at the moment. As for the short-haired security guard, this matter is over. In the night, Kunami Yaichi was covered with a spiritual power coat and fought fiercely with the little monk. After breaking through the first shackles, the difficulty of breaking through other shackles will decrease successively. After a day of self-torture training, by the evening, all the shackles on his body were broken. With the spiritual coat, Kunami Yaichi suddenly wanted to pick up the fighting skills he learned in his previous life, so he asked the little monk to practice with him. However, the scene was a one-sided beating. Whether it was speed or strength, the little monk was several times more than Kunami Yaichi. Peng! Kunami Yaichi looked around and blocked the little monk's heavy kick. Before he could catch his breath, the little monk came behind him and punched him in the back. Too fast. However, Kunami Yaichi did not feel any pain. On the one hand, he had the spiritual coat, and on the other hand, the little monk held back. "Xiaoba, use your full strength to try. I want to know the defense limit of the spiritual coat." "Full strength? Yes, okay." Hearing the little monk's answer, Kunami Yaichi somehow had a bad feeling. He looked back and saw that the little monk's body was swollen like a balloon. He swelled to almost the same height as Kunami Yaichi, and his marble-like muscles filled his clothes. His small head matched his sturdy body, which looked quite weird. The young monk clenched his fists, his face serious, as if he was gathering his strength. Sure enough, the young monk also knew this move. Wait! Before Kunami Yaichi could call for a stop, the giant young monk had already punched out his fist and hit Kunami Yaichi's lower back. Bang! Kunami Yaichi couldn't resist the surging force at all. His feet were off the ground and flew up. What? Bang, bang, bang. He rolled 2 or 3 times and then fell face down on the ground. Kunami Yaichi's spiritual power coat still existed. The spiritual power coat was made of spiritual power. As long as there is enough spiritual power, it will not disappear. He rubbed his lower back and climbed up from the ground in a mess. It seems that the spiritual power coat can only offset part of the attack. After exceeding a certain limit, it will still cause damage. The young monk's punch just now was not weaker than the 1.8-meter tall evil creature. But Kunami Yaichi's bones were not broken, and he could continue to move, which shows that the spiritual power coat is effective. Brother Junan, do you want to continue? The young monk asked back to normal. After a day of communication, the two of them became more familiar with each other, and their names became familiar. Junanyi waved his hand and dispersed the spiritual power coat. No more fighting. Let's stop here today. His body was still in a state of anemia, and the amount of exercise today had far exceeded his load, so it was time to take a break. Brother Junan, you have learned the spiritual power coat in just one day. This speed is probably breaking the fastest learning record of an exorcist. Junanyi didn't care much about the record. What should I learn next? The young monk said. After the spiritual power coat, it is spiritual power body tempering, which is to use spiritual power to stimulate the body to make the body healthier and stronger. Spiritual power body tempering is not limited to form, whether it is training or meditation. It turned out that the young monk's meditation in the morning was spiritual power body tempering. After tempering the body, it is the last step. Choose 1 or 2 cultivation systems from the 4 major systems and continue to practice. However, Junan has already achieved this step, so I don't need to say more. I have achieved it? This is the first time that Junan Yai has heard of this cultivation system. How did he achieve it? Isn't the healing flame that Junan used this morning a spiritual technique? The little monk asked. Junai rubbed his eyebrows and said, The 4 major cultivation systems, you should talk about them in full. The little monk introduced. The 4 major systems are the medium system, the spirit tool system, and the spirit technique system. Generally speaking, after learning the spiritual power coat and spiritual power tempering, the exorcist will choose the appropriate system to practice according to his personal situation. My master and I are both in the spiritual system, and we practice the 7 shackles of void. The 7 shackles of void, is it the move that your muscles swelled just now? Junan Yai asked. The little monk nodded. That's right. The spirit system is to constantly hone the body and use the body to fight evil spirits. The medium system is to summon various mediums to attack. The exorcist of the spirit tool system uses knives, sticks, and other specially made spirit tools. The spirit art system can perform a variety of spirit arts. Kunami Yaichi counted in his mind. The bat fan is a spirit tool system, the fox is a medium system, and the talisman and the flame of the pure spirit are spirit art systems. He has already drawn 3 systems in the lottery. Kunami Yaichi is obviously not restricted by the system. As long as the yin and yang points are enough, it doesn't matter what system it is. He will use whatever he draws. In other words, what he lacks is actually the 2 basics, the spirit power coat and the spirit power body tempering. He has no shortage of subsequent moves. But today's training has reached the limit. Don't think about it anymore. Now I need to rest well. Kunami Yaichi sat in the aisle under the eaves. A gust of wind blew past, making him squint his eyes comfortably. In sight, fireflies flew out from the woods, slowly floating around the big tree with the rope tied to it. It feels like summer. It's September, the end of summer. Brother Junen, would you like some watermelon? The little monk came over with a bowl of cut watermelon. The watermelon is sweet, icy, and smooth. Eating watermelon and watching fireflies, the only thing missing is the sea, and the 3 elements that make the summer atmosphere are all there. Although Myoshinji Temple has no games or animations, but Kunami Yaichi can see a sense of fulfillment in the eyes of the little monk. He likes his current life very much. Shaohachi, what tree is that? The fireflies in the whole forest are attracted by it. Kunami Yaichi asked. That is the sacred tree. I heard from my master that Myoshinji Temple was founded here 1,000 years ago to protect it. Protect the sacred tree? Is there anything special about this tree? Trees that have lived for more than 1,000 years are rare. It has a long history. But based on this alone, it seems that there is no need to build a special temple to protect it. My master told me that there is a peerless evil creature sealed under this sacred tree. Myoshinji Temple's responsibility is to protect the sacred tree and not let the evil creature below have a chance to escape. If it escapes, the whole world will be in crisis. Kunami Yaichi used his spiritual vision, but he could not see any evil around the sacred tree. What kind of peerless evil creature can actually put the world in crisis? Kunami Yaichi asked. The young monk shook his head. I asked too, but the master said it's too early to tell me now. He just said that when I inherit the position of abbot of Myoshinji Temple, I should also tie a shimenawa on the tree and use the shimenawa to continue to strengthen the sealing power of the sacred tree. It turns out that the barrier effect of the shimenawa is only incidental, and its real function is to seal. Each shimenawa represents an abbot of Myoshinji Temple. The top one is Miyake Hiroshi, and the bottom one is the first abbot of Myoshinji Temple. Although it is very rude to Miyake Hiroshi to say this, judging from the spiritual power contained in the 13 Shimenawa, his strength ranks last among the abbots of all generations. The strongest one is the first abbot. The Shimenawa he tied has become rotten after a long time, and there is not much spiritual power left on the rope, but the strength is not at the same level as the other 12. Superior? Or maybe it's special. If all 13 abbots were alive, the other 12 abbots would probably be crushed by the first abbot if they joined forces. Of course, Kunami Yaichi was just imagining it in his mind. With his current strength, he could not defeat any of them. Watermelon? Watermelon. Kunami Yaichi heard a murmur and turned his head to see the little girl wrapped in a blanket, crawling towards him like a caterpillar. "What are you doing?" Kunami Yaichi asked. Suzuki Suena glared at Kunami Yaichi. "You guys are eating watermelon, but you didn't call me." Kunami Yaichi said, "I didn't call you because you were sleeping. Come and eat." "Huh!" The little girl picked up a piece of watermelon and started eating. When she saw the fireflies flying in the courtyard, she was stunned. "So beautiful!" After exclaiming, the little girl retracted her gaze and took out the handheld game console from the blanket. Obviously, the game attracted her more. She put the watermelon on the ground and ate it while playing. Kunami Yaichi looked at this little girl addicted to the internet and couldn't help but sigh. With such a beautiful scenery in front of her, she only thought about the game. She was completely different from the little monk. Two extremes. The little monk didn't know when he came to Suzuki Su's side, staring at the screen of the handheld game console, fascinated. Kunami Yaichi looked at the curious light flashing in the little monk's eyes, and had a bad premonition in his heart. I hope that when Master Miyake comes back, he can see a healthy little monk. The sun was scorching in the sky. 23, 24, 25. As usual, the sound of counting rang out in Myoshinji. However, the person counting was changed. Kunami Yaichi was carrying a 30-centimeter stone and doing squat training. This stone was the smallest of the 5 stones on the field, but it also reached 50 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of an adult woman. Kunami Yaichi's legs were shaking every time he squatted. It was too strenuous. The sweat on his face fell down. "Ha! Wrong. You can't go left. That's a dead end." Under the eaves, the little monk sat on the edge of the corridor, concentrating on playing an RPG action game Two Wolves. His expression was very nervous, his mouth slightly open, his pupils dilated, and he looked extremely engaged. The little girl watched from the side, gesticulating and directing. "The monster is coming. Be careful. Hurry up. Hit it." "Hey, you're dead again. You're so stupid. Let me show you how to hit it." Suzuki Mina slapped the little monk on the head, snatched the handheld game console, and started playing. The little monk touched his bald head, didn't care, and watched from the side with great interest. "Wow, you can still play like this. Wow, Sister Mina, you're so awesome. Humph, look at how I play more. Learn from me." Suzuki Mina really enjoyed the feeling of the little monk flattering her. Otherwise, with her personality, how could she lend him the handheld game console to play? At this time, 10 days had passed since Kunami Yaichi and Suzuki Mina came to Myoshinji Temple. Everything. There was a feeling that things had changed. Kunami Yaichi was full of apologies to Miyake Hiroshi, hoping that when Miyake Hiroshi returned, he would keep a normal mind and never break up with him. The little monk did his morning lessons on time every day, but his morning meditation became 2 wolves, and the afternoon training time was also reduced by half without him noticing. What a sin! Kunami Yaichi sighed in his heart. Kunami Yaichi naturally advised the little monk, but the effect was minimal. Spiritual power tempering is not limited to the situation, so I can also temper my body while playing games. The little monk's excuse for being lazy was well-founded. After these days of practice, Kunami Yaichi completely mastered the 2 basic skills of exorcists, the spiritual power coat and spiritual power tempering. He has been able to retract and release the spiritual power coat freely, and it is completely no problem to use it in battle. As for the spiritual power tempering, after practicing, Kunami Yaichi discovered that it was very useful and could be said to be the most important skill for an exorcist. The spiritual power tempering not only tempers the body, but also the spiritual power itself. After the spiritual power tempering, the cells of the body become stronger and the strength and speed increase accordingly. The strong cells can produce more spiritual power. This is a complementary process. However, Kunami Yaichi's situation is different from that of ordinary exorcists. Looking back at the beginning, the original Kunami Yaichi was just an ordinary person and had no spiritual power. His spiritual power was born when he drew the first big gift package. Kunami Yaichi thought it was stimulated by the blood of the sky fox, but it was not. His spiritual power increased a little with each subsequent draw. The higher the level of the draw, the more it increases. In other words, the total amount of Kunami Yaichi's spiritual power will gradually increase as the number of draws increases. Spiritual power tempering and drawing. He has two ways to increase the total amount of spiritual power. Although his spiritual power is not too much now, Kunami Yaichi can foresee the scene of crushing his opponents with huge spiritual power in the future. In the past 10 days, Kunami Yaichi called Kappa Mansai twice to ask about the Bottle Man. But Kappa Mansai always hesitated and gave unsatisfactory answers. The Bottle Man always appeared on the night of the full moon. Other than that, he disappeared without a trace, and there was no trace of him. It was too difficult to track him down. At present, the legend about the Bottle Man is very popular on the internet. There are even some people who claim to have experienced it personally and are spreading it widely. The Bottle Man is real. He helped me kill my father. My father failed in running a factory and was in debt. My mother ran away from home. He was drunk every day. He would beat me and take it out on me when he was in a bad mood. I heard about the Bottle Man by chance. I called him with a try it attitude, and then the call was connected. I am really grateful to the Bottle Man. He helped me get rid of it. If you also want to kill someone, you might as well ask the Bottle Man for help. Among the many posts, the post about killing a violent father was the most widely circulated. The main reason was that this post was accompanied by many pictures of domestic violence, including pictures of arms burned by cigarette butts and pictures of bruises on thighs, which seemed very real. Although this post was quickly blocked, the relevant screenshots had already been spread. Later, someone accidentally saw a news report about the former director of a bankrupt factory who died suddenly at home inexplicably. The time was very close to the post, so he posted the screenshots online, making the post about the violent father more convincing. I want to kill my dad too, haha, just kidding. Hey, don't say that kind of thing, casually. Be careful, it might come true. If Pingnan is real, I want to ask Pingnan to kill my Chinese teacher. That gossipy woman is so annoying when she teaches. Ha ha ha, I know, my geography teacher is the same. Section Chief Kawauchi of the 2nd Sales Division of KS Trading Company, please help me kill this person. Wow, he even said his name, are you serious? What kind of grudge does the person above have with this section chief? If Pingnan kills someone, he won't be caught. That's too good. I want to kill someone for fun. Every day there are pieces of information related to Pingnan appearing on the internet. Kunami Yaichi's Foxfire Paranormal Consultation Office has been silent these days, but this should be the real popularity of the new website. The only message he received was from a person with the ID Beppu 3 days ago. Exorcist? Really? I saw that the Bottle Man is quite popular online recently, so I came to ask you if you can take the job of cursing? Cursing and killing people like the Bottle Man, if it is really possible. The money is easy to negotiate. The only message he received was actually related to the Bottle Man. This shows how popular the Bottle Man is on the internet recently. Regarding this message, Kunami Yaichi chose to ignore it. In 2 days, it will be the full moon of this month, and the Bottle Man should appear on that day. Judging from the popularity of discussions about the Bottle Man on the internet, the scale of this curse killing should be the craziest in history, and the number of victims may reach hundreds. Such a serious incident. Did the third agency really have no progress in the search? Although Kappa Mansai said that the investigation had no clues, Kunami Yaichi thought that he might have said so deliberately in order not to leak the news. The wider the rumors about the Bottle Man spread, the more attention he received, and the closer he was to being arrested. Kunami Yaichi hoped so in his heart. He was hiding in Myoshinji, and there was very little he could do. 48, 49, 50. Kunami Yaichi finally finished 50 squats. His clothes were completely soaked, as if he had just been caught in the rain. Bang! He threw the stone on the ground and gasped for breath. The little monk could carry a 200-kilogram boulder and do 200 squats. Kunami Yaichi was still far from his level. However, after these days of training, his body was much stronger than when he first came to Myoshinji. The muscles on his arms had obvious shapes, and even his abdominal muscles were trained. His current physical fitness even surpassed that of his previous life. This was the result of spiritual power tempering. Kunami Yaichi scooped several scoops of water from the water tank and poured them on himself, and he immediately felt much better. Xiaoba, it's almost time to cook. Kunami, we've eaten all the ingredients in the refrigerator, and Uncle Shigematsu hasn't come yet, so there's nothing to cook. Uncle Shigematsu was the one who came to replenish the ingredients. He would buy a full bag of ingredients every week and bring them over, with meat and vegetables, and the variety was very rich. The young monk scratched his bald head and said, "Come to think of it, Uncle Shigematsu came very late today. He usually comes early in the morning." "Wait a little longer. It should be that he was a little late in preparing the ingredients. Let's postpone the mealtime a little." Kunami Yaichi had just finished squatting and could not train anymore. His eyes slowly moved to Suzuki Mina. The little girl looked up at Kunami Yaichi like a rabbit being stared at by an eagle. Then she shivered and wilted. "Eh? Are we going to start now?" Kunami Yaichi said. "Come with me into the house." Suzuki Mina reluctantly handed the handheld game console to the young monk, and then followed Kunami Yaichi into the house with a dejected look. Kunami Yaichi took out the textbook from his backpack and began to teach the little girl. He would take out 2 hours every afternoon to give the little girl extra lessons. On the one hand, he naturally didn't want her to fall behind in her classes. On the other hand, Kunami Yaichi was using this method to activate his brain. He likes to think and keep his brain in working order. This has become a habit of his. In his previous life, Kunami Yaichi always had some exercises on his bedside. There were exercises for junior high school, and college. The difficulty is not important. What is important is to get the brain moving. After studying for about half an hour, the little monk outside shouted, "Brother Kunami, Uncle Shigematsu is here." Suzuki Mina heard the shout, put down the pen directly, and slammed the table. "I'm hungry. I want to eat." Kunami Yaichi glanced at her. "Continue after dinner. There is still an hour and a half of remedial class time today." Suzuki Mina curled her lips. "I know." Kunami Yaichi stood up and left the room and saw the little monk coming over with a big bag, followed by a dark-faced middle-aged man. He was Uncle Shigematsu. The ingredients Uncle Shigematsu brought include carrots and beef. "Kunami brother, let's make curry later, okay?" Kunami Yaichi was about to answer. At this time, the pipe fox in his sleeve suddenly pulled him. His heart moved slightly, and he looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "By the way, Uncle Shigematsu, why are you so late in delivering the food today?" A fierce look flashed across Uncle Shigematsu's face, and he quickly took out a sharp knife from his bosom and stabbed Kunami Yaichi. The distance between the two sides was very close. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sharp knife was already in front of him. However, Kunami Yaichi was reminded by Guanhu and was well prepared. He slashed Uncle Shigematsu's hand with a palm and knocked the sharp knife away. The attack failed, and Uncle Shigematsu made an unknown shout. His eyes moved around strangely and rushed towards him. Bang! Kunami Yaichi kicked Uncle Shigematsu to the ground, and then punched him hard on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. Why did Uncle Shigematsu attack us? The little monk was stunned in place, unable to react to what happened. Although he was very strong, he was still a child after all, and lacked experience in all aspects. Uncle Shigematsu has been controlled by someone, Kunami Yaichi said in a deep voice. Suzuki Mina heard the noise and ran out. Kunami Yaichi wanted to let her go back to the room to hide, but after thinking about it, she felt that it would be safer for her to stay in sight. Since the enemy has controlled Uncle Shigematsu to attack, it means that the controller should be watching nearby, and the crisis has not been resolved. Squeak! Guanhu pulled Kunami Yaichi again. Kunami Yaichi quickly glanced around, and then his eyes fell on the bag in the little monk's hand. He noticed a slight fluctuation of spiritual power in the bag. Not good, Xiaoba. Throw away the bag quickly. Kunami Yaichi shouted hurriedly. Xiaoba hesitated after hearing it, as if he didn't understand why he had to throw away the food. This hesitation made him move a beat late, and when he wanted to throw it away, it was too late. A sharp claw stretched out from the bag and grabbed the little monk's chest fiercely, and blood quickly stained his clothes red. Fortunately, the little monk tilted his head back slightly at the critical moment. Otherwise, his neck would be scratched as well. Hachi! Kunami Yaichi kicked the bag away with a side kick. Boom! The bag exploded in the air and a blue wolf with 4 eyes jumped out of it. It's a psychic! Kunami Yaichi's heart sank. The mastermind behind this attack was definitely Ping Nan. He had designed to lure Kunami Yaichi into the room of the human figure evil creature, intending to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Although the crew-haired security guard Scent had a spiritual power coat and could temper his body with spiritual power, he didn't know any of the third-stage techniques of the Exorcist. In short, the crew-haired security guard was a small fish that couldn't even be rated as 3 stars. Last time, Ping Nan didn't take Kunami Yaichi seriously and just arranged a trap to eliminate him. Kunami Yaichi had survived a near-death experience before he was lucky enough to escape. This time, Ping Nan was serious. He sent out his real men. The killing intent was very fierce. However, compared with the last time, Kunami Yaichi's strength has undergone a great transformation, and it is still unknown who will win or lose. Roar! The four-eyed blue wolf roared and pounced on him. It was very fast and grabbed his head with its claws. The claws of this blue wolf are sharper than a dagger. I must not let it catch me. Kunami Yaichi immediately released his spiritual power coat to increase his defense. A bat fan appeared in his right hand to block, while his left hand secretly condensed a spirit explosion insect. Swish! The bat fan was grabbed by the blue wolf, and the fan bone immediately showed signs of tearing. Kunami Yaichi's eyes twitched, and he felt a little distressed. If I block 2 or 3 more times, the bat fan will probably be scrapped. At this time, the spirit explosion insect had already condensed. He seized the opportunity and threw the spirit explosion insect over. It is said that wolves have copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. The position Kunami Yaichi chose was exactly the waist of the four-eyed blue wolf. Boom! The spirit blaster exploded and the four-eyed blue wolf screamed. A bloody hole was blown out of its waist. However, the four-eyed blue wolf was not a real wolf after all, but a summoned spirit. Although its waist was injured, its flexibility was only slightly reduced, and it continued to attack him. Kunami Yaichi launched a fanbone attack to resist, but the level of the bat fan was still low, and the attack effect was a bit weak, causing very limited damage to the four-eyed blue wolf. After several confrontations, it was the bat fan itself that broke apart with a snap. The F-level item bat fan was scrapped. At the moment the bat fan broke apart, the four-eyed blue wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light, opened its mouth and bit Kunami Yaichi, and at the same time, a barely detectable tearing sound was heard. Kunami Yaichi's eyes moved slightly. There is an attack coming from behind me. However, he ignored the attack behind him and concentrated on dealing with the attack of the four-eyed blue wolf. At this moment, the second spirit blaster had not yet condensed, and the bat fan was gone. Kunami Yaichi made up his mind, clenched his fists, and hit the four-eyed blue wolf directly. Swish! The four-eyed blue wolf bit Kunami Yaichi's arm with its sharp teeth, and did not let go at all. His arm was torn and covered with blood. A strong wind came from behind. Squeak! The fox flew out of his sleeve. Dang! Kunami looked back and saw that it was a flying knife that attacked him. Although the fox knocked the knife away, blood oozed from its claws. It was obviously not easy to block the knife. The knife on the ground trembled for a while, and then flew back. Following the trajectory of the knife, a man in casual clothes with dyed blonde hair walked towards him. The blonde man held the knife in his hand and played with it skillfully. Kunami Yaichi understood. It can fly back to its owner automatically. It's not an ordinary flying knife. This blonde man is a spiritual tool exorcist. The blonde man looked at Kunami Yaichi and smiled contemptuously. I thought the exorcist who could remove the curse of the bottle man would be so powerful, but it turned out to be so vulnerable. Yosuke, while my four-eyed blue wolf has controlled him now and he can't dodge, kill him quickly. The speaker was a woman who walked out of the woods. She was about 30 years old and very thin. It's not an exaggeration to say that she was skin and bones. Why are you so nervous? He was so seriously injured that he can't make any waves. Although the blonde man said this, he suddenly shot a flying knife the next moment. Whoosh! The fox flew out and tried to intercept it. The blonde man moved his fingers slightly, and the flying knife bypassed the fox in the air and flew straight to Kunami Yaichi, aiming at his neck. Fox eyes! Suzuki Moto shouted worriedly. Kunami Yaichi narrowed his eyes slightly. According to Guanhu's perception, there were 2 people lying in ambush. In other words, they were all there. Kunami Yaichi's hand was bitten by the four-eyed blue wolf, and he could not dodge it. However, being controlled also meant that he could attack the four-eyed blue wolf at any time. Explode! The spirit blaster exploded in the four-eyed blue wolf's body. The four-eyed blue wolf howled miserably, and a big hole was directly blasted out of its stomach. And then it turned into a spiritual light and disappeared. Swish! The moment he escaped, Kunami Yaichi immediately raised his arm to block the flying knife. His arm was stabbed hard, and even his arm bone was injured. This was the result of the spiritual coat offsetting part of the attack. The flying knife vibrated and wanted to fly away. Kunami Yaichi grabbed it. You want to take my flying knife? You overestimate your ability. The blonde man sneered and made a seal with his hands. With his movements, the flying knife began to rotate like a drill. Swish, swish, swish. Kunami Yaichi's hands were cut and scarred, and he could not catch the flying knife. He could only watch it fly back to the blonde man's hands. But he didn't care. His heart moved slightly, and his blood began to boil. White hair, fox ears, and a fluffy tail. Kunami Yaichi completed the transformation into a celestial fox. What kind of system is this? Spiritual technique? Spirit? The blonde man was surprised by Kunami Yaichi's form. Even if you have hidden your trump card, your right hand able to move now. How can you fight against 2 of us with 1 hand? the skinny woman was very cautious. She sensed a hint of danger from Kunami Yaichi's calm expression. "Yosuke, don't waste time. If you delay, something will happen. Kill him together." As she spoke, the skinny woman stretched out her right hand forward, and in the shining light she summoned the second four-eyed blue wolf. The skinny woman's face turned pale as paper. It was obvious that it was not easy for her to summon continuously. Boom! The right half of Kunami Yaichi's body was emitting a blazing blue flame, and the wounds on his arm from the knife and the bites from the four-eyed green wolf were quickly healed. He waved his hand, and the flame of the pure spirit fell on the little monk, covering him. The hideous wound on his chest was visibly growing buds and being sutured. "Hurry up! Don't let them recover." The skinny woman saw this scene. Her pupils shrank, and she immediately controlled the four-eyed green wolf to rush towards Kunami Yaichi. The blonde man also felt something was wrong. "What kind of flame is this? It can actually heal injuries." He threw the flying knife into the air, and the flying knife did not fall to the ground, but floated. The blonde man formed seals with his hands. Swish, swish, swish. The flying knife spun violently, and the speed kept increasing, making a buzzing sound, and it was even difficult to see the shape of the flying knife. "Xiaoba, you will be the one to deal with the four-eyed green wolf. Don't be careless this time," Kunami Yaichi instructed. The little monk, who was seriously injured and dying a few seconds ago, shook his muscles and shot up from the ground. "I know, Brother Junon. It was my mistake just now. I won't do it this time." The pure spirit flame on the little monk's body was still burning. His injuries had not yet fully recovered, but he couldn't wait to take revenge. "Shuluo 7 shackles, open!" A shadowy chain emerged from the little monk's body, and the chain locked him tightly. But as the little monk's voice fell, the chain broke with a snap. Then, the little monk's body swelled up, and the huge muscles stretched the larger clothes like a tights. Shuluo 7 shackles. This is a spiritual system technique. The amount of muscle on a person's body is limited by the body size. No matter how much you exercise, there is a limit. And Shuluo 7 shackles is to restrain the body through special chains, exert strong pressure on the muscles, and continuously stimulate the growth of new muscles so as to achieve the effect of transcending the limitations of the flesh. In fact, the little monk's current devil muscle man form is his true form. The 7 shackles of the void is a very difficult technique to practice, which puts a great burden on the body, but in return it has an extremely powerful melee ability. Bang! The little monk stepped heavily on the ground, leaving a footprint 5 centimeters deep, and rushed towards the four-eyed green wolf like a cheetah. Bang! The two sides approached quickly, and then collided heavily. The four-eyed green wolf howled, and it was hit by the little monk's punch and flew backwards. The little monk took a step to catch up, then held down its head and smashed it hard on the ground. The four-eyed green wolf struggled violently, opened its mouth and bit the little monk. But what it received was a fist as big as a casserole. Even if Kunami Yaichi didn't look, he knew that the winner would definitely be the little monk. He focused more on the blonde man in front of him, whose flying knife was not easy to deal with. The high-speed rotating flying knife had great lethality. Once hit, it would be seriously injured if not dead. Kunami Yaichi did not approach rashly. The closer the distance, the lower the chance of successfully dodging. He just lowered his body, tensed his whole body, and stared at every move of the blonde man. "Go!" As the blonde man spoke, the drill knife shot towards Kunami Yaichi. Swish! Almost at the same time as the drill knife was shot, Kunami Yaichi moved. He rushed to the left side quickly while sticking to the ground. Whoosh! In the Skyfox state, Kunami Yaichi's agility increased greatly, and he dodged the drill knife with great risk. The drill knife was surrounded by a sharp whirlwind. When it flew past Kunami Yaichi, he felt like he was being whipped by willow branches. Kunami Yaichi changed his steps and direction and rushed towards the blonde man. In his hand, he held the spirit-blasting insect that he had secretly condensed. As long as he got close to the blonde man and threw the spirit-blasting insect at him, he would win. The blonde man did not move, but he suddenly changed his handprint. Not good. Kunami Yaichi's alertness increased greatly. He turned back suddenly and saw the flying drill knife circled an arc and shot back. Buzz! Kunami Yaichi dodged hurriedly, but was still a step too late. His arm was scratched and a large piece of flesh was torn off. The blonde man caught the flying knife and threw it into the air. The flying knife started to spin again. He used the drill knife skill again. Kunami Yaichi shot a burning soul-purifying flame at his arm, and the wound healed quickly. At this moment, the distance between him and the blonde man was about 7 meters. If he sprinted at full speed, he could throw the spirit blaster at him in less than a second. But he did not rush forward. but chose to retreat to increase the distance. Long-range attack, I also have it. Yaichi had a talisman paper in his hand, which was the D-level Talisman Destroy. The Talisman Destroy was 2 levels higher than the Talisman Shi. It took 100 yin-yang points to draw 3 pieces. In terms of preciousness, it was higher than the Spirit Blaster. Kunami Yaichi held the talisman paper between his index and middle fingers, chanting a spell. Return, violent demons, great wrathful one. Destroy, destroy. With the help of the blonde man, the speed of the flying knife soared to a terrifying level, making a harsh buzzing sound. This is the fastest speed flying knife I can cast. The blonde man looked at Kunami Yaichi and said, I might as well tell you that at this speed, my flying knife can even penetrate a 15mm thick steel plate. A 15mm thick steel plate cannot be penetrated by a bullet. The size of the flying knife is much larger than that of a bullet, and with the terrifying rotation, the destructive power caused is absolutely catastrophic. If you are hit, your body will probably explode in 2 on the spot. Go to hell, the blonde man shouted. Buzz, whoosh. The drill flying knife shot out like an arrow from a bow. Slay the demons and bind the evil. Destroy! Kunami Yaichi finished reciting the spell at this time. He threw the talisman paper out and stepped hard on the ground with both feet, ready to dodge. The talisman paper burned. A series of red light spots appeared in the air, and then quickly gathered and condensed into a red light ball. Then, a brilliant red energy light column as thick as an adult's thigh spurted out. The strange phenomenon caused by the talisman paper seemed complicated, but it was actually completed in an instant. Boom! The oncoming drill knife was submerged in the red light column. The red light column whizzed past, and the left half of the blonde man's body was smashed by the light column and disappeared without a trace. Bang! He fell to the ground, deader than dead. The light column shot into the woods with its remaining force. 2 large trees were affected and collapsed. Kunami Yaichi was very surprised. He did not expect that the talisman destruction would have such a powerful power. It can be said that among all his current attack methods, the talisman destruction is undoubtedly ranked first in terms of power. The red light column was terrifying. At this time, a black shadow emerged from the red light. It's the flying knife of the blonde man. Kunami Yaichi's scalp numbed. However, the flying knife had completely lost its sharpness just now. The surface was charred black. It had used up its last bit of strength to rush out of the light column and fell to the ground powerlessly. Kunami Yaichi let out a long breath. At such a close distance, if the speed of the flying knife remained unchanged, he would definitely not be able to dodge it. Yosuke! The skinny woman showed a look of horror on her face. Seeing her companion being killed with her own eyes was a great blow to her. The battle between the little monk and the 4-eyed blue wolf had also come to an end. The 4-eyed blue wolf was firmly pressed to the ground by the little monk. He was beaten one-sidedly. His body was looming, and he could not hold on for much longer. The skinny woman completely lost her will to fight, and seeing that the situation was not good, she turned around and ran. Want to run? Kunami Yaichi immediately chased after her, and threw the spirit explosion bug at her from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Boom! The spirit explosion bug exploded on the left side of the skinny woman. Ah! The explosion happened very suddenly, and the skinny woman was completely unaware of it. She was hit by the blast and rolled on the ground for several rounds, just rolling under the Shuyu sacred tree. Her left ear was blown off, and half of her face was covered in blood. Seeing Kunami Yaichi walking towards her, the skinny woman was so scared that she was a little incoherent. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I warn you, if you resist Master Pingnan, you will die miserably. Death miserably? Kunami Yaichi was amused by the skinny woman's logic. It's you who have been pestering me and chasing me. I hid so far away, but you still came to attack me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been the one to die. In this situation, you still want me to let you go? We are just following Master Pingnan's instructions, the skinny woman explained. Blood ran down her face and dripped onto the ground. 1 drop, 2 drops. The blood slowly seeped into the ground. Kunami Yaichi looked at the skinny woman and said, I cannot kill you, but in exchange, you have to tell me the true identity of the bottle man. This skinny woman is just an insignificant character. It doesn't matter whether she is killed or not. The most important thing is to get the information about the bottle man from her. The skinny woman smiled miserably. You don't know how terrible the bottle man is. If I betray him, my fate will be worse than death. Kunami Yaichi slowed down his voice and persuaded, I know someone from the 3rd agency. I can contact them to provide you with protection. The skinny woman was a little tempted, but soon she seemed to remember something. A look of horror appeared on her face, and she shook her head in despair. It's useless. No matter what you say, I will not betray the bottle man. Kunami Yaichi felt heavy in his heart. Whether it was the previous short-haired security guard or the skinny woman, in their hearts, the existence of the bottle man even surpassed death. Suddenly, without any warning, the ground began to shake slightly. Huh? Earthquake? Kunami Yaichi clearly felt the tremor coming from under his feet. Tokyo is a city prone to earthquakes, and Kunami Yaichi didn't pay much attention to it. They were outside and didn't have to worry about the danger of collapse. However, the tremor became stronger and stronger. At this time, Kunami Yaichi heard a faint sound, like some kind of roar. Boom! Accompanied by a dull crash. The ground shook violently, shaking Kunami Yaichi's feet off the ground for a moment. At this moment, the 13 Shimenawa on the sacred tree burst into dazzling light. Arrows of light flew out of the light and shot straight into the depths of the ground. The roar became real and more urgent. The Shimenawa reacted to the earthquake. Could this earthquake be caused by the peerless evil creature sealed under the sacred tree? And that roar, could it be the voice of the peerless evil creature? Kunami Yaichi's eyes fell to the bottom of the sacred tree. To be honest, when listening to the little monk telling the history of the sacred tree, he didn't really believe that the peerless evil creature was still alive, and he was even half believing and half doubting whether the peerless evil creature existed. Myoshinji Temple was built 1,000 years ago for the purpose of guarding the seal. According to him, the creature underground has been sealed for a full 1,000 years. After so much time, no matter what kind of creature it is, it would have turned into a ball of mud. But everything that has happened now tells him that there is indeed a creature sealed under the sacred tree, and that creature has survived to this day. Kunami Yaichi doesn't know what is sealed, but he is sure of one thing. After surviving underground for thousands of years, it can still cause such a big commotion. That creature is definitely in existence far beyond his imagination, once it breaks the seal and sees the light of day again. It is hard to say whether the world will be in chaos, but the lives of these people are estimated to be difficult to save. Especially the little monk, as the descendant of Myoshinji Temple that sealed it, he is undoubtedly the most hated object. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently. The light of the Shurin rope became stronger and stronger. The two are in a fierce collision. Swish! At the bottom, a rope of light flew out from the light of the Shimenawa woven by the first abbot and drilled into the ground. The vibration suddenly became much smaller. It was the rope of light that entangled the sealed creature. Kunami Yaichi's eyes turned. The sealed object had been fine all along. Why did it suddenly riot? His sight was attracted by a drop of blood dripping from the chin of the skinny woman. He saw that drop of blood dripping on the ground, dyeing the ground brown, seeping in, and then disappeared. It was blood. It was the blood of the skinny woman that awakened the sealed object below. Kunami Yaichi moved towards the skinny woman imperceptibly. He planned to take her away from the Imperial God Tree before she could react. Brother Kunan, quickly get that woman away from the Imperial God Tree. It was her blood that caused the peerless evil creature below to riot. The little monk also noticed this and shouted immediately. Kunami Yaichi almost couldn't catch his breath when he heard the little monk's voice. Is it necessary to shout so loudly? Can't you tell him quietly? A fierce creature? The skinny woman glanced down, a smile appeared on her lips. She stretched out her nails and scratched her arm fiercely, and several wounds immediately appeared and bled. Don't get close to me. Retreat. Stay 100 meters away from me, otherwise I will make the fierce creature below even more manic. And the worst-case scenario is that both sides will be destroyed. Did you hear me? Retreat? The skinny woman shouted. Kunami Yaichi naturally couldn't listen to the skinny woman's instructions, but in the current situation, she would definitely not leave the Imperial God Tree easily. Swish! A white shadow flashed by. Kunami Yaichi's tail was wrapped around the skinny woman's neck. What are you doing? Let me go, believe me or not. The skinny woman shook her bleeding arm and shouted cowardly. Crack! Kunami Yaichi broke her neck. Judging from her performance just now, it would be quite difficult to get information about the bottle man from her. In this case, there was no point in keeping her. With a flick of his tail, the skinny woman's body was thrown into the woods. The shaking continued, because the skinny woman's action of scratching her arm just now caused a lot of blood to spill on the ground and seep into the ground. Kunami Yaichi restored his true body and used his spiritual vision to observe the movement of the seal. If the situation was not good, he was ready to escape quickly. Bang! Bang! The ground shook violently again, and even a few cracks appeared. For a moment, Kunami Yaichi even felt that the evil creature sealed underground was about to break out of the ground. At this moment, the sacred tree swayed slightly. The The leaves rustled, and a faint fragrance emanated from the tree. Then everything was quiet. Kunami Yaichi could no longer feel any vibration, and the ground was extremely stable, as if nothing had happened. Yes, the Shimenawa was only an auxiliary, and the sacred tree was the real seal. Kunami Yaichi breathed a sigh of relief, but thinking carefully, it was natural. If it was about to break out of the ground because of some blood, then the peerless evil creature under the tree would not have been sealed for 1,000 years. Even Myoshin Temple was discovered by the Bottle Man. This place is no longer safe. The sky gradually darkened. 300 meters away from Myoshin Temple, in the woods, there was a car parked. Kunami Yaichi's idea was to take the little monk and Suzuki Mina to find a safe place to hide, but the little monk was unwilling to leave Myoshin Temple, and his determination to stay was very firm. The peerless evil creature was sealed under the sacred tree, and the little monk was responsible for protecting the sacred tree. Kunami Yaichi could understand this. He also didn't want to see the 1,000-year-old inheritance of Myoshinji Temple interrupted because of the existence of Ping Nan. He called Miyake Hiroshi and told him about the situation here. Miyake Hiroshi will be back tomorrow. In other words, Kunami Yaichi and the other two only need to survive one night. Ping Nan's 2 men just died, and it is unlikely that they will send more people in a short time. But even so, it is too dangerous to live in Myoshinji Temple. Therefore, Kunami Yaichi and the little monk worked together to move the car into the woods. The place where they are now can not only observe Myoshinji Temple, but also is hidden enough. There are also some warning traps set around, which is safe enough. You two stay in the car, don't run around. I have something to deal with, I'll go out for a while and I'll be back at night. Okay, Kunami brother. The little monk answered obediently. Suzuki Mana waved her hand. She was busy playing games. Although they had just experienced a fierce battle and even had someone die in front of them, the little monk and the little girl were not affected too much. They got together again and played Two Wolves. There was a lot of food prepared in the car, so they didn't have to worry about their dinner. As for the existence of Suzuki Mana, Kunami Yaichi also secretly revealed it to the little monk, asking him to pay attention. After taking care of all the affairs of the two, Kunami Yaichi turned and left. Are you from Foxfire Supernatural Information? Under the dim street lights, a middle-aged fat man with a big belly and smoking looked. Kunami Yaichi up and down, then handed him a cigarette and asked, "There is no one else here at this time except the two of us." Kunami Yaichi didn't smoke, but he still took it and lit it. This middle-aged fat man was Beppu, who sent a message to Foxfire Supernatural Information a few days ago, wanting to curse and kill people. Kunami Yaichi originally didn't intend to pay attention to him, but now is different from the past. He needs Beppu to help a little, so he asked him out. It is 11:30 p.m. now, and the location is a remote shopping street in Adachi District. Adachi District is a remote area in central Tokyo. The economy here is relatively backward, and there are relatively few residents. It is completely different from the crowded Shibuya and Shinjuku. The shopping street, which is not very prosperous to begin with, is really empty at night. Kunami Yaichi took a puff of cigarette and then exhaled gently. The smoke that flew out condensed in the air and formed a faint shape of a fox. After 2 seconds, it slowly disappeared. Tell me, who do you want to curse? Although it was just a small trick of adding spiritual power to the smoke, it was enough to make Beppu's eyes light up and have some trust in his identity as an exorcist. Beppu asked in a tentative tone, "By the way, how much does it cost to curse someone to death? It won't implicate me, right?" Although the tone in the message sent to the information center was very arrogant, he seemed a little timid in reality. 200,000. Kunami Yaichi raised 2 fingers and said, "Don't worry, we won't find you." The price seemed to be within Beppu's affordability. He nodded, took a deep breath and said, "I want to curse Section Chief Kawauchi of the 2nd Sales Division of KS Trading Company." Kunami Yaichi raised his eyebrows. He had seen this name under the post about domestic violence against his father. Because the real name was written, many comments teased that there was some hatred between the two. It turned out that the person who wrote this message was Beppu. Kunami Yaichi could delete the message sent to Foxfire Supernatural Information Agency without anyone noticing, but many people saw the message and left a trace. If Section Chief Kawauchi died, it would be easy to find him. However, Kunami Yaichi did not say his thoughts, because he did not intend to really help Beppu to curse and kill people. "Well, what did this Section Chief Kawauchi do to you? Why do you hate him so much?" Beppu said bitterly. "He used to be my superior and took good care of me. I even asked him to be the witness when I got married. Later, I cheated on my wife and was discovered. She ran away from home in anger. I asked Section Chief Kawauchi to help me persuade him, but I never expected that the bastard would persuade my wife to bed. My wife even divorced me and married that bastard. The adult world is very complicated. There is no right or wrong. Kunami Yaichi took 2 puffs of the cigarette, then threw it on the ground, stomped it out with his foot, took out his mobile phone to check the time, and then walked across the street. I know, curse this, Section Chief Kawauchi, right? No problem, come with me. Across the street there is an old telephone booth. Kunami Yaichi brought Beppu to the telephone booth. At this moment the time has come to 11:55. You go into the phone booth later and at midnight dial 4444, and then tell me the name of Section Chief Kawauchi and my cell phone number. Beppu looked at Kunami Yaichi with suspicion. You don't think I don't know? This is clearly the process of entrusting Ping Nan. Let Ping Nan help me kill people, and you make 200,000 from it. Is this your idea? Kunami Yaichi asked calmly. Since you know Ping Nan, why don't you go to him directly but come to me instead? Beppu shook his head and said, how could a complete stranger take such a big risk to help me kill people for free? There must be something fishy here. Your worries are not wrong. Kunami Yaichi patted Beppu on the shoulder. I can tell you with certainty that Ping Nan is real and he can help people curse, but the internet only writes the process of cursing, but does not mention the price. Price? The cursor needs to cut off a ring finger. Kunami Yaichi made a knife hand gesture. Beppu looked at his own hand and shuddered. How do you know? I'm an exorcist, so I know a lot of inside information that ordinary people don't know. Kunami Yaichi continued. I'll charge you 200,000 and you can keep your finger. Which do you want, a ring finger or 200,000? I choose the finger. That's it. Kunami Yaichi opened the door of the phone booth and urged, go in quickly, it's almost midnight. Beppu was fooled by Kunami Yaichi and went into the phone booth obediently. Kunami Yaichi took out his mobile phone and stared at the time. When the number jumped to file, he immediately knocked on the glass. Beppu pressed 4 fours nervously, his hands were shaking. After 2 or 3 seconds, he hung up the phone. Why didn't you say anything? Kunami Yaichi asked. Idak didn't get through. Beppu was somewhat relieved. When he picked up the phone, he regretted it. He was scared when he thought about personally carrying out the murder curse. Kunami Yaichi's eyes twitched. Beppu's hatred was still too weak. Bottle men have a special screening method. Only when their hatred is strong enough can they make a call. Is it really okay to go back like this? Kunami Yaichi asked. Beppu had a look of remorse. I thought about it. Although Section Chief Kawauchi stole my wife, it was me who cheated first when it came down to it. Although he said so, Kunami Yaichi could tell at a glance that Beppu was just simply afraid. Kunami Yaichi tapped the glass of the phone booth with his fingers and said in a faint tone, It's 12 o'clock now, the time when nightlife just starts. If Section Chief Kawauchi didn't sleep, what would he do? He was lying on the bed, next to a woman who had just taken a shower, with a ball of fire in his lower abdomen. Oh, that woman was originally your wife. He was ordered around by his boss all day, and in the end even his wife was stolen. Beppu just thought about it, and his face immediately turned red. His pupils dilated and he gasped. Kunami Yaichi's voice was like a devil from hell and he asked seductively, Can you tolerate this kind of thing? If it were me, I would definitely not tolerate it. Beppu couldn't stand it anymore, turned his head away, picked up the receiver again, and pressed 4444. This time, the call was connected. Kunami Yaichi leaned over. A cold electronic synthesized voice came from the other end of the phone. Tell me the person you want to curse and leave your contact information. Beppu tremblingly said the name of Section Chief Kawauchi and his own mobile phone number. Click! The phone went busy and the other party hung up. Beppu looked at Kunami Yaichi with an inquiring look. What should I do next? Kunami Yaichi was also doing it for the first time, but his expression was very calm, and there was no flaw in his expression. Wait! Waiting for what? Buzz. Beppu's phone rang. He took it out, took a look, and then handed it to Kunami Yaichi. It was a text message. September 19, 10 p.m., Takeshita Metal Factory, Itabashi District, Tokyo. This factory! Kunami Yaichi felt that the name of the factory was familiar. He thought about it and a screenshot of a newspaper popped into his mind. It's the factory that went bankrupt because of domestic violence against his father. Not only did he kill people, but he also used the victim's factory as a base. Ping Nan's move is full of provocation. Today is September 17th. No, it just passed midnight. It's already the 18th. There are still 46 hours until the time on the text message. I got Ping Nan's address. Kunami Yaichi licked his lips. He found Beppu for this purpose. He was designed to be locked in a haunted room and attacked by a crew-haired security guard. All of this made him very unhappy. After that, he chose to hide in Myoshinji Temple, but he still couldn't escape the pursuit, and the third agency has not made any progress. Kunami Yaichi is unwilling to wait any longer. Getting the address is just the first step. Next, he will launch a counterattack against Pingnan. That's all for today. You go back first. I'll call you tomorrow. Beppu nodded. You must call me. I don't dare to go to this place alone. Don't worry. Kunami Yaichi signaled Beppu not to worry. When Kunami Yaichi returned to Myoshinji, it was already 1:30 in the morning. The two little guys were asleep. Suzuki Mina put down the passenger seat and slept comfortably on his side, while the little monk lay in the back seat. Kunami Yaichi got into the car quietly and lay down in the driver's seat. Guanhu, if you find any danger nearby, wake me up immediately. Squeak. Kunami Yaichi felt at ease with Guanhu watching over the night. Not long after, he fell asleep. Da-da-da! The footsteps echoed in the empty cave. Kunami Yaichi once again entered the centipede nightmare. He did not feel any panic, and the expression on his face was very relaxed. He controlled his body with ease and slowed down slowly. Since the day he first came to Myoshinji Temple, Kunami Yaichi had a nightmare about centipedes every night. This was the 12th time. The centipede nightmare had no effect on him, but the bottle man still cursed him. Kunami Yaichi felt that the bottle man was attacking him mentally. Every time a centipede crawled into his mouth and filled his mouth, he was terrified. The next day, he had to force himself to eat while suppressing his nausea. In just 30 seconds, he completely slowed down and stopped where he was. He turned around suddenly, opened his spiritual power code at the same time, and then immediately dodged to the left. Swish! The centipede monster with 8 arms missed. Kunami Yaichi turned around and kicked it sideways on the head. The centipede monster had a fierce look in its eyes, and its 8 arms grabbed at him. Kunami Yaichi did not retreat, but took the initiative to meet the centipede monster and engaged in a fierce close combat with him. After he mastered the spiritual power coat and spiritual power body tempering, he already had the ability to resist the centipede in the nightmare. From the second day, he used the centipede monster as an object for actual combat practice. His strength was improving every day. On the 5th day, he had defeated the nightmare centipede. However, he did not kill the centipede, but let the centipede crawl onto his body and get into his mouth. Kunami Yaichi was worried that the bottle man would find that the nightmare centipede could not even disgust him, so he stopped cursing. Although it was indeed very disgusting, thinking that he could get 20 yin and yang points every day, he chose to endure it. Patience brought certain results. Now his yin and yang points have increased to 330 points. In the nightmare, the centipede monster kept waving its 8 arms and pounced on Kunami Yaichi with its fangs and claws. Although Kunami Yaichi was wearing a spiritual power coat, he was very cautious. He knew that once he was caught, the 8 arms would wrap around him, and he would not be able to break free. He focused his attention, carefully observing the movement of the arms, moving around them, fighting and retreating. Relying purely on hand-to-hand combat is really quite strenuous, Kunami Yaichi thought. He was able to defeat the centipede monster on the 5th day, mainly relying on the spirit explosive bug. However, after that, he no longer used the spirit explosive bug, but relied entirely on hand-to-hand combat to fight the centipede monster. This was in a dream, and he could use his full strength without worrying about injuries. Such a good, close combat sparring partner is not easy to find. It was late at night, and the moon was high. In the car, Kunami Yaichi was immersed in his dream, fighting fiercely with the centipede monster, and the little monk and Suzuki Mina were also sleeping soundly. The sacred tree 300 meters away, as usual, attracted many fireflies. Those fireflies flew around the big tree, and some landed on the tree. In the night, it created a beautiful feeling. A firefly flew up from the leaves, floated in the air for a while, and then fell on the first generation of the head priest's Shimen rope under the sacred tree with the wind. After thousands of years, this Shimenawa has become very rotten. It is only because of the spiritual power of the first abbot that it has been able to survive until today. However, in order to suppress the riot of the sealed creature yesterday afternoon, this Shimenawa consumed too much spiritual power, and its lifespan has finally come to an end. Without any warning, with a snap, the Shimenawa of the first abbot broke. The fireflies flew up again. The night was quiet. The fireflies still released a faint light and fluttered in the wind. Whoosh! A white snake with a white fluorescent body and a translucent shape poked its head out from under the sacred tree. Its eyes were full of vicissitudes, and it felt as if it was in another world. I have been sealed for thousands of years and tortured. I finally came out from the underground. Swoosh! The white snake soared into the air. It was about 1 meter long. After a short stay in the air, it twisted its body and flew towards the north. Suddenly it looked down, and its sight fell on the car in the woods. Its eyes seemed to penetrate the roof of the car and saw the little monk. It's the descendant of that dead bald donkey. The bald head with shiny black muscles in the past appeared in its mind. In an instant, the white snake's eyes turned blood red, filled with murderous intent. Damn bald donkey and those betrayers! I will not let any of those who surrounded and killed me back then go. Swish. Guanhu noticed something strange and flew out of Kunami Yaichi's sleeve. It came to the car window and looked out. The white snake's pupils shrank slightly, and it immediately turned around and flew away. The seal of the Imperial God Tree is very strong. In order to escape, I had to abandon my physical body. My soul is now in a very weak state and can't withstand the slightest blow. I must find a new body as soon as possible, otherwise my soul will dissipate. Flying over the woods, the white snake saw a mountain road. It continued to fly. A crow flew by. The white snake's eyes flashed red. Gaga! The crow called twice and involuntarily changed direction, coming to the side of the white snake and flying side by side with it. Birds and animals can carry the soul of the white snake, but it did not rush to make a decision. Before, the soul could no longer support it. It wanted to find the best option. If there is really no good choice, then it will take the body of this crow. Below, a truck drove by, and a middle-aged man in work clothes was driving, yawning. It's a human, an adult human male. The white snake dived down immediately. In his mind, humans were the second best option for possession. Whoosh! The white snake passed through the roof of the truck and drilled into the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man shuddered. His body suddenly became stiff. His facial expression became distorted. He struggled, and his facial features shook uncontrollably. His hands could not control the steering wheel. The truck gradually deviated and entered the opposite lane. The dazzling high beam shone over. Then a sharp horn sounded. The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly contracted, and the white snake was ejected from his body. He quickly turned the steering wheel and drove the truck back to the normal lane. Swish! A van passed by the truck, and the van driver cursed, "Go to the opposite lane, you want to die." The curse was only for a moment, and soon disappeared as the distance increased. The middle-aged man was still in shock. What happened just now? I suddenly couldn't control my body. Could it be a myocardial infarction? After this work, I have to go to the hospital for a checkup. The white snake fell on the road, and the already translucent body became even more illusory. Damn it! Without a physical body, the speed of the soul's virtualization is too fast. It is so weak that it can't even possess a mere human body. Because of the failure of the possession, my soul was severely damaged. Although the crow is not the best choice, I can't wait any longer. The white snake cast his eyes on the crow above and flew over. At this time, a black car passed by below. There was a faint groaning sound from the car. The white snake suddenly stopped, turned his body, and looked at the car with naked joy in his eyes. It's the breath of a newborn. Great, God is really not letting me down. If it's a newborn, I can perform the reincarnation ritual. This is much better than my possession. The white snake used all his strength to chase after the car. Around its body, colorful spots of light gradually emerged, and those spots of light rotated around it, and the speed kept increasing. It made the surroundings seem like the universe and the starry sky. Infinite reincarnation. Swish! The white snake's body turned into a colorful light and projected into the black car. Wife, hold on. We'll be at the hospital soon. Shimokawa listened to Sanae's cries of pain in the back seat and was sweating profusely. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you out for a trip. You should have stayed at home and waited for the birth. I suggested the trip. It's not your fault. Sanae tried very hard to comfort her husband, and the pain in her lower body made her gasp for breath. Honey, I can't do it anymore. The baby is moving. I feel like I'm about to give birth. I'll speed up. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. At this time, a strange bird appeared out of thin air in the sky. This strange bird was huge, with a human female head and long hair floating in the air. I heard it. It's the sound of a human baby. Not yet born. Not yet born. That's great. A smile appeared on the face of the strange bird, and she flapped her brown wings and chased after the car. The strange bird was extremely fast and surpassed the car in the blink of an eye. It fell from the sky and landed in front of the car, making a piercing cry like scratching glass. The baby is mine. It's mine. In order to send his wife to the hospital as soon as possible, Shimokawa's car speed had reached 80 miles per hour. Such a high speed is undoubtedly very dangerous, but when he heard his wife's painful cry, He didn't care too much. Soon, we'll be there soon. Shimokawa turned his head to comfort Sane, and his sight was only diverted for less than a second. When he looked forward again, a figure suddenly appeared. A sharp brake sound was heard. Shimokawa subconsciously turned the steering wheel. Then, the car rushed out of the mountain road and rolled down. My child, my child. The wings of the strange bird fluttered and turned into hands like a woman's, and the feathers turned into a brown howrie draped over its body. It hummed an inexplicable tune and walked down the hill step by step. At the bottom of the hill, the car turned upside down completely, and the wheels were still turning slowly. Bang! The front door was opened, and Shimokawa crawled out with blood all over his face. He staggered to open the back door, but the door was deformed due to continuous rolling, and the handle was stuck. Sane! Sane! He slapped the car window and called her name, but there was no answer. Shimokawa suddenly sniffed, lowered his head, and saw a pool of liquid flowing out from the front of the car. Gasoline leaked. Shimokawa's face changed suddenly. He touched a stone and smashed it hard on the car window. Bang! Snap! The car window shattered. Shimokawa reached in and opened the car door from the inside. He bent down and saw that his wife's legs were on her shoulders. Her hands were folded into an irregular shape, and her neck was drooping weakly on one side. Sanae? Shimokawa's tears immediately burst out. The broken edge of the eaves with the finger given by Guanyin gently touched the broken place of thousands of Buddhas. Hearing someone humming a song behind him, Shimokawa turned around subconsciously and saw a woman wearing a brown feather cloth walking towards him. It's you killed Sanae. Shimokawa recognized the woman transformed by the strange bird. The face of the woman he saw when the car overturned was deeply imprinted in his mind. The strange bird woman walked straight past Shimokawa, leaned over to the car, fiddled with Sanae under her body, and took out a curled-up baby covered in blood. That's my child! Give it back to me! Shimokawa shouted and rushed towards the strange bird woman. Bang! The strange bird woman kicked Xiachuan back and crashed into the car. She looked down at the blood-stained baby. Not crying? Dead. The baby is dead. Don't want it. Don't want it. The strange bird woman loosened her grip and was about to throw the baby away. At this moment, the baby in her arms slowly opened his eyes. Those were a pair of eyes looking down on everything. Wulian's reincarnation was successful. Great, my child is still alive. The strange bird woman smiled happily. The white snake looked at the strange bird woman, a high-level monster Guhuo bird. This kind of monster likes to snatch babies and raise them as its own children, but it only likes babies. When the baby grows, up to 3 years old and is no longer a baby, it will eat the child and then look for the next baby. She should have targeted me. Because it suddenly appeared and caused the car to overturn, I almost died in the womb before I was born. The white snake felt his body and found that he was pitifully weak, but fortunately he could feel the existence of demon power. There is also spiritual power. Demonic power and spiritual power coexist. This is a half-demon body. It should be that the soul is too weak and failed to completely transform the body into a monster. The white snake was a little unhappy, but after the success of the infinite reincarnation, it could not easily abandon the body. Possession is the soul forcibly occupying the body. The essence of the soul has not changed. It is still the original shape. Some secret techniques imprinted in the soul can still be used. For example, the technique of controlling the crow just now. But the infinite reincarnation is different. It is a complete rebirth, just like a real newborn. The soul is no longer the original soul, but is perfectly integrated with the body. It is a brand new soul, and it also contains infinite possibilities. The white snake gave up the soul that had been cultivated for thousands of years, which was naturally very painful. However, there is a characteristic of the infinite reincarnation. It can condense everything it has learned, the spiritual technique, the secret technique, everything are all condensed together to form a God-given ability. My God-given ability. The white snake stretched out his body and looked at his right hand. He held a gourd tightly in his hand, and the word wine was imprinted on the gourd. Give it back to me. Give the child back to me. Shimokawa rushed over again. Shut up. This time, before the strange bird woman could make a move, the white snake's eyes gleamed, and the gasoline leaking from the car began to burn. Swish. In just a blink of an eye, Shimokawa was already engulfed in flames. The strange bird woman held the white snake and retreated, avoiding the flames. It looked down at the baby with a puzzled expression. Child, a special child. The white snake looked at its blood father howling in the flames, and the corners of its mouth curled up. I feel sick when I think that there are humans with the same blood as me in this world. Boom! The car exploded. Shimokawa's body was blown to the white snake, and it had turned into charcoal. In this way, the boundary between me and humans is completely drawn. The white snake looked at the gourd with the word wine branded on it in its hand, and said, "From today on, my name is Shutendoji. It won't be long before I will reign over this world again with a brand new attitude." Boom, boom, boom. Kunami Yaichi opened his eyes and saw the dusty Hiroshi Miyake outside the car window. He looked at the time. It was 5:10 in the morning. After receiving the news from Brother Kunami, I rushed back day and night. "How is it? Did the bottle man send anyone to attack again?" Hiroshi Miyake asked. Kunami Yaichi shook his head. "No, it was safe last night." "That's good. Master Miyake, I'm sorry to interrupt your practice." Hiroshi Miyake glanced at the little monk in the back seat and said, "It's okay. I have found the opportunity to break through. The rest of the practice can be completed in Myoshinji. Then I congratulate Master Miyake in advance." Kunami Yaichi really congratulated from the bottom of his heart. Once Hiroshi Miyake was promoted to a senior exorcist, the safety factor of Myoshinji would definitely increase exponentially. If he encounters any danger in the future, he can hide here and feel safe. "Master!" The little monk woke up and shouted excitedly. Hiroshi Miyake said with a stern face, "Xiaoba, why did you sleep so long? Why don't you get up and do the morning prayers today?" "Yes, master." The little monk immediately got up and ran towards the direction of Myoshinji Temple, but not long after he ran back again. "Master, something bad has happened. One of the shimen ropes on the sacred tree has broken." "What?" Hiroshi Miyake rushed towards the sacred tree in one step, and in 3 steps he was already 50 meters away. Kunami Yaichi followed him and asked secretly, "Guanhu, was there anything unusual about the sacred tree last night?" Guanhu shook his head. It could not detect the white snake, because the sense of existence of the soul was too weak. Kunami Yaichi followed Hiroshi Miyake to Myoshinji Temple, and saw him circling around the sacred tree, observing the situation under the tree, with a very nervous expression. The broken shimen rope is the first-generation abbot's shimen rope. Fortunately, there is no sign of cracks on the ground, and the seal below is not out of the way. Hiroshi Miyake breathed a sigh of relief. Kunami Yaichi couldn't help asking, "Master Miyake, what exactly is the peerless evil thing sealed under the sacred tree?" 1,000 years ago in the Heian period, a war broke out between humans and monsters. It was a very tragic war that caused the deaths of thousands of human exorcists, and countless monsters were killed and injured. Is there such a thing? There is no record of it in the history on the surface. Thousands of exorcists? Kunami Yaichi can imagine the wide range of the war. Even if the bottle man is included, he has only met 8 exorcists so far. But in the Heian period, exorcists were not called exorcists, but psychics. Almost all psychics at that time were involved in that war. And the person who started the war was the Lord of Monsters at that time, Yamata no Orochi. Yamata no Orochi, the Lord of Monsters? In the various film and television works that Kunami Yaichi watched in his previous life, Yamata no Orochi appeared very frequently. I didn't expect that there was a real Yamata no Orochi in this world, and it looks like a very awesome existence. There are also different levels of monsters corresponding to human psychics, namely monsters, big monsters, and monster lords. Monsters and big monsters are divided into lower, middle, and upper levels respectively. Kunanya said, "In other words, the monster lord corresponds to the special exorcist." Miyake Hiro nodded and said, "At that time there were 5 monsters at the monster lord level, but the only one who could be called the monster lord was Yamata no Orochi, whose strength was terrifying. Even under Yamata no Orochi, there were 2 monster lords, Arakawa no Lord and Tamamonomai. The war lasted for a month, and the monster army led by Yamata no Orochi gradually gained the upper hand, but monsters did not all hold a hostile attitude towards humans. The first abbot of Myoshinji Temple, Master Wentai, and the 4 major psychic families at that time persuaded the other 2 monster lords, Thunder Tengu and Nara no Lord, to join the war. However, even so, the strength of both sides was just equal. In the end, it was Tamamonomai who suddenly rebelled, and the psychic coalition won the victory and killed Arakawa no Lord and Yamata no Orochi. However, Yamata no Orochi has 8 heads and 8 tails. It can regenerate infinitely and is nearly immortal. No matter it is burned by fire or struck by lightning, it cannot really be killed. So Master Wentai divided its 8 heads and body into 8 parts and sealed them in 8 different places, intending to use a long time to weaken it, making it lose its strength and gradually die. Miyake Hiro pointed to the bottom of the sacred tree and said, "Here, the seal is 1/8 of Yamata no Orochi's body." He put his hands together and bowed respectfully to the sacred tree. Master Wentai built Myoshin Temple to guard this sacred tree and prevent Yamata no Orochi from breaking the seal and causing trouble to the world again. As the current abbot of Myoshin Temple, I will definitely let the inheritance continue, whether it is 100 years or 200 years later. The little monk also bowed. He felt a sense of honor. It turned out that what he did was so important. Compared with Sensoji Temple, Myoshin Temple is unknown. Kunami Yaichi felt that this contrast was probably intentional by the first abbot Bunta. After all, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. If someone wants to release Yamata no Orochi for fun, it is not impossible. However, 1/8 of the body has been buried underground for thousands of years and is still alive. It sounds incredible. This world is full of dangers. If Yamata no Orochi had won that year, what would the world be like? The human species is unlikely to survive. To live a stable life, you need enough strength, otherwise you might be involved in a dispute one day and die. Kunami Yaichi feels that he still has a long way to go. I have the Onmyoji System in my hand. If I keep drawing lots, it is not impossible for me to reach the level of Yamata no Orochi. But it is too far-fetched to consider these things now. The most important thing at the moment is to get rid of the real threat of the Bottle Man. Master Miyake, I'll ask you to look after Suzuki Mana for 2 days. Miyake Hiro looked at Kunnan Yaichi's expression and said, Brother Kunnan, I roughly guessed what you are going to do. Since I'm back, I can still guarantee the safety of Myoshinji Temple. You can stay here for a while. Kunnan Yaichi said calmly, sometimes blindly giving in will only make the other party worse. Don't worry, I'll be fine. September 19th, 9:30 p.m., a bright full moon hung in the night sky. Today is a full moon night. In Tokyo's Itabashi district, a car was parked at a remote alley 2 blocks away from the Takeshita metal factory. Kunnan Yaichi installed the micro camera he bought on the button of Beppu's coat. The black coat perfectly concealed the existence of the camera. After installing the camera, he gently patted Beppu's sleeve and stuffed 3 exploding insects into it without anyone noticing. Master, why do you want to install a camera on me? Why do I feel so dangerous? Beppu looked at the camera on his body and felt a little awkward. Don't be afraid, it's just a safety precaution. By the way, remember to keep talking to me after you go in. Wait, Master, you won't go in with me? Beppu's voice was a little shaky. As the agreed time approached, the fear in his heart once again grew. Ping-nan and I know each other, so it's inconvenient for us to show up. Kunami Yaichi saw Beppu's concerns and explained, Do you think I have any reason to persecute you? Why am I here now? Why? Of course it's for this. Kunami Yaichi made a money gesture. All the work I do is for you. If you are afraid and want to quit, it's not impossible. I will only charge you half the price. However, if you miss this village, you will miss this store. You have to think it through. Kunami Yaichi put his hand on Beppu's shoulder and said in a tempting tone, As long as you walk into the factory and cast the curse, Section Chief Kawauchi will be cursed and die soon. By then, your ex-wife will become helpless, and her inner defenses must be very fragile. After that, I don't need to tell you what you should do, right? Of course, if you have no feelings for your ex-wife, just ignore what I said. I know, I'll do it. Beppu seemed to have made up his mind. Kunami Yaichi knew that Beppu would definitely make this choice. He did this not necessarily because he was still obsessed with his ex-wife, but perhaps because he had a knot in his heart about this matter and couldn't let it go. But no matter what, he was willing to go in. At this time, a boy, who looked like a college student, walked by the alley. He was a little nervous and kept looking around. The direction he was walking was the Takeshita metal factory. He should be one of the cursors tonight? Kunami Yaichi looked at the time. There are still 10 minutes to 10 o'clock. The time is almost up. Go! Beppu took 2 deep breaths, opened the car door and walked towards the factory. Watching Beppu disappear around the corner, Kunami Yaichi's smile faded. He turned his eyes to his phone, which was showing the camera footage. It's finally starting. This time, let me be the person behind the scenes. The screen was moving forward. As they got closer to the Takeshita metal factory, they saw more and more people. Factories are often built in suburban areas or places with few people, so as to save costs. Coming to such a place at this time, Kunami Yaichi was 100% sure that all these people were the cursors who called Pingnan. A large number of them were wearing hats, trying to hide their identities. Master, should I find a hat to wear too? Beppu saw that other people were wearing hats, and he was also tempted. Where can I find a hat for you in the middle of the night? Just go in. Kunami Yaichi rejected his request without saying a word. Beppu saw that some people were walking into the factory openly, and his heart was relieved. He mixed in with the crowd and walked in. It's Kikuta. As soon as Beppu entered, Kunami Yaichi saw a familiar figure in the screen. At this time, she was no longer dressed as a professional beauty. She was wearing a clean black sportswear, her hair tied into a ponytail, and she examined the people entering the factory one by one. If she went in like this, the camera in front of Beppu would probably be discovered by Kikuta. "Beppu, walk a little to the left and follow the tall man," Kunami Yaichi commanded. Although Beppu didn't know the reason for doing this, he still walked over. He was too ordinary, and he was completely inconspicuous in the crowd. In addition, he was half hidden behind the tall man, so he successfully passed Kikuta's sight. There are so many people. When they came to the inside of the factory, shadowy figures appeared in the screen. Kunami Yaichi had previously guessed that the number of people cursed this time might reach hundreds, but he was still conservative. There were more than 100 people gathered here, at least 200. Among these 200 people, there were men, women, young and old, and he even saw black people. Everyone's face was nervous and expectant. 200 cursors means that there will be 200 victims who will die in succession. It is foreseeable that there will be an uproar in society and public opinion will rise. The Bottle Man has made a big move this time. Kunami Yaichi found 2 people who were suspected to be the Bottle Man's subordinates. One was a hunched old man, and the other was a man with a tattoo on the left side of his face and holding a samurai sword. The 2 stood in the corner of the factory and looked at everyone. It seems that the Bottle Man has not appeared yet. Kunami Yaichi noticed that a high platform was built on one side of the factory. The high platform was covered with a red carpet, and a table was placed on it. What a bad taste! A curse party is made like a cultural performance. However, that table, if nothing unexpected happens, the curse ceremony is likely to be held on it. Spirit exploders, move out! Kunami Yaichi has been throwing spirit exploders around and using them as bombs, but in fact they can move on their own. Snap. There are a total of 3 spirit exploders hidden in Beppu, which is the limit of what he can release at the same time. At this moment, one of them jumped down. The exploding bug is only the size of a grain of rice, so you can't expect it to move very fast, but it is good at hiding. Hurry up, hurry up! Kunami Yaichi urged secretly. The exploding bug moved through the crowd, and it was very careful to avoid being stepped on. However, it took it 5 minutes to crawl for a distance of only 6 or 7 meters. Under Kunami Yaichi's command, the exploding bug crawled under the table and then entered standby mode. Done! The exploding bug is already in ambush, and the next step is to wait for the Bottle Man to walk to the table and use the explosion to blow off his mask. Kunami Yaichi came here this time, not intending to fight the Bottle Man head-on. He has a clear understanding of his own strength. Against the Bottle Man, who has a 3rd-level evil object in his hand, his chances of winning are extremely low, and he may even sacrifice himself. His goal is to find out the true identity of the Bottle Man through Beppu. Then let the 3rd agency hunt him down. The biggest advantage of the Bottle Man is that he hides in the dark. If his identity is exposed, it is only a matter of time before he is arrested. The kind of behavior that knowingly inferior to others but still forcibly bumping into them, calling it courage, is something that Kunami Yaichi would never do with his personality. The time came to 10:12, and Pingnan had not yet appeared. The crowd began to whisper, "When will Pingnan come out? The agreed time of 10 o'clock has passed." Among the people participating in the curse, a fat man with a big gold chain looked around and urged, "Hey, how can you call Mr. Pingnan by his name?" Someone said dissatisfiedly. That's right. You apologize to Mr. Pingnan immediately. Apologize." The rumors about Pingnan on the internet have become more and more outrageous, and many people even regard him as a savior. There are also many such people among the cursors gathered here. The fat man was stunned for a moment, and seeing that many people were denouncing him, he quickly changed his words and said, "It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I actually respect Mr. Pingnan very much in my heart, really." Bang! With a loud bang, the door of the factory was closed. The lights in the factory gradually dimmed. The whispers of the crowd subsided. At this time, a man wearing a Prajna mask and a robe walked out from the depths of the factory. The Prajna mask showed an extremely angry expression, which made people feel awe. "It's Pingman!" Kunami Yaichi immediately straightened up and stared at the screen intently. Although the two had dealt with each other many times, this was the first time he had really seen Pingman. He is tall, between 1.8 and 1.85 meters, but because of the robe, it is impossible to tell whether he is thin or fat. Judging from his steady pace when he walks, his physical fitness should be very high. He shook his head. The mask and robe cover him tightly, and these are the only things we can see at present. Ping Man walked towards the platform and said, "Everyone, you are gathered here. I think you must have encountered a lot of unfair treatment in your life. Beating, insults, deception, betrayal, resentment gradually accumulated. You are desperate, so you chose to contact me." His voice is very magnetic and has a strong appeal. "You have made the most important choice in your life. After tonight, all the injustice will disappear completely, because your hatred will turn into a curse, devouring the object of your hatred." After Ping Nan finished speaking, the cursors gathered in the factory suddenly boiled up, shouting, "Lord Ping Nan!" and "Lord Ping Nan!" at the same time. The expressions on their faces gradually twisted, gradually approaching the angry expression on the Prajna mask. In the car on the other side, Kunami Yaichi also heard the voice of Ping Nan from the headphones. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. He suppressed this anger and said solemnly, "It's hypnosis." Ping Nan added a hypnotic effect when he spoke just now. The hypnotic effect released by Ping Nan was very significant. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere inside the factory changed significantly. The expressions of the people in the picture showed some signs of being out of control. Kunami Yaichi could feel something strange through the screen. "I know you have concerns, afraid of killing people, afraid of taking responsibility, but don't worry, you are not wrong. It is this world that is wrong." The bottle man walked up to the platform step by step, and then took out a palm-sized black bottle. "The bottle in my hand is called the Falling Moon Curse Bottle. As long as you cut off your ring finger and throw it in, your hatred will turn into a curse, and it will curse the person you hate for you." Falling Moon Curse Bottle? Is this the third-level evil object that creates curses? Kunami Yaichi opened his spiritual vision and found that the black bottle was filled with a very strong evil spirit. The evil spirit was more than 3 times stronger than the 1.8-meter tall evil object. But Kunami Yaichi was a little confused about this. Only 3 times? I heard from Miyake Hiro that there is a huge gap between subordinates and superiors, but now it seems that it is not very big. When the bottle man said he wanted to cut off his finger, the people in the audience became uproarious. "What? Cut off the ring finger? Are you kidding? There's no such condition on the internet. I quit. I want to leave." As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Even if a certain hypnotic effect has been applied, resistance is still inevitable. The hypnosis released by the bottle man is not the kind of compulsory. It will only have a subtle influence. The forced and distorted hatred cannot be used as the raw material of the Falling Moon Curse Bottle. Some people resisted, but some of them felt fortunate instead. They knew that there is no free lunch in the world. The bottle man must have an intention to curse and kill on their behalf. As the saying goes, free is the most expensive. They are extremely wary of the bottle man, but because they have a grudge in their hearts that they want to kill, they appear here. Some of them are even ready to pay the price with their lives. Really? The price is just a ring finger? As long as I can kill that man, I'd be willing to lose my ring finger, not to mention my hand. If that bastard can be killed with just a ring finger, it's a bargain. Looking at the people below who had different opinions, the bottle man stretched out his hand towards the ceiling. A wave of spiritual power flew out. Bang! A palm-sized hole was blasted out of the ceiling, and moonlight shone through the hole and fell right on the table. Then the bottle man walked towards the table. The bottle man's actions attracted everyone's attention. Here he comes. The bottle man is approaching. 2 meters, 1 meter. Kunami kept his waist up, concentrating, waiting for the most appropriate time. He only had one chance. Because of his high concentration, he could even hear his own heartbeat. The bottle man walked to the table, bent down and placed the Falling Moon Curse bottle towards the position where the moonlight was shining. Now! This distance is enough. Snap! Just as Kunami was about to activate the spirit explosion bug, the screen suddenly went black. "Beppu, what happened to you? Why is the screen gone?" "Someone is blocking me," Beppu whispered. "Move quickly," Kunami Yaichi urged. Although Beppu reacted quickly enough when the screen appeared again, the moon curse bottle had been placed under the moonlight, and the bottle man was standing about 1 meter away from the table. Kunami Yaichi felt sorry, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. The opportunity just now was missed, and I can only wait, slowly, for the next time. The black bottle was placed on the table, and the bottle man will at least get close to it once. Inside the factory, the bottle man pointed at the moon curse bottle and said, "All the choices are in your hands. I won't stop those who want to leave. Now the way to deal with those you hate is here. Those who are ready can come up." Hearing that they would not stop them, those who were clamoring to leave stopped clamoring and wanted to stay and see the situation. As soon as the bottle man finished speaking, someone started walking towards the platform. It was the college student who passed by Kunami Yaichi's car. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "That's a pretty good look." The bottle man clapped his hands and said, "Pick up the knife on the table, think about the person you are cursing, and then start." The factory was very quiet, and everyone looked at the first college student who went up. The college student took 2 deep breaths, roared, "Go to hell, Matsuno," and cut it very decisively. The knife prepared by the bottle man was very sharp, and he cut off the ring finger with 1 cut. The bloody ring finger fell into the falling moon curse bottle with a snap. The college student screamed hoarsely, but a happy smile appeared on his face, staring at the black bottle. "I did it, and in this way, Matsuno, that bastard, will die, right?" "That's right." The bottle man clapped his hands and said, "Look, the falling moon curse bottle is already helping you create a curse." The process of creating a curse. Kunami Yaichi also watched carefully. After the ring finger fell, the falling moon curse bottle seemed to be swallowing, and the bottle body flashed a blood-red light. Pop. Suddenly a puff of red mist erupted from the bottle, dyeing the moonlight red. The blood mist gradually condensed, outlining the image of a centipede in the moonlight. Unlike the nightmare, the condensed centipede had no hands, but densely packed limbs, very similar to the centipede that broke out of Gutian's body. Soon the centipede became clear and flew upwards with its fangs and claws bared. During the flight, its body gradually became illusory. The centipede curse has been created. It is now going to find Matsuno, enter his dream and brand the curse. The bottle man put his hand on the college student's shoulder. "You did a good job. Next, just wait quietly for Matsuno's death." The college student laughed, but tears also shed at the same time. "Go over there and bandage him." The bottle man sent the college student down, and Kikuta, who had been prepared, began to bandage him. Killing the person you hate is not as difficult as you think, is it? Just a simple knife, cut off the ring finger that you don't usually use, and you can realize this wish. Soon the second person walked onto the platform, cut off the ring finger in the same way. The falling moon curse bottle created a second centipede and flew into the night sky. The atmosphere in the factory is becoming more and more weird. Kunami Yaichi saw it very clearly. He witnessed someone cutting off their fingers. There was no fear on the faces of those people. Instead, it seemed that the anger in their hearts was aroused. One after another, people walked onto the platform. As more and more ring fingers were cut off, the expressions on those people's faces became closer to Prajna. Among them, even many people who had just resisted and clamored to leave also went on stage. Kunami Yaichi stayed in the car and felt that the factory had completely lost control and fell completely into the control of the bottle man. The picture moved. "Hey Beppu, what are you doing?" "I want to kill Section Chief Kawauchi." Beppu's voice was filled with naked murderous intent. Beppu was also infected. With his cowardly character, he would never take the initiative to walk to the stage. "Beppu, stop," Kunami Yaichi shouted. But at this moment, Beppu was so angry that he could not hear his reminder at all. The two were far apart, and Kunami Yaichi could only remind him verbally, which made him feel helpless. But his brain was working fast, and he soon came up with a plan. "Spirit Exploder, bite him!" At his command, 2 spirit exploders got into Beppu's clothes and began to bite him. The slightly painful itching made Beppu slow down and couldn't help scratching. Finally, he stopped. Kunami Yaichi breathed a sigh of relief. But this method can only work temporarily. He deeply felt the danger of the situation. Even Beppu was infected, so the other people in the factory should be almost wiped out at this time. Because Beppu slowed down, a man wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled down low, covering his face, rushed to the stage in front of him. The man was wearing a shabby suit, tall and thin, with a hunched back. He looked like the victims of the economic depression in the park. "Huh? This person." Kunami Yaichi looked at the person in the picture, and for some reason he felt familiar. The man stood in front of the table and picked up the knife, but he didn't cut it. "Who do you want to curse?" Ping Man said. "Don't be afraid. Imagine what he did to you in your mind. As long as you cut it, he will die. Come on, do it." The man raised his head. "The person I want to curse is you." Swish! The man suddenly threw the knife in his hand at Ping Man. Ping Man hurriedly released his spiritual coat and dodged sideways, but the mask on his face was still broken a little, revealing his chin. "Who are you?" "I belong to the third agency, agency number 2298, Kenji Sugawara." Kenji Sugawara took off his baseball cap, revealing his fluffy hair. "Bottle Man, I arrest you for disturbing social order and cursing to kill." "It's him, Kenji Sugawara, Kappa Mansai's partner." His appearance confirmed Kunami Yaichi's previous guess that the third agency had concealed information from him. "Kenji Sugawara is here. and Kappa Mansai should also be lying in ambush nearby. The third agency is not like he said. The search has made no progress at all. They may have used the same method as me to get the address, and then wait for an opportunity to round up the bottle man. Kunami Yaichi nodded gently. Think about it, and you can understand it. How could such an important search content be disclosed to an outsider? At this moment, the situation in the factory changed suddenly. Arrest me? What a wishful thinking. Red Devil Maru. As Kenji Sugawara's voice fell, a creature with 2 horns on its head and a red body appeared behind him. This creature was only 1.6 meters tall, but it was very strong, with lush hair on its head, 2 sharp teeth sticking out of its mouth, and a thick mace on its shoulder. As soon as Chigiwan appeared, he immediately swung the mace and smashed it towards Pingnan. A psychic medium? I happen to be one too. A 4-eyed blue wolf rushed out from under Pingnan's robe and stopped Chigiwan. While the 2 psychics were entangled, Pingnan suddenly pounced on the falling moon curse bottle on the table. Kunami Yaichi's eyes lit up. He finally got the chance. Although the third mechanism has appeared, I will take off Pingnan's mask. Explode! The exploding bug hidden under the table flashed with a faint light and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! The broken wood chips hit the Prajna mask of Pingnan with a crackling sound, finally breaking the mask and revealing his true face. His face was square, and his hair was greasy and combed to the sides. Is this man Pingnan? Although people should not be judged by appearance, he looks much weaker than Kunami Yaichi imagined. Pingnan's face was injured by the explosion and was covered in blood, but he didn't care about his injuries at all. Instead, he looked at the falling moon curse bottle flying in the air very nervously. He rushed forward, eager to take back the falling moon curse bottle, but the mace of Chigimaru smashed down at this time. What? Where is my 4-eyed blue wolf? Pingnan turned his head and found that the 4-eyed blue wolf was beaten and collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to block it, and with a bang, the whole person was smashed into the platform like a nail. Ding ding dang dang. The falling moon curse bottle fell under the platform and rolled on the ground, making a crisp sound. On one side of the screen, the figure of Kikuta appeared. What surprised Kunami Yaichi was that Kikuta did not go to rescue Pingman, but ran towards the falling moon curse bottle. What happened? The boss Pingman was beaten so badly, but Kikuta seemed not to see it. She valued the falling moon curse bottle much more than Pingman. Something was wrong. Pingman's subordinates were all very afraid of Pingman. After Kikuta tricked him and Suzuki Mina into the haunted room, she mentioned Pingman with awe in her tone, which was definitely not fake. But now Kikuta didn't even look at Pingman on the high platform. Also, as the boss, Pingman's strength was a little too weak. Could it be that the greasy-haired Pingman in front of him was fake? This guess took root in Kunami Yaichi's heart. The picture was shaking. Master, what happened? Suddenly a man appeared and beat Pingman. Beppu's voice was very panic. The sudden fierce battle destroyed the atmosphere created in the factory, and he regained some of his sanity. Beppu, do you see that woman in sportswear? Pull off the top button of her shirt and throw it at her. Eh? Master, why? Kunami Yaichi interrupted him immediately. Hurry up! If you don't want to die, just listen to me. Beppu was very indecisive. As long as there was a strong order, he would obey it subconsciously. He pulled the button off with force and threw it at Kikuta. Although Kunami Yaichi asked him to throw the button, in fact his purpose was to throw the exploding bug. The button was just a way to control the force. As soon as Kikuta picked up the falling moon curse bottle, she was hit on the shoulder by the button, and the exploding bug also fell on her. She glared at Beppu and gritted her teeth, saying, "Damn it! There are more than one person ambushed by the third agency." Boom! The exploding bug exploded. Kikuta screamed, and the moon curse bottle slipped from her hands. She immediately shouted, "Kawasaki, Takaya, quickly get the moon curse bottle and retreat!" Beppu was frightened by the explosion. Master, what happened just now? Why did my button explode? Did you secretly change my button? That's not right. Why didn't I notice it at all? There's no time to explain now. Just follow my command. The figures of the hunchbacked old man Kawasaki and the tattooed man Takaya appeared on the screen, and they rushed towards the moon curse bottle. A black whirlwind rushed past, knocking the hunchbacked old man away, and smashed into the platform with a crackling sound. Is it that black man? Kunamiya was slightly surprised when he saw the appearance of the black whirlwind clearly. Is he also from the third agency? The tattooed man Takaya immediately took a stance and drew his sword to attack, and a sword light flashed. Dang! The black man actually blocked the slash with his arm. His body was shiny black, like metal. The moon-destroying curse bottle rolled on the ground with a clanging sound and just rolled to Beppu's feet. Beppu, pick up this black bottle. With that, Kunami Yaichi opened the car door and ran towards the Takeshita metal factory. As he ran, he stared at the screen on his phone, not missing any changes in the situation. The bottle man on the high platform is 99% fake, and the fake bottle man and his gang care so much about this black bottle. It is very likely that it is something that the bottle man values. There may be clues to the true face of the bottle man. We must not let them take it back. Wait, master, I dare not. Those people are fighting for this bottle. If I take it, they will definitely beat me. The black man and the shaggy-haired man on the stage are our own people. As for the others, don't be afraid. Blow them up one by one. However, there is only one exploding bug left, and there is only one chance to explode. Kunami Yaichi can only run as fast as possible. Our own people? Hearing this, Beppu looked up. No matter the shaggy-haired man or the black man, they were both extremely powerful. Moreover, he had a bomb in his hand. Beppu finally mustered up the courage to bend down and pick up the falling moon curse bottle. At the same time, he pulled off the second button of his clothes and held it tightly in his hand, as if this could give him courage. Beppu really thought that Kunami Yaichi had replaced his button with a bomb. Give the falling moon curse bottle back! Kikuta saw Beppu picking up the falling moon curse bottle and immediately approached him. Beppu saw that things were not going well and immediately threw the button out. Kikuta's pupils shrank, and he keenly caught the existence of the button. He gently changed his position and dodged it easily. Wow, master, what if the button doesn't hit anyone? Beppu was scared when he saw that he missed. Don't worry, my bomb is not that simple. The button didn't hit, but the exploding bug flew in front of Kikuta. Boom! The explosion blew Kikuta away. Kikuta adjusted his posture in midair and landed, spitting out blood. I obviously dodged the button. How could I be blown up again? Master, the bomb you gave me is so powerful. I didn't even hit her, but it still hurt her. Beppu pulled off another button and injured Kikuta twice in a row. He gained confidence and even took the initiative to provoke. Come on, dare to come over. I will blow you to death. Kikuta was quite afraid and did not approach rashly. She could not understand the mechanism of the bomb. Kunami Yaichi did not expect that the use of buttons and spirit explosives together could also produce the effect of confusing the enemy. I learned it, I can try it next time. The last spirit explosive had been blown up just now. Beppu's active provocation was just right, making Kikuta fall into hesitation and fear. Kunami Yaichi could only pray secretly, hoping that Kikuta would see through it later. Dang dang dang. On the other side, the tattooed man Longye was fighting fiercely with the black man. When did the third agency have a black exorcist? After the tattooed man Longye found that ordinary flat slashes could not cause damage, he immediately mobilized his spiritual power to infuse the jade-wrapped knife in his hand and activated it. The knife in his hand was seen emitting a hazy white light. The sharpness suddenly reached a new level. Swish! What? Do you discriminate against black people? The black man spoke Japanese very fluently, and there was no foreign accent at all. He noticed the change in the knife and did not take it hard again, but dodged and approached the tattooed man. His fists were like pounding garlic, smashing the sky and the earth. No, I just never heard of it before. The tattooed man Longye took orderly steps, fighting and retreating. He was an exorcist who practiced both swordsmanship and spiritual body. After all, if you only practice swordsmanship without practicing body, you can't exert your power at all. Then you must remember, my name is Musa, agency number 2315, and I just joined the third agency 3 days ago. Musa didn't give the tattooed man Longye any room to display his skills, and kept sticking to him. The attack range of the two is medium range and short range, respectively, and the battle for space is very intense. We're here. Kunami Yaichi finally arrived at the Takeshita metal factory, but he couldn't get in. A layer of water curtain wrapped around the entire factory. The water curtain was very solid and difficult to break. He searched around and saw the figure of Kappa Mansai. Mansai Sr. It's you? Why are you here? After asking, Kappa Mansai immediately understood and said, Little guy, do you think that our third agency is not doing anything, so you took action on your own? I told you to just hide in peace. 2 days ago, the bottle man sent someone to attack me again. Kunami Yaichi said, I can't wait any longer. So that's how it is. Kappa Mansai crossed his arms. But you can do it too. You can find this place by yourself. No time to explain, Mansai Sr. Let me in quickly. Inside the factory. Kikuta, the situation is not good. Do you feel the fluctuation of spiritual power outside? The third agency is blocking the area. Let's retreat, quickly. The tattooed man Long also noticed the movement outside. He was unstable and panicked. No, we must take the falling moon curse bottle away. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Kikuta glanced at the platform, and the broken area did not move at all. Damn, that hunchbacked old man is really useless. He was hit and couldn't get up for a long time. Kikuta couldn't hesitate any longer. She made up her mind and moved towards Beppu again. You haven't suffered enough, right? Beppu grabbed the button and smashed it hard. Kikuta dodged it easily again. Explode! Beppu shouted loudly. Kikuta was startled and immediately rolled sideways, but this time, nothing happened. Beppu was stunned for a moment. A little panicked. Master? Why didn't it explode? Explode, explode, explode! Kikuta got up from the ground. Although she didn't know what was going on, she could see that Beppu's panic was not fake. She moved and came to Beppu and grabbed his neck. I'm not going to die, I'm going to die. Beppu couldn't breathe, and he even had hallucinations in front of him, seeing the god of death holding a sickle. At this moment, there was a bang. The wall was blown open, and a red beam of light came whistling and hit Kikuta's body hard. Kikuta screamed. A big hole was blown out of her chest, and she fell down weakly. Beppu used his hands and feet to stay away from Kikuta's body. He turned around and saw Kunami Yaichi running in from the broken wall with an anxious face. He came to his side and was immediately moved to tears. Master, you came to save me. Yes, I'm here. Give me the falling moon curse bottle. Beppu quickly handed over the black bottle, which was a hot potato. The moment he touched the moon death curse bottle, a reminder sounded in Kunami Yaichi's mind. A replica of the third-level cursed item, the Moon Death Curse Bottle, was found. It contains 300 yin-yang points. Do you want to absorb it? Kunami Yaichi's first reaction to the reminder sound was not to care about the 300 yin-yang points, but the black bottle in his hand, which turned out to be a replica. The bottle man not only arranged a substitute, but also used replicas of the curse tools. This person is too cautious. He turned the small black bottle over, and found that the ring fingers that had fallen into it before had all disappeared without a trace. Thinking of the blood-red light flashing on the black bottle before, he guessed that those ring fingers should have been digested by it, but he had no idea about the specific transformation process. This time, the arrest of the bottle man has been declared a failure. It's just that he didn't even show up at the curse scene. How can we catch him? Kunami Yaichi fell into deep thought. He looked at the small bottle in his hand and chose to absorb the yin-yang points in it, which was a consolation. Absorb! As Kunami Yaichi's mind moved, he felt a mysterious airflow being sucked into his body from the small bottle. The numbers behind the yin-yang column in the attribute column began to jump up. 351, 352, 353. This replica of the falling moon curse bottle is likely to be taken away as evidence by the third agency, so now is the only time to absorb it. At this time, the other battlefields have also been decided. The tattooed man Longye is as strong as Musa, but the blockade of the outside world and the death of Kikuta have greatly weakened his will to fight. He almost gave up and lost to Musa. As for the fake bottle man, the four-eyed blue wolf he summoned was completely incomparable to the red demon Maru and was easily captured. The last one left is the hunchbacked old man. Sugawara Kenji jumped off the platform with the fake bottle man and looked down at the platform. Damn, there's a hole under the platform. The hunchbacked old man must have escaped when the battle just started, before the water curtain was fully opened. What a thief. Sugawara Kenji slapped the fake bottle man, making him stagger. Kenji. Musa looked up and down at bottle man, then shook his head. This person should not be bottle man. Sugawara Kenji said, yeah, I have the same feeling. He is too weak. Being despised by others, the fake bottle man couldn't help but rub his greasy hair. Yes, I am fake. But I am the substitute personally selected by Lord Bottleman. I am the man recognized by Lord Bottleman. Seeing his show-off look, Sugawara Kenji couldn't help but kick him. Beppu approached Kunami Yaichi and asked, Master, what's going on now? Why am I completely confused? They are state agencies, and they are here to capture the Bottleman. Kunami Yaichi tidied up Beppu's messy clothes and patted him on the shoulder. And you are a special talent selected by the state agency, an undercover. Kunami Yaichi naturally couldn't tell the truth, so he could only continue to fool him. Anyway, with Beppu's IQ, it's easy to deal with. Hearing the conversation here, Sugawara Kenji turned his head and switched back and forth between Beppu and Kunami Yaichi. He was impressed by Beppu. After all, he blew up the Bottleman's mask and pinned down Kikuta, which played a significant role in the battle. However, when Sugawara Kenji saw the camera attached to Beppu, everything became clear. Kunami Yaichi, right? I heard Senior Mansai mention you. It turns out that you are the one controlling all this. Thank you for your help this time. Kunami Yaichi said, I just wanted to arrest the bottle man as soon as possible. Hearing his words, Sugawara Kenji nodded. I understand, But if this happens again next time, I hope you can notify us first. Sugawara Kenji looked down and fell on the falling moon curse bottle in Kunami Yaichi's hand. By the way, please give me the falling moon curse bottle. This evil object is very dangerous and needs to be sealed. Fortud 413. The absorption is still going on. Kunami Yaichi naturally can't hand it over easily. He raised his hand, then immediately retracted it, staring at the small black bottle in his hand, showing a thoughtful look. You said it is dangerous? Sugawara Kenji nodded. Of course, once the third-level evil object erupts, the area within a radius of hundreds of meters will become a dangerous place. It is an extremely dangerous evil object. Kunamiya played with the small black bottle and said, Turn 100 meters into a dangerous place? I don't think this small bottle has that ability. That's because you don't understand its danger. Such evil things should be sealed as soon as possible. No, I mean this small bottle is not the real falling moon curse bottle. Sugawara Kenji frowned and turned to look at the fake bottle man. Is that so? I don't know. This small bottle was handed to me by Lord Bottleman himself, and he asked me to return it to him intact after completing the curse ceremony tonight. So who is this bottle man? Sugawara Kenji grabbed the fake bottle man's collar and questioned. The fake bottle man turned his head away and stopped answering. The tattooed man Longyi said, It's useless. We have all been restricted by Lord Bottleman's spiritual power. As long as we tell Lord Bottleman's information, we will have a cardiac arrest and die. After working hard all night, all they caught were fakes, which made the third agency feel depressed. At this time, the yin-yang points of the moon-falling curse bottle substitute were almost completely absorbed. Kunami Yaichi really intended to hand the small black bottle to Sugawara Kenji this time, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was stunned. The moment the yin-yang points were absorbed, he felt a line on the moon-falling curse bottle substitute. It was an invisible line that did not belong to reality. It could not be seen or touched, but Kunami Yaichi could really feel its existence. He subconsciously touched the line with the power of his soul. Whoosh! In an instant, Kunami Yaichi's soul senses floated out of his body. He seemed to be attracted by something and passed through the wall, the water curtain, and the blocks at a very fast speed. When he reacted, his soul came to a coast. The sound of waves hitting the coast was endless. There was no light here, but because there was a bright full moon in the sky, things could be seen clearly. Kunami Yaichi saw a figure kneeling on the ground, his hands forming a seal, and a small black bottle was placed in front of him. That figure is the hunchbacked old man who escaped. Kunami Yaichi recognized him. Attracted by the black vial, the moonlight condensed into a beam of light. The vial continued to spit out blood mist. At the intersection of the light column and the blood mist, a purple-green finger was faintly visible. If the curse ritual had not been interrupted this time, I would have obtained more than 200 ring fingers full of resentment, which would have at least allowed the refining progress of the heavenly evil finger to reach halfway. In order to get rid of its control, the power of the heavenly evil finger is indispensable. Heavenly evil finger? Get rid of its control? Kunami Yaichi felt that he had heard very important information. Damn, the third agency ruined my plan. I have to be more cautious in my next actions. The hunchbacked old man put his hand on his head and suddenly inserted his finger into it. He tore it hard, and his hair was torn apart, revealing a new head. Human skin mask? The black vial suddenly produced a wave, and it seemed to have discovered the existence of Kunami Yaichi. The hunchbacked old man turned around suddenly. Who? At this moment, Kunami Yaichi and the hunchbacked old man looked at each other. It's you. The moment he saw Kunami Yaichi, the hunchbacked old man immediately raised his hand to cover his face. His voice was very hoarse, probably because he deliberately lowered his voice. Kunami Yaichi was startled. He knew me? They had never met before. Among the group of Pingnan, except Kikuta, Pingnan himself was the only one who knew him. Kunami Yaichi understood instantly. He was Pingnan! Don't let him escape. As the hunchbacked old man finished speaking, the black bottle burst into a black and red light, and a centipede nearly 20 meters long, with a black shell on its body surface, emerged from the air. A pair of jaws opened and closed, and rushed towards Kunami Yaichi. Before the centipede approached, Kunami Yaichi felt a tremor in the depths of his soul. This was his instinct warning him. This centipede is extremely dangerous. He took a deep look at the hunchbacked old man, and then cut off the attraction. Swish! Kunami Yaichi's vision changed drastically just like before, and when he reacted, he had returned to the factory. Are you okay? Suddenly stood still. What did you do? Why did the moon death curse bottle break? Sugawara Kenji waved his hand in front of Kunami Yaichi. Kunami Yaichi looked down and saw that the small black bottle had disappeared and turned into a pile of broken glass. He absorbed all the yin and yang points in it, and the replica of the Moon Death Curse bottle became a simple bottle without any special power in it, so that the invisible thread connecting it to the original body was exposed. After the connection was cut off, the small black bottle naturally broke. He threw away all the glass fragments nonchalantly and said in a deep voice, "I know, the real bottle man is the hunchbacked old man. He has been here all the time, watching the curse from close range." "What? Are you sure?" Sugawara Kenji said solemnly. "I just used the connection between the replica and the original to go to the location of the original moon-destroying curse bottle in a soul state. There I saw the hunchbacked old man. The only one who holds the real moon-destroying curse bottle is the bottle man. The hunchbacked old man's appearance there shows his identity at a glance." "Hey, who is that hunchbacked old man?" Sugawara Kenji asked the fake bottle man. The fake bottle man shook his head like a rattle and pointed at the tattooed man and said, "I don't know. In fact, it's the first time I've seen both the hunchbacked old man and him. We usually don't know each other's existence. The missions are directly issued by Lord Bottleman." Kunami Yaichi interrupted. "There's no need to track down the hunchbacked old man. That appearance is disguised by the bottle man with a human skin mask. Don't worry about it now. I remember where he is. Come with me and try to catch him." "Okay, Musa, I'll leave the finishing work here to you." "No problem." Kunami Yaichi, Sugawara Kenji, and Kappa Mansai hurried to the coast. However, the hunchbacked old man had disappeared. "Where's the person? Are you sure it's here?" Kappa Mansai looked around and said, "The little guy didn't take the wrong path. There are indeed some evil remains here. 5 minutes ago, the bottle man should still be here. Did he run away?" Sugawara Kenji was a little unwilling. The bottle man is really like a loach hiding in the muddy mud, completely out of sight. "No, it doesn't matter even if he ran away." Kunami Yaichi said, "When my soul shuttled over here, I saw half of his face." When the hunchbacked old man turned his head, only the upper half of his face was torn off, revealing black hair and wrinkle-free skin, which showed that he was not an old man. What made Kunami Yaichi remember deeply was his eyes, which were very sinister, like a venomous snake. He engraved that look firmly in his mind. "Only half a face? It's hard to lock the target like this." Sugawara Kenji said, "No, that's enough. I can definitely recognize his eyes if I see them." The drizzle hit the umbrella. Matsuno walked into a family restaurant with his umbrella. "Welcome!" The waiter greeted him warmly. Matsuno filtered the rain at the door, then folded his umbrella and put it in the umbrella stand at the door. He walked to his usual seat and picked up the menu. "Welcome!" The waiter greeted him again. Matsuno looked up and paused for a moment. A man wearing a red sweater, quite fashionable and with an indifferent expression, came in. "Hey, it's him! I've met this man many times today. What a coincidence." Matsuno sighed in his heart, but he just regarded it as a coincidence, then lowered his head to continue looking at the menu. Although he read the entire menu, he finally ordered the beef rice set meal that he usually ordered. Before the set meal came, he got up and walked towards the bathroom. He had been holding it in all the way. "Shh!" Matsuno made shh and shh sounds in response to the water flow from his lower body. This was his habit when he went to the toilet. After solving his bladder problem, he shook himself comfortably, walked to the sink and turned on the faucet. The sound of running water was heard. Matsuno was about to wash his hands when he suddenly noticed that there was another person behind him in the mirror. It was the man in the red sweater. Snap! Matsuno only felt a pain in the back of his head and then lost consciousness. Kunami Yaichi put Matsuno against the wall and then condensed the pure spirit flame in his hand to cover his whole body. 2 seconds later, it was confirmed that the yin and yang points increased by 20 points. He stood up and left without any hesitation. Kunami Yaichi picked up his umbrella at the door and walked out of the family restaurant. "The rain is a little heavier than before." He looked up at the gloomy sky and said, "It has been a week since the full moon night. The case of the full moon curse party was officially closed with the arrest of the fake bottle man and the tattooed man Long. As for the more than 200 cursors present, including those who had cut off their ring fingers with great pain, their memories were cleared and then released, because they did not cause any casualties. All the objects they cursed were recorded, and the third agency officially commissioned Kunami Yaichi as an assistant to exorcise the curse and participate in the investigation of the Bottleman case. Under normal circumstances, the curse created by the Bottleman will take effect within 10 to 20 days. As victims in August, the 3 Frutas happened to be the last batch to die, and no cursed people were found after that. Therefore, Kunami Yaichi has not been able to establish contact with the third agency. But this time, he finally built a bridge. These days, it's really tiring to exorcise the curse one by one according to the list. Matsuno just now is the last one and finally it's all done. But relatively speaking, the yin and yang points harvested are also very rich. Yin and yang points, 490. As long as there are 10 more points, we can have another sea-level lottery. Kunami Yaichi was holding an umbrella and his left hand made a slight crisp sound, and a string of crystal-clear prayer beads hung down. Enter the subway station, take the subway for half an hour, and arrive at Narima District. After walking for about 5 minutes, Kunami Yaichi stopped at the door of a pachinko shop and climbed up to the second floor from the narrow stairs on the left side of the shop. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door of room 201. Click. The door opened. The one who opened the door was Sakurako Nishijo, a cute girl with neat bangs and short stature. Ah, it's Kunami. It seems that you came a little later than usual today. I haven't been able to find a chance to find Matsuno alone, so I followed him for a little longer. Although the third agency is an official organization of exorcists, it is not an open organization, so it does not have a fixed station, but is scattered throughout Tokyo in the form of groups. There are a total of 13 groups in the Tokyo Third Agency, and room 201 is the location of the Mansai group. Sailor Moon of Love and Justice, Usagi Tsukino, I will destroy you on behalf of the moon. As soon as he entered the room, Kunami Yaichi saw Musa wearing a familiar black and red windbreaker, holding 50 kilograms dumbbells alternately in both hands, watching sailor soldiers with great interest. The screen just turned to the transformation scene. Hey Kunami, do you want to come and watch it together? It's really good. Musa greeted. No, I came here to read the information today. That's a pity, Usagi Tsukino, the best. As he said that, Musa made a classic hand gesture of a beautiful girl's transformation on his head. It seems that he likes this anime very much. Musa, 25 years old, black, agency number 235, lower level, exorcist, born in South Africa. He followed his master to Japan at the age of 19, and now he has completely transformed into the shape of Tokyo. Although he looked serious in the factory, he is actually a heavy second-dimensional who likes anime very much and loves cosplay. Usagi Tsukino's clothes seem to be very good. Hearing Musa's mumbling, Kunami Yaichi's mind flashed with the image of him wearing a sailor suit, and he got goosebumps. Musa, based on your image, I feel that you are more suitable for muscular roles such as Super Saiyans. You are cool and handsome, and the fit is absolutely 100%. Kunami Yaichi said seriously. In order to protect his eyes, he had to persuade Musa to give up the idea of cosplaying Usagi Tsukino, even if he sold his conscience. Huh? Am I suitable for Saiyans? Musa was quite tempted. Musa-senpai, I think so too. Nishijo Sakurako nodded hurriedly and gave a positive opinion. Kunami Yaichi saw Sugawara Kenji in the corner of the room. He was facing the wall, standing there motionless. His pompadour completely covered his head. This is Sugawara Kenji's unique way of training. He said that this can keep him focused. Kunami Yaichi saw Sugawara Kenji like this most of the time when he came here. The wall facer, in the third agency, many people call him that. Kenji Sugawara, 26 years old, agency number 2298, next level exorcist, the second son of the Sugawara clan, one of the 4 great exorcist families, but he doesn't like to mention this identity. At the innermost part of the room, there is a huge fish tank that is 5 meters long. A green creature floats leisurely on it. Mansai, captain of the Mansai team, race Kappa, 379 years old, intermediate great monster, agency number 996, upper level exorcist. When he heard that Mansai was already 379 years old, Kunami Yaichi suddenly understood why Mansai always called him a little guy before. I'm afraid that all humans are little guys in his eyes. Sakurako Nishijo returned to her seat and bowed devoutly to the pile of 3 kingdoms figurines on the table. Master Guan Yu, Master Lu Bu, please bless me to have a peaceful day today. Sakurako Nishijo, 23 years old, agency number 2309, lower level exorcist, claims to be a non-combatant, and in order to avoid going out on field duty, she volunteered to undertake all investigation and clerical work. She managed all the internal affairs, big and small, in an orderly manner. She also made all the assignments. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the manager of the Mansai group. Others are just soy sauce parties except for going out on field duty. The second dimension, Musa, the wall facer Sugawara Kenji, the 3 country control Sakurako Nishijo and Kappa Mansai, these 4 are all members of the third agency Mansai group. When the painting style first came into contact with Kunami Yaichi, there was a big deviation. Sometimes reality and imagination always go in opposite directions. Kunami, catch it! Kappa straightened up slightly from the fish tank and threw a badge to Kunami Yaichi. Snap! Kunami Yaichi caught it. This is a silver badge, shaped like a capital 3 with the number 2316 engraved on it. On the back it says Foxfire Psychic Consulting Office. The higher-ups have approved your request to assist in the investigation. From now on, you will be a non-staff member of my Wansai group, investigating the case of the Bottle Man together. The third agency has limited staff, and sometimes invites non-staff members when encountering difficult cases. But this is just a temporary badge, valid for only 3 months, Wansai added. The third agency has a very strict review mechanism, and the real numbers are not issued casually. Kunami Yaichi held the badge, thinking about how to turn temporary into permanent. It has been more than half a month since the Foxfire Psychic Consulting Office was opened. He has received 2 orders so far, but these 2 orders are really hard to describe. He was almost cheated out of his life in the Kikuta order. The Beppu order was even more miserable. Not only did he not make any money, but he also lost a set of advanced surveillance equipment. A serious deficit. Wansai's request for assistance in the investigation came at a very timely moment. For the exorcism of the centipede curse and the case of the Bottle Man, the third agency offered him a reward of 3 million. The advance payment of 1.5 million has been deposited into Kunami Yaichi's card, which has given him a lot of money back from his nearly depleted savings. Private orders cannot be stopped, and the third agency, this super big customer, must also be firmly grasped. Grasping both hands, he will definitely be able to gain a firm foothold in the exorcist business. This is Kunami Yaichi's plan for the future development of Foxfire Supernatural Information. Kunami Yaichi moved a chair and sat next to Nishijo Sakurako, saying, "Let's get started, Nishijo. Continue with yesterday's progress." "Okay." Nishijo Sakurako operated on the computer and retrieved the National Household Registration File. Because the third agency handles cases related to evil objects which are extremely harmful, the level of authority it has is also very high. Various materials can be retrieved almost at will. Swipe, swipe, swipe. On the computer, photos flashed one after another. Kunamiya watched intently, focusing mainly on the upper half of the face, looking for a face that matched the Pingman in his memory. Relying on a pair of eyes, searching for Pingman from hundreds of millions of photos is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But this is the only clue left by Pingman. No information was obtained from the fake Pingman and the tattooed man Longi. After being caught, they did not deny the charges, but as long as Ping-man was asked, they chose to keep silent. However, Kunami Yaichi thought, given Ping-man's cautiousness, even if they confess their appearance, there is probably a 90% chance that it is fake. Kunami Yaichi told the members of the Manjai group everything about what Ping-man said to himself on the coast. It contains a lot of information, and the most important of them are undoubtedly 2 keywords, Tianxi finger and getting rid of control. Ping-man spread rumors on the internet and looked for people who held grudges. His purpose was to collect the ring fingers full of resentment and refine something called Tianxi finger. However, even Kappa Mansai, who had lived for more than 300 years, had never heard of Tianxi finger. As for the second word, get rid of control, the complete word is get rid of its control. Who does it refer to? This sentence seems to indicate that Ping-man's situation is not good and he is in trouble. This information gave Kunami and the others a little understanding of Ping-man's purpose and situation, but it was not very helpful in cracking his identity. The photos on the computer switched very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Kunami Yaichi set the speed to 200 photos per minute, nearly 4 photos per second. This is almost his maximum speed. He had to concentrate and watch without blinking. Sakurako Nishijo on the side just looked at it for a while and then turned her head away. Her eyes couldn't bear it, and she shed tears because of the flashing screen. She looked at Kunami Yaichi, then glanced at the other 3 members of the Mansai group, one watching anime, one facing the wall, and one lying flat, and couldn't help but sigh. "Kunan, you're really working hard," Kunami Yaichi said without blinking. "There's no other way. I'm the only one who has seen the Bottle Man's appearance, and this task can only be done by me. 200 photos per minute, 12,000 per hour. Kunami Yaichi can look at it for 10 minutes and take a break for 3 minutes. He can only look at 100,000 photos a day at most. If he looks at more, he will really go blind. The total number of registered households is more than 100 million, and he can't really look at all of them. The photos are screened. First, remove women. This step alone reduces the workload by half. Then remove those under 20 and over 50 and reduce the number of photos by nearly 2/3 again. Then sort by region. Households with Tokyo as their place of residence are placed at the front and then divided in order from near to far. Currently, there are more than 2.2 million photos of registered households in the Tokyo area. Even if Kunami Yaichi keeps working at the highest intensity, it will take more than 20 days to check everything. This is really a very difficult task. Recently, the rumors about Ping Nan on the internet have gradually faded. People's attention is limited. If nothing new happens, it is easy to forget about it. If the curse is really successful, more than 200 people will die in the next 10 days. Then there will be a big uproar on the internet, and the name Ping Nan will probably be known to everyone. But there is no if. At present, the curse has been completely exorcised by Kunami Yaichi. The time after that will be calm. Kunami Yaichi found a person with strong resentment 2 days ago and called the number 4444 at midnight. It didn't work. After being rounded up once, Ping Nan seemed to have given up the means of using online rumors. Kunami Yaichi believed that Ping Nan must hate him so much that he wanted to kill him immediately. After all, Kunami Yaichi not only ruined his plan, but also removed all the curses. Most importantly, he was the only one who had seen the true face of the Bottle Man. Therefore, whether for self-protection or to relieve his hatred for the Bottle Man, Kunami Yaichi had to find the Bottle Man among the millions of photos. When the time came to 7 o'clock in the evening, splash! The Kappa Mansai lying in the fish tank suddenly jumped out. It's time to get off work. Let's go and have a drink together. Captain, wait until I finish watching this episode. The little rabbits and the others are having an internal conflict. Now is the key moment of the plot. As soon as Musa finished speaking, the TV was forcibly turned off by Kappa Mansai. Ah, my rabbit. He howled with resentment, but facing the strong suppression of Kappa Mansai, he could not make any waves. Kenji, Kenji! Kappa Mansai shouted twice and found that Sugawara Kenji was still facing the wall, motionless. He went up and slapped Sugawara Kenji on the head, thump, a very dull sound. Sugawara Kenji's head hit the wall. He rubbed his red forehead, turned his head and said very seriously, Captain Mansai, next time you disturb my practice, I will really be angry. Oh, practice is practice, and enjoyment is also very important. Otherwise, life will be too boring. When Kappa Mansai's eyes fell on Kunami Yaichi and Nishijo Sakurako. The computer has been turned off. The two of them were ready to go. For Kunami Yaichi, catching the Bottle Man was important, but it was also important to build a good relationship with the members of the Mansai group, which would pave the way for further cooperation in the future. Moreover, his eyes were close to the limit of use, and it was time to take a break. As for Nishijo Sakurako, her work had already been completed and she was just waiting to get off work. Kappa Mansai nodded with satisfaction to the two of them. He took out a small medicine bottle, poured out a red pill and swallowed it. A puff of smoke emanated from his body. When the smoke dissipated, Kappa Mansai turned into a human. He had an upright posture, deep facial features and a high nose bridge. He was a standard handsome guy. Kunami Yaichi was amazed. Every time he saw this transformation process, he felt it was amazing. Some monsters have the ability to transform into humans. The third agency conducted research on these monsters and finally developed a transformation pill. It was called a medicine, but in fact, it contained a kind of technique that could affect the monster power, thereby producing the effect of temporarily transforming into a human. Manzai in human form shouted excitedly, "Let's go!" The group came to a izakaya in a mighty manner. Boss, first give me 10 skewers of chicken, 2 servings of fried chicken, 2 servings of sashimi, and 5 bottles of shochu. Okay. After 3 glasses of wine, everyone gradually started chatting. The internal personnel changes of the third agency, which group is investigating which case recently and so on. Kunami Yaichi occasionally agreed, but he was still listening most of the time. The group continued to chat, and it was almost 9:30 before they separated reluctantly and went home. Under the streetlight. Kunami Yaichi's shadow was sometimes long and sometimes short. He was full of alcohol, and he was a little shaky when he walked, drunk. After getting off the nearest subway station, he walked for nearly 20 minutes along a secluded path and came to the outskirts of the woods where Miyoshinji Temple was located. Because the threat of the Bottle Man was still there, he was still living in Miyoshinji Temple. Kunami Yaichi turned his head slightly before entering the woods. In the distance, the surface of a small pond was rippling slightly. Kappa Mansai emerged and shook his head at him. Entering the woods, the dense leaves blocked the moonlight, making the forest very dim. Kunami Yaichi walked in it. The fallen leaves under his feet made a rustling sound. After a while, some light spots appeared in his vision. They were fireflies. They had arrived at Miyoshinji Temple. He glanced left and right, and Sugawara Kenji and a vague, figure turned and left. It seems that today is another calm day. Kunami Yaichi's drunkenness disappeared and became clear. Since the night of the full moon, the bottle man has completely faded out of sight. There is no longer any hot discussion on the internet, and the curse phone can no longer be dialed. Even the centipede curse that appeared in his dreams every night before has disappeared. This abnormality made Kunami Yaichi very concerned. The bottle man cut off all contact and completely hid under the water, like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to move. He did nothing, but it was more dangerous. As the only person who had seen the real face of the bottle man, Kunami Yaichi checked a large number of photos and confirmed them one by one. This was his task in the bottle man case. But he also had a role, that is bait. But this is also a kind of protection for me. Kunami Yaichi raised his foot and walked towards the sacred tree. The sacred tree was covered by flying fireflies as usual. Under the tree, there was a huge and bloated figure. It was Hiroshi Miyake. His muscles were in a state of swelling, with veins bulging on his huge muscles, and his arms were already as thick as an ordinary person's waist. Compared to the first time they met, his muscle mass has become more terrifying. Fortunately, he is now naked from the waist. Otherwise, even the loose cassock would probably be burst. He is a complete muscle demon. Just standing there, you can feel the pressure coming at you, which is very impactful. Wow! 3 black chains with a cold glow slithered over his body like black snakes, constantly contracting and tightening. His muscles were bound by some invisible force and were visibly compressed. Is Master Miyake going to break through? Kunami Yaichi thought. Compression? Compression. Like a spring, pressing down hard. Miyake Hiroshi's muscle density was rising rapidly at a very terrifying speed. His face turned red. Kunami Yaichi could feel that Miyake Hiroshi was enduring great pain at this moment. His huge body of nearly 2.3 meters had been forcibly compressed to 1.9 meters, and the process was still continuing. The color of his muscles also gradually changed from flesh color to blue. 1.89 meters, 1.88 meters. As his height shrank, Miyake Hiroshi's bloated muscles also shrank. He was gradually approaching the body shape of a normal person. 1.86 meters, 1.85 meters. However, the more he compressed, the greater the difficulty. At 1.85 meters, his change was almost stagnant. Ha! Miyake Hiro groaned. Crash! A 4th chain appeared on his body, looming as if it had not yet been completely condensed. However, the moment the chain appeared, his body began to continue to compress. 1.84 meters, 1.83 meters. After only compressing 2 centimeters, Miyake Hiro stagnated again. Can't stop. If I can't break through this time, my momentum will be exhausted. I don't know when I will find the next opportunity. Miyake Hiro's eyes were as big as copper bells, and he gritted his teeth and held on. 1.82 meters, bang! His arms suddenly exploded, and blood shot out like a sharp arrow, splashing 10 meters away. Because of the continuous compression, the pressure inside his body became very huge. If it were an ordinary person, he would have exploded to pieces long ago. Only a strong body like Miyake Hiro could support it. But even he was on the verge of the limit. His 2 thighs also made a buzzing sound, and bang, bang, 2 more blood holes exploded. Miyake Hiro shook. His body returned to 1.84 meters. He gritted his teeth and held on, but the 3 blood holes kept gushing out. He knew that if he continued like this, failure would only be a matter of time. Master Miyake, hold on. Kunami Yaichi quickly ran over and fired 3 pure spirit flames, covering the 3 blood holes on Miyake Hiroshi's body. The blood holes healed and stopped bleeding. Master Miyake, just break through. I'll help you protect the law, Kunami Yaichi said. Miyake Hiroshi nodded to Kunami Yaichi to express his gratitude. He didn't dare to speak, for fear of being discouraged. Hualala! The 4 chains entangled and tightened around him. 1.83 meters, 1.82 meters. With Kunami Yaichi's assistance, Miyake Hiroshi gave up maintaining the surface defense of his body and focused on compression. 1.81 meters. Bang! Miyake Hiroshi's back exploded, but Kunami Yaichi moved quickly and repaired the wound in an instant. Bang! Then his right arm exploded. He fired a pure spirit flame at it, filling the blood hole completely. Because he was concentrating on compression, Hiroshi Miyake's progress was much faster. 1.8 meters, 1.79 meters, 1.78 meters. Bang, bang, bang. Kunami Yaichi kept plugging the blood hole. To be honest, for a moment, he felt like he was playing whack-a-mole. 1.77 meters, 1.76 meters. After reaching the height of 1.76 meters, Hiroshi Miyake's body stopped changing. It seemed to have reached a relatively stable balance point. Hualala! The 4th chain that was originally looming was clearly condensed. His muscles were completely green and they looked like they were cast from iron, completely unlike the human body. Hiroshi Miyake let out a long sigh. Brother Kunami, thank you so much. If you hadn't helped me in time, I'm afraid I would still fail in this breakthrough. Hearing this, Kunami Yaichi raised his eyebrows. So Master Miyake has broken through? Using the pure spirit flame in succession, Kunami Yaichi consumed a lot of blood. But if Hiroshi Miyake breaks through, then everything will be worth it. The stronger he is, the more secure Myoshinji will be. That's right. I've been stuck in the shackles for 10 years, and finally broke through. My muscles have successfully transformed into a blue steel body. Blue steel body? Have seen that I was compressing my muscles just now. The blue steel body is a new type of muscle after the compression and transformation. This is the second stage of the 7 shackles of the void. It is said that there is a strongest black gold body above this, but that realm has only been reached by the first-generation abbot. Now, I have the strength of a third-level exorcist. Hiroshi Miyake glanced and walked towards the largest boulder in the courtyard. The boulder has a diameter of 1.5 meters and weighs more than 900 kilograms, nearly 1 ton. Snap. Hiroshi Miyake picked up the boulder very easily. It felt like picking up a drink bottle from the roadside. Swish! He threw it hard, and the boulder flew 10 meters high. Hiroshi Miyake raised his right hand and caught the falling boulder firmly with just one hand. The huge impact made his feet sink into the ground, but his body did not move at all. The weight of the boulder is equivalent to that of a small car. You know, Hiroshi Miyake is now in the posture of a normal human. Imagine a man on the highway suddenly picked up his car, threw it 10 meters high and caught it with one hand. What would it be like? The impact force is off the charts. However, human muscles have limits, and it is absolutely impossible to do such a thing. And this is the strength of the Chingang body. The muscle strength of the Chingang body is more than 10 times that of human muscles. There is the Mansai group outside, and Hiroshi Miyake and Myoshinji. Kunami Yaichi feels that his safety is slightly guaranteed. However, these are external forces, and they cannot be around all the time. Real safety still depends on one's own strength. Master Miyake, I have a request. I wonder if you can spar with me? I want to experience firsthand how strong a third-level exorcist is. Miyake Hiro was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Brother Kunan, I think it's best to wait a few more days. I just broke through now, and I can't control my strength very well. Not being able to control strength well, in other words, means not wanting to hurt you. He had seen the fight between Kunami Yaichi and Suzuki Mana. According to his assessment, although Kunami Yaichi's strength is relatively strong among the lower 3 levels, he is still a little short of the lower 2 levels. It has only been a month. Even if his strength has increased a little, it is impossible to change too much. The difference between the lower-level exorcist and the upper-level exorcist is huge. It can be said to be a world of difference. Not to mention, Kunami Yaichi is only a lower 3 level. 10 years of shackles, a breakthrough in one day. Miyake Hiro is a little excited now. He is afraid that if he uses too much strength, it will cause serious damage to Kunami Yaichi. It's okay. You know, even if I get hurt, I can heal myself. Kunami Yaichi insisted. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Miyake Hiroshi stopped talking. He secretly decided to control himself and use less force later. Since Brother Kunan insists on doing this, I will accompany you. Kunami Yaichi proposed a sparring match not simply to try what it feels like to be beaten by a senior exorcist. He is not a masochist. The specific strength of the bottle man is not yet known, but the falling moon curse bottle in his hand is a third-level evil object. In other words, to deal with the bottle man, at least the strength of a third-level exorcist is required. He wants to find out how big the gap is between himself and a third-level exorcist. In this way, even if he really encounters one, he will not be caught off guard. Moreover, Kunami Yaichi dared to propose a sparring match because he had a trump card in hand. His right arm was wrapped with a pipe fox, and his left hand was wrapped with a string of prayer beads. Sea-level item floating world prayer beads. The prayer beads are composed of 108 natural spirit beads. After wearing them, you can get a 20% increase in spiritual power body tempering. Attached skills, 108 floating world map. This string of floating world beads was won by Kunami Yaichi in a lottery on the night of the full moon. After 7 days of use, not to mention the accompanying skills, the 20% bonus of spiritual power tempering alone made him feel that he had made a great profit. He started spiritual power tempering late and was not as good as the little monk and the members of the Wanjai group. The foundation was weak. With this 20% bonus, at least some of the shortcomings can be made up. 5 to 6 may not seem a big deal, but if 500 to 600, the effect will be highlighted at once. As for the 108 floating world map, Kunami Yaichi was also very satisfied. This is a defensive skill. He once used the 108 floating world map, and asked the little monk to attack him with all his strength. As a result, the little monk failed to break the defense. He did not move at all. So, can the 108 floating world map block the attack of the third-level exorcist? He wanted to confirm it. "Brother Kunan, I'm coming." Before launching the attack, Hiroshi Miyake shouted specifically, fearing that he would not be able to react. Swish! A heavy shoe print appeared on the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, Miyake Hiroshi was in front of Kunami Yaichi. Too fast, the powerful force made his explosive power reach a very terrifying level. Kunami Yaichi swung his left hand, and the floating world rosary flew out. 108 floating worlds! Swish, swish, swish! The spiritual beads scattered and froze in the air, faintly forming a beautiful picture scroll with waves and floating clouds. Bang! Miyake Hiroshi's fist was blocked by the scroll. Defensive spiritual tool? Miyake Hiroshi was surprised. This force? Kunami Yaichi realized that Miyake Hiroshi's attack was not much stronger than the little monk. Obviously, he held back. "Master Miyake, please don't hold back. I want to see the power of a real upper third-level exorcist. I underestimated little brother Kunan, then I will really start." After saying that, Miyake Hiroshi retracted his fist and then punched again. There was no run-up, and there was no accumulation of power. It was just an ordinary punch. The 108 floating worlds shook violently, and a huge force like a raging wave swept over. Kunami Yaichi flew backwards. Although he was not injured, his internal organs felt a strong sense of numbness. This is the power of a third-level exorcist. Kunami Yaichi was shocked. He saw a crack on the 108 floating worlds. It only took one punch to create a crack. 2 more punches and I guess the 108 floating worlds will not be able to hold up and break. Kunami Yaichi's eyes moved slightly and found that Miyake Hiroshi was no longer there. He ran behind me. The 108 floating worlds immediately moved behind him. The scroll of the floating worlds is about 70 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. This is its defense range. Kunami Yaichi vaguely saw a shadow. The speed is too fast. It's hard for the eyes to catch his movement trajectory. The blood flowed faster. Kunami Yaichi completed the transformation into a fox in an instant. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and changed direction. "I'm here!" Hiroshi Miyake appeared in front of him and punched him again. This time, Kunami Yaichi, who was in the form of a celestial fox, finally managed to see Hiroshi Miyake's movements. Snap! As the 108 floating worlds moved to the front, 2 spiritual explosion insects that had been prepared long ago were thrown at Hiroshi Miyake's face. Boom! 2 violent explosions exploded, and the hot airwaves were released between the 2. The airwaves rolled, and a bronze fist broke it apart. What? Bang! The second punch hit. The cracks on the floating world expanded. Kunami Yaichi felt the surging power again. Although the floating world took away most of the force, his internal organs were still injured. In midair, Kunami Yaichi saw that the airwaves of the explosion disappeared and Hiroshi Miyake only had some scratches on his body. Such a strong explosion, but nothing happened? Whoosh! Hiroshi Miyake moved and attacked again. Kunami Yaichi's blood became boiling hot, and behind him a second tail emerged. Twin-tailed celestial fox. After these days of spiritual power tempering and several draws, his spiritual power and physical fitness have greatly improved, finally reaching the standard for using 2 tails. Snap! He slammed his tail on the ground and rushed into the woods. Here he comes! Kunami Yaichi saw the figure of Miyake Hiroshi appear below. His straight-line speed is higher than his, but there are many obstacles in the woods, and he is obviously more advantageous in this environment. 2 hands, 2 feet, and 2 tails. Kunami Yaichi jumped back and forth in the woods, and any part of his body could change direction, making his movement trajectory unpredictable. Only a white shadow was seen scurrying around. Swish! The 2 chased and fled. After turning on the double tail mode, Kunami Yaichi's dynamic vision was significantly improved. He could clearly see Miyake Hiroshi's movement trajectory. Not only that, his agility was also greatly improved, and his ability to control the pure spirit flame was also improved. The increase was huge, but it was still unrealistic to fight against Miyake Hiroshi. He shuttled back and forth between the trees, and with the help of quick changes of direction, he was able to dodge the pursuit, but he could not completely get rid of Miyake Hiroshi. After this test, Kunami Yaichi had some understanding of his current strength. Strongest point now is defense. The defense of the 108 floating worlds has reached the upper 3rd level. Although he can't hold out for too long against the full-strength attack of the upper 3rd level Exorcist. But being able to block 3 attacks is already very strong. It can play a big role in the battle. As for his offensive ability, it is obviously the weakest. The spirit-blasting insect can't even cause damage to Miyake Hiroshi. The power of the spell destruction is higher than the spirit-blasting insect, but he only has one of that thing left, so he can't test it. In terms of speed, his straight-line speed is not as fast as Miyake Hiroshi, but relying on the terrain and the agility of the Sky Fox, he can dodge and dodge. The two are in a stalemate, and it is difficult to tell who will win. Okay, Master Miyake, let's stop here. Kunami Yaichi jumped down from the tree and cancelled the transformation. Hiroshi Miyake looked at Kunami Yaichi as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Kunan, you are hiding too deep. I am a formal exorcist, but I can't catch you. It's so depressing. But it's still a long way from fighting against the Bottle Man. Kunami Yaichi shook his head. Hiroshi Miyake was speechless. He was not satisfied with such strength at this age. In fact, Kunami Yaichi was already thinking about the yin-yang points. He has now accumulated 490 yin-yang points again, and he only needs 10 points to draw again for sea level. If I want to gain a foothold at the level of the upper 3, I will probably need 2 or 3 draws. Now that all the centipede curses have been exorcised, I have to think of other ways to get yin-yang points. Soon, 3 days passed. Kunami Yaichi basically went to Myoshinji at night and to the Mansai group during the day. During this time, the Bottle Man still did not make any movement. That day, Kunami Yaichi came to the Mansai group base and found that only Musa and Nishijo Sakurako were in the room. Sakurako, where are Mansai Senpai and Sugawara? There has been no progress in the case of the Bottle Man, and the Mansai team can't always focus on this case. The agency issued another case yesterday and they went on a mission today, said Sakurako Nishijo, handing him an iron box. Kunami Yaichi only assisted in the investigation of the Bottle Man case, and the other tasks had nothing to do with him. The work he had to do did not change. However, he vaguely felt that the attention of the third agency was gradually shifting away from the Bottle Man. This was not a good sign. What is this? Didn't you ask me to help you get an experimental evil creature? Did you really get it? Kunami Yaichi took the iron box. Thank you, I'll treat you to dinner another day. It's not a big deal. It's just an experimental product. There are many evil creatures sealed inside the third agency. Some of these evil creatures are used for training exorcists. Some have special forms and are difficult to kill, and some will cause disasters if killed. In short, they are sealed for various reasons. However, these sealed evil creatures are strictly guarded and are not allowed to be approached. In addition to the sealed evil creatures, there is another kind of evil creature with relatively low value. Regarding the question of how evil creatures are born, the third agency has been conducting research internally and has specially raised creatures such as mice and frogs for experiments. After a large number of experiments, although the principle of the birth of evil creatures has not yet been found out, they have found a way to artificially create evil creatures. That is to mix evil energy and evil creature tissues, and then inject them into the creatures. The frog in the iron box is an artificially created evil creature, specially used for experiments. This kind of thing can be mass-produced, so as long as a demand application is made, it will most likely be approved. Kunami Yaichi is not an official member of the third agency, so he asked Nishijo Sakurako for help. When the iron box was opened, there was a frog with black bumps on its head, and a slight evil energy could be seen around it. As soon as the iron box was opened, the frog's tongue flew towards him. Kunami Yaichi wrapped his hand with spiritual power and grabbed the long tongue. Quack! The frog jumped up and opened its mouth. It actually had sharp teeth in its mouth. Snap! Kunami Yaichi slapped the frog back into the iron box and closed it. The frog jumped around inside, making the iron box bang. Kunami, what do you want this disgusting thing for? Do you want to taste it? Musa asked from the side. Today he was wearing an orange martial arts uniform. It seemed that Kunami Yaichi's persuasion worked. I have not been an exorcist for long, and I am catching up on theoretical knowledge. However, I have not seen many evil things so far. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, so I want to use this to understand. These experimental evil things are only semi-finished products. Compared with the real evil things, there is still a big difference. It's okay, it's enough. Kunami Yaichi put the iron box next to his seat. The reason he applied for it was to use it for learning, so he definitely couldn't kill it right after he got it. I hope this frog can fill those 10 yin and yang points. Kunami Yaichi collected his thoughts and started working. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Photos kept flashing on the computer. At present, he has read more than half of the household registration information of Tokyo District. After reading the remaining half, he is actually a little unsure whether he can find the Bottle Man. After all, people are not machines, and they will make mistakes. He can't guarantee 100% whether there are any mistakes or omissions in the half he read before. Snap! Kunami Yaichi suddenly pressed the pause button. Then he pressed his hand on the return button, pressing it again and again. Did you find anything? Nishijo Sakurako noticed his action. He didn't say anything, but looked at the photo intently. After clicking the return button 4 more times, he stopped. The picture showed a man who looked very ordinary at first glance. He was wearing a suit and had a somewhat stiff smile on his face. He seemed to be a little introverted and not good at taking pictures. Kunami Yaichi stretched out his hand to cover the lower half of the man's face and couldn't help muttering, "Finally found you, Bottle Man?" "What, found the Bottle Man?" Bang! When Musa heard the word Bottle Man, he ran over in a hurry, even knocking the sofa away. Nishijo Sakurako immediately pulled up the information. Nakao Ryozo, male, 34 years old, married, address is 3132 Minami Kamata, Otaku, Tokyo. Are you sure he is the Bottle Man? No mistake, I'm sure, Kunami said. The man in the photo showed a shy smile, looking harmless and very ordinary. Kunami Yaichi imagined his angry expression, which was exactly the same as the half-face in his memory. I will contact Captain Mansai immediately. Nishijo Sakurako took out her mobile phone and said, At 7:30 in the evening, Matsuo Building. A man with a briefcase and a tired face came out. The target has appeared. The target has appeared. In an ordinary car opposite the building, Kunami Yaichi sat in the passenger seat and said with a telescope, Got it. The 2 cars drove and began to track from different directions. Kunami Yaichi and Musa were in one car. Mansai and Sugawara Kenji were in another car, and Nishijo Sakurako was providing remote assistance in 201. The 2 cars were divided to alternate tracking to avoid being discovered by Nakao Ryozo. At this time, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean look walked out of the building. Nakao Ryozo noticed it and immediately bowed and trotted over. Nakao Ryozo suddenly approached a man, about 40 years old, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, a round face, and a little fat. Kunami Yaichi said. Nishijo Sakurako's voice came from the headset. Nakao Ryozo is a salesperson at a pure water company, and the middle-aged man is the director of the sales department, his boss. Boss? Nakao Ryozo went up to greet him for a few words, then smiled and watched the middle-aged man take a taxi and leave. This is exactly the look of a miserable office worker, Musa commented. Kunami Yaichi stared at him intently. Although the Bottle Man did not reveal any flaws now, he was convinced that Nakao Ryozo was the Bottle Man, and everything he was doing now was just a disguise. Following all the way, Nakao Ryozo entered the subway station. You 4 have all appeared in front of Pingnan. Don't get off the train. Turn on your phone. I'll take care of the rest. After Nishijo Sakurako finished speaking, Kunami Yaichi found that there was an extra picture on his phone. This is the picture from the camera in the subway. I will keep switching according to his position. In the picture, Nakao Ryozo was standing in the crowd waiting. There were 3 high school students playing around next to him. One of them was suddenly pushed and bumped into him. Bang! The briefcase fell to the ground and the documents spilled out. Ha ha ha! The 3 high school students didn't feel like they had done anything wrong and laughed there. At this time, the subway entered the station. People rushed onto the train. Nakao Ryozo protected the documents on the ground, but he was still stepped on several times. After finally putting the documents into the briefcase, the subway turned on the lights and closed the door. Watching the subway leave, Nakao Ryozo stood there blankly, sighed, and began to wait for the next subway. 5 minutes later, the second subway arrived at the station, and Nakao Ryozo squeezed in. Although the subway at night was less crowded than the morning rush hour, it was still quite crowded. He stood by the door holding a briefcase and disappeared into the screen with the subway. Such a weak person, could he really be the Bottle Man who cursed dozens of people? Musa started the car and drove along the subway route. He was a little confused about Nakao Ryozo, who had just seen him. I turned on the psychic vision, but I couldn't see any spiritual power or evil spirit on him. With the Bottle Man's means, it shouldn't be too difficult to purify the aura on his body. Kunami Yaichi insisted on his opinion. The Bottle Man always disguised himself in various ways. He was very cautious. Nakao Ryozo's performance even made Kunami Yaichi more convinced of his own ideas. He was acting. Kunami Yaichi really couldn't see any flaws, but he had this feeling. Get off. Nakao Ryozo got off at Togoshi Station. Huh? If you want to go home, you should get off at the next stop. When Nakao Ryozo walked out of the subway station, 2 cars were already waiting outside. The tracking continued. About 3 minutes later, Nakao Ryozo walked into a flower shop. When he came out, he had 9 more roses in his hands. The fatigue on his face disappeared, revealing a smile that looked very happy. Ah, I know. Today is his wedding anniversary, Nishijo Sakurako said. Wedding anniversary? Yes, he got married 9 years ago, and his marriage partner was his childhood sweetheart, whose name was Otaki Mi, and now it's Nakao Mi. He also has a child who is in elementary school. Marrying a childhood sweetheart and having a child. Could the person who lives such a happy life be Ping Nan? He is the only suspect now, and we can't make a conclusion casually. Keep tracking. Kappa Mansai's voice sounded in the headset. When Nakao Ryozo passed a park, a woman in a skirt waved at him. Nakao Ryozo walked over with a smile and handed the 9 roses to the woman. The woman looked very happy, covering her mouth and laughing non-stop. A boy who was playing on the slide next to him ran towards Nakao Ryozo and was picked up by him, and the two were talking eagerly. The woman is Nakao Mihui, and the boy is his son, Nakao Yaichi. The 3 of them left the park with laughter. Instead of going home, they came to a nearby movie theater. It seems that they want to go to the movies. Kunami Yaichi put on his hat. I'll go to monitor. Although Kappa Mansai and the others did not say it, their suspicion of Nakao Ryozo was completely based on their trust in him. If Nakao Ryozo was suspicious, they would naturally arrest him and conduct a thorough investigation. But the current situation is that his testimony alone is not enough for them to arrest him. Because the upper half of their faces are very similar, this reason cannot be used as evidence. Kunami Yaichi followed the family of 3 from a distance. It's a very happy atmosphere. Entering the theater, Kunami Yaichi sat at the back and quietly looked at the 3 figures with their backs to them. I have mobilized the camera of the theater. Kunami Yaichi turned on his mobile phone, and the front of the 3 people appeared on it. They were watching the movie very seriously. Sometimes Nakao Ryozo would whisper to Nakao Mie, seemingly discussing the plot. Without any disturbance, the movie ended. Bang! The lights in the theater were turned on. Kunan, lower your head and pretend to look for something. You will be discovered by him if you do this. Kunan Yaichi sat in his seat, without any intention of hiding, but took off his hat. Kunan? What are you doing? Kappa Mansai was waiting outside, with a floating world rosary in his left hand. After preparing himself mentally, Kunami Yaichi kicked the seat hard and cursed loudly, "Stupid movie! Waste my time!" Kunami Yaichi made a lot of noise, and for a while many viewers turned their heads to look at him, including Nakao Ryozo. However, Nakao Ryozo behaved exactly like the others. After taking a look, he retracted his gaze without any hesitation. It seemed that he didn't know him at all. Really? I think the movie is pretty good. Nakaomi smiled and said, Yoichi, what do you think? Good. Maybe this is not the type he is interested in. Nakao Ryozo smiled and left the theater with his wife and son. Kunami, what are you thinking? You have completely exposed our tracking. Nishijo Sakurako complained. To be honest, after tracking him until now, what do you think of Nakao Ryozo? What do you think? Do you think he is black or white? I can't find anything suspicious at the moment. Then he is white. Kunami Yaichi nodded. I think Mansai-senpai, Musa, and Sugawara all have the same idea. Is this related to what you did just now? Kappa, Mansai's voice came from the headset. Not only you, but I am actually a little shaken. Kunami Yaichi was 90% sure in his heart, but there was still 10% hesitation. So I did a test. What was the result of the test? The moment Nakao Ryozo turned around, he perfectly overlapped with the figure of the bottle man at that time. The hesitation in his heart completely disappeared. Ryozo Nakao is the bottle man, Kunami Yaichi said firmly. I know, we are going to arrest Ryozo Nakao. Kappa Mansai made a decision. The previous tracking was just to understand what kind of person Nakao Ryozo was. This kind of mild investigation method is not in line with the usual style of the Mansai group. As long as the suspect is locked, then arrest him directly. As for the evidence, we will slowly collect it later. If he is really innocent, then release him. This is the Mansai group. After all, they are facing targets that can cause great damage. They cannot hesitate. If the means are too restrained, the consequences will be very serious. After coming out of the cinema, the Nakao family was walking along the road. The family of 3 talked and laughed. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Sugawara Kenji came from the opposite side and blocked their way. Excuse me, the Investigation Division 1 is handling a case. There is a case that needs your assistance in the investigation. Sugawara Kenji took out a manual and showed it to the 3 people. Please come with us. This manual is a real one, specially used to disguise the identity. After all, they don't have an open identity. Assisting in the investigation? We are just ordinary citizens, and it is impossible for us to be involved in the case. Did you find the wrong person? Nakao Ryozo was a little flustered, but this kind of panic was just right for ordinary citizens. Yes, you must have found the wrong person. Nakaomi echoed. Anyway, come with us. Nakao Ryozo and his family were taken into the car. During this process, He kept asking what the case that Sugawara Kenji was talking about was, and explained that he had not done anything. Nakaomiya hugged Nakao Yoichi tightly in her arms, saying, "Don't be afraid, we will be able to go home soon." The rose fell to the ground. It was a bit dazzling. "I think we should investigate it more carefully," Musa said. He felt bad for forcibly taking away the happy family of 3, especially when he saw Nakao Yoichi crying in fear, as if he was pricked by a thorn. Unlike Musa, who was in a tangle of emotions, Kunami Yaichi did not have the slightest fluctuation in his heart. He watched the whole process calmly from beginning to end. However, he was increasingly confused about the bottle man's purpose. He had been completely silent for a while, and now he was even pretending to be an ordinary person. What was he planning? Interrogation room. The dazzling light hit Nakao Ryozo's face, making him a little overwhelmed. "Name?" Sugawara Kenji was asking, and Kunami Yaichi was sitting next to him, staring at Nakao Ryozo intently. This was his first time to face the bottle man. However, it was far from the tense feeling he had imagined. "Nakao Ryozo, I really don't know anything. I didn't do anything. You arrested the wrong person." Nakao Ryozo tried to explain. "Age?" Sugawara Kenji was unmoved. 34 years old. "I want to ask where are my wife and children?" This is the No. 2 detention center of the 3rd Agency, which is dedicated to the detention of prisoners related to evil objects. Nakao Ryozo's wife and children were taken away by the Real Search section to take a statement. "Do you care about your wife and children?" Kunami Yaichi asked. Nakao Ryozo gave him a strange look. "Of course I care, they are my family." "Where were you on the night of September 19th? Sugawara Kenji continued to ask. "September 19th? Nakao Ryozo's eyes moved slightly, as if he was thinking. At this time, the pipe fox suddenly flew out, and in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Nakao Ryozo and grabbed it with its claws. Swish! The claws of the pipe fox stopped in front of Nakao Ryozo, but he seemed to have not seen the pipe fox at all. His eyes slightly widened, still thinking about the previous question. Kunami Yaichi frowned. He was suddenly attacked. He could control not blinking, but it was difficult to control his pupils without moving. He could not see any trace of Nakao Ryozo acting. Nakao Ryozo rubbed his eyes and continued, "I remember that on September 19th I worked overtime at the company. I left the company at about 11 o'clock and went straight home. Can anyone in the company prove it? Besides me, the last person to leave was Director Sato, who went back at 9 o'clock. Let me verify it," Nishijo Sakurako said. She had been listening through the headphones. "Have you heard of the name Pingnan?" Shh, suddenly mentioned it. "Bottle Man?" Nakao Ryozo looked at Kunami Yaichi without hesitation. "Is it the rumor on the internet? I don't know who made that kind of thing up. It must not be true. How can there be such a thing as a curse in this world?" After the interrogation, Kunami Yaichi and his men took Nakao Ryozo to the detention center. The cells here are all made of a special glass that can suppress the flow of spiritual power and are very strong. Because the glass is transparent, the prisoner's every move is captured by the surveillance camera, and any suspicious behavior will immediately trigger the alarm. According to Kappa-Mansai's description, the director of the detention center is a ruthless character who is as powerful as him. This detention center is like a tightly sealed iron wall, and no prison escape has occurred since its construction. On the way, Nakao Ryozo looked at the prisoners in the glass on both sides, and his body couldn't stop shaking. "Wait, I really don't know anything. Why are you locking me up? I'm innocent. At least tell me what the case is. Who are you? Is this really the first investigation division? Illegal detention is illegal." The two ignored Nakao Ryozo's noise and took him to a cell. The tattooed man, Takashiya, was lying on his side, seemingly sleeping. Ding ding ding. Sugawara Kenji knocked on the glass. The tattooed man Takashiya turned over. "What? Do you know this man?" Kunami Yaichi pointed at Nakao Ryozo. "Who is this uncle? I don't know him." After saying that, the tattooed man Takashiya turned sideways again. Then, they asked the fake bottle man again, and the answer they got was still that they didn't know him. Without any resistance, Nakao Ryozo was locked up. No suspicious points have been found so far, or in other words, everything proves that Nakao Ryozo is just an ordinary person and has nothing to do with the bottle man. Kunami Yaichi pondered for a moment and asked, "How many days can he be detained at most?" 7 days. Sugawara Kenji looked at Kunami Yaichi and said, "If no evidence is found within 7 days, we can only release him. After all, the 3rd Agency is a state agency. Although it has greater power, it cannot go too far. 7 days. This is the maximum time for detaining Nakao Ryozo. Once the time is up, his suspicion will basically be eliminated and he will be released." Room 201, the base of the Mansai group. The atmosphere in the room seemed a little depressing. Although the suspect of the bottle man was caught, everyone was not happy. Kunami Yaichi was holding a stack of photos in his hand and flipping through them. These are the photos Musa took when he entered Nakao Ryozo's house. The room was very tidy and warmly decorated. The cooking table was prepared with rich ingredients. The rice cooker was set to a timer. It seemed that the family planned to celebrate after watching the movie. I checked carefully with my psychic vision and found no debris left by evil spirits. Musa sat on the sofa. He rarely watched anime but looked serious. Although I don't want to say it, but Kunami, could it be that you made a mistake? Nakao Ryozo and Ping Nan are completely two different people. There is no similarity between them. I am sure, I believe in my eyes. In the cinema, the moment Nakao Ryozo turned around and Ping Nan's figure at that time perfectly overlapped. Kunami Yaichi said. Although he and Ping Nan only looked at each other, he was very confident in his memory. But you only saw half of Ping Nan's face, didn't you? Kunami Yaichi was speechless. There was nothing suspicious about Nakao Ryozo, and he was so clean that it was scary. Compared with the solid evidence, his testimony alone seemed very pale. No matter who it was, they would choose to believe the evidence. If it was Kunami Yaichi, it would be the same. He had read the statements made by Otaki Mi and Nakao Yoichi, which recorded that Nakao Ryozo was a good father who loved his family. He would accompany his children to sleep every night, never lost his temper at home, and had a very stable relationship with his wife. If there was a medal for a model family, they deserved it. It was indeed difficult to associate such a person with the bottle man who caused the deaths of dozens of people. On the other side, Kenji Sugawara was watching the playback of the interrogation. He rubbed his brows and said, "I watched the interrogation video 5 times. Kunan, from your reaction to his test at that time, Nakao Ryozo should really not be able to see your fox psychic. The possibility that a person who can't see the psychic is a bottle man is really small." "Everyone, I found the surveillance of the Matsuo building on September 19th, Nishijo Sakurako suddenly said. Everyone gathered around. The computer was divided into many small grids, and the camera images of the Matsuo building were on them. Look here, this is the camera of the elevator on the 8th floor. The time displayed in the upper right corner of the screen was 9:10 p.m., and Nakao Ryozo's boss, Minister Sato, yawned as he walked into the elevator. The time is exactly what Nakao said. Saijo Sakurako said. The speed of the screen began to speed up, and at 11:04, Saijo Sakurako pressed pause. In the elevator, Nakao Ryozo's figure suddenly appeared. On the night of the full moon, Kunami Yaichi last saw the hunchbacked old man when he used the connection between the falling moon curse bottles to travel through his soul. It was around 10:40. It would take at least half an hour to drive back to Matsuo building from Takeshita Metal Factory. In other words, Nakao Ryozo has an alibi for that night. The room fell silent. "So, we caught the wrong person," Musa said softly. Splash, Kappa Mansai got up from the fish tank. "There are still 7 days left. Investigate the people around Nakao Ryozo and see if you can find a breakthrough." "Captain, we have the alibi. The result is obvious." "Nako," Manzai interrupted Musa. "It's decided. It's getting late today. Let's go back and rest." Everyone left without saying anything. Fireflies were flying all over the sky, beautiful and magnificent. Kunami Yaichi sat under the sacred tree with the iron box containing the evil frog. The fragrance refreshed his brain. Kunami Yaichi felt that the relationship he had previously drawn with the Manzai group suddenly became distant. As a result, the development plan of the Foxfire Supernatural Information Institute may have to slow down. Da-da-da. He tapped the iron box rhythmically, replaying everything that happened after he came into contact with Nakao Ryozo today in his mind, trying to find something suspicious. But no matter from which angle you look at it, Nakao Ryozo is innocent, and more importantly, he has an alibi. Is this the reason why the bottle man disappeared? He knew that he would be found sooner or later if his identity was exposed, so he made preparations in advance. But if this is acting, it's too untenable. Guanhu's claws were about to pierce his eyes, but he didn't react at all. Acting can't be done to this extent. Kunami Yaichi was sure that Nakao Ryozo was the bottle man, but at the same time, he found it difficult to refute the evidence that proved his innocence. This made him feel very conflicted. Forget it. Don't think about it for now. In the next 7 days, the bottle man will no longer pose a threat. What I have to do is to improve my strength while investigating. At least I have the power to protect myself. Kunami Yaichi's eyes fell on the iron box and waved his hand to open it. The evil frog jumped out of it. Snap! Kunami Yaichi grabbed it and the flame of the purifying spirit burned. Quack! The evil frog turned into ashes without much struggle. Blow the ashes off your hand. Kunami Yaichi opened the attribute bar. Yin-Yang points, 502. Not bad, just over 500. Kunami Yaichi operated the attribute bar and exchanged for a C-level lottery opportunity. Lottery! Amidst the flashing light, a huge figure slowly emerged, with black hair fluttering and a golden horn shining in the moonlight. The huge figure knelt on one knee. Master! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level Shikigami Saruki. The next morning, Kunami Yaichi packed his luggage and prepared to leave Mio Shinji with Suzuki Mana. Brother Kunami, are you really going to leave? Why don't you stay for 2 more days? Miyake Hiromichi. Even if you come to Mio Shinji again, it will probably be 7 days later. You are welcome anytime. After all, I owe you a big favor. Sister Mana, I can't bear to see you go. The little monk's tears flowed down, holding Suzuki Mana and refusing to let go, his eyes fixed on the handheld game console in her hand. Little bald head, are you reluctant to part with me or my handheld game console? The little girl slapped the little monk on the head and handed the game console to him. Sister Mana? The little monk's eyes lit up. I'll give it to you. Sister Mana, you're so kind. The little monk took the game console and his nose spurted with joy. Seeing the little monk's look, Miyake Hiroshi couldn't help but scold him. Xiao Ba, why don't you go back to do your morning lessons? Yes, master. The little monk held the game console and ran back to the temple happily in small steps. Why did you suddenly become so generous? Kunami Yaichi asked. I have a lot of them at home. It's no big deal to give him one to play with. The little girl said nonchalantly. Kunami Yaichi saw the muscles on Miyake Hiroshi's face twitching and could only apologize silently in his heart. Well, it's not a big deal for a child to play with some games. I think so. Mu Qingzhuang. It has been a month since Kunami Yaichi came here. This is his second time back home. He has been hiding from the outside world for a long time. This feeling is not good. This time he does not plan to leave casually. Dr. Kunami. Downstairs he saw Terada. Terada returned to the surveillance position. Have you recovered from your injuries? Kunami Yaichi noticed that Terada's chest was still bandaged. Yes, it's nothing serious. Terada took out a new handheld game console and handed it to Suzuki Mina. Miss, this is the handheld game console you asked for. Stupid Uncle Terada, there is no need to call a doctor anymore. I already know everything. The little girl took the handheld game console, snorted, and ran upstairs by herself. Dr. Kunami, does the young lady know? This matter can't be kept secret for long. Just call me Kunami from now on. Walking up the creaking stairs to the second floor, he entered the room. Because it was cleaned before, there was no strange smell this time, but there was a lot of dust again. Kunami Yaichi looked at the little girl. Before he opened his mouth, the little girl understood what he meant, picked up the broom reluctantly and started to clean. Humph, you only know how to bully me. Kunami Yaichi opened the window for ventilation and at the same time looked at the small river opposite. He saw nothing. However, Guanhu sensed the presence of Mansai. Yesterday, although Kappa Mansai set a 7-day investigation time, he obviously did not think that Nakao Ryozo was the bottle man, and ran over to continue to wait. Kunami Yaichi thought it didn't matter. It was a good thing that someone was protecting him. But in this way, Kunami Yaichi was equivalent to fighting alone. He was the only one who really believed that Nakao Ryozo was the bottle man. Given the cautiousness of the bottle man, the possibility of leaving behind a trail is extremely low. It is difficult to find a breakthrough even if we start with him, and it is probably even more difficult to attack him from the side. But even if he comes out of the detention center, there is no need for me to be timid. I now have the strength to compete with him. Kunami Yaichi thought that he would have to go through 2 or 3 C-level draws before he could compete with the bottle man. Unexpectedly, his luck exploded last night, and he drew the C-level Shikigami Monkey Demon. C-level Shikigami Monkey Demon, fierce personality, likes destruction, and has extremely strong melee ability. It has a horn on its head. The huge horn is the source of Monkey Demon's power and the reason why it is called a demon. There is no level for Guanhu. It can be said that it is the maximum level. When he saw Monkey Demon's L1, to be honest, Kunami Yaichi was a little disappointed. He thought he had to start training from a very weak time, and what he lacks most now is time, but he was wrong. Even at the one Monkey Demon's strength is still very strong. After his test, the Saruki is about 2/3 of the current strength of Miyake Hiroshi. In other words, the strength of the Leave 1 Saruki is already above Kunami Yaichi, and can really help him fight the enemy. If one person and one Saruki join hands to fight Miyake Hiroshi, the odds should be 50-50. Kunami Yaichi plans to upgrade it as much as possible in these 7 days, even if it is only 1 level, so that he will have a better chance of fighting the bottle man. Nasu Academy. Look over there, isn't that Suzuki Mina? Yeah, the 4 scumbags who used to hang out with her are dead. Seeing that she hasn't come to school, I thought she was dead too. Haha! Actually, I thought so too. I heard that it was the bottle man who killed those 4 scumbags. Your news is outdated, and the bottle man has been proven to be fake. Really? I haven't paid attention to it for a long time. The little girl hasn't been to school for more than a month. Now that the matter has come to an end, Kunami Yaichi brought her here and planned to let her resume school. The death of Furuta's gang caused a stir in the academy. As one of the 4, Suzuki Mina was inevitably criticized. The little girl was very easygoing and ignored the criticism. Instead, she glared at him fiercely. Hey, what are you looking at? Come over and fight me. I'm talking to you, come over. Although Suzuki Mina had gradually become a sheep in front of Kunami Yaichi, she was still the fierce little tiger to others. It seems that I don't need to worry too much. Kunami Yaichi held the little girl's head and pulled her to the classroom, otherwise she would really have to compete with those people in real life. Junior High School Class 3, 2. Inside the classroom, a young female teacher wearing thick glasses was teaching a class. Kunami Yaichi was about to knock on the door when she saw Suzuki Mina walking towards the back door. Bang! She opened the back door directly, walked into the classroom carelessly, and sat down in the empty seat at the corner of the last row. The lecture was interrupted because of her sudden intrusion. Suzuki Mina put her legs on the table and took out a new handheld game console from her backpack. Why are you looking at me? Keep teaching, the little girl said in an imperative tone. After she finished speaking, the female teacher on the stage actually continued to teach, and the other students quickly turned their heads away, not daring to look at her again. In an instant, Kunami Yaichi saw the shadow of Suzuki Takumi in the little girl. It's true that like father, like daughter. Is this her usual attitude in class? With this look, how could she make normal friends? No wonder she mixed with Furuta and the others. Kunami Yaichi also walked into the classroom from the back door, took the little girl's legs off the table, and then snatched her handheld game console. Confiscating the handheld game console. I'll give it to you when I get back. Fox eyes. The little girl lowered her voice and said, Give me some face at school. Kunami Yaichi ignored the little girl and scanned the entire classroom. Because of his presence, the female teacher on the stage had a hard time concentrating on the lecture, and her voice was intermittent. Other students also frequently cast surprised eyes at him. Who is this person? How could he control that female devil? Could it be her father? Impossible. Judging from her age, she is at most her brother. Kunami Yaichi stopped looking, nodded, picked up the little girl's school bag and said, Come with me. The little girl was unwilling to give in front of her classmates, but when she heard Kunami Yaichi speak, she stood up involuntarily and followed. Kunami Yaichi went straight to the first row and knocked on the table of a tall boy twice. It's not appropriate for you to sit in the first row so tall, change seats with Suzuki Mana. The tall boy stuttered a little. My academic performance is the first in the class. Kunami Yaichi looked at the female teacher on the stage. Teacher, Suzuki Mana is easily blocked by him in class, so I suggest that the two of you change seats. Mana is always playing games during class. Sitting here will affect other students, so, the female teacher said tactfully. Well, starting today, Suzuki Sutana will study hard. Hey, don't make decisions for me. The little girl pouted, but didn't refute. The female teacher reluctantly agreed. Then, let's switch. The tall boy slammed the table, stood up in grief and anger, and walked to the last row with his school bag. So domineering. Such a brother, no wonder he can control that female devil. Kunami heard someone talking about him, but he completely ignored it. Stay at school. I'll pick you up after school. After giving Suzuki Mana a word of advice, Yaichi left the classroom. After walking a few steps, she found that the female teacher with glasses caught up with her. Who are you to Mana? Kunami Yaichi thought for a while and gave an answer. For the next period of time, I will be her guardian. If you really want Mana to study hard, don't ignore her like before. You must also attend the parent-teacher meetings held by the school. No one attended before? Not only the parent-teacher meetings, but no one attended any activities. The female teacher said. Mana's father donated a lot of money to the school. The school asked me not to care about her and let her be free. So that's it. The female teacher was not afraid of Suzuki Mana, but received a request to ignore her. Suzuki Takumi loves his daughter very much, but his other identity is the president of Yuzehui. He is busy with affairs, and it is indeed difficult to find time. Kunami Yaichi took out his mobile phone and said, I know, teacher. Feel free to contact me if you have anything in the future. Okay. The two approached and prepared to exchange contact information. The name of the female teacher with glasses is Nagasawa Yoshio, 26 years old, and a Chinese teacher. When Nagasawa Yoshio entered the number, she didn't hold the phone steady and it slipped from her hand. She hurriedly tried to pick it up, but her motor nerves were obviously not very good. Not only did she fail to catch the phone, but she also fell down. Kunami Yaichi picked up the phone that was about to fall to the ground with his toes, and at the same time reached out to hold the female teacher with glasses. The position he held was slightly off, and it was limp. Kunami Yaichi was very close to Nagasawa Yoshio, and he found that the female teacher with glasses had a very good foundation, but most of her brilliance was blocked by the glasses. However, she might have done it on purpose. As a teacher, she still needs to be more formal and can't dress up in a flashy way. Ah! Nagasawa Yoshio covered her chest in a panic, but she soon realized that this action was a bit rude. After all, Kunami Yaichi just wanted to prevent her from falling, so she adjusted her glasses instead. Sorry. Wait! Kunami Yaichi grabbed Nagasawa Yoshio's hand and looked at her carefully. What are you doing? Nagasawa Yoshio tried to retract her hand but couldn't. Let me go. It was evil spirit. Kunami Yaichi found that Nagasawa Yoshio's fingers were stained with evil spirit. He let go of her hand and asked, Teacher Nagasawa, have you encountered any strange things recently? No, my life is normal. Nagasawa Yoshio looked at him with a vigilant face. I tell you, I have a boyfriend. It seems that the action just now made Nagasawa Yoshio misunderstand. Kunami Yaichi said, It's a little late to introduce myself. My name is Kunami Yaichi, and I'm an exorcist. Nagasawa Yoshio looked at him with more suspicion. I'm still in class now, so it's not convenient for me to talk to you more. Sorry? After that, she hurried towards the classroom, as if there was a flood or a beast behind her. Kunami Yaichi watched Nagasawa Yoshio disappear, rubbed his nose and said, It's obvious that this glasses teacher has touched evil things, and the time was very recent. However, the evil aura is not obvious, which means that she has not been deeply involved. She should have only had a brief contact with the evil things. He originally planned to investigate Nakao Ryozo next, but now the plan has changed. The investigation can be done at any time, but the evil things cannot be found at any time. He decided to look for the evil things that Nagasawa Yoshio had contacted. The priority of obtaining the yin and yang points is higher than investigating Nakao Ryozo. Fox Eyes, why didn't I realize that you are such a person before? Suzuki Suena looked at Kunami Yaichi with contempt. At this moment, Kunami Yaichi and Suzuki Suena were tracking. As for the target, it was naturally Nagasawa Yoshio. However, the two did not do it secretly, but followed her openly. Nagasawa Yoshio had already noticed the two people behind her, but because Kunami Yaichi brought Suzuki Suena with him, she forced herself to suppress her anger. Otherwise, she would have called the police long ago. You are so impatient after meeting teacher Nagasawa for the first time today. I really misjudged you. As she said that, the little girl got angry for no reason and couldn't help but kick him. Kunami Yaichi slapped the little girl on the head. Don't make trouble. Humph, I won't. The little girl bit his hand angrily. Kunami Yaichi didn't care. Instead, the little girl bit and gradually loosened her mouth. Looking at the bleeding teeth marks on his hand, she felt a little sorry, but it was definitely impossible to ask her to apologize. The little girl found that although Kunami Yaichi followed behind Nagasawa Yoshio, his eyes were on the surroundings, as if he was searching for something. Fox Eyes, did you find something on teacher Nagasawa, so you followed her? The little girl asked. Kunami Yaichi didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly. He was using his psychic vision to observe. Nagasawa Yoshio must have come into contact with the evil thing at a certain place. Seeing his actions, the little girl suddenly felt cheerful. Nagasawa Yoshio stopped at the bus stop and finally couldn't help turning her head to look at the two of them. Muna-san, why are you and Mr. Kunan following me? The little girl shrugged her shoulders and said with an expression that you thought too much. Teacher, we didn't follow you. We just happened to be on the way. Why have I never seen you walk this road before? Because I used to be picked up by a special car. I want to change another way of transportation to go home. Today, is it not okay? Nagasawa Yoshio didn't believe this poor excuse at all, and looked at Kunanyai and said, Is it fun to use Mana-san as a shield? Mr. Kunan, I said, I already have a boyfriend. Please don't pester me like a gummy bear. Kunanyai hasn't spoken yet, but the little girl raised her eyebrows and said dangerously, Nagasawa Yoshio, if you still want to continue to be a teacher, take back what you said just now. In the little girl's heart, she can complain about Kunanyai as much as she wants, but others can't. She gets inexplicably angry when she hears others say bad things about him. Nagasawa Yoshi paused for a moment. She remembered that a teacher in the office had told her that Suzuki Mana should not be provoked, not only because her father funded the school, but also because she had previously made 2 teachers resign. Nagasawa Yoshi regretted it a little. The look in the little girl's eyes scared her. Ahem, Mana was just joking just now. Kunami Yaichi rubbed the little girl's head and interrupted the tense atmosphere between the two. Teacher Nagasawa, there may really be some misunderstandings here. We are really just going the same way. Nagasawa Yoshi turned her head away and stopped talking. She believed his words for the time being. However, when she got on the number 301 bus, she looked back and saw Kunami Yaichi and Suzuki Mana had followed. So convenient that even the bus was the same? Nagasawa Yoshi wanted to ignore the two. But when she arrived at the stop, she found that the two actually got off the bus together. What do you want to do? We are on the same way. We are really on the same way, Kunami Yaichi said firmly. Nagasawa Yoshio turned around and continued to walk home angrily. She was a little scared by the little gangster girl's fierceness just now, but because of the little gangster girl's presence, she knew that Kunami Yaichi would definitely not really do anything to her. But even so, she felt a little irritated. Being followed by a stranger all the way, anyone would feel the same. Nagasawa Yoshio came to the bottom of an apartment building, turned around and looked at the two people. What? I'm already downstairs. Do you still want to go upstairs with me? I think it's okay. Since we are here, we should indeed invite the students to go upstairs and sit down, Kunami Yaichi said. The little girl cooperated very well and immediately raised her hand and said, Teacher, I don't know how to do a question. I want you to teach me. When Nagasawa Yoshi heard that the two wanted to enter her house, she was so scared that she took out her cell phone from her bag and said, If you follow me again, I will call the police. When Kunami saw that Nagasawa Yoshi really intended to call the police, he said seriously, When I was in school, I told you that I was an exorcist. I didn't lie to you. What exorcist? Have you never heard of it? Do you think I would be fooled? It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. As long as you experience it yourself, you will believe it. Kunami's heart moved slightly, and the fox flew out of his sleeve and drilled into Nagasawa Yoshi's collar. Ah, what is it? There is something in my clothes. Nagasawa Yoshi didn't care that she was downstairs in the apartment building. She began to twist her body. Her stern face completely collapsed, and she laughed uncontrollably. Her strange behavior attracted the attention of some people. Mom, what is that ant doing? Go, be careful of infection. Kunami Yaichi snapped his fingers and Guanhu stopped. Nagasawa Yoshio was breathing heavily and gradually came to her senses. You did it just now? Do you believe I'm an exorcist now? Nagasawa Yoshio nodded with lingering fear. She was still half believing and half doubting, but she didn't want to go through the experience again. I felt something got into my clothes. What was it? One of my shikigami. Kunami Yaichi continued to explain. When I was in school before, I found a trace of evil spirit in you, so I followed you after school. My goal was to find the source of that evil spirit. Evil spirit? In short, it's a very dangerous thing. If you leave it alone, it may even threaten your life. Nagasawa Yoshio didn't completely believe Kunami Yaichi yet, but when it came to life safety, she couldn't help but worry. Do you mean there are dangerous items near me? That's right. Kunami Yaichi nodded. I followed you all the way here but couldn't find the source of the evil, so I thought of going to your house to take a look. Nagasawa Yoshio thought of the time when Kunami Yaichi asked her if anything strange happened around her at school. It was connected to the current situation. I know. Come up with me. She didn't completely trust Kunami Yaichi, but with Suzuki Mana there, at least she could be sure that Kunami Yaichi wouldn't do anything wrong. The group entered the apartment and came to the 9th floor. Nagasawa Yoshio's home was in room 903. Wait outside for 5 minutes. I'll go in and clean up first. As soon as she opened the door, the little girl walked in as if it was her own home, and then Kunami Yaichi also took off his shoes and walked into the house. Hey, you two! Nagasawa Yoshio didn't care about being angry and ran over in a hurry. Wow, Teacher Nagasawa, it turns out that you usually wear lace panties, so bold. The room was a 2-bedroom apartment, and it was actually quite tidy, but the underwear and panties scattered on the floor were a bit eye-catching. Nagasawa Yoshio hurriedly picked up all the clothes on the floor. It was summer now, and she liked to be completely naked, especially after taking a bath, when she basically didn't wear any clothes, so her underwear was often thrown on the floor. Nagasawa Yoshi was a little anxious to clean up, so she squatted down without any precautions, and ended up exposing a lot of her white spring scenery. Kunami Yaichi was carefully observing the room with her psychic vision. When her eyes fell on Nagasawa, she just realized that she was exposed and turned her head at this time. The two of them met each other's eyes. Nagasawa Yoshi's face turned red. She stood up quickly and shouted angrily, "I'm wearing ordinary cotton underwear now." Cotton underwear. Is it worth shouting so loudly? This teacher Nagasawa seems to be a natural fool. Kunami Yaichi pointed to the bedroom and said, "Can I go in? I don't see anything with evil spirits in the living room." Wait a minute. Nagasawa Yoshi opened the bedroom door and took a look. After confirming that there was nothing inconvenient to see, she nodded and said, "Well, come in." As soon as she entered the room, Kunami Yaichi smelled the scent of cherry blossoms. It smelled pretty good. Guanhu pulled him. "Did you find anything?" Kunami Yaichi looked in the direction and his sight fell on a pile of books on the bedside table. Found it. There was a faint evil aura around the pile of books. He walked over and found that they were all novels. Haruki Murashita, Shion Nanura. Kunami Yaichi quickly picked out the source of the evil aura, the story of the boat. However, although there is more evil aura on this book than on Nagasawa Yoshio's finger, it is not the source. It is just contaminated. Where did this book come from? Nagasawa Yoshio to the wall next to him and said, "This was lent to me by a neighbor named Yasui in 904 next door. We both like reading, so we often exchange books." Kunami Yaichi flipped through it and found that many pages were missing from the second half of the book. There was a blank sheet of paper without any words on it. What's with these blank papers? Huh? I don't know. I started reading from the first page and haven't turned to the back yet. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Kunami Yaichi walk out of the room, seemingly going to the next door. Nagasawa Yoshio had completely believed that he came to find the source of the evil spirit and left without any nostalgia for her boudoir. Knock, knock, knock. Kunami Yaichi knocked on the door of room 904. Behind him, Nagasawa Yoshio and Suzuki Sutana looked like they were watching the fun. "Who?" A voice came from inside the door, sounding a little hoarse. "Speak, ask him to open the door." Kunami Yaichi pointed at Nagasawa Yoshio and whispered, "It's me, Yasui, Nagasawa from next door. I finished reading the book you lent me last time, and I'm coming to return it to you." "I'm coming." Kunami Yaichi heard the footsteps approaching, turned around and said to the two of them, "It might be dangerous later, don't get too close." The two nodded hurriedly and took 2 steps back. The door opened, but only a small gap was revealed. A skinny arm stretched out from inside. Book! Evil spirit. There was evil spirit wrapped around that skinny arm. It seemed that he had found the right place. Kunami Yaichi pulled the door open and revealed Yasui behind the door. "Who are you?" The man looked alert. He was about 1.8 meters tall and extremely thin. His eyes were full of bloodshot and he looked listless, as if he had not slept for several days. "Mr. Yasui, why are you like this? Are you sick?" Nagasawa Yoshio couldn't help asking. "I'm fine. Give me the book." Yasui noticed the book of the boat in Kunami Yaichi's hand and stretched out his hand to him. Kunami Yaichi looked behind Yasui and found that the house was filled with evil spirits. "Mr. Yasui, I heard from Yoshio that you have a lot of books, so I came to visit." As he said that, Kunami Yaichi broke into Yasui's house without paying attention. "Don't call my name casually." Nagasawa Yoshio couldn't help but mutter. She saw the little girl also enter the room and followed her in without hesitation. "Wait, don't come in." Yasui wanted to stop her, but his strength was very weak. He was pushed lightly by the little girl and fell to the ground. He couldn't get up for a long time. "Mr. Yasui, don't touch him." Kunami Yaichi stopped Nagasawa Yoshio, who wanted to go over to support him. "You just said that he seemed to be sick. What did he look like before?" "Mr. Yasui likes surfing and has a very strong physique. When I saw him half a month ago, his skin was tanned and he was full of energy. I don't know how he became like this now," Nagasawa Yoshio said. "He must have been affected by an evil creature." "Do evil creatures really exist?" Nagasawa Yoshi looked at Yasui struggling on the ground and got goosebumps all over her body. "I actually live next door to such a dangerous thing. If it weren't for this Kunami who suddenly appeared, would I be the next victim?" Thinking of this, Nagasawa Yoshi felt very uncomfortable staying in the room. Seeing that the little thug was calm, she couldn't help but lean over and put her hand on Mana's shoulder, trying to gain some sense of security. "Mana-san, aren't you afraid?" "With the fox eyes, what's there to be afraid of evil creatures and what?" Mana deliberately lowered her voice and said, "There is also an evil creature in my body." Nagasawa Yoshi whispered, "Children are not allowed to talk nonsense." She didn't believe it and thought Mana was scaring her. The little thug shrugged and didn't continue to dwell on this topic. Yasui's room can be called a library. There is a huge bookshelf against the wall, which is full of thousands of books. Not only that, there were also a huge amount of books piled up on the floor. It was even difficult to find a place to step. So many books. Although Mr. Yasui had a lot of books before, it was not this exaggerated. Nagasawa Yoshio said Kunami Yaichi opened his spiritual vision after entering the room, and he found that there was a faint evil spirit on each book. He released his spiritual power coat, then picked up a book, Suspect's Devotion, on the ground, opened it, and found that it was all white paper. It's the same as the second half of the story of the boat. "Don't touch my book," Yasui roared, but as soon as he got up he was pushed by the little girl and fell down again. He was too weak. Kunami Yaichi flipped through several books in succession and found that they were all white paper. The cover of the book is still there, and the front part of the story of the boat also has words, so this kind of white paper book is definitely not a printing error, but the words inside have all disappeared without a trace. Is it caused by evil things? There is no evil spirit left on the furniture, and the evil spirit is basically on the books. Could the evil thing be among these books? There were nearly 10,000 books in the room, and it would be too troublesome to search for them one by one. Kunami Yaichi snapped his fingers. Wisps of blue flames appeared around him. "Go!" The flames shuttled through the books, burning them one by one. "Buzz, buzz, buzz!" A violent and noisy sound suddenly sounded, like hundreds of people talking at the same time. At this time, a book on the floor called On the Ground suddenly rose into the air. "Book, my book!" Onjing didn't know where he got the strength from, but he crawled to the side of On the Ground with his hands and feet, and held it with a pious look. Swish, swish, swish! On the Ground suddenly opened, automatically without wind, and the blank pages turned over one by one. Snap! The page stopped in the middle of the page, and Kunami Yaichi saw the target of this trip. Found it, the source of the evil energy. It was a black evil creature that kept wriggling, like a slug. If you look closely, you will find that its body is actually made up of words. Judging from the strength of the evil energy, this slug is probably a lower-level evil creature, similar to the 1.8-meter-tall evil creature we encountered before. Very suddenly, the slug jumped lightly and flew into Onjing's mouth. Woo! Onjing whimpered in pain, and black words appeared on his body, gradually covering his whole body like a tattoo. Parasitism? This trick is a bit tricky. Although he said so, Kunami Yaichi's face was very calm. His current strength is completely different from when he encountered the 1.8-meter-tall evil creature. "Muna, bring Teacher Nagasawa to me." "Okay." The little girl looked at Nagasawa Yoshio and said helplessly, "Teacher Nagasawa, even if you are scared, don't hug me so tightly." Nagasawa Yoshio originally just put her hand on Mana's shoulder, but now it has turned into a tight hug. Her worldview was completely overturned by the scene in front of her. Only by holding Mana can she stay sane. She can't see the existence of the slug, but the floating book, Onjing's inexplicable whimpering, and the dense tattoos on his body make the room full of a weird atmosphere. Whoosh! Yasui's entire body was covered in black text, even his pupils were pitch black. His eyes suddenly widened, and black lines shot towards Kunami Yaichi like sharp arrows. 108 floating worlds! Kunami Yaichi threw out the floating world prayer beads, and the spiritual beads flew one by one, forming a floating world to block the lines. Chi chi chi! The blocked lines hit the wall and floor, leaving sharp cutting marks. Ah! Nagasawa Yoshio screamed in fear. She didn't know what happened, but it was obvious that the two sides had started fighting. The wall was cut like this. If you were hit by it accidentally, you would probably die on the spot. The little girl's ears were buzzing because of the high decibel shouting. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Nagasawa Yoshio. "Teacher Nagasawa, can you stop shouting? My ears are almost deafened by you." Being said to by her own student, Nagasawa Yoshio blushed a little, but she couldn't control her fear. "Muna-san, Mr. Kunan will win, right?" Nagasawa Yoshio saw Kunami Yaichi's calm face, and his heart was relieved. "Fox Eyes will definitely win," the little girl said, and then quietly added, "If we lose, we can die together." The little girl's voice was very low, and Nagasawa Yoshio couldn't hear it. But it couldn't escape Kunami Yaichi's ears. He turned around and said, "You two don't have to be so nervous. It's just an evil creature that gains experience. I don't even need to do it myself." The purpose of this battle was mainly to give the ape ghost a training and to harvest a wave of yin and yang points. Kunami Yaichi had no intention of taking action. After missing the attack, Yasui let out a low roar and pressed his hands to the ground. Dense words were released from his palms, piled together, and combined into a huge slug that covered half of the room in the constant squirming. Although it was a slug, it was not slow. It opened its black hole-like mouth and rushed towards the three people. It actually wanted to swallow all three people. Kunami Yaichi pointed at his chest and whispered, "Come out, ape ghost!" A flash of light appeared, and a giant ape with black hair and golden horns appeared, which was 2 meters tall. Its face was distorted, and 2 ferocious fangs were sticking out of its mouth, exuding a tyrannical breath. Snap! The ape ghost swept out with a punch and directly blew up the head of the slug that rushed over. Chi-chi-chi! The blasted head turned into words, and those words crawled on the ground and actually combined into some small slugs. Boom! The ape ghost raised his right foot and stepped on it heavily, crushing the small slug to pieces. However, its strength was too great. A huge footprint was stepped on the wooden floor, and the whole room shook violently. Ahem, Saruki, hold back your strength. Don't collapse the house. Yes, master. Saruki made a sound like thunder. Kunami Yaichi had to remind him this, otherwise it might really collapse the house. Saruki not only looks scary, but also has a very bad temper. Once fighting, it is quite crazy. However, as a Shikigami, it is extremely loyal to its master. It will obey Kunami Yaichi's orders unconditionally. Did you cause the vibration just now? Nagasawa Yoshio was surprised to hear Kunami Yaichi's words. She didn't know what happened, but she was shocked. Come, let you see it too. Kunami Yaichi infused spiritual power into his fingers, wiped the eyes of the little girl and Nagasawa Yoshio, and helped them open their spiritual vision for a short time. Wow! Nagasawa Yoshio blinked and the world in front of her suddenly changed. She was scared by the giant slug and Saruki and sat down on the ground. This is an evil creature, so scary. She imagined that when she was sleeping there was such a creature on the other side of the wall, and she shuddered. The little girl was also quite surprised, but she was born with a big heart, and she was able to stay calm after experiencing many dangerous situations with Kunami Yaichi. She asked with interest, "Fox Eyes, did you summon this gorilla?" "Yes, it's called Saruki and it's my Shikigami. So cool." "Cool?" Nagasawa Yoshio looked at Mana with a strange expression. "Is this thing cool?" Although Kunami Yaichi is the owner of Saruki, he can't understand the little girl's brain circuit. Saruki's twisted face can give you nightmares at a glance. It's simply horrible. Squeak! The tube fox flew out of Kunami Yaichi's sleeve and flew around Mana. It noticed that Mana could see the Shikigami, so it came out to say hello. "Is this also a Shikigami?" the little girl asked. "Yes, it's a pipe fox. Too skinny? I'm not interested." Mana looked at it for a while, then lost interest, and looked at the monkey ghost again, his eyes flashing. "I still like the gorilla." The pipe fox froze and wilted immediately after hearing this. Kunami Yaichi touched its head. "Hello, little guy?" Nagasawa Yoshio was very interested in the pipe fox and took the initiative to come up and say hello. Unknown things will only make people feel scared. It can be seen with the naked eye, and they will be scared at first, but after the two gradually get used to it, they are not so scared. Of course, the most important thing is that Kunami Yaichi is standing in front of them. At this time, the slug with most of its body left grew a new head and regrouped, but before it could launch an attack, it was grabbed by the monkey ghost and torn apart. Boom, boom, boom. The monkey ghost's fists kept hitting, and the slug was smashed and its limbs flew everywhere. It was a completely one-sided beating. Yasui sensed something was wrong and retracted the remaining lines and words into his body. He moved his feet and ran towards the windowsill. He actually wanted to run. Bang! The monkey ghost brought up a gust of wind, grabbed Yasui's head and pressed him to the ground. Fortunately, I asked the monkey ghost to hold back before. Otherwise, if he didn't hold back, Yasui's head would probably be crushed. "Have we won now?" Nagasawa Yoshio asked in a low voice. "Yes, the evil creature has been subdued." Kunami Yaichi put away the floating world beads and brushed his sleeves. In this battle, he only released the 108 floating worlds at the beginning, and then he became a spectator. Very easy. But this is also one of the fighting methods of the Onmyoji. The Shikigami is originally to help the master share the pressure. Some Shikigami can even take care of daily life and pour tea and water. The monkey ghost is very strong. Yasui couldn't break free, and his mouth suddenly opened, and a black slug flew out like a black lightning. Squeak! Guanhu slapped the black slug that wanted to escape to the ground. The black slug's body didn't seem to be very strong. Kunami Yaichi, with a spiritual coat wrapped in his hand, picked up the black slug. Although it didn't take much effort to take down the evil creature, in terms of the weirdness of the attack, the slug was still above the human figure evil creature. This also proved that Kunami Yaichi's improvement speed was very fast. He had gotten rid of the initial embarrassment, and had a certain degree of self-protection in this world. But in order to be able to deal with the bottle man, he needed more power. The flame of the pure spirit was released, burning the slug to ashes. Kunami Yaichi glanced at the attribute bar. Yin and Yang points, 162. I contributed 160 yin-yang points, which is quite a harvest. But the monkey ghost is still level 1. The battle is too simple, and the experience gained is not enough for it to upgrade. Yasui groaned and slowly woke up. He looked around confusedly. What's wrong with me? It feels like I had a very long dream. That's not a dream. Kunami Yaichi interrupted Yasui's memories. You two go out first. I have something to talk to Mr. Yasui. Although he took the initiative to come this time, judging from the result, he saved Yasui's life. So it is reasonable to collect some rewards. Yasui was bewitched by the slug evil for half a month. During this period, he retained a vague memory and knew what he had done, but his brain was controlled, and he just thought that everything he did was natural. The slug evil feeds on words. He was controlled to buy books crazily, and at the same time, he didn't drink water or eat anything these days. If Kunami Yaichi came later, he would see a dried corpse instead of Yasui, who was still alive. He paid 200,000 without hesitation to Kunami Yaichi, who saved his life. Thank you, master. If it weren't for you, I would never have woken up. Kunami Yaichi looked at the account information with satisfaction, and then called an ambulance to take Yasui away. Watching the ambulance go away, Kunami Yaichi said goodbye to Nagasawa Seika. Kunami-san, I misunderstood you before. I apologize to you. Nagasawa Seika bowed to him. Kunami Yaichi waved his hand. It's okay, after all. You are Mana's teacher. You can't just stand by and watch when you see danger. Although his biggest goal was to train the monkey ghost and obtain the yin-yang points, he certainly couldn't say so. Seeing Kunanyai turning around to leave, Nagasawa Seika hurriedly said, Wait, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Nagasawa Seika looked at Yasui's door with lingering fear and said hesitantly, It's getting late today, otherwise you can stay at my house. Stay? Teacher Nagasawa, if you are afraid, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. The little girl saw through Nagasawa Seika's purpose at a glance, crossed her arms and said in a sadistic tone, come on, admit that you are afraid quickly, otherwise we will leave. Being teased by her own students, Nagasawa Seika wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She sent a look to Kunanyai for help, but found that he was also looking at her with interest, and she was immediately desperate. Ah, both of them are sadistic. Well, I'm just scared, Nagasoshija said desperately. Although the black slug has been, who knows if it will come out again, I dare not live alone. Don't you have a boyfriend? You can call him over, Kunamiya said. That? I made it up. Nagasawa Shija said a little embarrassedly. Actually, I don't have a boyfriend. I just don't want to be entangled by others, so I deliberately said that. Kunamiya had guessed that this was the case. He deliberately mentioned it just to bully. The result was as expected, very interesting. I just stayed in Mukingzhuang for a day, and it seems that I can't go back today. Kunamiya wanted to enter Nagasawa Shijia's room before, but was rejected in every way. But now she was invited in. Life is so unpredictable. The next morning, Kunamiya woke up from the soft big bed, and the fresh fragrance surrounded her nose. I have been sleeping on tatami recently. It's not bad to sleep on the bed occasionally. His arms felt heavy, and he turned his head to see that the little girl was like an octopus, holding him. If Suzuki Takumi saw this scene, he would probably chase him with a machete. But in fact, he did nothing, and he would not attack a minor. This situation mainly occurred because Nagasawa Seika's room only had a bed and a sofa. Given the character of the little girl, she naturally occupied the bed directly, and the sofa certainly could not sleep two people. As for who to sleep with, the little girl chose Kunami Yaichi. The situation was that simple. Kunami Yaichi took the little girl's hand away and walked out of the bedroom. Mr. Kunami, you're up. Did you sleep well last night? Nagasawa Seika was busy in the kitchen. Yeah, not bad. It seems that Mana-san really relies on you. I have never seen her open her heart to anyone at school. Nagasawa Seika hesitated for a moment and then said, I have actually always been paying attention to Mana-san. It may be that her family environment has cultivated that kind of personality. In addition, her family background is a bit complicated. When classmates see her, they always stay away from her. She did try to talk to a female classmate at the beginning, but the female classmate did not respond to her and ran away. Everyone is afraid of her, and at the same time, they also isolate her invisibly. She hangs out with Furuta and the others because only they accept her. Kunami Yaichi actually guessed this a long time ago, so he was not surprised. Nagasawa, don't talk too much. A voice sounded behind him. Kunami Yaichi looked back. The little gangster appeared at the door with a gloomy face. After breakfast, Terada drove the three of them to Nasu Academy. On the way, the atmosphere was a bit dull. The traffic light ahead was red. Terada slowly stopped the car and looked at Suzuki Mana, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a gloomy face. He couldn't help asking, "Master Kunan, you wouldn't bully our eldest daughter, would you? Although I respect you very much, if you dare to bully the eldest daughter, No, it has nothing to do with Mr. Kunan. It's all my fault," Nagasawa Seika said hurriedly. After that, she apologized to Suzuki Mana several times, but the little girl was very angry and ignored her completely. "Huh, what happened?" Terada asked. "Terada, it's none of your business. Drive your car properly," the little girl directly retorted. Kunan was very calm about this. Although the little girl looked very angry, he knew that she was not really angry, but just because her other side was exposed and she was a little overwhelmed. At this time, let her be alone for a while and get through the hurdle in her heart. The traffic light turned green and Terada started the car. Squeak. The fox suddenly became agitated. "There is danger." Kunami Yaichi stood up quickly and scanned the surroundings at a very fast speed. He noticed that there was a heavy truck coming towards this side on the left. It was obviously a red light, but there was no sign of slowing down. "Terada, speed up." Terada was slightly stunned, but he still stepped on the accelerator subconsciously. Bang! The heavy truck directly knocked away the two cars waiting for the red light in front, and rushed towards the car where Kunami Yaichi was. Sizzle! Although Terada had accelerated in time, the rear of the car was still slightly rubbed, making a harsh friction sound. What's wrong with that truck? It feels like the situation just now was not accidental. Terada was still frightened. If it weren't for Kunami Yaichi's reminder, they would definitely be hit by the heavy truck from the side, and the consequences would be disastrous. "Don't stop!" Kunami Yaichi shouted. Hearing this, Terada drove the car and accelerated continuously. Behind him, the heavy truck turned a big corner and drove over again. The other party's target was clear, coming right at them. Who was it? Kunami Yaichi looked back, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. The man driving the truck was a man with a dull look in his eyes. What caught his attention was that a hideous centipede was wrapped around the man's body. The moment he saw the centipede, Kunami Yaichi's mind flashed with the image of the bottle man. "Terada, take Mana and the others to school first." Kunami Yaichi opened the door. "This man's target is me. Wait, Fox Eyes, what are you going to do?" The little girl finally stopped sulking and turned around and shouted. The little girl didn't get an answer. Kunami Yaichi had already climbed onto the roof of the car and jumped towards the rapidly approaching truck. "Ah! Mr. Kunami jumped over!" Nagasawa Seika exclaimed. After a period of spiritual power tempering, Kunami Yaichi's physical fitness has improved a lot. This jump was a full 7 or 8 meters away. Bang! Kunami Yaichi stepped on the windshield of the heavy truck with both feet and rolled over from above due to inertia. He quickly grabbed the roof of the car and fixed himself. This action is extremely dangerous. The reason why Kunami Yaichi dared to do this is mainly because he has a spiritual coat that can help buffer the force. But even so, the jump just now made his feet slightly numb. Is this true? Am I dazzled? That man jumped from a car to a truck. Too fierce. Is this a movie? Where's the camera? Many people who saw the scene just now were shocked and doubted their eyes. Kunamiya turned sideways to smash the car window and flipped into the cab. The driver with dull eyes completely gave up controlling the steering wheel and picked up an ashtray to smash him. Bang! Kunamiya was the first to arrive with a knife and knocked the driver unconscious. It seems that this driver is just an ordinary person. He attacked me because of the influence of the centipede. Without anyone to control it, the truck began to deviate immediately. Kunamiya hurriedly reached out to hold the steering wheel. Swish! At this moment, the centipede suddenly broke away from the driver and bit him with its teeth bared. Swish! Guanhu flew out and pressed the centipede firmly on the seat, unable to move. The aura of this centipede is exactly the same as that of the Fallen Moon curse bottle, Kunami Yaichi said solemnly. And it's not a replica, it's the real Falling Moon curse bottle that I saw when I traveled through time and space. Nakao Ryozo didn't have any evil aura, and a search of his home didn't reveal anything suspicious. Where did he hide the Falling Moon curse bottle? This question has always troubled Kunami Yaichi. Now the disappeared Falling Moon curse bottle suddenly showed its trace. Squeak, the fox called out twice. Is the danger not over yet? Is the person who controlled the driver to attack me nearby? Kunami Yaichi understood what the fox meant. He dragged the driver aside and sat in the driver's seat. This was his first time driving a truck, and he was a little awkward, but fortunately he was calm enough and quickly figured it out. Although the fox sensed the danger, it couldn't determine the specific location. Kunami Yaichi looked at the vehicles coming and going around. This place is 1 kilometer away from the intersection, and the operator is still nearby, which means he should be in a car, and has been following me since just now. He kept scanning, but it was difficult to see any clues from the outside. Because the Mansai group had a new case, Kappa Mansai was very busy, and the guards on him were sometimes there and sometimes not, and now was the slack period. The person behind the scenes launched the attack and deliberately chose this time. At this time, the sirens sounded. Kunami Yaichi spotted a patrol car through the rear-view mirror. The truck in front, pull over immediately. Repeat, the truck in front, pull over immediately. The purpose of the appearance of the falling moon curse bottle this time was very clear. That is, to kill me. It was specially controlled by the centipede just to let people know that it was the falling moon curse bottle, the real bottle man, who did it. And Nakao Ryozo was still in the detention center, so naturally he couldn't have anything to do with the attack, and he was perfectly eliminated as a suspect. Even though he was attacked, Kunami Yaichi still didn't change his mind. He was sure that Nakao Ryozo was the bottle man. Kunami Yaichi didn't stop the car, but chose to speed up. He came to the side of Suzuki Mona's car and saw the little girl yelling at him, "Fox Eyes, come back soon!" Kunami Yaichi gestured to Terada and asked them to continue to the academy. As for him, he turned a corner and drove into another road. The patrol car chased after him. At the same time, Guanhu shouted. Sure enough, the operator followed us. Kunami Yaichi's turn just now was a spur-of-the-moment decision. By turning, he locked onto a black car on the right rear. The black car had obviously intended to go straight before, and it was also a temporary turn. Nakao Ryozo delivered the real Falling Moon curse bottle to this person, which means that this person must have his trust. The patrol car drove to the side of the truck. This is the last warning. Pull over immediately, or we will shoot. A male patrolman holding a pistol leaned out of the window. However, he was not aiming at Kunami Yaichi, but at the tires of the truck. Guanhu, go disrupt his movements. The male patrolman didn't get a response for a long time, and finally made up his mind to shoot. However, at the moment he fired, his shoulder was hit by something, and the bullet was crooked. He regrouped and prepared to fire again. Ah, my gun! The male patrolman shouted. He felt as if he was bitten. His hand loosened subconsciously, and the gun fell down. What are you doing? How did you lose the gun? The driving partner said angrily. No, I was bitten by something just now. Kunami Yaichi ignored the male patrolman. He knew Guanhu could handle it. The black car has been hanging behind him, and there is no intention of leaving. It's time to reveal your true face. Kunami Yaichi put his two fingers together, placed them on his chest, and whispered, Ape Ghost! The roof of the truck sank slightly. It was the ape ghost on it. Ape, ghost, blow up that black car. Kunamiya gave the order. Bang, bang, bang. Kunamiya looked back and saw the ape ghost leaping high and crashing into the black car. A huge evil spirit emanated from the black car. In the flash of black and red light, an extremely huge centipede emerged and knocked the ape ghost out. The centipede was more than 20 meters long, and its body was covered with a hard black shell. It was the centipede with 100 feet that Kunamiya saw when his soul was traveling. Bang! Bang! The centipede was so huge that several cars were affected. Some of them hit the centipede and were directly flattened, while others were swept by the centipede's swinging body and rolled over several times. In the blink of an eye, a very serious car accident happened. What's going on? There was obviously no collision. Why did so many cars overturn? The male patrolman was stunned by the scene before him. The patrol car slowed down and stopped. The patrolman in the driver's seat picked up the communicator. Calling the main station, a serious traffic accident occurred on the 1st Avenue in the center of Machiyama. The cause of the accident is unknown. It is suspected to be caused by a truck. The license plate number is... Please contact the 3rd agency immediately. Peng, the ape ghost who was knocked away by the centipede, landed steadily on the top of the truck. It roared at the centipede. The nearby streetlights were hit by the sound waves and exploded one after another. However, ordinary people cannot hear this sound. The centipede swung its body and attacked the truck. The ape ghost jumped up and took the initiative to meet it. This is the ape ghost. Violent, fearless. No matter how strong the opponent is, it will rush up regardless of everything. Go down and save people. After contacting the headquarters, the two patrolmen immediately got out of the car to rescue those who had been in the car accident. They dragged the driver of the overturned vehicle out of the car. During the rescue process, they saw obvious dents on the vehicle. Senior, look, this mark should be the reason for the rollover, as if it was hit by a rhino. I clearly saw the moment the car accident happened, but I can't understand what happened at all. The disaster happened suddenly. This kind of bizarre case is not something we can handle. I have transferred it to the 3rd agency. After graduating from the patrol school, the last lesson they were taught was that when they encountered incomprehensible bizarre incidents, they should retreat immediately and contact the headquarters and hand the case over to the third agency for handling. Senior, have you seen anyone from the third agency? No, but I heard that they are affiliated with the first investigation department. This department is too mysterious. I really want to know what kind of people are in it and how they can solve such cases. Don't think about it. Hurry up and save people. Yes, Kunami Yaichi continued to drive the truck at full speed. Behind the truck, two alien creatures were fighting. Bang, bang, bang. The ape ghost was very burly, but compared with the 20-meter centipede, it was not a little bit inferior. But it was not afraid at all, and rushed forward and beat it up. However, the centipede's shell was too hard to cause damage. Swish! The centipede twisted and bit the ape ghost. The ape ghost was furious, and the golden horn on its head directly hit it. Swish! The golden horn pierced into the centipede's mouth, and it let go of the pain in a hurry. As the centipede swung its body, an oncoming car was swept by its tail and flew directly up, turning 7 or 8 times in the air before falling to the ground. Blood was flowing out of the broken car, and the driver seemed to be dead. Kunami Yaichi drove the truck towards the suburbs. The damage, caused by the commotion in the central area, was really too great. Bang! The ape ghost fell on the truck again. The centipede flew over, and its body circled around the ape ghost. The ape ghost swung his fists and kept hitting the centipede, making dull sounds, but the shell was too hard to break. The centipede's iron body kept compressing. The ape ghost was in danger. Guanhu, go help the ape ghost. Kunami Yaichi released a ball of pure spirit flame from his right hand, and Guanhu immediately passed through it, with flames on his limbs. Squeak! The pipe fox flew above the truck and grabbed the centipede's body with one claw. Its own strength was insignificant, but the pure spirit flame burned its steel shell and made it smoke. The centipede swung its tail and attacked, but the pipe fox dodged flexibly. The ape ghost stared at the burnt part of the centipede and punched it. Swish! The shell shattered, and large pieces of flesh and blood splattered. The centipede suffered a heavy blow and stood up. Its densely packed limbs were like sharp blades grabbing at the fox and the ape. The pipe fox was small in size and flew up and down to dodge. The ape ghost still did not dodge and confronted the centipede head-on. With the help of the pipe fox, the ape ghost should be able to fight the centipede. Kunami Yaichi glanced at the black car behind him, took out a talisman she, and chanted the spell. Surrender! Bind, bind, the 3 vehicles of cause and effect. She. A strip of light flew out and attacked the black car. His purpose was not to defeat the enemy, but to smash the car window and see who the attacker was. The light strip was about to hit the car window. A blazing yellow eyeball suddenly appeared in front of the black car. The eyeball turned slightly, staring at the incoming light strip. Snap! The light strip turned into powder and disappeared without a trace. The yellow eyeball exudes a very strong evil spirit. It is also an evil thing. Kunami Yaichi's hair stood up. He felt that the horror of that eyeball was not inferior to that of the centipede. Who is in the car? He actually holds 2 superior evil things in his hands? The eyeball turned again, and this time it was looking at the ape ghost. Ape ghost, get out of the way! Kunami Yaichi's pupils shrank to the limit. This time he vaguely sensed the attack from his eyeballs. It was an invisible wave that even spiritual vision could not capture. If you can't see it, you can only sense the subtle fluctuations to determine the direction. Kunami Yaichi reminded him in time, but the ape ghost fighting the centipede couldn't get away to dodge. Its left leg suddenly exploded and its body fell to the side. This sudden change affected the situation. The centipede quickly changed its target of attack and attacked the cab where Kunami Yaichi was. However, it was pulled down again as soon as it flew up. The ape ghost firmly grasped the centipede's shell. Although one leg was broken, it had not given up the fight. The situation was critical. The opponent was ridiculously strong, perhaps even stronger than the bottle man. Kunami Yaichi decisively took out the last talisman, destruction. As the spell was recited, red dots of light gradually gathered. Kunami Yaichi saw from the rearview mirror that the yellow eyeball had turned its direction, this time looking directly at him. Not good! He immediately stopped chanting and switched to defense. Boom! One side of the truck cab exploded. Countless fragments hit Kunami Yaichi, making a tinkling sound. Rosary beads spun around him, and the 108 floating world picture blocked the explosion. Without the shield of the cab, Kunami Yaichi was completely exposed to the sight of the yellow eyeball. Fortunately, while I was chanting the spell, I made a second-hand preparation and condensed an exploding insect. He stretched out his hand and threw the exploding insect to the side of the road. It's rude not to reciprocate. When the black car drove over the explosive bugs, Boom! The black car was blown up half a meter and all 4 tires were flattened when it landed. Kunami Yaichi immediately braked and stopped the truck, then turned over and climbed onto the roof, using the angle to avoid the direct gaze of the yellow eyeball. Click. The door of the black car opened, and a man in a suit got out of the car. On his face, he wore the same Prajna mask as the fake bottle man. Another mask! Kunami Yaichi stuck his head out and looked around while being wary of the yellow eyeball. In his hands, he was also secretly condensing explosive bugs. The man in the suit dusted off his body. What a mistake! What a mistake! This number 4 is too unreliable. The information he gave is completely wrong. This is not the 2nd level at most, he has the strength of the 3rd level. Number 4? He couldn't help asking. Number 4 is the bottle man. Haven't you been tracking him? I accepted his commission to come and kill you, but the income is not proportional to the effort, and I lost a lot this time. The man in the suit said it easily without any intention of hiding anything. By the way, I'm number 3. Kunami Yaichi frowned. I was clearly asking Nakao Ryozo, but he answered the bottle man and deliberately ignored the relationship between the two. And what do these numbers 3 and 4 represent? Puzzles appeared one after another. Number 3? Number 4? Why are they called such strange names? Kunami Yaichi asked directly. The man in the suit in front of him didn't seem to be very tight-lipped, so it would be good to get more information. Why? The man in the suit said in a thoughtful tone. Maybe it's because we are all prisoners trapped in the spider web. Spider web? Prisoners? Answering with a puzzle, what kind of answer is this? We, that is, the prisoners, also include the bottle man. Kunami Yaichi's mind suddenly popped up a sentence said by the bottle man, and he asked tentatively, "Don't you want to get rid of its control?" Upon hearing this, although the man in the suit was wearing a mask, his strong sense of shaken emotion could be seen from his body, and he even took a small step back. This sentence had a great impact on him. Sure enough, what the man in the bottle said to himself at the time, that he wanted to get rid of its control, was most likely the same thing as the prisoner the man in the suit said. How do you know it? The man in the suit said in a very serious tone. It didn't matter what information he revealed just now. This time, he just heard a question from Kunami Yaichi, and he took it very seriously, as if it was a very serious matter. Who is it? Kunami Yaichi asked. The numbers of the man in the bottle and the man in the suit seemed to be related to this it, and the two were very likely under its control. No, you are deceiving me. The man in the suit woke up suddenly. Kunami Yaichi was about to ask again, but he noticed a wave shooting out from the yellow eyeball within his field of vision. The trajectory could not be seen. Damn, sneak attack while talking, so insidious. He quickly retreated and hid in a blind spot. Boom! The truck was hit again, and the iron sheet was directly overturned. Kunami Yaichi shrank his head and escaped. That yellow eye is too dangerous. He can launch an attack just by glaring, and it is an invisible attack, which is hard to defend against. Boom! The second wave of attacks came, and the truck shook violently. The already broken body of the truck was broken into 2 pieces, revealing the figure of Kunami Yaichi behind it. It was as if a spiral force was applied to his body. Peng! Kunami Yaichi was knocked flying. His body spun uncontrollably in the air. As his eyes moved, he noticed that another wave was approaching. No chance to breathe. He quickly adjusted his position, stomped on the ground, and hid behind the broken truck again. Almost the next moment after he dodged the attack, a street lamp pole behind him snapped in half. What a weird attack, it feels like being thrown into a washing machine. Although Kunami Yaichi was hit just now, fortunately he had the 108 floating world map and the spiritual power code on him, which blocked the attack to the outside, and he was not injured. Cracks appeared on the 108 floating world map. The attack was not only weird, but also terrifyingly powerful. I feel a little dizzy. I just turned at least 5 or 6 times. A shadow was cast. Kunami Yaichi looked up quickly. The head of the centipede popped out from above the truck and swooped down at him. Kunami Yaichi waved his hand and threw a spiritual explosive insect into the centipede's mouth. This was what he was going to use to fight the man in the bout suit, but he couldn't get close to him. Now it comes in handy. Boom. The centipede's head was blown up with several holes, but this attack was not enough to make it retreat. Its jaws opened and closed ferociously and continued to approach Kunami Yaichi. Roar! The Monkey King roared. As a Shikigami, he must protect the safety of his master. It was missing a leg and was at a disadvantage in the battle with the centipede. Just now it was careless and failed to hold it back, allowing it to attack Kunami Yaichi. This mistake made it extremely angry. The Monkey King jumped onto the body of the centipede, fixed his eyes on the damaged part of the shell that had been burned by the pure spirit flame, and punched it hard. Bang, bang, bang! The centipede felt pain and could not continue to attack Kunami Yaichi. It twisted its body and turned around to continue fighting with the Monkey King. Boom! The yellow eye released another wave of fluctuations. Kunami Yaichi had been secretly observing the yellow eye and was the first to notice the attack. But this time the target was not him, but the Monkey King. Oh no, Monkey King, block it quickly! The ape ghost was still in the same situation as before, fighting and unable to dodge. It could only raise its arms to block. Boom! The ape ghost's arms were smashed to pieces, and it only had one leg left, looking very miserable. Facing the severely injured ape ghost, the centipede rolled up its body, slowly wrapped around it, and cut its body with its sharp limbs. If the ape ghost dies, the centipede will have no restraint, and with its weird yellow eyes, I have no chance of winning. Kunami Yaichi's blood was burning, and two tails faintly appeared behind him. He was going to risk his life. Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, the fire hydrants on both sides of the street suddenly exploded, and the water flow converged to form a thick water column that knocked the centipede away. Kunami Yaichi looked back. A car was coming quickly, and the human-shaped Kappa Mansai was sitting on the roof. The reinforcements have finally arrived. Kunami Yaichi completed his transformation, moved his body, and appeared next to the monkey ghost. Master, Master! The monkey ghost was seriously injured and dying. Shikigami can be summoned again after death, but the resurrection period takes a full month, and after resurrection, the strength will be greatly reduced and will be reduced to level 1 again. You have done very well. Kunami Yaichi released the pure spirit flame to cover it, but the amount was not large, just to let it escape from the gates of hell. Regeneration of broken limbs requires a lot of blood. Now that the enemy is at hand, it is not the time to treat it. The people from the third agency are here. I should go. The man in the suit took out a small black bottle from his pocket. It was the Falling Moon curse bottle. Swish! The centipede turned into a stream of light and flew in. Do you think I will let you escape? Kunami Yaichi jumped off the top of the truck and approached the man in the suit in a zigzag shape. The speed of the Skyfox state was very fast, and this way of moving made it difficult for Yellow Eyes to aim. Boom! A wave appeared, but it did not hit him, but flew past him, and a ditch was plowed on the road. Kunami Yaichi's eyes lit up, and facing the invisible wave made him find the attack mode of Yellow Eyes. There is a very small time difference between Yellow Eyes locking the target and releasing the wave. In other words, as long as you keep moving at a high speed, you will not be hit. The man in the suit applauded and said, "It seems that you have discovered the weakness of Shimu. I have to say that you are beyond my expectations. You have endless tricks. Let's stop here today. Shimu, this is the name of Yellow Eyes. Want to leave?" Kunami Yaichi came to the man in the suit and threw the spirit exploder. Buzz! Shimu released the wave again. Kunami Yaichi changed direction with his feet and dodged quickly. But this time it did not release an invisible attack, but a ball of yellow flame. The flame enveloped the man in the suit. When the flame dissipated, the man in the suit disappeared without a trace. Disappeared? Invisible or space travel? No footsteps could be heard. Where was he? Kunami Yaichi quickly looked around, but could not find the man in the suit. Tube Fox, can you sense anything? The Tube Fox flew to his shoulder, squeaking and trying to convey information to him. You mean he is not invisible, nor is he space travel? Kunami Yaichi had been with the Tube Fox for a long time, and he could roughly understand what it meant. The Tube Fox nodded, then shook his head. Kunami Yaichi's guess just now was exactly what the Tube Fox wanted to express, but he did not know what method it used. The only thing that was certain was that the man in the suit was moving away quickly. So he has this method. No wonder he was so confident just now. The human Mansai and Sugawara Kenji ran over. Senior Mansai. Kunami Yaichi canceled his transformation. Kunan, are you okay? Who was that person wearing the Prajna mask just now? I don't know who he is either. I've never seen him before. However, the Bottle Man's Falling Moon curse bottle is in his hand. The Falling Moon curse bottle is in his hand? Upon hearing this, Manzai immediately opened his spiritual vision and analyzed the evil debris left by the suit man. After a long time he guessed, the debris was cut off very suddenly. He should have hidden in a special space and escaped from here through that space. Special space? Yes. There were many onlookers around pointing in this direction. Let's leave here first, Kenji. Call the headquarters and ask them to send someone to deal with the aftermath. Understood? 2 hours later, the third agency, detention center number 2. Let me go. Why am I locked up here? I haven't committed any crime. I'm innocent. You've got the wrong guy. Lawyer, I want to see a lawyer. You're illegally imprisoning me. Tell me, how are my wife and kids? Nakao Ryozo kept knocking on the glass, but no one responded. Monitoring room. 2 team members looked at the noisy Nakao Ryozo boredly. They're arguing again. People who are detained here rarely talk. This is the first time I've seen someone as noisy as him. He doesn't seem to understand the situation. He treats this as an ordinary detention center and keeps clamoring to see a lawyer. I've heard other people talking about this. It seems that this person is suspected to be the bottle man. The bottle man who spread messages and cursed on the internet? That's him. There must be some mistake. After my observation over the past 2 days, this person is most likely an ordinary person. This time, the Monsai group may have really arrested the wrong person. After shouting for 5 minutes at the top of his lungs, Nakao Ryozo sat on the ground dejectedly. At this time, the surveillance screen where Nakao Ryozo was located flickered, like a layer of water ripples rippling around. The 2 did not care, just thinking it was a flickering screen. In their sight, Nakao Ryozo was still sitting on the ground, without any strange behavior. But in the real prison, the space slightly fluctuated. A man wearing a prajna mask appeared out of thin air. It was the man in a suit who attacked Kunami Yaichi not long ago. Nakao Ryozo was startled by the sudden appearance of the man in a suit and stepped back in fear. Help! Snap! The man in a suit covered his mouth. Shh! What a trouble! The man in a suit complained, took out the bottle of the falling moon curse and placed it in front of Nakao Ryozo. A small white ball of light emerged from the bottle and flew into Nakao Ryozo's body. Fear on Nakao Ryozo's face gradually dissipated. He leaned against the wall. His eyes were very sharp, and he was completely different from his previous timid appearance. He glanced at the man in a suit and said nothing. Don't worry, I have frozen the surveillance camera. No 3. Why are you here? Nakao Ryozo asked. It's because of the matter you entrusted me with. Did he kill the person? The man in the suit sat casually on the ground. No. 4. The information you provided is too inaccurate. That Kunami Yaichi is not the lower 2nd level as you said. His strength has already touched the edge of the upper 3rd level, and his methods are endless. It's very difficult to deal with him. Nakao Ryozo looked at the man in the suit coldly. So? The man in the suit spread his hands. If there is enough time, he should be able to be dealt with. But the people from the 3rd agency arrived. If I don't leave at that time, I may not be able to escape. Didn't speak. After a short silence, the man in the suit asked, Where's the reward? Where is the heavenly evil finger? You agreed to give me a quarter of it. Nakao Ryozo shook his head. The person is not dead, so I can't give you the heavenly evil finger? The man in the suit heard this. His eyes turned cold, and he said in a bad tone, Are you going to break the agreement? Aren't you afraid that I will expose your identity? We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. It's not good for anyone to go our separate ways. Nakao Ryozo said, Do me one more thing for me, and after it's done, I will give you the heavenly evil finger. The man in the suit was just a verbal threat. If he really spread Nakao Ryozo's identity, it would likely attract its attention. He would never do such a thankless task. What is it? Put the fallen moon curse bottle on my son on the day I get out of prison. This is to allow me to come back. And then the next day... It's a pretty crazy plan. Are you sure you want to do this? The man in the suit looked at Nakao Ryozo in shock. Of course, I don't like the feeling of being tepid. Since the curse is blocked by the 3rd agency, I can only do this. You are the craziest one among us. The man in the suit changed his tone. Recently, I have been struggling to raise the corpse eye candle alone, and with the falling moon curse bottle, the deficit is huge. 1/3, I will continue to help you. 1/4 is enough. Once my plan succeeds, I will let you have a share, and the corpse eye candle can eat its fill at once. Nakao Ryozo said calmly. The man in the suit heard the rejection in his voice, but he didn't care. It was just a test. Nakao Ryozo put his finger on the falling moon curse bottle, and a ray of light flew out from his forehead and shot into the bottle. His eyes became confused. Who are you? Why are you here? Nakao Ryozo noticed the man in the suit in front of him, and he rolled and crawled to get away. He seemed to have no memory of what happened just now. Bang! The man in the suit knocked Nakao Ryozo unconscious and put him in the same position as when he appeared. To separate the memory and part of the soul of the falling moon curse bottle to create an innocent character, this is an absurd plan that only number 4 would dare to do. The man in the suit looked at Ryozo Nakao. He should be the same as he was before he encountered the falling moon curse bottle. How could such a cowardly person become so cold-blooded and ruthless? It's puzzling. A yellow eyeball appeared behind the man in the suit. The flame flashed. The man in the suit disappeared, as if he had never appeared. The surveillance camera rippled again, and the picture returned to normal. The battle between the man in the suit and Kunami Yaichi affected a wide range, resulting in 3 deaths and 22 injuries. The incident was very serious, however, since the main responsibility lies with the man in the suit. Kunami Yaichi is only a reference in this case. The existence of the Falling Moon curse bottle was mentioned in the report. This alone made the man in the suit far more suspicious than Ryozo Nakao, and he became the #1 bottle man suspect. Kunami Yaichi clearly stated that the man in the suit was not the bottle man, but he did not see the man in the suit's face, so his subjective opinion could not be used as evidence. The investigation of the man in the suit was in full swing. The truck driver, the origin of the black car driven by the man in the suit, his route of action, everything was investigated. But the man in the suit left very few clues. After checking again and again, no breakthrough was found. As the investigation continued, time passed quietly. Nakao Ryozo's 7-day detention period is up. At the door of the #2 detention center. "I'm free?" Nakao Ryozo looked at the bag in his hand with a surprised look on his face. He was detained for 7 days, and no matter how he shouted during these 7 days, no one paid attention to him. He even thought that he would be detained for the rest of his life and collapsed for a time. But just now, he was released. "I was locked up suddenly and released inexplicably. What is this?" Nakao Ryozo was completely confused, but being released was a good thing. He had not been able to sleep well for 7 days, and his spirit was as tense as a string. Cell phone. I wonder if Mihui and Yoichi are okay. Nakao Ryozo found his cell phone in his bag, turned it on, and made a call. 100 meters behind Nakao Ryozo, Kunami Yaichi was watching his every move in a car, and the monitoring device next to him could hear Nakao Ryozo's voice on the phone. "Mihui, great, you're okay. By the way, how is Yoichi?" "Yoichi is with me. Come here quickly, Yoichi. Talk to Dad. Call your family as soon as you get out." Kunami Yaichi tapped his fingers lightly on the seat. He was the only one in the car. Mansai and Sugawara Kenji went to investigate another case. Musa was investigating the man in the suit, and Nishijo Sakurako was still in 201. 7 days had passed, and Nakao Ryozo's suspicion had basically been reduced to the extreme. The third agency had already excluded him from the suspect list. However, from the beginning, Kunami Yaichi was the only one who thought he was the bottle man. The situation had not changed much. After the call, Nakao Ryozo looked much more relaxed. He walked a distance forward and called a taxi. Kunami Yaichi followed him all the way. The taxi drove to Oda District and arrived downstairs of Nakao Ryozo's house. Nakao Ryozo's wife and son were waiting downstairs. Mihui, Yoichi. The Nakao family hugged each other excitedly. Kunami Yaichi looked at them quietly, without any fluctuations in his heart. "Gigi." Guanhu suddenly called twice. "Guanhu, what did you find?" "Huh? Something wrong?" At this time, Nakao Ryozo's family went upstairs. Kunami Yaichi got off the car and entered the apartment building opposite. He rented a room here facing Nakao Ryozo's family. Entering the room, he quickly came to the window and picked up the telescope. Soon he found Nakao Ryozo. Nakao Mihui prepared a table of dishes as if to welcome Nakao Ryozo. The family was happy. "Huh?" Kunami Yaichi exclaimed. Nakao Ryozo's eyes had glanced in his direction just now. Did he notice me? Or was that glance just a coincidence? Nakao Ryozo seems to have changed in some way. Kunami Yaichi couldn't tell, but he just felt something was different. There was a subtle change in his temperament. But the change was not big, and if Guanhu hadn't reminded him just now, he would have hardly noticed it. That night, Kunami Yaichi had been monitoring Nakao Ryozo's family. There was no unusual movement, a very warm family life. Nothing. Happened all night and in the morning. Kunami Yaichi rubbed his eyebrows, ate a red bean bread, and then drank a cup of coffee to refresh himself. On the other side, the Nakao family sat together, eating freshly baked bread and drinking milk. After breakfast, Nakao Mihui stayed at home. Nakao Ryozo went out with Yoichi. "I'm going out. Be careful along the way." Kunami Yaichi chose to follow the two on foot. He did not deliberately hide his whereabouts, so he was soon discovered. "Dad, I seem to have seen the man behind me somewhere," Yoichi said. Nakao Ryozo looked back. His face changed slightly and walked towards Kunami Yaichi. "It's you. Since you let me out, I think you have already found out that I am not guilty. Why are you still following me?" Kunami Yaichi stared into Nakao Ryozo's eyes. His heart moved slightly. Your eyes are subtly different from the ones I saw before, but now your eyes are exactly the same as then." "Eyes, I don't know what you are talking about." Swish! The pipe fox flew between the two. Kunami Yaichi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Just now, Nakao Ryozo's pupils really moved. Following the movement trajectory of the pipe fox, it moved a little. "What did you see just now? Why did your eyes turn to the left?" Kunami Yaichi said. "No wonder I felt that something was different about you. You are different now than you were before. You used some method to make yourself invisible to evil things, right?" A tense atmosphere spread between the two. Nakao Ryozo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the honest and loyal feeling on him disappeared completely, replaced by an extremely sharp edge, and his eyes showed a dangerous light. "Do you think you are very smart?" Kunami Yaichi. "Finally, you are no longer pretending?" Kunami Yaichi said. "In my plan, you should die now, and I will hide under the water again." "Unfortunately, I am not dead," Kunami Yaichi said. Nakao Ryozo's plan is very brilliant. Entering the detention center should be something he had expected long ago, so he made himself a perfect innocent. He gave the Falling Moon curse bottle to the man in the suit in advance, and asked him to use the power of the Falling Moon curse bottle to kill Kunami Yaichi. In addition to erasing Kunami, this step also has another function, which is to create a real bottle man. In this way, when Nakao Ryozo is released from prison, the suspicion has been eliminated. The only person who suspects him is not in this world. He will once again control everything behind the scenes. Even if you notice it, so what? My suspicion has been eliminated. Without the power of the third agency, what can you do to me? Nakao Ryozo gritted his teeth. After the voice fell, Nakao Ryozo turned around, restored his honest appearance, and took Yoichi into the subway station. A relatively balanced state was formed between Kunami Yaichi and Nakao Ryozo. Both of them wanted to kill each other, but they couldn't do it. Nakao Ryozo was afraid of exposing his identity. Kunami Yaichi was restricted by the rules. "What can you do to me?" The reason why Nakao Ryozo dared to say this just now was because he understood the rules of exorcists. Exorcists cannot casually attack ordinary humans. Once they do, Nakao Ryozo just came out of the detention center, and then it was Kunami Yaichi who went in. This is a protection rule specially formulated for ordinary people. The power of exorcists is a very serious threat to ordinary people. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. Therefore, exorcists are all wearing shackles called rules. It can even be said that the third agency itself is an organization to protect ordinary people. Therefore, before finding concrete evidence to prove that Nakao Ryozo is the bottle man, if Kunami Yaichi attacks him, he will fall into his trap. With Nakao Ryozo's cunningness, what he said just now is obviously to provoke me. He is probably waiting for me to take action. Kunami Yaichi followed Nakao Ryozo and his son into the subway. The subway was crowded with people. Office workers hurried past one by one, and students formed pairs of 3 or 2. Nakao Ryozo and his son walked to the left and then to the right, as if they were avoiding the crowd, but sometimes they still walked to the side even when there was a gap, which was a bit strange. The unnatural movement of the two people caught the attention of Kunami Yaichi. "Huh?" He glanced at the surveillance camera and immediately understood. The route they moved was deliberately chosen in the blind spot of the camera. Wait, Kunami Yaichi recalled the route the two took after leaving the apartment, which seemed a bit strange. Because the cameras on the road were not so dense, he could not notice it. Now thinking back, they have been deliberately avoiding the cameras. Why did Nakao Ryozo do this? What is he planning? Kunami Yaichi has a hunch that there must be some conspiracy hidden in this. Hey, have you read the latest issue of Jump? I have. The latest comics are so boring, especially the one about Bombay. Oh, that one is really boring. The content is so confusing that I can't understand it at all. But the latest episode of Hitman 100% this week is awesome. Yes, Hitman No. 7 is finally going to start assassination. I got goosebumps when I saw it. 3 high school students were talking and laughing loudly in the waiting area. They were talking very loudly and didn't care about other people around them. Kunami Yaichi was attracted by the sound and glanced at them. He soon found that the 3 looked familiar. I think I've seen them somewhere. Oh, I also ran into them at the subway station when I was following Nakao Ryozo before. At that time, the 3 of them were laughing and playing around, and one of the high school students accidentally knocked Nakao Ryozo's briefcase to the ground. The subway to Kawasaki is about to arrive. To ensure the safety of passengers, please stand outside the yellow line and wait. At this time, a broadcast sounded in the station. The subway is about to arrive. Kunami Yaichi turned around and saw Nakao Ryozo staring at the 3 people with a dangerous smile on his face. His mouth opened slightly, and he seemed to say a certain word. Kunami Yaichi imitated the shape of his mouth. Go, die, right? The next moment, a centipede flew out from Nakao Ryozo's sleeve. The centipede moved through the crowd, came behind the 3 high school students at a very fast speed, and then hit them. Bang! The high school student who had knocked Nakao Ryozo's brief off the platform. Ah! Someone fell down. Hurry up, someone! Pull him up together. People shouted very urgently, but it was too late. The subway had already arrived. Bang! Kunami Yaichi only heard a sound, like a watermelon being smashed, and the carriages flew past him, and the high school student completely disappeared in front of everyone. Ah! Screams came one after another. Someone's dead. A high school student was hit by the subway. Did anyone see what happened? How did he fall? I don't know. It's so scary. Bang, in the blink of an eye, the person is gone. The crowd suddenly became very chaotic and ran around. The conductor blew the whistle, but it was difficult to stabilize the chaotic situation. Kunami Yaichi turned his head slightly and found that Nakao Ryozo was passing by him. He touched his son's head and said, "Yoichi, you must remember to apologize when you hit someone. Otherwise, you will be punished by God like that brother and fall off the platform and be hit to death. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Yoichi nodded. Nakao Ryozo is now a completely different person from the timid look at that time. After killing someone, he was so calm, as if he had just wiped off a speck of dust. His audacity was beyond Kunami Yaichi's imagination. Cold-blooded and cruel, this is his true face. Kunami Yaichi said coldly, "You were just cleared of suspicion yesterday, and you dared to kill someone? Murder? I never do anything illegal, and I have to have evidence to speak." Nakao Ryozo put on his honest and dutiful appearance again. The centipede was blocked by the crowd and was not captured by the camera. At the same time, because it was transformed by evil spirits, ordinary people could not see it. Except for Kunami Yaichi, who witnessed it, there was no evidence to prove that everything that happened just now was done by him. He was fearless. Because of the dead, the subway was in chaos. Kunami Yaichi was knocked down by the chaotic crowd. At the same time, Nakao Ryozo pulled Yoichi to the subway opposite. Kunami Yaichi quickly followed, but before he was about to step onto the subway, the fox in his sleeve gave him a strong warning. The subway in front of him is very dangerous. Dangerous? Could it be that Nakao Ryozo would do something on it? Beep beep. Just as Kunami Yaichi was thinking, the reminder sound of the subway door about to close rang. He didn't have time to hesitate. He reached out his hand to his waist and fumbled for the transmitter button. He pressed it and got on the subway. Bang! The door closed. The subway started slowly. What happened on the opposite platform? Why is it so chaotic? It seems that someone fell off the platform and was hit. Is it true? Is the person dead? After being hit by the subway, the possibility of survival is basically zero. He should be dead. The passengers in the subway were talking about it. They didn't see the scene, but from the reactions of the people on the platform, they could probably guess it. After getting on the subway, Kunami Yaichi quietly took the 3 spirit explosive insects that he had prepared long ago. This subway, there is something wrong. Kunami Yaichi keenly felt that something was wrong. He scanned the surroundings, trying to find the source of the strange feeling. Guanhu was restless and talked about the dangers of the subway. Across the way, Nakao Ryozo looked at him with a smile on his face. "It's really interesting. The prey actually came to me." Kunami Yaichi dropped Exploder and ordered it to quietly move towards Nakao Ryozo's position. "Prey? Are you talking about me? I thought I was the hunter. You know what? I've never wanted to kill someone so badly." Nakao Ryozo said, "When my curse was lifted for the first time, I had a hunch that you were my natural enemy. I immediately arranged for Kikuta to wipe you out, but I never expected that not only Kikuta, but also Yosuke, Mari, and even number 3 couldn't kill you. You're like an immortal cockroach. But your luck is over. Today, you will die here." Kunami Yaichi felt the murderous intent in Nakao Ryozo's tone. He was not bluffing. He really intended to kill me. What was Nakao Ryozo planning in secret? Wasn't he afraid of his identity being exposed? Kunami Yaichi was highly focused and alert, but he dared to get on the car because he relied on something. His heart moved, and a translucent screen emerged. Name: Kunami Yaichi. Onmyoji talent: Blood of the Sky Fox. Skill: Exploding Bug. Items: Talisman Shu 2-2. Talisman Destroy 4. Floating World Beads. Shikigami Guanhu. Monkey Ghost Elf of 2. Yin Yang Points 62 can be exchanged for draws. Compared to the empty panel when he first crossed over, the panel is now full, which is the result of his hard work. Before tracking, Kunami Yaichi anticipated the risks and conducted a D-level draw, obtaining 3 Talisman Destroy. As a consumable, the talisman is definitely not as valuable as skills and Shikigami that can be used continuously. However, it is powerful and is exactly what Kunami Yaichi needs now. He got the Talisman Destroy, which suits his taste. Although it is a D-level item, its power is not inferior to the attack of the C-level Monkey Ghost. 1 Talisman Destroy is equivalent to a quasi-level 3 attack. For defense, he has the floating world beads, and for attack, he has the spell destruction and the spirit explosion insect. In addition, after the treatment, the monkey demon has recovered and has been upgraded to level 2, and the sky fox has transformed. He is confident that he can fight against Nakao Ryozo. Of course, this is not all. Kunami Yaichi likes to make full preparations. He has a transmitter hidden on his waist, which can send a signal to Miyake Hiroshi, who is waiting nearby at any time. Miyake Hiroshi is the last insurance he set up. He has just pressed the button, and Miyake Hiroshi should be rushing here. Nakao Ryozo looks like he has him in hand, but Kunami Yaichi is also waiting for him to make trouble. Are these two people sick? What prey? Murderers. Are they fugitives? Someone was pushed off the platform at the subway station just now. Could it be related to them? It is very likely. Because of the conversation between Kunami Yaichi and the other two, the other passengers on the subway looked at them with strange eyes. Dad, what's wrong with you? Yoichi raised his head. He suddenly felt that his father, who used to be gentle, was a little strange. The expression on his face was something he had never seen before. Nakao Ryozo put his hand on Yoichi's head. It's okay, Yoichi. Dad has prepared a big meal for you. At this time, a man in sportswear stood up from his seat, took out an ID from his pocket and flashed it. I am an inspector. The remarks you two made just now are very dangerous. Wait until the stop and get off the train with me and go to the station. It's plainclothes. There are plainclothes on our subway. Great, I feel relieved this time. The man took out handcuffs from his waist. He looked at the two people and walked towards Nakao Ryozo first. In his opinion, Nakao Ryozo's remarks were more dangerous, so he planned to handcuff him first. Mr. Patrolman, I'm not a dangerous person. I was just joking with him just now, but to prove that I'm a good citizen, I'm willing to cooperate with the investigation. Seeing the man walking towards Nakao Ryozo, Kunami Yaichi was ready to save him, but he didn't expect that Nakao Ryozo would take the initiative to stretch out his hands. Snap! Nakao Ryozo's hands were handcuffed. It's your turn. Stretch out your hands. The male plainclothes officer pulled him over. Kunami Yaichi frowned deeply. The male plainclothes officer was an ordinary person with clear eyes and no signs of being controlled. Kunami Yaichi took the handcuffs and squeezed them hard, kneading them into a lump of iron. Nakao Ryozo, what drama are you going to play this time? The male plainclothes officer couldn't believe his eyes. Those were real metal handcuffs, not plastic toys. Just to kill time. Snap! Nakao Ryozo shrugged and broke the handcuffs easily. He looked down at his watch and said, 1 minute left, the fun is about to begin. Everyone, step back. These two are very dangerous. At the shout of the male plainclothes officer, the passengers hurriedly stepped back and stayed away from the two men. The scene of pinching handcuffs with bare hands, which was only seen in movies, happened in reality. It shocked them greatly. At the same time, it also meant that the two men had the ability to threaten their lives. In fact, the two men's words were also full of danger. Get off the train. I want to get off the train. It's too scary to be with these two men. The male plainclothes officer hurriedly took out his mobile phone and made a call to contact the headquarters. What's going on? The call can't be connected. Hey, my mobile phone has no signal either. I can't access the internet all of a sudden. Something's wrong. It feels like it's been 5 minutes since the subway started. It should have arrived at the station by now. It was pitch black outside the subway window, as if it had entered a tunnel. Tunnel? I always take this subway to work, and I've never passed through any tunnels. Where are we now? The unfamiliar environment and being in a closed space with two dangerous people inevitably made the passengers a little panicked. Stop the car. Hurry up and ask the driver to stop the car. A passenger shouted. The subway was driving at high speed. But where were they going? Kunami Yaichi frowned. As expected, Nakao Ryozo had tampered with this subway. Where are you going to drive the subway to? When Kunami Yaichi asked the question, he glanced slightly, and the spirit explosive insect had quietly crawled onto his feet. What? Is it his fault that the subway deviated from the route? Damn! I'm in a hurry to go to the competition. A sturdy bearded man glared, took out a pair of dumbbells from his backpack, and rushed towards Nakao Ryozo aggressively. Asshole! He's alone! What's there to be afraid of? Come on together and knock him down. You want to knock me down? Sizzle. Nakao Ryozo's right hand turned into a centipede shape, and suddenly stretched out. The centipede's head drilled into the chest of the bearded man, took out a heart, and swallowed the heart with a gulp. Peng. The bearded man fell to the ground, motionless. Murder! Murder! Ah! He is not a human. He is a devil! Seeing someone die, the passengers ran frantically to other carriages, trying to get as far away from the two as possible. It was too sudden. Nakao Ryozo was so unscrupulous that he killed people without saying anything. Kunami Yaichi felt a slight chill in his heart. He dared to turn his hand into a centipede in front of everyone, which meant that he had no intention of letting these people live. There was no way to wait any longer. Nakao Ryozo had already exposed himself, and all the passengers present were witnesses. He mentioned something about the minute being up, and it seemed that he had planned a conspiracy on the subway. Although Miyake Hiroshi had not arrived yet, he had to act now. Dad? Yoichi looked at Nakao Ryozo and couldn't help but take a step back. The man in front of him made him feel scared. Nakao Ryozo's hand firmly controlled Yoichi's head, not letting him get away. Dad, it hurts! Yoichi shouted, but Nakao Ryozo didn't mean to let go. Yoichi, don't worry, you'll have something to eat soon. Nakao Ryozo looked at his watch. 5, 4, 3? Boom! The spirit blaster exploded and Nakao Ryozo's calf was shattered in the explosion. Snap! Nakao Ryozo was unstable and almost fell. He held the handrail next to him to stabilize his body. What's going on? I was attacked? The spirit blaster has a strong ability to hide. Unless you are a person with very keen perception, it is generally difficult to detect. It explodes when the opponent is unprepared, and the effect is outstanding. Salmon Devil! Kunami Yaichi put his 2 fingers together, and the space rippled. The ape demon appeared. Compared with the LV1, the LV2 body of it has become more burly, reaching 2 meters and 3 meters, and the golden horns on its head are more dazzling. The samurai's fist made a sound of breaking wind, and while Nakao Ryozo was stunned for a moment, he smashed it hard towards his head. At the same time, Kunami Yaichi stretched out his hand and threw the remaining 2 spirit-blasting insects. Since he was going to attack, he would kill them with 1 strike. Die! Want to kill me? Nakao Ryozo was full of evil spirit. Swish, swish! The centipede appeared, wrapped around him, and used its shell as a shield for him. Bang! The samurai's fist was a step late, hitting the shell, and failing to hurt Nakao Ryozo. Bang! Bang! Kunami Yaichi kept chanting. Boom! Boom! The 2 spirit-blasting insects fell into the gap of the centipede's shell and exploded. Although they failed to shatter the shell, they disrupted its coiling, revealing Nakao Ryozo inside. The samurai roared, and his strong arms reached in, pulling Nakao Ryozo out. Bang! The monkey ghost slammed Nakao Ryozo to the ground and slapped him on the head with a palm leaf fan. A cold light flashed in Nakao Ryozo's eyes and a layer of black shell covered his head. Bang! Nakao Ryozo's head was hit deeply into the ground. The shell he made was not as hard as the centipede, and cracks appeared on it and blood oozed out. The monkey ghost wanted to fight again, but the centipede arrived at this time and clamped its arm with its ferocious jaws. Tube Fox! Swish! The tube fox carrying the flame of the pure spirit flew out and slapped the centipede's head with a claw, burning a small hole in its hard shell. Whoosh! Nakao Ryozo's hands turned into centipedes and shot out. The centipede's head bit the railing not far away, and its body shrank, allowing him to escape from the battlefield in a very dangerous way. Damn it! I almost died just now! Nakao Ryozo suffered a great loss. His eyes were red, and he cursed fiercely. Kunami Yaichi felt a little regretful that he failed to take the opportunity to kill Nakao Ryozo, but he did not continue to pursue. The series of attacks just now took place in just 2 seconds. The good show that Nakao Ryozo mentioned was coming soon. Although he did not know what the so-called good show was, he still cautiously released the 108 floating worlds, and his whole body was tense to welcome the upcoming attack. Swish, swish, swish. The expected attack did not appear, but the fire sprinkler on the top of the subway suddenly sprayed a fine stream of water. This water has evil spirits, it's not ordinary. Kunami Yaichi noticed that when the water fell on the passengers, it immediately emitted bursts of purple-black gas. The gas penetrated into the passengers' bodies. Then the passengers went berserk. Their eyes were wide open, oozing blood, releasing naked, murderous intent. Kill! 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 Kill you! Kill you! Finally, when a young man punched the old man next to him, it was like a switch was turned on, and the passengers in the entire subway went crazy. Beat with fists, bite with teeth, scratch with nails. One by one, they attacked all the creatures around them in every possible way. The plainclothes man with a righteous face also had a ferocious expression at this moment, and beat a male passenger next to him crazily. Previously, the fake bottle man had used his voice to subtly infect the cursors, making them murderous and actively cutting off their ring fingers. This water seemed to have the same effect, but it was more than 100 times more powerful. It violently triggered the passengers' murderous intentions. Is this Kunami Yaichi had a spiritual coat that could isolate evil spirits and was not affected. But he noticed that the surrounding situation was quite wrong. The subway was in chaos, with screams and shouts. As the passengers were beating and being beaten, a trace of black air gradually emerged from their bodies. The black air spread out and materialized, covering the entire subway in a dim light. It was like a picture of hell on earth. Nako Ryozo took a deep breath, and a large piece of black air was sucked into his mouth. Swish! His burst calf squirmed and grew back. Kunami Yaichi's pupils shrank slightly. This black air can actually heal injuries? The centipede was tumbling in the black air, swallowing it in big gulps as if eating. Yoichi, come to me! Nako Ryozo waved at Yoichi, but Yoichi kept retreating, unable to hide the fear on his face. No, you are not. My father, I want my father. Give my father back to me. Yoichi, I am your father. Nako Ryozo strode towards Yoichi. All the passengers became violent, but Yoichi was fine. Kunami Yaichi was slightly surprised, but he couldn't care too much now. Quick and decisive, I don't know what this black gas is. It turned the subway into Nako Ryozo's home ground. As time goes by, the black gas will increase further, and a protracted battle will be disadvantageous to me. He condensed a spirit explosive insect in his hand to defend himself, and then quietly took out the talisman destroy, and silently chanted the spell. Return, violent demon barrier, great wrathful one, destroy. At the moment when Kunami Yaichi chanted the spell, Nako Ryozo suddenly turned his head and looked at him. He is secretly doing something again. Centipede, kill him! The centipede wrapped in black gas swooped towards him. Ape demon, bang! The ape demon guarded Kunami Yaichi like a mountain and blocked the attack. Because of absorbing the black gas, the shell of the centipede's head was restored to its original state, and its combat power seemed to have increased a little. However, in terms of strength, the ape demon far exceeded it. Bang! After blocking the centipede's attack, the monkey ghost grabbed the gap between its shells and smashed it to the ground, then rode on it and started to beat it. However, the centipede's shell's defense was too strong, and the monkey ghost's fists could not hit it at all. Squeak! Guanhu waited for an opportunity to move, carrying the pure spirit flame to burn the place where the monkey ghost attacked. The hard shell was completely no match for the pure spirit flame and was broken. Bang, bang, bang! The monkey ghost hammered the shell to pieces and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The centipede danced wildly and wrapped around it. Humph, you are quite capable. Nako Ryozo saw that the centipede was blocked, and Kunami Yaichi was still muttering to himself, and red spots of light appeared around his body. He knew that he was preparing an attack, so he quickly launched an attack and tried to interrupt him. Swish! His hands turned into centipedes again and attacked Kunami Yaichi. Tap, tap! Kunami Yaichi kept moving his feet, trying to dodge, but the two centipedes seemed to be alive, twisting their bodies and chasing him relentlessly. Seeing the centipede approaching, it was about to bite. He stepped hard on the ground and jumped high. Squeak, squeak! The two centipedes suddenly raised their heads, one on the left and one on the right to sandwich Kunami Yaichi. Snap! He stepped on the top of the subway and rushed to the left. Facing the centipede attacking him, he threw the exploding bug. Boom! The centipede's mouth was blown up, and smoke came out. Kunami Yaichi kicked the centipede away with one foot, and then landed lightly. Great wrathful one, destroy, destroy! Slay the demons and bind the evil, destroy! At this time, the spell of the talisman, destroy, was finally chanted. Buzz! A red ball of light condensed out. Ryozo Nakao felt the extremely powerful energy from the light ball and hurriedly shouted, Centipede, come and protect me! Hearing the call for help, the centipede immediately gave up fighting with the monkey ghost and tried to go to Ryozo Nakao. Snap! Without Kunamiya opening his mouth, the monkey ghost in the fierce fight would certainly not let the enemy go, and held the centipede's body to prevent it from escaping. However, the centipede's body was too long, and even if it was held, it could not be completely restrained. Swish! The centipede twisted its body, wrapped around Ryozo Nakao, and used its shell to block him. A dazzling light lit up. Boom! A dazzling red light column shot out. Sizzle! The light column hit the centipede's shell fiercely, and cracks appeared one after another. The centipede exhaled black air, and the cracks began to repair. But the speed of repair was not enough. The red light column sent the centipede flying, but the tail of its body was held by the monkey ghost, causing it to collapse straight. Under the pull of the red light column and the monkey ghost, its body snapped, without the monkey ghost's involvement. Bang! Under the bombardment of the light column, the centipede and Ryozo Nakao wrapped in it were hit backwards and hit the side of the subway car. But soon, the subway car could not withstand the bombardment of powerful energy and suddenly exploded. Swish! After the car exploded, the stone wall outside was exposed, which was rapidly retreating. The centipede was wrapped in Ryozo Nakao and was hit by the light column, and a huge hole was knocked out in the stone wall. There was indeed a tunnel outside. The subway was running at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, the centipede and Ryozo Nakao disappeared from sight. The red light column dissipated. Kunami Yaichi exhaled lightly. The attack just now was not enough to kill the centipede and Nakao Ryozo, but it was a success to knock them off the subway. The sprinklers in the subway stopped spraying water. However, the crazy passengers were still rioting and had no intention of stopping. The black air was getting more and more and gradually thicker. Kunami Yaichi looked at Yoichi, who was hiding in the corner and trembling. Nakao Ryozo valued him very much and even said that the big meal was prepared for him. He was caught in the rain but didn't go crazy. There must be something special about Yoichi. Kunami Yaichi walked towards Yoichi. "Don't come over. Don't come over." Yoichi's emotions had collapsed. His usually gentle father suddenly became murderous. Passengers in the subway beat each other and blood splattered. These cruel scenes deeply stimulated his young heart. Kunami Yaichi opened his spiritual vision and took a quick look, but couldn't find any clues on him. Squeak. The fox suddenly flew out, and its claws with the flame of the pure spirit scratched Yoichi's body, as if an invisible seal was broken. Kunami Yaichi's eyes suddenly shrank. He saw it. There was an extremely strong evil spirit hidden in Yoichi's body. The evil spirit was in the shape of a sphere, shrinking and expanding with time, as if it was breathing. "This evil spirit looks like an egg." Kunami Yaichi used all his strength to activate his spiritual vision, and finally saw something that was looming in the spherical evil spirit. It was a purple-blue finger. He recognized the finger. It's the heavenly evil finger that Nakao Ryozo practiced at that time. Kunami Yaichi felt a slight chill in his heart. This heavenly evil finger is an evil object, and it is obvious at a glance that it is definitely a high-level evil object. Nakao Ryozo actually sealed it in his son's body. If there is a slight mistake, Yoichi will definitely die. Judging from the signs, this finger is very dark in color, and its completeness is far greater than the one he saw at that time. No! Kunami Yaichi remembered the aura of the heavenly evil finger, which was exactly the same as the one in front of him. The one that was used for the ritual should be the same one in Yoichi. He observed carefully and had some guesses in his mind. The origin of the heavenly evil finger should be the one in Yoichi, which had been buried in his body a month ago, or even earlier. And what Nakao Ryozo practiced facing the full moon at that time should be a collection of evil energy in the shape of the heavenly evil finger. Those ring fingers full of resentment that he collected were the source of energy. After the ritual was completed, he injected the collected evil energy into Yoichi's body little by little to cultivate the real heavenly evil finger. Kunami Yaichi's mind suddenly emerged with the notes made by Nakao Mihui and Yoichi. It said that Nakao Ryozo would accompany Yoichi to sleep every night. On the surface, it was accompanying him to sleep. In fact, after Yoichi fell asleep, Nakao Ryozo took out the falling moon curse bottle and infused evil energy into his son's body. Kunami Yaichi knew that his guess was almost right. Since Nakao Ryozo was able to hide it from his family, the time of infusion of evil energy could only be the time of falling asleep, as written in the transcript. Infusion of evil energy is very risky. If you are not careful, the evil creature will release a little energy fluctuation, and Yoichi may be in danger of life. But in the transcript, it is written that he is a good husband and a good father. Nakao Ryozo is really hiding too deeply. The feast that Nakao Ryozo just mentioned should refer to the sacrifice of the heavenly evil finger. Spreading the curse on the internet did not work, so he hijacked the subway. The purpose of his hard work in making such a big scene was to sacrifice the many passengers in the subway. However, now his plan has been destroyed again. It was destroyed by the same person. The pure spirit flame appeared in Kunami Yaichi's hand, ready to purify the heavenly evil finger in Yoichi. Yoichi saw the flame and kept retreating in fear. "Don't come over!" Boom! The pure spirit flame enveloped Yoichi. Yoichi trembled all over, but he soon found that his body did not feel hot. Sizzle, sizzle. Under the burning of the pure spirit flame, the evil egg was consumed visibly, but this process takes time. Kunami Yaichi didn't expect the evil egg to be so resistant to burning. This was the first time his pure spirit flame met an opponent. The function of the evil egg is to protect the heavenly evil finger. All its characteristics are for protection, so it is very resistant to various attacks. At this rate, it will take at least 5 minutes to completely break it open. The output of the flame used to burn the bed evil egg was not large, but it lasted for 5 minutes, which was still a huge consumption. Kunami Yaichi put away the pure spirit flame. The subway was obviously not a place for Yuzai to burn. What needs to be done now is to take Yoichi away first, find a safe enough place, and then make plans for the next step. Kunami Yaichi pressed the emergency brake button next to him. It didn't work. It should have been dealt with by Nakao Ryozo in advance. Speaking of which, I have been monitoring Nakao Ryozo. When did he come up with this plan to quietly control the direction of the subway and the sprinkler system? Kunami Yaichi grabbed Yoichi, completely ignoring his resistance, and took him to the subway cab. The monkey ghost walked behind Kunami Yaichi, guarding his safety. Guanhu flew to his shoulder and lay down like a fluffy scarf. No matter what, let's stop the subway first. It's scary if it keeps running. I don't know where it will lead to in the end. As they passed through, each carriage was filled with blood and gore. Some people fell to the ground, motionless, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Kunami Yaichi couldn't help but speed up his pace, stop the subway earlier, contact the outside, and perhaps some seriously injured people could be saved. The passengers were all crazy. Although most of them attacked nearby targets, when Kunami Yaichi passed by, some passengers still attacked him. Some directly waved their fists and hit him. Some rushed towards him with a ferocious face, and some dragged their seriously injured bodies to hug his legs and wanted to bite him with their mouths. Although Kunami Yaichi solved it easily, he couldn't help but feel heavy in his heart when he saw this hell-like miserable scene. After rushing all the way, Kunami Yaichi arrived outside the cab in less than a minute. The cab was closed, but there was a small transparent window on the door. Kunami Yaichi walked over and looked. He saw the back of a man in the driver's seat. Click. Kunami Yaichi was careful enough, but the sound of the door opening still caught the driver's attention, and he turned his head. The driver was wearing a Prajna mask on his face. Number 3. Kunami Yaichi! When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Saruki, attack! Kunami Yaichi shouted immediately. Upon hearing the order, Saruki flew towards number 3, his sturdy body like a mountain pressing down on his head. A ball of yellow flame enveloped number 3, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Saruki pounced on nothing. Kunami Yaichi quickly looked around and became alert. Kappa Mansai has lived for more than 300 years, so he is naturally knowledgeable. He judged that number 3's ability is to enter a special space, which should be almost correct. And Guanhu ruled out stealth and space transfer, which further proved this point. In this way, it means that number 3 did not leave, he is nearby. Kunami Yaichi saw a uniformed corpse lying in the corner of the cab. He should be the real driver. I didn't expect to meet you here. Where is number 4? Where is he? A voice sounded around, but it was difficult to determine the direction. Kunami Yaichi felt relieved. Number 3 did not wait for an opportunity to launch an attack, which means that in that special space he could not interfere with the outside world. Kunami Yaichi and Nob 3 are like being in 2 different rooms. They cannot touch each other. It's just that number 3's room can observe Kunami Yaichi, which is his advantage. Kunami Yaichi's eyes turned slightly. No 3 must not know that number 4 has fallen off the subway, otherwise he will definitely slip away. After the last battle with number 3, he has already figured out his ability. A very, very powerful auxiliary. The invisible and immaterial spiral wave released by the yellow eyes is very difficult to deal with. If you are hit, you will be seriously injured. However, he was not suitable for single combat. There was a subtle pause between the time when the yellow eyes locked onto the target and the time when the attack was released. In a one-on-one situation, as long as the movement speed was fast enough, it would be enough to dodge the wave. His strongest point was to shoot from the side. When fighting, most of the attention was on the opponent, and it was difficult to dodge the invisible and intangible wave. This was the reason why the ape ghost was defeated so quickly when fighting the centipede, and even seriously injured and dying. Now that he finally found a one-on-one opportunity, Kunami Yaichi naturally wanted to keep the opponent. No 3 could not have been hiding in the different space all the time. There must be a time limit. Therefore, as long as he waited until he could no longer hold on and showed up, Kunami Yaichi was sure to kill him. Facing number 3's question, he thought for a moment and replied, "No, 4? I just had a fight with him. He was scared by my beating and hid somewhere in the subway and refused to come out. I was looking for him. Keeping silent would make the other party suspicious, and telling the truth was naturally impossible." He told a lie that was easy to expose. The most important thing now is to stabilize number 3 and delay time until he can't hold on any longer. Why would that crazy guy number 4 be afraid? Is he cheating on someone? No, 4 is not that kind of person. Wait, how come his son is in your hands, huh? Evil spirit? Heavenly evil finger? That guy, no, 4 is really crazy. He actually hid the heavenly evil finger in his son's body. From number 3's voice, he seemed to covet the heavenly evil finger. This is easy to deal with. With Yoichi in hand, his chances of escaping are greatly reduced. Kunami Yaichi glanced at the front of the cab, and the high beam shone into the distance. The dark passage had no end in sight. This seems to be a subway line that has not yet been opened. Nakao Ryozo is really bold. He hijacked the subway and drove it this way. He is not afraid of anything happening. Kunami Yaichi walked over immediately. He didn't know when the tunnel would end, so it would be better to stop the subway as soon as possible. Which button should I press to brake? Kunami Yaichi looked at the control panel, confused. Fortunately, there were not many buttons to control the subway. He tried one by one and found the brake button without much effort. With strong braking, the subway slowly slowed down. Squeak! Hearing the call of Guanhu, Kunami Yaichi turned his head suddenly, and the figure of number 3 appeared behind him. The yellow eyes were looking at him dimly, and an invisible wave was released. 108 floating worlds. The floating world blocked the spiral wave. He had been waiting for this moment. Salmon Ghost, go! Following Kunami Yaichi's order, the Salmon Ghost roared and rushed out. The distance between the two was about 7 meters. The Salmon Ghost strode wildly, and the subway was shaking with every step. The yellow eyes turned around. Squeak! The Salmon Ghost called out. The agility of the Monkey Ghost was not as good as Kunami Yaichi, but after being reminded by Guanhu, it easily avoided the invisible spiral wave, and then rushed to number 3 and hit him with its thick arms. Flames ignited on Num 3's body and his figure disappeared again. He slipped away again. This ability was too difficult to solve. It had an invincible attribute. If he hid in a special space, no attack could hit him. Guanhu could sense that he was around, but could not lock his position. Kunami Yaichi opened his spiritual vision and scanned the area, but could not find any trace. He gently grabbed Yoichi and said to the surroundings, "Don't you want the Tianxi finger in Yoichi? Come out, let's talk, maybe I can make a deal with you." The space fluctuated slightly, and number 3 appeared. Number 3 was very confident in his ability and appeared directly, but he appeared 10 meters away, which showed that he was still very cautious and did not want to get too close. Kunami Yaichi narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just seen the entire process of number 3's appearance. However, even so, he still could not figure out what number 3's special space was all about. "What kind of deal do you want to make?" No. 3 looked at Kunami Yaichi, feeling somewhat unbelievable. What went wrong? Where did number 4 go? The plan should have been perfect. Why did it appear to be suppressed like this? He was completely led by the nose. Kunami Yaichi naturally didn't know what number 3 was thinking. He asked, "First tell me, what is the heavenly evil finger?" "Answer your question? This is not a deal." Number 3 looked at Yoichi as if he was looking at a delicious meal, eagerly. "Well, I will answer 3 questions for you, 1/5, and you just need to give me 1/5 of the heavenly evil finger." 1/5? Sure. Kunami Yaichi agreed without much hesitation. The heavenly evil finger was protected by the evil egg, and he couldn't break it for a while. If number 3 could find a way to open it, it would save him a lot of trouble. "How can I make sure you won't break your promise?" Number 3 would not easily believe in a verbal agreement. They had just fought to the death, and in this situation, it was difficult for both parties to establish a trusting relationship. Kunami Yaichi pondered for a moment and said, "I can ask the Saruki to retreat. We can get within 2 meters of each other. When we are still, your yellow eyes can easily lock on to me, and I can't dodge the attack. And if you take action, at this distance, I will have enough time to blow a bloody hole in your chest before you disappear. Once someone does not abide by the agreement and starts a war, both of us will be seriously injured and both will suffer." Number 3 thought about it secretly, weighed the risks, and his desire for the heavenly evil finger prevailed. "Okay, but you have to throw away the rosary in your hand." "No problem. You also turn your yellow eyes away and turn them back when I get closer." Kunami Yaichi handed Yoichi and the Yukio rosary to the Saruki, and then walked towards number 3 little by little. According to his observation, number 3 is not a risk-taker. He is very cautious. Since he agreed to the agreement, the possibility of launching an attack is very small. As for who is most likely to start a war, Kunami Yaichi thinks that he is more likely. He has the pure spirit flame to repair his injuries, and the situation where both sides are seriously injured is more favorable to him. But before provoking a dispute, let's get some more information from number 3. The two came to face each other. 2 meters apart, very close. An attack only takes a moment. Both sides were wary of each other and were very cautious. "Now you can answer. What exactly is the Tianxi finger?" Kunami Yaichi asked. Number 3 glanced at the yellow eyes and confirmed that they had been locked on and could launch an attack at any time. He felt that he was in control of the situation, so he spoke. "People have 5 fingers, and the ring finger is the least flexible, the least powerful, and the least useful one. It can be said that without it, The impact on life is not great. Number 3 changed the subject and continued. But do you know why wedding rings are worn on the ring finger? Because the ring finger is the finger closest to the heart? Number 3 shook his head. The structure of the human body is amazing. There is no useless organ, but you just don't know its function. The function of the ring finger is not on the practical level. It is the finger where humans place their emotions. Missing, love, happiness, all emotions are concentrated on the ring finger. The wedding ring is worn on it to stabilize these emotions and allow them to last as long as possible. But human emotions are not only positive but also negative. Resentment, anger, murderous intent, the power of these emotions is very strong. When they completely invade the ring finger becomes special. I don't know where number 4 got the refining method, but the raw materials of the superior evil creature, the heavenly evil finger, are these ring fingers filled with resentment. Superior evil creature? Although he had some guesses in his mind, these 4 words still made Kunami Yaichi's heart skip a beat. Evil creatures are made by evil creatures? Since humans can give birth to humans, evil creatures can naturally create evil creatures. No 3 raised 2 fingers. The first question has been answered, and the next question is the second one. Kunami Yaichi asked, "You are number 3, Pingnan is number 4, are there others? Who gave you this? Name?" No, 3 was silent, and after a long time he said in a deep voice, "You are asking 2 questions, but you are asking the same thing." Kunami Yaichi did not give in. Pingnan and number 3 are both human beings. How could they have evil creatures in their hands? And it seems that they have reached a symbiotic relationship with the evil creatures. This question is crucial. Is the it that controls them also an evil creature? If so, what is its purpose? Kunami Yaichi wants to know the answer. No 3 shook his head and said, "I can answer your first question. There are 7 of us in total, but I can't answer your second question. If I tell you, I'll die." Just like the bottle man put restrictions on his subordinates, the existence that controls them also put restrictions on them. Number 3's attitude of rejection was very decisive. Kunami Yaichi knew that it would be useless to continue asking, so he could only change the question. "What are the identities of these 7 people?" No 3 shook his head. "I can't say." "What is the relationship between you and the name giver?" "I can't say." "Is the name giver a human or an evil creature?" "I can't say." As expected, he just wanted to try it out. It seems that as long as it is related to the information of this name giver, number 3 will not speak easily. "I see. My real last question is, how do you control evil creatures?" This question is crucial. Whether it is Nakao Ryozo or number 3 in front of him, they are all human beings, but they can freely drive evil creatures and even use their power. If the answer is known, it may have a significant impact on the world of exorcists. "We control the evil creatures?" Number 3 smiled bitterly and shook his head. "We are just their owners. Every minute and every second we think about filling their stomachs. If they are extremely hungry, we will be the first to eat. So that's it. Because they can provide food, the evil creatures are willing to listen to them and protect them. Once the appetite of the evil creatures cannot be satisfied, the so-called obedience will disappear. It seems that they are in a dominant position and give orders. In fact, the status is completely reversed, and their situation is not very good. I don't know if Nakao Ryozo wants to get rid of the name giver, and this is related, but it can be predicted that these evil creatures are likely to be given to them by the name giver. 3 questions have been asked. Number 3 looked at Kunami Yaichi and said, "It's time to fulfill your promise." "I know." Kunami Yaichi waved his hand, and the samurai brought Yoichi to his side. During this process, both sides were on guard against each other. "Okay, come and take your 5th. Let your medium step back. What if it attacks me when I take it?" Kunami Yaichi shook his head. "This is just an insurance policy. 1/5. If you take more, I will let the monkey demon attack. I am now locked by your yellow eyes. If I attack, the yellow eyes will definitely attack, right? The conditions of both sides are equal. As long as we all abide by the agreement, I think no one will take the initiative to provoke a dispute. After all, the result will only be a lose-lose situation." No 3 said no more and walked forward slowly. Seeing number 3 approaching with a prajna mask, Yoichi was trembling with fear. Of course, the monkey demon who grabbed him from behind was even more terrifying. Everything he experienced today was like a long nightmare to him. He didn't know that he was a carrier of evil. Kunami Yaichi narrowed his eyes slightly. How would number 3 break the evil egg? When he arrived in front of Yoichi, number 3 stretched out his hands, and a strong evil energy gushed out and condensed in his hands. He slowly placed his hand on Yoichi's chest. Kunami Yaichi saw that the evil egg had changed and seemed to be slowly opening. It turned out that evil energy was needed to act as a trigger to open the evil egg. Kunami Yaichi burned it with the flame of the pure spirit, which was equivalent to directly demolishing the house. Number 3 had the key, so it was much easier to open the door and go in. It's almost open. Kunami Yaichi glanced at the yellow eyeball, ready to attack at the risk of injury. However, at this moment, his sight caught something moving on the wall of the left carriage. He turned his head and saw the moving thing. It was 3 centipedes the length of fingers. 4, 7, 8. In a short moment, many more appeared, rustling. "No 3, dare to touch my son. Do you want to die?" A murderous voice sounded from the back. It was Nakao Ryozo. Because some passengers in the aisle were fighting each other, blocking the view, Kunami Yaichi was unable to find him in time. Ah! Centipedes crawled from the ground to the passengers in the aisle, biting through their skin and burrowing in. Soon, the passengers fell to the ground with painful expressions, motionless. Swish, swish, swish. The number of centipedes increased several times and came out of the passengers' bodies. Kunami Yaichi saw the figure of Nakao Ryozo in the last car. There were densely packed centipedes around him, almost covering the entire subway. He held the falling moon curse bottle in his hand. The black bottle emitted a black and red light, and a purple-blue finger floated up and down in the light. Snap! Nakao Ryozo snapped his fingers, and the ring fingers of 5 passengers exploded, turning into a blood mist that slowly flew into the purple-blue finger. He looked at the purple-green finger and nodded slightly. Although the quality is a little lacking, fortunately the quantity is guaranteed. Tianshi finger. The energy is more than twice as strong as the one in Yoichi's body. Kunami Yaichi's eyes moved slightly. In the car, he saw that the passengers who had been fighting fiercely before all fell to the ground, with blood holes on their bodies bitten by centipedes, and at the same time, all the ring fingers were missing. Dead? All dead! Nakao Ryozo killed everyone on the entire subway? It was the peak time for going to work and school, and there were more than 1,000 passengers on this subway. Number 4. Where did you hide before? Number 3's evil intentions were discovered, but he did not stop his movements, but instead accelerated them a bit. Seeing that the source of the power of the Tianshi finger was about to be sucked out, Yoichi's body left him. Saruki! Kunami Yaichi quickly retreated, and at the same time, Saruki heard the order and grabbed Yoichi and retreated to his side. Number 3 missed the chance to absorb the origin, but he was not angry. He turned his head and looked at Nakao Ryozo. Number 4, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'll help you kill him. According to the agreement, I'll get a quarter. After failing to cooperate with Kunami Yaichi, he turned to Nakao Ryozo to continue cooperating. Nakao Ryozo ignored him and stared at Kunami Yaichi. Kunami Yaichi, we meet again. I didn't expect that I would grab the tail of the subway and climb up again. You keep ruining my plans. I can't wait to dig out your heart and taste it. Rustling. Densely packed centipedes rushed towards Kunami Yaichi like a tide. Bang, bang, bang. The monkey ghost guarded beside him and kept beating the centipedes, beating them to pieces. But there were too many centipedes, crawling all over his body and starting to bite. Boom. A circle of pure spirit flames suddenly erupted from Kunami Yaichi's body. The centipedes within a 3-meter radius disappeared into smoke. I advise you not to act rashly. Kunami Yaichi held a ball of pure flame in his hand and placed it on Yoichi's chest. If you dare to move, I will purify this heavenly evil finger. You know, I have this ability. The centipede stopped. Master Miyake, hurry up. Miyake Hiroshi hadn't arrived yet. The opponent had 2 people. Kunami Yaichi knew he couldn't win, but fortunately he had Yoichi as a bargaining chip. Delay for time. Delay until Miyake Hiroshi arrives. Are you threatening me? Nakao Ryozo said with a strong, murderous look in his eyes. So what? The evil egg was opened by number 3, and the origin of the heavenly evil finger was exposed nakedly. Kunami Yaichi could purify it at any time. Even though he was so angry, Nakao Ryozo still ordered the centipede to stop, which showed that the threat was effective. Number 4. You attract his attention. I'll help you rescue your son. Number 3 came to Nakao Ryozo and said, his voice was not lowered, and he did not avoid Kunami Yaichi at all. He did it on purpose, deliberately putting pressure on Kunami Yaichi. You can try, but you only have one chance. If you fail, the heavenly evil finger will disappear in a snap. The situation was very critical now, but Kunami Yaichi became calmer and did not waver at all. Swish! Nakao Ryozo's hand turned into a centipede and launched a fierce attack, but the target was not Kunami Yaichi, but number 3. I haven't settled accounts with you for what happened just now. The yellow flames burned quickly and number 3 disappeared, and Nakao Ryozo's attack missed. Hey, don't be so angry. I can't handle him alone without you. What? Do you want me to fight him alone? Number 3's voice came from an empty corner. Nakao Ryozo said in a bad tone. If you hadn't opened the evil egg, the situation wouldn't be so passive. Number 4. Watch your tone. Don't forget that you still need me to take you away. Without me, you will only be trapped here, besieged by the people of the third agency, and you will die, Number 3 said fearlessly. Humph! Nakao Ryozo snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. He really needed Number 3. In fact, Kunami Yaichi saw Number 3. He already understood Nakao Ryozo's plan. He deliberately avoided all cameras. It was precisely because of Number 3 that he could use that special space to conceal his tracks and return to his home without anyone noticing. In this way, it would be difficult to trace this incident to him. He decided to kill all the witnesses in the car, including Kunami Yaichi. Yoichi? Nakao Ryozo looked at his son and suddenly called out very gently. Just like what Kunami Yaichi saw when he first followed him. Dad? Yoichi was very scared. The previous Nakao Ryozo made him feel strange, but now his father seemed to have returned to his original state. However, when Kunami Yaichi saw him in this posture, he had a very bad idea in his heart. What does he want to do? Nakao Ryozo said slowly, Yoichi, do you know? Dad likes Yoichi very much, and also likes Mom. He used to regard Yoichi and Mom as everything to me. No matter how difficult the work is, no matter how harsh the boss's insults are, as long as I see your smile, I can hold on. Dad, it's Dad! Yoichi felt that the previous Nakao Ryozo had returned and struggled hard, trying to get away and go to his side. But with the power of the monkey ghost, it was naturally impossible for him to break free. But Dad is a useless man. He was almost laid off before, you know? Then, Mom said she wanted to go out to work to support the family. Nakao Ryozo's pupils suddenly contracted, and his voice became slightly lowered. No, this is not possible. Kunami Yaichi sensed a dangerous aura from Nakao Ryozo, and his mental state was very strange. Mom is Dad's baby, and you are also Dad's baby. Dad can't bear to see you suffer, so I was going to kill you and then commit suicide to accompany you. Nakao Ryozo said quite shocking words. Not only Kunami Yaichi, but also Number 3 stared at him blankly. But at this time, it appeared and gave me unprecedented power. This power gave me new hope. Ryozo Nakao said dimly, I killed a person who was not on the layoff list, and then I kept my job. With this power, I can do anything. My life is full of hope again. I don't want to destroy my current life, so I have been trying to maintain the status quo, but some things still change little by little. In order to keep this power and to save my own life, I need to keep doing things I didn't dare to do before. At first, I was very resistant. But gradually I found that this feeling of being in control of everything is wonderful. I am no longer the humble Ryozo Nakao, but the superior bottle man. Although I don't want to admit it, I have begun to get tired of acting and tired of ordinary life. Ryozo Nakao looked at Yoichi, and the warmth in his eyes gradually disappeared and became cold. Yoichi, besides you and Mom, my life has one more thing, which is power. So Yoichi, I'm sorry. Nat slowly shed tears, but the expression on his face became colder and colder. What does he want to do? Could he? At this time, the falling moon curse bottle in Nakao Ryozo's hand vibrated, and the floating Tianchi finger suddenly emitted a wave that was invisible to the naked eye. This wave had no attack power. It was like a signal. The alarm bell in Kunami Yaichi's mind rang violently, and he quickly grasped the pure spirit flame and hit Yoichi's chest. Chi-chi-chi! The surface of the Tianchi finger was burned by the pure spirit flame, but the next moment, a purple-black evil spirit gushed out from the Tianchi finger. Bang! Kunami Yaichi was shocked and took 2 steps back. The huge body of the ape ghost bent down and hugged Yoichi. Yoichi screamed in pain, and his 7 orifices kept bleeding. Nakao Ryozo, you're crazy, he's your son, Kunami Yaichi said. Yes, that's why Yoichi needs to sacrifice for me. Nakao Ryozo said calmly. His wrist shook slightly, and the sky evil finger floating above the falling moon curse bottle turned into a black stream of light, projected into Yoichi's body. Boom! More surging evil energy emerged, and the evil energy around Yoichi's body was like a vortex, with him as the center, releasing amazing evil energy. Those evil energies condensed and faintly formed a huge shield with no dead angles. The ape ghost was pushed away by the shield. It glared, clenched its fists and hit it, but it couldn't break the evil energy shield outside. It's useless. The heavenly evil finger has gradually awakened. The shield automatically generated during the awakening process is so strong that it can be called an absolute defense and cannot be broken, Nakao Ryozo said. The situation is not good. If this continues, the heavenly evil finger will probably be refined. Kunami Yaichi blasted it with the pure spirit flame in one hand. Chi-chi-chi! Nakao Ryozo's face changed drastically. The shield was like snow that was poured with boiling water, melting rapidly. The The pure spirit flame is very effective in suppressing evil spirits. Although the strength of the shield is several times that of the evil egg, its tolerance to attacks is far less than that of the evil egg. You are looking for death. Nakao Ryozo was furious when he saw Kunami Yaichi attacking the heavenly evil finger. Swish. Under his control, densely packed centipedes swarmed towards Kunami Yaichi. Each centipede was baring its fangs and claws, biting and tearing. Faced with this attack that wins by numbers, the ape ghost found it difficult to cope and could not help Kunami Yaichi resist. This kind of attack is extremely restraining for melee fighters like Saruki and Miyake Hiroshi. Once they are deeply involved in it, they will be unable to escape. However, Kunami Yaichi is different. Boom! His body shook, and another circle of pure spirit flame spread out. Within a radius of 3 meters, centipedes turned into green smoke. However, this move seems easy, but it actually consumes a lot of blood. It takes about 50 cc of blood to clear the field once. If it happens a few more times, I am afraid Kunami Yaichi will not be able to bear it. However, his face is still indifferent, and he continues to burn the evil shield. Although number 3 is nearby, Kunami Yaichi did not distract his attention to him. There is a time difference between the appearance of the yellow eyes, the lock, and the release of the attack, which is enough for him to dodge. Number 3 hiding in the space is not a threat. Snap. The pure spirit flame is worthy of being the nemesis of evil spirits. The evil shield, which can be regarded as an absolute defense, was burned through by it in less than 20 seconds. Chi. The sky evil finger was burned and smoke came out. It suddenly shook violently, and a series of black finger shadows flew towards Kunami Yaichi. Dang. The 108 floating worlds blocked those fingers, but it was also cracked. The heavenly evil finger has not fully awakened, but the attack has reached the upper 3rd level. It's terrible. This must be a strong attack-type evil thing. Kunami Yaichi was secretly shocked, and then he increased his firepower output. At the same time, he noticed that the yin-yang point column in the attribute column was increasing rapidly. 63, 69, A2, 90, 130. Almost every second, more than a dozen yin-yang points can be added, and the speed is getting faster and faster. It makes him feel like he is getting rich quickly. Seeing that the heavenly evil finger was injured, Nakao Ryozo, who had failed to attack twice in a row, changed his attack method. He didn't know that if he tried a few more times, Kunami Yaichi's blood volume would not be enough. He opened his hands and dense centipedes gathered towards him, and soon completely submerged him. Walala, an unprecedented super-large centipede appeared. Compared with the previous one, it became even larger because it had devoured the flesh and blood of the entire subway car's passengers. Its body was 30 meters long and almost occupied the entire car. This was because Kunami Yaichi cleared 2 waves of small centipedes. Otherwise, its body would have been even larger. The black shell on its body reflected a cold light, looking like black and gold armor. Nakao Ryozo disappeared with the appearance of the super-large centipede. He should be inside the centipede's body. Kunami Yaichi noticed that the centipede looked at him with naked murderous intent. He recognized that it was the look in Nakao Ryozo's eyes. Now he is controlling the centipede. The centipede twisted its body, and hundreds of limbs waved up and down like sickles, diving towards Kunami Yaichi. Roar! The ape ghost pounded his chest hard and rushed forward. It was not very good at fighting small centipedes, but it finally had a place to use its set skills when facing the centipede. However, the centipede was too powerful. The ape ghost could fight it on equal terms before, but now it was at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting. Peng! The ape ghost was knocked back and hit the door of the cab hard, making a deep dent. The centipede continued to attack Kunami Yaichi. Roar, master! The ape ghost saw Kunami Yaichi being threatened, roared angrily and ran over, but it was too far away to rescue him. The power of the spirit explosion insect cannot break the shell of the centipede, and there is no time to use the spell of destruction. Kunami Yaichi decisively withdrew from Tianxieji. He glanced at the attribute column. The previous wave of burning made his yin and yang points increase to 379, which was a great harvest. It's a pity. If I hold on a little longer, I can draw another sea-level reward. Swoosh! The centipede turned and continued to chase. In order to catch Kunami Yaichi, he spread his body as much as possible, like a big net covering him. The subway space was very limited, and the centipede's move almost completely blocked his escape route. With a body of more than 30 meters long, it uses such a subtle operation to attack. After the centipede and Nakao Ryozo are combined, the threat level is simply doubled. The monkey ghost rushed forward, hugged the centipede's body, and pulled hard. The centipede was dragged a little, but that was all. Its body was too long. Even if a part of it was slightly out of control, it did not affect its pursuit of Kunami Yaichi. It seems that Nakao Ryozo is ready to keep an eye on me. Kunami Yaichi took a glance and judged the situation. There is no way. I can only use my trump card. If I keep hiding it, I may not have the chance to use it. Plop. His heart beat suddenly faster, and his blood became hot. Fiery red lines extended from the corners of his eyes, and his hair instantly turned snow white, his ears stood up, and his two furry tails swayed slightly behind him. As soon as Kunami Yaichi completed the transformation, he opened fire. Transformation has a time limit. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the spot, and after several consecutive flashes, he narrowly broke through the dangerous net and reappeared, holding a ball of pure spirit flame in his right hand and blasting it on the black carapace of the centipede. The carapace was burning and smoking, but before it could be completely penetrated, the centipede swung its body and attacked him with its limbs. Kunami Yaichi quickly dodged and shouted, "Guanhu, Yuangui, come together!" Squeak! Roar! One person and two Shikigami rushed forward at the same time, besieging the centipede. Although the claws of the fox were stained with the flame of the spirit, it could not continue to burn the twisting centipede, so its effect was limited. Bang! The monkey ghost rushed forward and was knocked away by the first one. Its attack method was to fight head-on and rarely chose to dodge. Without the monkey ghost to restrain him, Kunami Yaichi had to fight the centipede alone, and the result was that he was severely suppressed. The centipede occupied most of the space in the subway, and he had very little room to dodge. The flexibility of the fox could not be fully utilized. Crash! Kunami Yaichi was cut by the sharp limbs, and there was a blood mark on his body. Chi! Scratches appeared on his clothes one after another, and blood oozed out. Kunami Yaichi frowned. He noticed that the centipede was deliberately compressing the space, and it was getting harder and harder to dodge. Haha, Kunami Yaichi, it seems that I am the final winner. Let me give you a quick death. Nakao Ryozo's head emerged from the centipede's mouth and spoke in an extremely weird posture. After he finished speaking, the centipede suddenly shrank its body, and its limbs were, like hundreds of sharp blades, thrusting forward. We can only give it a try, Kunami Yaichi whispered. At this critical moment, the blood in his body became extremely hot, and the already extremely fast flow rate increased again. Boom, 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 boom. His heart beat like a drum, and the speed was getting faster and faster. 3 times per second, 4 times per second, 5 times per second. When the heart beats to 5 times per second, swish! Behind him, the third tail slowly emerged. As soon as the 3 tails appeared, the lines on Kunami Yaichi's corners became deeper, as if a red flame was burning. The speed of his heartbeat slightly slowed down. It returned to 3 times per second. His spiritual power coat was also stained with a touch of red. Cough! Cough! Kunami Yaichi suddenly coughed twice. His throat was sweet and fishy, and he coughed up blood. The number of tails of a sky fox is related to his total spiritual power and physical fitness. When fighting with Hiroshi Miyake before, both of them reached the critical point, and the appearance of the second tail was a smooth process. But this time is different. He is still a little short of condensing the 3 tails, although not much, but if he hasn't reached it, he hasn't reached it. Kunami Yaichi used the method of forced breakthrough. He could feel the blood in his body being consumed rapidly. If I force a breakthrough, once I return to my original form, it will have very serious sequelae. I'm afraid that my body will be so weak that it will be difficult to lift my hands and feet. Therefore, I must hurry up and get rid of Nakao Ryozo within the transformation time. In the 3-tail state, my speed and the sensitivity of controlling the pure spirit flame have been greatly improved again. Kunami Yaichi carefully sensed the changes in his body. Huh? There is one more skill. Hundreds of limbs and sharp blades attacked. Kunami Yaichi's body blurred and turned into 2, one on the left and one on the right to meet the sharp limbs. What? Clone? The scene in front of him surprised Nakao Ryozo slightly. He couldn't tell whether it was true or false, but his encirclement network was still maintained without leaks. Humph, I don't care whether you are real or fake. I will kill you anyway. The encirclement net shrank, and the sharp limbs fiercely pierced Kunami Yaichi's body on the left, but it didn't feel like it had pierced a real object. Illusion Body Technique. This is the skill Kunami Yaichi acquired after condensing the 3rd tail. It can release an illusionary clone with the same appearance and aura, which is completely indistinguishable from the real thing, to disrupt the opponent in battle. Since this one is fake, the other one must be real. Nakao Ryozo killed the illusionary body. Although he was also on guard against the right side, and his body blocked the space tightly, his attention was inevitably distracted. The spiritual power in Kunami Yaichi's hand fluctuated slightly, and a spirit blaster emitting a faint blue light condensed from nothing. This is not an ordinary spirit blaster. The control sensitivity of the pure spirit flame increased, allowing him to mix flames into the spirit blaster. Kunami Yaichi threw the pure spirit blasting bug into the gap between the bodies of the approaching centipede. Boom! The blasting bug was originally an explosive creature. With the addition of flames, the energy was further compressed, and the power of the explosion was increased to more than 3 times, which was close to the threshold of sea-level skills. The explosion alone would definitely not be able to break the shell of the centipede. Before, the ape ghost could not break it no matter how hard he hit it, not to mention that the power of the pure spirit blasting bug was only close to sea level. But the strong blast was enough to break the perfect woven net of the centipede, and the pure spirit flame mixed in it, with the power of the explosion, pierced the shell, leaving many bloody pits. The figure of the ape ghost appeared in the gap of the encirclement net, beating itself frantically and rushing over with great anger, so that the already distorted face became even more terrifying. The ape ghost's huge body slammed the centipede away and came to Kunami Yaichi, posing as a posture of guarding it tightly. Master! Just now, if Kunami Yaichi had not transformed, he would probably have been killed. The reason why the Saruki was so angry was that he felt that he had failed to protect his master. As a Shikigami, if his master died before him, it would be a serious dereliction of duty for the Shikigami and a shame for his whole life. I don't have much time. Saruki, Guanhu and I will break its shell. You stay with me, don't care about your injuries. Attack me with all your might. Kunami Yaichi said yes. Kunami Yaichi, go to hell. You ruined my plan again and again. Under the control of Nakao Ryozo, the centipede coiled layer by layer, trying to block Kunami Yaichi's route of action again and seal him. Illusion body technique? Kunami Yaichi split into an illusory body and moved at the same time. The illusory body has no attack power, but the tactical effect is outstanding. Unable to determine the real body, the centipede could not use its full strength and had some concerns. Swish! Kunami Yaichi in the three-tailed state increased his speed and easily broke through the blockade. In the process of passing through the hideous body, he threw out another spirit explosive insect. Boom! A large piece of the shell cracked. Roar! Under the command of Kunami Yaichi, the ape demon grabbed the broken shell and hammered it wildly, and blood and flesh immediately splashed. The fox was small and could fly. It moved very flexibly in the centipede's body. Although it could not penetrate the shell, every time it grabbed it, the pure spirit flame on its claws could always weaken some of its defense. In the narrow space of the subway, the huge size of the centipede is an advantage if it is used well, but it is an absolute disadvantage if it is not used well. When the centipede was unable to block Kunami Yaichi's movement route, the situation immediately reversed. It was easy for it to turn its head with its layered and spread out body, but it was very difficult to turn around. It could only watch Kunami Yaichi shuttle through it at a very fast speed, throwing down pure spirit and spirit exploding insects one by one. Boom, boom, boom! The centipede was completely reduced to a target of attack. Pieces of its shell broke apart, and soon it was covered with wounds. Damn it! Nakao Ryozo cursed. Number 3, come out and help! Swish! A figure appeared below. Kunami Yaichi looked down and saw that it was number 3 who had been hiding. You finally asked me for help, number 4. Stop talking nonsense. Let's kill him together. A yellow eyeball appeared next to number 3, and the eye suddenly turned and locked onto Kunami Yaichi in the air. Then, an invisible wave was released. Kunami Yaichi immediately dodged. Bang! The subway ceiling was dented and a very obvious spiral shape appeared. Trouble. Number 3 joined, and the situation that was finally reversed has changed again. Kunami Yaichi frowned. There was a way to crack the invisible wave of number 3 in a one-on-one fight, but once he was used as an auxiliary, the threat index rose rapidly. Even a 30-meter-long centipede was not as scary as number 3 who was watching from the side. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Suddenly, Kunami Yaichi's waist shook slightly. This is... Bang! The last car made a loud bang as if it was hit by a huge monster. The violent impact made the whole subway shake. The next moment, the door of the car twisted, visibly, and then it was torn open with a sound that made people's teeth ache. Miyake Hiroshi walked into the subway in a cloud of dust. Sorry, Brother Kunan. I'm late. This tunnel is too dark. I accidentally took the wrong road. Brother Kunan, what happened here? Did all the passengers on the train? Miyoshi came to Kunami Yaichi and glanced at the passengers lying in a pool of blood in the subway. His face was heavy. Master Miyake, you are finally here. Kunami Yaichi breathed a sigh of relief. It's hard to say. Let's deal with him first. 2 against 2, now this is fair. Let him fight against the centipede and number 3 alone. I am afraid that if Miyake Hiroshi was a little later, he could come directly to collect his body. Suddenly a dead bald donkey came, number 3 asked. No 4, do you know him? Nakao Ryozo's head stuck out of the centipede's mouth. No, kill him all. The centipede swooped down. That's right, there is no plan to leave anyone alive this time. No 3 released invisible waves under the cover of the centipede. The centipede's target was Kunami Yaichi, and the target of the invisible wave was Miyake Hiro. Number 3's calculations were very precise. Before Miyake Hiro knew his ability, he launched a sneak attack. Kunami Yaichi was about to remind him, but he found that Miyake Hiro moved his body quickly and just avoided the attack route of the invisible wave. After all, Miyake Hiro was an old man. After entering the subway, he was always on guard. He was a spiritual system, always fighting on the front line, so he developed a very keen sense of danger. What was that attack just now? Miyake Hiro was surprised and doubtful. Kunami Yaichi lowered his voice and said, Master Miyake, you deal with the masked man. He is number 3. His ability is to release invisible wave attacks and escape into special spaces. Be careful. If you have a chance, kill him with 1 strike. As soon as he finished speaking, the centipede had already rushed in front of him. Illusionary body technique. Kunami Yaichi's body blurred slightly, and a phantom body was separated. Then the main body and the phantom body moved at high speed in different directions at the same time. The centipede desperately chased after it, and its huge body crushed it. When he saw Kunami Yaichi's figure gradually disappearing below, he immediately became furious. It was another phantom body. He failed to guess the main body several times in a row. Run, run, run! Is this all you can do? Nakao Ryozo turned around angrily and chased the other Kunami Yaichi. Of course not. When the centipede passed a railing, boom, the pure spirit exploding insect that Kunami Yaichi quietly placed on the railing exploded with a loud bang. The strong blast enveloped the centipede's head and even covered Nakao Ryozo. When he rushed out, his face was full of pits and blood from the explosion, and he was in a very embarrassed state. Damn it! Nakao Ryozo cursed angrily and retracted his head. He didn't dare to show his head casually. The monkey ghost rushed out at the right time and fought hand-to-hand with the centipede, punching each other. It's only been a few days, and compared with the last battle, the strength of Kunami little brother is completely different. It has increased by leaps and bounds. Miyake Hiro looked at Kunami Yaichi, who was moving at a high speed and couldn't help but sigh. But he quickly retracted his thoughts and looked at number 3. The cassock moved without wind. Hulo 7 shackles, blue steel body, open. Miyake Hiro untied the shackles on his body. His skin was like a dyed cloth, gradually turning into the color of blue steel. At the same time, his body made a crisp sound and expanded. His height increased to 1.8 meters, and his muscles bulged slightly. Evolving into a blue steel body, muscle training must start again. Compared with the previous explosive and exaggerated muscles, his current appearance does not seem to have increased much, but in fact, he has completed a super strong increase. Bang! The subway was stepped on to create a deep dent, and Miyake Hiro swept past like a blue whirlwind. What? So fast? No 3 was a little surprised. In almost the blink of an eye, Miyake Hiro was already in front of him. The yellow eyes hurriedly shot out an invisible wave. Tap, tap. Miyake Hiro changed direction, disappeared from number 3's eyes, moved behind him, and punched him in the head. Swish! The flames swept past, and number 3 escaped into the special space before the attack arrived. I see. No wonder Brother Kunin said he wanted to kill with 1 strike. Miyake Hiro's fist missed, and he immediately understood. However, since number 3 had already hidden inside, he no longer hesitated and turned to rush towards the centipede. Brother Kunin, I'll help you. Kuniaichi and Guanhu were mainly responsible for breaking the centipede's defense, and the one who really caused effective damage was the monkey ghost. Now another strong attacker joined in. The centipede was immediately overwhelmed. 30% of its shell had weakened its defense, and Miyake Hiro punched it directly. The 2 strong attackers made its blood drop rapidly. No 3, what are you doing? Why are you hiding? Come out quickly and kill this bald donkey! Nakao Ryozo shouted. I don't want to do that either, but this bald donkey really restrains me. As soon as number 3 appeared, Miyake Hiro immediately left the battlefield and flew towards him. Too fast. Number 3 didn't even have time to lock onto and release an invisible wave attack before he escaped into the special space again. His ability was most afraid of a duel with the spirit system, and he was completely defeated. After scaring number 3 away, Hiroshi Miyake once again joined the camp that besieged the centipede. Asshole! Ryozo cursed, angrily. Kunami Yaichi felt the blood flowing through his body and knew that he didn't have much time left. He didn't dare to use the spirit purification flame again, as it would accelerate the consumption. Almost half of the shell on the centipede's body had lost its defensive power, and the rest only needed pure killing. Kunami Yaichi retreated and took out the spell destroy. When it comes to strong attackers, he can barely be counted as one of them. No, 3, interrupt Kunami Yaichi's spell. Don't let him use spiritual arts. Nakao Ryozo still remembered the previous red light column and didn't want to be attacked again. But as soon as number 3 appeared, Hiroshi Miyake quickly killed him and didn't give him a chance to attack. When Miyake Hiroshi escaped, the monkey ghost desperately guarded Kunami Yaichi and did not retreat even a step despite being seriously injured. The red ball of light gradually condensed and took shape. Return, violent demon barrier, great, wrathful one, destroy, destroy, slay the demon and bind the evil, destroy. Kunami Yaichi recited the spell very smoothly. Boom, a bright red light column whistled out. It was impossible to dodge. Nakao Ryozo immediately controlled the centipede to curl into a ball. Kunami Yaichi locked the direction, and the light column hit the centipede's carapace that fell off and was seriously injured. Swish! The place where the carapace fell off was blasted with a big hole as thick as a bucket by the red light column. The power of the spell of destruction dissipated. The centipede crawled slowly, but as soon as it moved, its scarred body could not hold on, and the place where the spell of destruction hit broke into 2 pieces. Snap! The centipede turned into black smoke and dissipated, revealing Nakao Ryozo who was hiding inside, and the falling moon curse bottle in his hand. Damn it, damn it, damn it, how could this happen? If it weren't for you, my plan would have been perfect. Nakao Ryozo looked at Kunami Yaichi with a face full of resentment. Gathering cursors online, imprisonment, hijacking the subway, every step was carefully planned by Nakao Ryozo, but in the end, all were ruined. Then go to hell with your perfect plan? Kunami Yaichi gave a subtle wink to Miyake Hiroshi, then condensed a spirit explosive insect and walked towards him. Nakao Ryozo's face changed drastically. The power of the falling moon curse bottle was exhausted and could not be used in a short time. He was powerless to resist alone. Number 3, come out quickly and take me away from here. Nakao Ryozo admitted defeat and wanted to escape. Miyake Hiroshi's eyes moved around him, his heels slightly raised, ready to attack at any time. Without knowing where number 3 came from, Hiroshi Miyake almost hit him several times. Not to mention that now the specific range has been determined. As long as number 3 dares to show his head, he will be hit by thunder. No, that bald donkey is watching me. Once I show up, I will definitely be attacked. Noba 3 said. Noba 3's character is too cautious. Kunami Yaichi secretly thought it was a pity. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to catch the 2 in one fell swoop. No 3, you? Nakao Ryozo secretly hated. He looked at Yoichi on the side and suddenly rushed over. I haven't lost yet. I still have the heavenly evil finger. Nakao Ryozo's hand wrapped in evil energy inserted into Yoichi's body and quickly pulled out a black and purple finger. The heavenly evil finger is a second-level evil object. When its power is unleashed, it will be a piece of cake to deal with you. Really? Kunami Yaichi licked his tongue and continued to walk over. That's great. I just wanted to say something. The heavenly evil finger has not yet fully formed. The damage caused by Kunami Yaichi using the pure spirit flame can be converted into yin-yang points. In other words, he is seizing the original power of the heavenly evil finger. He just absorbed 317 yin-yang points, which has already caused it to suffer serious damage. The so-called heavenly evil finger in Kunami Yaichi's eyes has no threat and is just a delicious delicacy. The heavenly evil finger? Nakao Ryozo noticed that the heavenly evil finger was trembling slightly as Kunami Yaichi approached. Is it afraid? This absurd idea made Nakao Ryozo feel ridiculous, but he actually felt the fear. Buzz. When Kunami Yaichi approached within 3 meters, Tianxieji suddenly shook Nakao Ryozo away and turned into a stream of purple-black light and quickly moved away from him, which meant, if you want to kill him, just kill him. It has nothing to do with me. Swish! Kunami Yaichi's speed suddenly increased, and he attacked Tianxieji directly. Nakao Ryozo had lost his fighting ability, so he was no longer a concern. The most important thing at the moment was not to let Tianxieji slip away. No, don't! Falling moon curse bottle. Don't abandon me. I can find more and more sacrifices for you. I haven't lost yet. Kunami Yaichi turned his head and looked at Nakao Ryozo, who was looking at the falling moon curse bottle in his hand with horror. There was a bloody crack between his eyebrows, and a palm-sized black centipede slowly crawled out of it. Affected by the falling moon curse bottle, the black centipede shot into the bottle. The black centipede and the moon-falling curse bottle have the same evil energy. This should be the channel for establishing a connection between Nakao Ryozo and the moon-falling curse bottle. Kunami Yaichi guessed. Taking back the black centipede means breaking the connection. Nakao Ryozo opened his mouth in fear, as if he wanted to shout, but no sound came out. His skin quickly dried up, and the surface was full of cracks. His body became visibly thinner, like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a dried corpse. Bang! He fell to his knees. His fragile body could not withstand the slight impact, and it broke into ashes. The culprit who caused such a tragedy died silently. The moon-falling curse bottle spun around and flew out of the subway. Want to run? Master Miyake, the heavenly evil finger is in your hands. I'll catch the moon-falling curse bottle. No problem. Guanhu and Yuan Gui went into battle together to capture the moon-falling curse bottle. Although these two evil creatures can fly, their speed is not very fast. The ape ghost blocked the way of the moon-falling curse bottle and slapped it back. The moon-falling curse bottle rolled on the ground. Kunami Yi came up and released the pure spirit flame on his hand to slap it. Hiss! The palm-sized black centipede crawled out of the moon-falling curse bottle and shot towards him. Kunami Yi blasted out the pure spirit flame and burned it completely. Compared with the centipede, this black centipede was pitifully weak. In the previous battle, the energy of the moon-falling curse bottle was almost exhausted, and it had almost no ability to resist. Kunami Yi was much faster than the moon-falling curse bottle, and without any surprise, he grabbed it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moon-falling curse bottle released evil energy and shook its body violently, but it was completely unable to break free. Kunami Yi's mind moved, and the pure spirit flame ignited on his hand to burn the moon-falling curse bottle. The formed evil creature cannot absorb like the previous copy of the moon-falling curse bottle, nor can it convert damage into yin-yang points instantly like the heavenly evil finger. Only by completely destroying it can the yin-yang points be obtained. The moon-falling curse bottle was burned, twisting like a living thing, and even making a buzzing sound. Suddenly, the small bottle released a strange wave. Kunami Yaichi was on guard. He couldn't see the meaning of this wave. What is this? There is no attack power in the wave. Moon-falling curse bottle. It's hard for me to help you in your current situation. The voice of number 3 came. So that's it. The wave just now, was it asking for help? Is that the way the evil creature communicates? Although the moon-falling curse bottle killed Nakao Ryozo, its situation is not much better than Nakao Ryozo. Held in Kunami Yaichi's hand, it can't escape. On the other side, Miyake Hiroya was about to grab the heavenly evil finger. At this time, a layer of water ripples suddenly appeared in the empty part of the subway. The sky evil finger suddenly turned around and flew towards the water waves. Swish! The sky evil finger disappeared. It's that number 3, Miyake Hiro frowned. He rescued the sky evil finger. Squeak! Guanhu flew to Kunami Yaichi's shoulder and called twice. Number 3 is rapidly moving away. At present, there is no way to crack the special space of number 3. It seems that there is no chance to keep them. Cough, cough. Kunami Yaichi coughed twice again, spit out a mouthful of blood, and staggered weakly. He has already reached his limit in the battle so far, and is just holding on with one breath. Brother Kunan, are you okay? Miyake Hiro came over to support him. Leave this small bottle of evil to me to suppress it. It doesn't matter, let me completely destroy it. Kunami Yaichi said weakly. His head was a little black, but he still maintained the flame of the pure spirit. If he fainted, he probably wouldn't be able to see the falling moon curse bottle again, and it would most likely be taken away by the third agency. The only time to exorcise it is now. Brother Kunan. Miyake Hiroshi was somewhat touched. Even though he was so weak, he still wanted to exorcise the evil spirits. Kunami Yaichi held on, and finally, the falling moon curse bottle broke with a snap. He looked at the numbers in the yin-yang column that kept jumping up and fainted with satisfaction. Yin and yang point, 2519. Breaking news, breaking news. At around 8:30 this morning, a subway train on the Tokyo-Marunouchi line went off track due to the driver's sudden illness. The train drove into a tunnel that had not yet been repaired, killing all the passengers on board. TV Tokyo, TV Tokyo. This is the scene of the accident. You can see that there are many people who have seen the news gathered here. They are all relatives of the victims, weeping. At the subway entrance, bodies are being transported out one by one. It is a hellish scene. This is the worst traffic accident in the history of the Tokyo subway. This is TBS. Just now we received a shocking piece of news. A very serious subway accident occurred in... This is TV Asahi. We would like to interrupt with a piece of news. NHK will give you the latest news. Every TV station took turns broadcasting the subway accident. After an afternoon of continuous bombardment, The content of the incident quickly went viral on the internet. "Hey, have you heard? There was an accident on the Marunouchi Line subway." "I heard it. It seems to be super serious." "Yes, there are probably hundreds of people dead." "What do you mean hundreds? There are thousands of people. All the passengers in the subway died." "Is it true? If you don't believe it, go watch the news. It's still on TV now." In the future, subway drivers should have a good checkup. They are sick and thousands of other people have lost their lives. That's not what I heard. It is said that a suspicious person hijacked the subway. Everyone in the subway died. The news reported that it was a car accident. Where did the suspicious person come from? The next day, major newspapers such as Yomiuri Shimbun, Asahi Shimbun, and Mainichi Shimbun also published this news. The whole society was in an uproar. The focus of the discussion was mostly on the number of victims and what disease the driver had and whether he continued to work knowing that he was sick. The official did not report the driver's information on the grounds of protecting the driver's family. Of course, it was more to avoid the driver from being stigmatized. Using him as the reason for the accident is too much, but his family cannot be implicated. The official explanation of this incident as the driver's sudden illness is to avoid causing social panic, and within the third agency, the investigation of this incident is in full swing. Death toll, 1689. This is the second largest death case caused by evil creatures in history, and the third agency attaches great importance to it. The murderer of this incident, Nakao Ryozo, although one of the dead in the eyes of the public, has been firmly tied to the bottle man in the third agency. The names of number 3 and no 4, and the other 5 people who may exist with the evil creature have also been recorded. Although the identity of only number 4 Nakao Ryozo is known and he has died, the third agency still sets these 7 people as the highest level wanted targets and names them the 7 evil crimes. However, there is too little information about the 7 evil crimes at present, and only number 3 and number 4 have appeared. Whether the other 5 are male or female is still unknown. When Kunami Yaichi, dressed in a black suit, knocked on the hoe, making a crisp sound, a week had passed since the subway incident, and he was now at a funeral, with the sound of monks chanting in his ears. In front of him were 2 photos. The one on the left was a boy with a school bag and a bright smile, but the photo was changed to black and white, telling the boy's misfortune. The boy was Yoichi. The photo on the right was a harmless man in a suit, Nakao Ryozo. Kunami Yaichi lit 3 incense sticks for Yoichi and put his hands together. "The person who killed you is next to you. You must be very unhappy. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry that I couldn't save you on the subway." He stood up. Naomi, dressed in a black kimono, came over and bowed to him. Her eyes were swollen, and you could tell at a glance that she had been crying for a long time. Kunami Yaichi couldn't help but think of the happy family he saw when he first followed them. Yes, a perfect, happy family. But it was all an illusion. Even if Kunami Yaichi didn't intervene, Nakao Ryozo would have broken this illusion sooner or later. Now, what remains in Nakao Mihui's memory is the happy Yoichi and the gentle Ryozo. This may be the only salvation for her. Please accept my condolences. After leaving the mourning hall, Kunami Yaichi walked towards a funeral home worker. The worker had a serious face, which perfectly matched the atmosphere of this funeral. The only thing that was a little abrupt was the fluffy hair under his hat. "How is it? Today is the last day of the funeral. Have you found any suspicious people?" "No, everyone looks like an ordinary person. As for those with evil spirits, none of them were found." Sugawara Kenji paused and then continued. "If we had believed your judgment at the time, perhaps this incident could have been avoided." 1,689 people. Sugawara Kenji sighed. "Every time I think of this number, I feel like a mountain is pressing on my chest and I can't breathe. This incident at least brought the 7 evil sins to the surface. If they continue to do things in secret, the casualties they cause may be even greater." Kunami Yaichi said, "But there are still too few clues, and it is difficult to track them down. The name-giver who combines people and evil things and hides behind these 7 evil sins has great ambitions. At this stage, the only breakthrough is number 3, but the premise is that there is a way to crack his special space, otherwise it will be difficult to catch him." Kunami Yaichi was deeply touched by this. The ability of number 3 is simply unsolvable. Once he escapes into the special space, he cannot attack at all. If Kunami Yaichi had not caught the falling moon curse bottle at that time, all the evil things in the subway might have been taken away. Regarding his ability, simulation research is being conducted inside the third agency. Sugawara Kenji saw Kunami Yaichi turning around and seemed to be leaving. "Where are you going?" "Work." Kunami Yaichi waved his hand. After Nakao Ryozo died, would the other 6 people show up to pay their respects? No. As the information provider of the 7 evil sins, Kunami Yaichi had the most contact with them and knew them best. Naturally, he was specially invited to join the investigation of the 7 evil sins case. The badge of the 3rd agency, which was about to expire, was renewed. This time the term is 3 years. His Foxfire Supernatural Consulting has officially become a cooperative organization of the 3rd agency. The weak falling moon curse bottle has been exorcised, and Nakao Ryozo is the bottle man, which has also been proved by Miyake Hiroshi. The balance of 1.5 million in the bottle man case has been remitted to Kunami Yaichi's account. As for the remaining 6 of the 7 evils, because their wanted level is the highest, each person they capture will receive a reward of 20 million. 20 million! Capturing one person is equivalent to a year's income for a senior salaryman. Kunami Yaichi was very tempted by this. However, the work he just mentioned refers to private commissions. Although he has become a cooperative organization of the 3rd agency, he is still running the online consulting business. After leaving the funeral venue, Kunami Yaichi got in the car. Terada, go to Hayakunin-cho in Shinjuku District. Okay, Master Kunami? Terada is still responsible for monitoring him and Suzuki Mana, but from another perspective, as a full-time driver, it also makes his daily travel much more convenient. The car drove to Shinjuku. Kunami Yaichi rubbed his brows. He received the commission yesterday. This commission was a little strange. The client asked to meet and discuss in detail, saying that the content was not convenient to disclose on the internet, and only left an address. As for the name, it was just a random symbol, and he had a strong sense of confidentiality. I hope this is a real commission. The previous 2 commissions were hard to describe. In short, up to now, Foxfire Supernatural Information Agency has not been opened once. Kunami Yaichi really wants to break this vicious circle. Master Kunami, Terada suddenly shouted. Well, what's wrong? As for the eldest lady, is it really okay to let her go to school? Will there be any problems? It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Suzuki Mina is in school. The little girl has been back to school for almost half a month. Except for living with him, everything is no different from her previous life. Oh no, the biggest difference is that her grades have climbed up a lot from the bottom. This is naturally the credit of Kunami Yaichi's tutoring for her. Terada probably asked this question on behalf of Suzuki Takumi. He was worried that when Kunami Yaichi was not around, if the evil spirit in Suzuki Suzuna's body appeared again, what should he do? Don't worry. Tell President Suzuki not to worry. I know what to do. The little tycoon has been staying by his side, and Mana will definitely not show up easily. Letting her go to school, in addition to allowing her to resume her normal life on the other hand, is also a chance for Mana to show up. He has told Nagasawa Yoshio that if the little tycoon shows any abnormality at school, call him immediately. Kunami Yaichi is just waiting. Although the little tycoon's soul protects Mana, it also binds her. If she wants to take over the body, it will take at least 1 to 2 days. As long as she dares to show up, she will definitely be exorcised this time. Master Kunami, is this the destination? The car slowed down slowly and arrived in front of a slightly old single-family villa. The villa covers an area of nearly 300 square meters and is surrounded by iron fences. It is obvious that it is a wealthy family. The client who owns such a single-family villa in Shinjuku, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, should not be an ordinary person. No wonder he is unwilling to reveal his identity. The address is written here. It should be correct. You can go around and take a look around. I will call you when I am done with my work here. Okay. Kunamiya got out of the car and walked to the front door. The door plate on the right side read, Tsuchiya. He rang the doorbell. Not long after, a maid opened the door and stuck her head out. She first scanned the surroundings and confirmed that Kunamiya was the only one there before asking, Excuse me, who are you looking for? I am from the Foxfire Supernatural Consulting Agency. I received a commission from your house and came here to handle some things. Kunamiya said. The maid walked over quickly and opened the door saying, Come in, the lady is waiting for you. After that, she hurried back to the mansion. Is the client the lady? Why is she so mysterious? The maid's behavior is also a bit strange, as if she is avoiding something. Kunamiya turned her head before entering the mansion and did not find anything worth noting. Come in quickly, the maid urged. Guanhu didn't move. Kunami Yaichi suppressed his doubts and walked in. The mansion was very large, and the house was a little empty. From some marks it can be seen that there should have been a lot of furniture. The maid took Kunami Yaichi to the living room. Madam, this is someone from the Foxfire Psychic Consulting Center. A woman in a black dress was sitting on the sofa and drinking black tea leisurely. She was about 30 years old, well-maintained, with fair skin, and was a very standard beauty. "Hello, I'm Tsuchiya Reiko," the woman said. "Hello, Madam Tsuchiya. My name is Kunami Yaichi, and I'm the director of the Foxfire Psychic Consulting Center." Kunami Yaichi introduced himself. Although he is called the director, he is the only one in the entire consulting center. The little girl can barely be considered half a director and can help him with chores and cheer him up. "You're so amazing to be the director at such a young age." Tsuchiya Reiko spoke in a very coquettish voice, which made Kunami Yaichi feel a little uncomfortable. No. Suddenly, Kunami Yaichi sniffed. "Has anyone around the madam died recently?" Tsuchiya Reiko was stunned for a moment, and then her face changed slightly, as if she was frightened. She secretly looked at the maid and cast a probing look at her, and the maid shook her head slightly. The two's actions were very covert, but they could not escape Kunami Yaichi's eyes. Tsuchiya Reiko put down the black tea and forced a smile. "Oh? Why do you say that?" "It's incense. The madam smells like incense. I just came here after attending a funeral, and I still remember this smell clearly." "Is that so?" Hearing this answer, Tsuchiya Reiko regained her composure. "You guessed right. My husband Tsuchiya Kosuke passed away last week." Kunami Yaichi was a little concerned about Tsuchiya Reiko's reaction just now, which was very abnormal. "Last week? Was it the subway incident?" Tsuchiya Reiko nodded. "My husband was in the subway that crashed." Speaking of her husband's death, Tsuchiya Reiko did not feel too sad, as if the death was a stranger. "Please accept my condolences." "Wait, Tsuchiya Hirosuke." Kunami Yaichi muttered the name. "I seem to have heard of this name somewhere." Tsuchiya Reiko said, "It's not surprising that you have heard of my husband's name. He is a very famous ceramic artist." Kunami Yaichi remembered. He had read a report about Tsuchiya Hirosuke in a magazine. Tsuchiya Hirosuke, male, 64 years old, is a leader in the ceramic art world and is known as the #1 contemporary ceramic artist. 64 years old. Kunami Yaichi smiled awkwardly but politely. "Mrs. Tsuchiya, I wonder what you want me to do this time? Before telling me the commission, I want to confirm whether you are really capable of helping me." Tsuchiya Reiko said. Kunami Yaichi is used to this step. Basically, every time you want to make the other party believe, you have to show off a little bit of your skills. Snap! Kunami Yaichi snapped his fingers. The fox flew out, picked up the teacup in front of Tsuchiya Reiko, and flew into the air. Tsuchiya Reiko and the maid could not see the fox. In their eyes, it was Kunami Yaichi who snapped his fingers, and then the teacup floated up. This magical scene made the two stunned. "Madam, please have some tea." Reiko caught the teacup and was stunned for a long time. Finally, she believed in Kunami Yaichi's identity and said, "Master Kunami, I want to ask you to help me purify a pottery jar. That pottery jar is cursed." After seeing the magic of Kunami Yaichi, even the address became master. "Curse? Please tell me in detail." Most people don't know what the so-called curse is. They may just want to use this word to describe something they can't understand. "Madam, why don't we take the master to see the pottery jar directly? We can talk while walking." The maid suggested. "Well, that's fine." Tsuchiya Reiko nodded and stood up. "Master, I'll take you there." Kunami Yaichi felt that Tsuchiya Reiko seemed to listen to the maid, even though she was the lady in terms of status. He followed the two out of the house and came to the backyard. "The pottery jars to be purified are in there." Tsuchiya Reiko pointed to a warehouse-like house in the backyard. "Unlock the door of the warehouse and push the door open. What you see is rows of neat shelves with some pottery scattered on the shelves. This is the warehouse where my husband uses to store his works. It's full of various pottery he made." Tsuchiya Kosuke loves pottery making very much and has devoted almost his entire life to this career. It is said that he must customize a work every day, and if he is satisfied, it will be collected, and if he is not satisfied, it will be broken. Although it is difficult to satisfy him, after so many years, even if he has sold a lot of pottery, he should have accumulated a lot of pottery. However, there are not many pottery in the warehouse, only a few. Kunami Yaichi noticed that there are many new traces on the shelves, just like the furniture in the house. He guessed that it is very likely that this lady sold most of the pottery here. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. His job was just to exorcise evil spirits. In addition to these on the shelves, there is another piece of pottery that he packed in a box very preciously. It is a yellow-brown pottery jar, called something like jade. "Jade," the maid reminded. "Yes, it is jade. Jade is the most famous work of Tsuchiya Kosuke, and it is also the most valuable of all his works. It is said that the estimated value has reached 500 million, but he rejected all buyers. Tsuchiya Kosuke is very satisfied with his work. He wanted to name it Peerless directly, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was too explicit, so he retreated to name it Jade. As a wife, she couldn't even name her husband's most proud work, and it was such a simple name. It seems that Tsuchiya Reiko has basically no feelings for Tsuchiya Kosuke. However, considering that Tsuchiya Kosuke is 63 years old, he can almost be her grandfather. It is not difficult to guess the purpose of Tsuchiya Reiko marrying him. The three came to the innermost side of the warehouse. "The jazz pottery jar is in that box," Tsuchiya Reiko said, pointing to the innermost shelf. On the shelf, there was a beautifully crafted box, about 40 centimeters high. When Tsuchiya Reiko saw the box, she seemed to think of some horrible scene, and she was a little scared. "That pottery jar is cursed. I asked someone to come and clean up the warehouse before, but when I opened the box, the pottery jar seemed to come alive and swallowed the person alive. I was next to it and saw it clearly." "A pottery jar that eats people?" Kunami Yaichi knew that Tsuchiya Reiko was not lying. He saw a little evil energy coming out from the gap between the boxes. "There is an evil thing in the box. The principle of the birth of evil things is still unknown. The third agency created an experimental evil thing by injecting a mixture of evil energy and evil tissue. And according to number 3, evil things can also create evil things. The jazz pottery jar in the box is obviously not one of these two types. It should be the third type, and it suddenly became an evil thing. This is also the most common way for evil things to be born." Kunami Yaichi walked towards the box. "Wait, master, what are you doing?" Seeing Kunami Yaichi's actions, Tsuchiya Reiko and the maid retreated in fear. "Didn't you ask me to purify this pottery jar?" "Master, don't you need to prepare spiritual tools or anything? Just open the box directly?" the maid said hurriedly. The two seemed to be very afraid of this box. "As for spiritual tools, I always wear them on my body." Kunami Yaichi lifted his sleeves to reveal the floating world rosary wrapped around his wrist. He walked to the box, and Guanhu didn't even make a sound. It means that the pottery jar inside is not a big threat to him. Kunami Yaichi has grown too fast, and ordinary evil things can hardly hurt him. If he enters the room of the human figure evil thing again, the situation should be a one-sided crushing. The monkey ghost alone can play with the human figure evil thing family in the palm of his hand. Retracting the thoughts of running away, "I'm going to open the box. If you are afraid, stay away." Hearing this, Tsuchiya Reiko and the maid behind him immediately ran to the warehouse and hid outside, only showing their heads and looking around. Before opening the box, Kunami Yaichi threw the floating world rosary into the air. Swish, 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 the prayer beads floated, forming a beautiful picture of mountains and seas, and the sound of waves could be heard faintly. Although there was no threat, he still opened the defense for safety. At the door, Tsuchiya Reiko muttered, "Qianzhang, did you see that? The prayer beads are floating. This young master seems to be quite capable. I hope he can restore the jazz pottery jar. That's 500 million, which is more valuable than all the other pottery here combined." There was a lock on the box which was open. It should be that after seeing the pottery jar swallowing people, Tsuchiya Reiko and the maid ran away directly and did not dare to approach. However, they did not call the police, but secretly asked him to deal with it. The purpose was also very clear. It was to save this precious pottery jar. Kunanyai opened his spiritual power coat and reached out to open the box without hesitation. Squeak! The box opened, revealing the pottery jar inside. It looked very simple at first glance, but if you taste it carefully, you can feel the infinite charm from it. Yes, it's the jazz pottery jar. Kunami Yaichi could see the evil aura around the pottery jar. It seems that there is no movement. The pottery jar just stayed quietly in the box. According to Tsuchiya Reiko, this pottery jar had swallowed a person before. He couldn't attack casually before he was sure whether the person was really dead. If the person was not dead, but was just trapped inside, and he destroyed the pottery jar and caused the person's death, he would most likely be interrogated by the third agency. The third agency was set up to protect ordinary people. He moved closer to the pottery jar and tried to check the inside. The inside of the pottery jar was very dark, and he could barely see an outline. The outline seemed to be a castle? At this moment, the mouth of the pottery jar suddenly became larger, like a huge mouth, covering Kunami Yaichi. Oh, it really swallows people? The swallowing of the pottery jar was blocked by the 108 floating worlds. He carefully looked at the inside of the mouth of the bottle, and his heart moved slightly, and he took the initiative to withdraw his defense. Gulp! The pottery jar wrapped Kunami Yaichi, swallowed him, and then returned to its original state. Snap! The box closed automatically, as if nothing had happened. Eat! The master was also eaten. Tsuchiya Reiko was so scared that she almost fell down. Fortunately, the maid supported her. "Reiko, don't panic." Tsuchiya Reiko had a terrified expression. "How can I not panic? Qianzhang, things have become more serious. 2 people have been eaten by this pottery jar. Otherwise, should we call the police? The maid Qianzhang comforted her. The situation should not be that bad. Did you notice that the master blocked the pottery jar at the beginning? So what? In the end, he was eaten. No, I feel that the master didn't seem to be eaten, but more like he took the initiative to go in. Take the initiative to go in? What are you talking about? Who would take the initiative to go into such a terrifying thing? Reiko? The maid Qianzhang shouted heavily. Tsuchiya Reiko looked at her and gradually calmed down. Listen to me, wait and see what happens. We'll just wait here. I have a feeling that the master will come out. Okay, I see, Qianzhang, you're smarter than me. You've never made a wrong decision. I believe you. Tsuchiya Reiko nodded. On the other side, after Kunami Yaichi was swallowed by the pottery jar, the scene in front of him changed and he came to a room. Under his feet was a red velvet carpet, which seemed to be a study. He walked quickly to the window, and it was pitch black outside, but the room was as bright as day. It seems that I have now entered the castle in the jar that I saw just now. The reason why Kunami Yaichi gave up resistance just now was because he could clearly see the scene inside when the mouth of the pottery jar opened. The outline of the castle he saw was not false. There was indeed such a castle in the jar. The castle was square and very regular. Moreover, he saw a figure flashing through the window of the castle. This means that the person who was swallowed by the pottery jar before may still be alive. So, he went with the flow and was swallowed in. Except for the darkness outside the window, I can't feel anything unusual. This space seems to be like the real world. Although he was inside the evil object, he couldn't see any evil spirit in the room. Kunami Yaichi walked to the door and listened for a while. After making sure there was no sound outside, he opened the door. Find the figure we saw just now, take the person out, and then purify the pottery jar. This is what Kunami Yaichi has to do. Everything is to complete the first real commission of Foxfire Supernatural Consulting. This commission is of great significance. Kunami Yaichi is now skilled and daring. Even if he can't win, he has enough means to save his life. Outside the door is a horizontal corridor, about 3 meters wide, and opposite are rooms. But the doors are all closed. He walked over and turned the doorknob. Locked. Bang! He punched it, and a big hole appeared at the doorknob. Kunami Yaichi pushed the door in and took a look. It was an aristocratic bedroom. When he stepped out, he found that the big hole at the doorknob had been repaired halfway. The castle seems to have an automatic recovery function. Kunami Yaichi walked down the corridor on the left. Along the way, all the rooms were violently smashed open by him. Bang, bang, bang! The violent sound echoed throughout the corridor. However, these rooms were empty and nothing was found. After passing 2 corners, he walked to the end of the corridor and saw a staircase leading up. So if I choose to go to the right, it should be the stairs going down. It was pitch black outside the window, and it was impossible to tell the exact floor. However, judging from the castle that Kunami Yaichi had seen before, there were at most 4 floors here. Climbing up the stairs, the scene he saw was no different from before. The same corridor, the same rooms on both sides, and the layout was exactly the same. Am I on the previous floor now, or am I back to where I was just now? The doors of the rooms were all of the same style, and it was impossible to tell them apart. Let's keep walking around first. Kunami Yaichi continued to walk along the corridor, and during this time there were still bangs, and all the doors were smashed open. Bang, bang, bang. The ground under his feet was shaking slightly. At the corner of the corridor, a 3-meter-tall giant made of rock walked out. Finally, there is a change. This giant is carrying an evil spirit. Is it the incarnation of the pottery jar? No, the evil spirit on it is not strong. It seems to be just a simple castle guard. The rock giant waved his giant hand and smashed it down at him. Kunami Yaichi retreated quickly to avoid the attack. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere. This rock giant is very slow, but with such a heavy body, its attack is very destructive. Kunami Yaichi condensed a spirit blaster in his right hand and prepared to fight back. But at this moment, the door of a room on the right, 5 meters away from him, suddenly opened and a man with a mustache waved at him eagerly. "Newcomer, come quickly!" Kunami Yaichi temporarily put aside the idea of fighting back, quickly passed by the rock giant and ran into the room. After entering the room, the rock giant immediately stopped attacking and walked away. This is a meeting room with a large round table in the middle. It is a little different from what Tsuchiya Reiko said. There are more than 1 person who was swallowed. There are 3 people in here. In addition to the mustache just now, there is also a middle-aged fat man in his 30s and a short man of 1.6 meters. They are dressed very strangely. The man with the mustache held a spear in his hand. The middle-aged fat man was wearing a silver armor with great difficulty, holding a shield in his hand, and the short man was holding a dagger. These weapons should have been found in the room. Kunami Yaichi also saw some knives and swords when searching the room. Boss Crow Tengu, the people are here. The man with the mustache bowed. Crow Tengu? Boss? Kunami Yaichi took 2 steps forward and saw a creature block behind the middle-aged fat man. The creature stood upright, and its shape was similar to that of a human, but it had a crow's head. It was 40 centimeters tall, wearing a green long gown with the word crow written on it, and holding a tin staff in its hand. I am Tengu Mountain Crow Tengu Kuroba Santaro. The crow crossed his arms and said condescendingly, Weak human, you just saw the rock giant outside the door. If you are hit by it, you will definitely die. If you want to live, just listen to me. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and call the boss. Our boss is the legendary big monster, Crow Tengu. If you want to live, you must listen to our boss's arrangements, the man with the mustache reminded. Kunami Yaichi looked at Crow Tengu. This was the second monster he had seen. A big monster, it was at the same level as Kappa Mansai, equivalent to a senior exorcist. However, compared with Kappa Mansai, the Crow Tengu in front of him seemed... The demonic aura was very weak. Could it be that it hid the demonic aura on its body? However, Kunami Yaichi still said, Boss. He wanted to see what this Crow Tengu was going to do. Well, very good. Come on, arm him, Crow Tengu said. Upon hearing this, the man with the mustache pulled out a steel sword from under the round table and handed it to him. In this way, we have a shield guard, 2 warriors, an assassin, and me as a mage. Today is the day to conquer the rock giant. Shield guard, warrior, assassin, it's like fighting monsters in a game. The rock giant has been patrolling the corridor. If we want to escape, we must fight it. Crow Tengu flew from the round table to the door of the room. Fatty, you are the shield guard. Clear the way in front. Do you really want to fight? The middle-aged fat man shrank his head. This is the only way. Mustache patted the middle-aged fat man on the shoulder. The food and water collected on this floor before have run out. If you are trapped here, you will die sooner or later. Food and water in this word, Kunami Yaichi immediately opened his spiritual vision and scanned everyone. The 3 people exuded a faint evil aura, and there was a trend of turning into evil things. There is something wrong with the food. Even Crow Tengu had a trace of evil aura wrapped around him. As a monster, it should be able to see that there is something wrong with the food, right? The longer you stay here, the lower the chance of escaping. Go! Either you succeed or you die. Tengu turned the doorknob and kicked the door open. The middle-aged man finally made up his mind and rushed out with his shield. The man with the mustache and the skinny man followed him out. Tengu hovered beside Kunami Yaichi. Newcomer, I don't have time to train you. You stay by my side and listen to my orders. When I say go up and chop, you run over and chop it immediately. Do you understand? You don't need to do much in this battle, just increase some output. It sounds like Tengu wants to defeat the rock giant and leave here. It's the same as his goal. Kunami Yaichi didn't say much, just nodded and agreed. He decided to continue to wait and see. He tried the steel sword in his hand, which was quite heavy. Whether it was the man with the mustache, the middle-aged fat man, or the skinny man, they were obviously ordinary people. Except for the skinny man, who was a little more relaxed holding the dagger, the other 2 were obviously struggling. Came to the corridor. The rock giant was gone. Wait for the rock giant to change its patrol direction and come back here, Tengu said. The 3 of them set up their positions. The middle-aged fat man was in front, and the mustache and the thin, short man were on the left and right. Seeing that they seemed to be going to fight, Kunami Yaichi asked in confusion, Why don't you take advantage of the rock giant's departure and go directly to the upper floor through the stairs? Tengu explained, No, as long as someone approaches the stairs, the rock giant will refresh. It's better to be prepared to fight it. So that's it. There is actually a refresh. It really looks like a game. Bang, bang, bang. The rock giant walked out from the corner, and the 3 of them seemed a little flustered when his tall body appeared. Shield defense forward. Attract the rock giant's attack. It moves slowly, as long as we block the first attack, and then we will attack together. We can definitely knock down half of its health. Tengu commanded. The middle-aged fat man couldn't stop shaking, and couldn't move at all, let alone move forward. Fortunately, the mustache and the skinny guy were timid enough and took 2 steps back in fear. So, the middle-aged fat man took the lead and successfully achieved the effect of attracting hatred. The rock giant raised his fist and hit him. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, the middle-aged fat man couldn't stop the giant's attack at all, and the whole person was knocked to the ground with the shield. Okay, now go! Crow Tengu gave an order, and the mustache and the skinny guy rushed forward, one poking with a spear, and the other slashing with a dagger. Except for scraping off some lime on the rock giant, it was useless. The only one who caused effective damage was Crow Tengu. It flapped its wings and shot out small whirlwinds that hit the rock giant, breaking out a lot of gravel. Is this the half of the blood that was planned to be knocked off? Not even 1/10. Kunami Yaichi smiled bitterly. The strength of this Crow Tengu is completely incomparable to that of Kappa Mansai. The big monster mentioned by the mustache seems to be just a title, not a description of its level. It is probably just a low-level monster. Over there, the rock giant slowly raised his fist. The second wave of attack is coming. The mustache and the thin short man retreated immediately. "Boss, save me! I sprained my ankle." The middle-aged fat man shouted under the shield. Crow Tengu immediately flew over to rescue, but with its strength, it couldn't move the middle-aged fat man at all. Seeing that the huge fist was about to hit him, Crow Tengu was a little desperate. It was the third heir to Tengu Mountain, but it would fall here. At this time, a strong wind suddenly flew by. Boom! The fist of the rock giant slid past Crow Tengu and hit the ground. This is... Crow Tengu saw a steel sword stuck in the arm of the rock giant. It was this steel sword that changed the trajectory of the rock giant's attack. "Hey, hey, hey!" Crow Tengu cried in surprise. It found itself lifted up. It turned its head and saw that it was the newcomer. Kunami Yaichi lifted Crow Tengu and pulled the middle-aged fat man out from under the shield. "You two go to the back to avoid being affected," Kunami Yaichi said. Crow Tengu saw that Kunami Yaichi was covered with a spiritual coat and immediately understood his identity. "Are you an exorcist among humans?" Over there, the rock giant raised his arm and prepared for the third attack. Boom! Before it could make a move, there was an explosion at the joint of its right leg. It was the explosive insect that was showing its power. The rock giant was unsteady on his feet and knelt on one knee. Kunami Yaichi put his fingers together and placed them on his chest. Ape Demon. The ape demon appeared with a roar, put his fists together and smashed down hard, directly exploding the rock giant's head. Crackle! The rock giant shattered into rubble. Kunami Yaichi put away the monkey ghost, patted the dust on his body, turned around and said to the three people in Yatengu, "Okay, I will take over here now. Do you have any opinions?" The three men with mustaches shook their heads repeatedly. The rock giant that they attacked desperately could not hold out for more than 2 rounds under Kunami Yaichi. How dare they complain? Yatengu flew over and hugged Kunami Yaichi's thigh tightly. "Boss, from today on, you are my boss. We are saved, why don't you call me boss quickly?" "Boss! Boss, yeah." Kunami Yaichi nodded with satisfaction. "You guys introduce yourselves, and by the way, tell me how you got here." The man with mustaches said first, "Report to the boss, I am an appraiser. Mrs. Tsuchiya came here to appraise the night pottery jar. I didn't expect that the pottery jar swallowed me as soon as the box was opened, and then I appeared here." Appraiser? The cleaning staff was a little different from what Tsuchiya Reiko said, but it was understandable to conceal it. She called an appraiser to appraise the pottery jar right after her husband died, and she was in a hurry to sell her property. It would be embarrassing to say it out loud. "What, madam? She is just a liar," the middle-aged fat man said angrily. "Liar? Why do you say that?" Kunami Yaichi asked. "My name is Taiji Sanada and Tsuchiya Kosuke is my uncle." The middle-aged fat man slowly explained. "My uncle has no children. After my aunt died, I was his only relative. When I heard the news of my uncle's death, I rushed here immediately. I never expected that the stinky woman not only drove me out, but also embezzled my uncle's property. If it was embezzlement of property, you can go to court to sue her." The man with the mustache said. Taiji Sanada said bitterly, "Before my uncle died, that woman tricked him into making a will which said that all the property would be left to her. Obviously, I am his relative." The man with the mustache smacked his lips. "Since there is a will, you can't blame Mrs. Tsuchiya." "What Mrs. Tsuchiya? I asked someone to secretly investigate her. She married my uncle. She had been married twice, and both times were to men in their 60s. In the end, her husband died, and she got a lot of property. This is a naked marriage fraud. That woman is simply using marriage to commit fraud. But from a legal point of view, Mrs. Tsuchiya has not committed any illegal behavior." The man with the mustache pointed at the thin and short man and said, "Besides, didn't you find this thief to come and steal the jazz pottery jar at night, and then you were sucked in?" "What thief? I'm a locksmith, okay?" The thin and short man defended, but his defense actually confirmed the accuracy of what the mustache said. "Mustache, you have been speaking for that woman. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" The middle-aged fat man said angrily. Did that stinky woman promise you something good? The mustache looked away and said no more. However, Kunami Yaichi had figured out the whole story through what he saw and heard after the meeting. He felt that his guess was almost right. First of all, Reiko Tsuchiya married Kosuke Tsuchiya for money, which should be correct. As for the marriage fraud, it was obviously not established because the two were indeed married. Kosuke Tsuchiya made a will to leave all his property to Reiko Tsuchiya without considering his only relative, Taiji Sanada. There are two possibilities. One is that he is forgetful. An old man in his 60s easily forgets things. The second is that he has an average relationship with Taiji Sanada, or he may not like this nephew. Judging from the behavior of Taiji Sanada and the locksmith who came to steal the jazz pottery jar, there are two possibilities, and the latter is more likely. As for the mustache, he came to do business. There are also two possibilities for protecting Reiko Tsuchiya. One, there is something going on between the two of them. And two, Tsuchiya Reiko gave him a huge benefit. Of these two possibilities, Kunami Yaichi thinks it is the latter. Many of the furniture in the mansion has been sold off, and the pottery in the warehouse is very rare, and there are many signs of recent movement. It is very likely that he is responsible for the sales. With so many things, the commission must be quite a lot. Of course, the biggest one is the jazz pottery. If the pottery falls into the hands of Taiji Sanada, his high commission is likely to be gone, so he is so hostile to Taiji Sanada. After all, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. However, it sounds simple for a young and beautiful woman to marry an old widow to seize his property, but in fact, it still requires a certain amount of strategy to really get it. 90% of the people who are behind Tsuchiya Reiko's advice are the maid. The relationship between the two is not ordinary, and it seems that they have known each other for a long time. It is obvious that the maid is the dominant one between the two, not Tsuchiya Reiko, the hostess. Kunami Yaichi exhaled slightly. Although he had sorted out the relationships between the people around Tsuchiya Reiko, he did not intend to intervene. He was an exorcist, and all he had to do was to exorcise evil spirits. By the way, Santaro, how did you get in here? Kunami Yaichi asked, looking down at the Crotengu hugging his thigh. I flew into the warehouse to rest my feet, but was accidentally swallowed. Santaro said. Well, it turned out that it was the only one who accidentally broke in. It has no chapter in this complicated story. I already know your identities. Come with me from now on. I'll take you out. Kunami Yaichi said. The three men with mustaches were immediately excited when they heard this. No matter how much they quarreled, the most important thing at the moment was to work together to leave this place. Boss, do you know how to get out? Santaro asked in surprise. Kunami Yaichi shook his head. I don't know, but the clue to leaving must be inside the castle. Just push forward. Or do you have any suggestions? Push forward? You are indeed the boss. You are awesome. Santaro was stunned for a moment, then said, I haven't seen the upper floors, but I think each floor is like a level. If you clear all the levels, you should be able to reach the end, and the clue may be there. Well, let's go. Kunami Yaichi walked out first. Everyone hurriedly followed. The rock giant had been dealt with, and the group climbed up the stairs safely and came to the upper floor. It was still the same scene. But this time, some skeleton soldiers holding shields and long swords appeared in the corridor. Ape Demon! The black-haired ape demon rushed out and rushed through the group of skeleton soldiers. Bang, bang, bang! How could the thin skeleton soldiers withstand such a collision? One by one, they hit the wall, fell to the ground, and scattered into countless skeletons. The ape demon stepped on them, and those skeletons were immediately shattered without any resistance. In less than 2 minutes, the entire corridor was cleared. Let's go to the next level. After the battle with Ping Nan in the subway, the ape ghost failed to upgrade and was still at level 2, but it had already touched the edge of upgrading. Now this level after level is just right for it to accumulate some experience points. If it can upgrade, it will be even better. Next, they encountered monsters such as lions that can breathe fire, minotaurs holding giant hammers, etc. The ape ghost crushed them effortlessly. But Kunami Yaichi gradually realized that something was wrong. If they really went up level by level, they should have reached the 8th floor now. But the castle he saw at that time was definitely not that high. There is some kind of error in the space. In the corridor, the ape ghost roared and was wreaking havoc among a group of blue wolves. Kunami Yaichi opened his spiritual vision and observed carefully, and finally found something strange. The blue wolves that were fighting now had a very similar evil spirit to the previous monsters. Although it is very likely that they were created by the same evil creature, there is another possibility. Could it be that they have been spinning in place? When they walked around again and returned to the original place, the monsters they killed revived with a new attitude and continued to fight. Logically speaking, the monsters should become stronger with each level, but their strength is not much different, and the only change is the attack mode. At this time, the Blue Wolf group was completely wiped out by the ape ghost. Stay on this level and don't move. I want to do a test. After saying that, Kunami Yaichi quickly climbed up the stairs and disappeared. Boss? The three men with mustaches looked at each other. He left and Boss, Yatengu, was also taken away with him. The three men stood among the wolf corpses and they immediately felt a sense of terror. They knew their own weight, and without the two bosses, they would definitely die. What should we do? Follow them? The short and thin man said with a sad face. But the boss told us to stay here and not move. The man with mustaches said. Ah? Sanada Taiji suddenly shouted. Why are you so startled? The man with mustaches was startled and said unhappily. The wolf corpses moved just now. No way, these green wolves' heads were blown up. How could it be? The man with mustaches paused because he also saw that the wolf corpses on the ground were slowly moving. Really moving? Are they still alive? However, the wolf corpses did not get up but moved together, gradually turning into a green-skinned giant monster holding a mace in his hand. They merged into a new monster, the man with the mustache said in shock. Green-skinned giant monster seemed to react to the man's voice, turned his head, looked at the three people, and then ran towards them. Damn it, it's going to attack us. Fatty, you are the shield defense. You come to block it. Block your horse, don't think I can't guess. After I block it, you two will definitely take the opportunity to slip away, Taiji Sanada said. I won't be your scapegoat. We won't run away. You defend. We attack. Only in this way can we have a hope of survival. Your attack power is useless. Taiji Sanada would never believe these two people, but he was carrying a shield and was fat, so he fell behind. I know, I will defend him. You attack. Taiji Sanada couldn't run anymore, so he could only agree, but the two men with the mustache didn't stop at all and continued to run wildly. These two bastards! He cursed inwardly, turned around and took a breath and raised his shield. Bang! The mace and shield collided fiercely. With a crack, Taiji Sanada's left arm could not withstand such a heavy blow and was broken. Ah! He screamed violently. Fortunately, he was big enough and the fat on his body buffered most of the impact. If it was the mustache and the short and thin guy, they would probably be seriously injured, if not dead. That's why he was chosen as a shield. Taiji Sanada's legs were paralyzed by the blow and he couldn't move, but he showed a happy expression. At the corner of the corridor, the figure of the monkey demon appeared and ran towards him. Boss! The monkey demon charged and knocked the green-skinned giant away, and then kept swinging his fists and beat it into a pulp. Kunami Yaichi walked over slowly. Boss, why did you come out from the opposite direction? Seeing Kunami Yaichi, the mustache and the short and thin guy stopped running. Kunami Yaichi realized, as expected, this is a corridor that keeps looping. No matter how we pass through the levels, we can't reach the last level because the number of levels is infinite. The layout of the rooms on each floor is exactly the same, but because the monsters are different, they have an illusion that they are going up. In fact, no matter how they go, they are actually wandering in the same corridor. Yatengu flew up. Boss, then we can't get out. It's not that we can't get out, but the stairs are not the exit. Then where is the exit? The idea of looking for the exit itself is wrong. Kunami Yaichi glanced at the undetectable black spots on the spiritual power coat, turned his head and said, Ape Demon, release your nature and destroy it wantonly. Roar! The character of the ape demon is extremely violent. Killing and destruction are its favorite things to do. The only one who can suppress that nature is Kunami Yaichi as its master. When Kunamiya ordered it to be released, it was so excited that the golden horns on its head kept flashing. Bang! Its huge body charged forward and knocked down the wall. It was destroying like crazy. So powerful! Crow Tengu's eyes were shining. Bang, bang, bang! It smashed through several rooms in succession and let out a loud roar. With the monkey ghost's wanton attack, this floor soon became riddled with holes, as if it had been bombed by a bomb. Kunamiya felt the ground under his feet shaking slightly. There was also evil energy seeping out from the cracks in the wall. Can't you bear it at the beginning? The green-skinned giant monster that was beaten into mud bounced up like a piece of gummy candy and turned into a headless knight holding a sword and wearing armor. Its mount was a black, ferocious giant wolf. Swish! The giant wolf moved and launched an attack. The headless knight slashed at Kunamiya with a sword. Master! The monkey ghost found that Kunamiya was in danger and wanted to come back to rescue him. Ape ghost, you keep destroying. I can handle this myself. Kunami Yaichi mobilized his spiritual power and infused it into his 2 fingers, then waved them rapidly in front of his chest. A faint white light emerged from his fingertips, and after moving, clear white lines were left behind, forming a pentagram magic circle. Demon-breaking array! The magic circle took shape. Swish, swish, swish! 5 light arrows shot out from the magic circle. Although they were energy bodies, their shapes were no different from real arrows. Swish! The charging headless knight and the giant wolf were pierced by the light arrows and fell to the ground. Sea-level skill demon-breaking array, and taking the demon-breaking arrow as the shape, shoot all enemies. If 1 is not enough, then 10 will be enough. If 10 are not enough, then 100 will be enough. If 100 are not enough, then 1,000 arrows will be fired at once. The demon-breaking array was obtained by Kunami Yaichi in a lottery after the battle in the subway, spending 500 yin-yang points. It is a sea-level skill, at the same level as the ape ghost, so its power is naturally very strong. But Kunami Yaichi cannot yet exert its true power. When he first got it, he could only release 3 light arrows at a time. After a week of practice, he could release 100. However, releasing 100 magic-breaking arrows at a time would consume 1/3 of his total spiritual power. To deal with an opponent of the level of the Headless Knight, 5 magic-breaking arrows are enough. However, even if he can release 100, it is not the true power of the magic-breaking array. In theory, the magic-breaking array can release a maximum of 1,000 magic-breaking arrows at a time. If 1,000 arrows are fired at the same time, the scene must be extremely spectacular. However, the spiritual power consumed is also extremely huge, and Kunami Yaichi cannot do it yet. After a period of spiritual power tempering and continuous lottery, his total spiritual power is now on par with Miyake Hiroshi. You know, Miyake Hiroshi has been tempering his body for nearly 40 years, and he has only been doing it for more than a month. This improvement speed is terrifying. With the blessing of the floating world beads, his spiritual power will still increase rapidly in the future. This skill is perfect for him with huge spiritual power. Thousands of arrows are not far away. The Headless Knight killed by the devil-breaking formation moved again, as if to gather again. You want to revive again in front of me? Kunami Yaichi threw a spirit explosive insect into the pile of corpses. Boom! The corpses were blown up and flew everywhere. But even so, the corpses were still moving. This thing is not a living thing. No matter how you kill it, it will be useless, Kunami Yaichi said. The yin and yang points on the attribute bar did not move at all, which was the best proof. The real effective killer was the monkey ghost. As the monkey ghost destroyed the castle, the ground began to shake and continued to strengthen. The surrounding walls became visibly old, and then pieces fell off, revealing the yellow-brown tissue under the wall skin. A large amount of evil energy spread out. Finally, the true form is revealed. There was a sound of breaking air behind him. Kunami Yaichi quickly dodged sideways, and the sharp tip of the gun shot out from his left side. He looked back and saw that the one attacking him was the mustache. However, at this time, the body of the man with the mustache was covered with black spots, his expression was distorted, and he was full of aggression. Swish! The spear danced in the man's hand, and a few cold rays attacked him. 108 floating worlds. The mountain and sea painting scroll blocked the spear's attack. What a powerful spearmanship, just like a veteran spearman. Kunami Yaichi secretly exclaimed, then grabbed the spearhead and swung it violently. The tail of the spear hit the man with the mustache in the face, knocking his head off and hitting the wall. Go to hell! Go to hell! On the other side, the short and thin man also had a distorted face, holding a dagger and running towards him, but his speed was unbelievable. The short and thin man was like a real assassin. His route was erratic, and the next moment he suddenly disappeared but moved to the left, and the dagger stabbed him fiercely in the ribs. Kunami Yaichi slashed with his right hand, hitting the short and thin man's wrist, knocking the dagger off, and kicked him away at the same time. After dealing with the short and thin man, he turned around and looked. As expected, Taiji Sanada also changed. The fat on his body became very tight, and he charged with the shield. Boss, leave this to me. Swish! Santaro flew up, flapped his wings, and rolled up a whirlwind that hit the shield. Taiji Sanada, who was charging, was blown back. Boss, how did they suddenly become like this? Yatengu asked, puzzled. The 3 of them ate the food in the castle and were invaded by the evil spirit. They had a tendency to transform into evil things before. At this moment, the bombs hidden in their bodies were activated in advance by the pottery evil thing. In addition to the 3 of them, Kunami Yaichi also found a little evil spirit in Santaro at that time. But Yatengu was fine. it did not eat the food in the castle. The evil spirit on its body was actually the evil spirit particles floating in the air attached to its body surface, which was the small black spots on Kunami Yaichi's spiritual coat. Even if they don't eat food, these evil particles are constantly attacking. Once ordinary people like Mustache are sucked in, the final outcome is that they will become evil creatures, controlled by the castle, and stay here for the rest of their lives. Kunami Yaichi judged that there was something wrong with the castle through these evil particles. That's why he let the monkey ghost attack the castle. The evil particles floating in the air gathered towards the three men with Mustache, and the black spots on their bodies covered an area that increased further. Roar! The three men roared like humans and attacked again. Santaro, you can deal with the three of them, Kunami Yaichi said. Okay, boss. Crow Tengu shuttled quickly in the corridor, and his wings vibrated, and a whirlwind flew out. The fighting skills of the three men with Mustache were very advanced. Spears, daggers, shields, each of them seemed to be a master who had been immersed for a long time. But after all, they were just ordinary people's bodies. Even if they got some enhancements, the improvement was limited. If they were hit by the whirlwind, they would fly backwards uncontrollably. The three were suppressed by Crow Tengu. The ability of this evil creature is quite interesting. It feels like it is proficient in all kinds of martial arts. The monsters that have been condensed in the three people with mustaches have different attack methods, but they are all simulated in a realistic way. Boom, boom, boom. Here, the corpses that can be resurrected infinitely are being played to death by Kunami Yaichi. As soon as the corpse is gathered, he threw a spirit explosive insect into it and blew it into pieces again. He didn't give it a chance to revive at all. As the degree of damage caused by the ape ghost continued to increase, the ground under Kunami Yaichi's feet shook more violently, and the overall tilt even reached 60 degrees. The entire castle is a manifestation of the evil creature. The shaking is so violent, which means that the destruction of the ape ghost has really caused damage to it. Huh? Kunami Yaichi heard a muffled sound. Then, a gust of wind blew through, and he found that the original stairs disappeared, revealing a hole with light. Through the hole, he saw rows of shelves, which was the scene outside. The pottery evil creature couldn't hold on any longer, so it took the initiative to open the exit and let them leave. Boss, the exit is open, Santaro shouted. Want us to get out? Are you going to give up now? Kunami Yaichi, Santaro, take the three of them out. They haven't been completely transformed into evil creatures. As long as they leave the castle and the evil spirit dissipates, they will gradually recover. Boss, what about you? Me? Of course I'll stay and continue to play with it. Kunami Yaichi smiled. It swallowed me in on its own, so it's not that easy for me to get out. As if it understood Kunami Yaichi's words, the castle shook violently twice. The next moment, the walls of the castle squirmed, revealing outlines of various shapes, including the headless knight, the rock giant, the green-skinned giant, and many other shapes that had appeared before, as well as many shapes that had never been seen before. Those outlines became clearer and clearer. Swish! The rock giant slowly stepped out of the wall, and then monsters walked out one by one. Santaro, hurry up! It seems that this evil creature is being cornered by me and is ready to use its trump card. After this move was used, cracks appeared on the walls around the corridor, and light shone through them. Obviously, the cost of this move was not low. Boss, be careful. Santaro flapped his wings, rolled up a whirlwind, blew the three people towards the exit, and then flew out himself. In a blink of an eye, only Kunami Yaichi was left in the corridor. These monsters are not strong individually, but when there are a certain number of them, they are also very difficult to deal with. He glanced around and memorized the positions of each monster. He waved his fingers repeatedly and drew the pentagram formation again. Demon-breaking formation, 100 arrows. Magic circle took shape. Kunami Yaichi's spiritual power suddenly emptied a large part. Strong energy gathered in the magic circle, and then dense magic-breaking arrows shot out. Chi-chi-chi. For a time, the entire corridor was full of magic-breaking arrows flying. Monsters were shot to death one after another. Under the control of Kunami Yaichi, the 100 magic-breaking arrows shot out by the magic-breaking array exploded like fireworks and shot towards the surroundings. He could not control this number accurately, but 100 arrows were enough to completely cover the corridor. Swish, swish, swish. Every monster in the corridor was hit by at least 3 magic-breaking arrows. After a round of shooting, the newly born monsters were instantly destroyed. It was like a bomber bombing. When the magic-breaking array attacks the same target, hundreds of magic-breaking arrows are difficult to dodge, and the destructive power caused cannot be ignored. And, when the light arrows are scattered, it is even more of a weapon for group killing. Kunami Yaichi was very satisfied with the killing effect of the magic-breaking array. The monsters that were shot did not have the ability to regenerate, so they died. However, rock giants, green-skinned giants, monsters in the wall emerged one after another, endlessly. However, when the castle released these monsters, it also accelerated its self-destruction process. It is using its own original energy to launch an attack. Click, click, the castle shook violently, and things that looked like bricks and pieces of meat kept falling from the top, and light shone from the top. The corridor became riddled with holes. Swish! The rock giant and the green-skinned giant attacked Kunami Yaichi at the same time. He dodged the attack lightly, walked between them, and threw out two spirit explosive insects. Boom, boom. The heads of the two monsters exploded. There is no way to kill all these monsters. Ape Ghost, speed up the destruction and attack with all your strength. Roar! Hearing the order, the Ape Ghost turned into a little demolition expert, jumping up and down and punching continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The corridor began to collapse everywhere, and this space was close to collapse. Even the ground cracked into cracks. At this time, Kunami Yaichi felt a repulsive force acting on him, and then his eyes were spinning. It's out! The master is out too! Kunami Yaichi found himself back in the warehouse. It was Reiko Tsuchiya who spoke, and the maid next to him was also looking at him excitedly. The three men with mustaches were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. They were out of the castle, and the evil spirits on them were slowly dissipating. They were not completely eroded. They were transformed into evil objects before, but the castle was forcibly controlling them. "Boss, are you okay?" Crow Tengu flapped his wings and flew in front of him. Huh? Why did it come out so soon? Kunami Yaichi turned around and looked at the pottery jar and walked over. Noticing his movements, everyone began to retreat silently. The box was still closed. He opened the box and the jazz pottery jar was quietly placed inside. However, at this moment the pottery jar was covered with cracks. He leaned inside to look. The vaguely visible castle collapsed bit by bit, and the cracks on the outer pottery jar continued to increase. The source energy consumed by this evil creature exceeded the limit. Before the ape ghost completely destroyed the castle, it could no longer support itself. Boom. When the castle collapsed completely, the pottery jar also snapped and completely shattered. Kunami Yaichi checked the attribute column. The yin-yang points started to rise from 19 points and stopped at 228. I gained 192 points, which is more than the human figure, evil creature, and the slug. However, these yin-yang points are a drop in the bucket for Kunami Yaichi. His current strength can only be greatly improved by participating in the B-level lottery, and the B-level lottery requires a full 2,000 points. Ah, the jazz pottery! My 500 million! Hearing the crisp sound, the armless Taiji Sanada didn't know where the strength surged, and he raised his head abruptly, looking at the broken jazz pottery and wailing. What do you mean yours? This is my 500 million. Tsuchiya Reiko walked over quickly, feeling distressed. You liar, you actually instigated my uncle to make a will. Even if my uncle didn't encounter an accident, I'm afraid he would be killed by you. Everything here belongs to my uncle. I am my uncle's only relative. I should be the heir. Leave it to you, a gambler? If I give you the property, you will squander it all in less than a month. The two started arguing. Kunami Yaichi couldn't help but rubbed his brows. At this time, the space suddenly fluctuated slightly, like a stone thrown into a lake, rippling out waves. Swish! A large number of black feathers flew. In a blink of an eye, two strange men in black robes appeared in the warehouse. The reason why they are called strange is that they all hold tin staffs in their hands and have a pair of black wings behind their backs. After the two appeared, they knelt on one knee. Sir Santaro, where have you been these days? I can't sense your breath at all. Sir Daruma is very worried about your safety. Monster? Monster? This sudden situation stopped Tsuchiya Reiko and the others from arguing, looking at the scene in front of them with shock. Santaro, are they looking for you? Kunami Yaichi was a little surprised. The two monsters in front of him had very strong demonic auras. Although they did not reach the level of great monsters, they should have the strength of superior monsters. However, they knelt down to Santaro. It seemed that the identity of the Crow Tengu he saved was not simple. Boss, don't look at me like this. I am the third heir to Tengu Mountain, Crow Tengu said with his hands on his waist. Tengu Mountain? The third heir? Kunami Yaichi had limited knowledge of monsters. This was the first time he heard of the name Tengu Mountain, but he thought of the history of the Yamato no Orochi that Hiroshi Miyake had told him. In that history, 5 monster lords were mentioned. One of them was named Thunder Tengu. Could it be that Tengu Mountain is the power of Thunder Tengu? Crow Tengu pulled a feather from his tail and handed it to Kunami Yaichi. Boss, you saved my life, and this feather is for you. This is my tail feather, representing our friendship in Tengu Mountain. Kunami Yaichi took the feather. Okay, I'll take the feather. If it is really the power of Thunder Tengu, then this friendship is very important. Boss, I'm going back to Tengu Mountain. Crow Tengu sighed. I ran away secretly without telling my father. Guess my father will put me in confinement after I go back. I'll come to you after my confinement is over. Then I'll hold a banquet to entertain you and express my gratitude. Host a banquet? Kunami Yaichi heard a strong aura of a rich kid from this word. Lord Santaro, it's time for us to set off. A whirlwind rose out of nowhere. Black feathers flew. When the whirlwind dispersed, the two men with wings disappeared with Crow Tengu. Those black feathers fell to the ground and gradually became transparent. These feathers should be some kind of energy body. The warehouse fell into silence for a long time. What happened just now greatly subverted everyone's worldview. When Kunami Yaichi left the villa, it was completely dark. It's already 7:30. He took out his cell phone and checked. There were 13 missed calls, 1 from Terada, and the other 12 were all from the little thugs. Buzz. The phone lit up and the caller ID was Suzuki Mana. Terada drove the car to Nasu Academy. Master Kunan, did something happen? It's much later than the scheduled time. The eldest lady's school time is 5:30, and it's already more than 2 hours late. There was a little incident. I just talked to Mana on the phone. Teacher Nagasawa is with her. It's okay. In fact, the little thug made a big fuss on the phone, but he ignored it. Kunan Yaichi was sitting in the back seat counting the harvest this time. He took out an envelope, which was handed to him by the maid. Opening the envelope, Kunan Yaichi counted it. A total of 500,000. What Reiko Tsuchiya meant by purification was to preserve the pottery jar and remove the weirdness. But the moment it turned into an evil object, the former jazz pottery jar had disappeared and was replaced by an evil object. No matter what, it can't come back. Seeing the pottery jar broken, Reiko Tsuchiya was a little unhappy, but the maid paid the money decisively. Price quoted by Kunami Yaichi was 200,000, but she gave 500,000. Even if the jazz pottery jar was gone, the other properties left by Kusuke Tsuchiya made her a fortune. Before leaving, she took the initiative to ask for Kunami Yaichi's contact information, and her words were about asking about Santaro's news. She seemed to be very interested in the other side of this world. This maid is interesting. As for Sanada Taiji and the other two, they were taken away by ambulance. He still did not give up the fight for the property and prepared to find a lawyer to appeal. Kunami Yaichi shook his head. With the will, Tsuchiya Reiko was basically sure to win. Sanada Taiji just didn't give up. But his work ended here. He had no intention of understanding those family disputes. He put the envelope away. Kunami Yaichi opened the attribute column. Name, Kunami Yaichi. Occupation, Onmyoji talent, Blood of the Sky Fox, exploding in breaking formation. Items, Talisman Photography 2, Talisman Destruction 2 Rosary, Talisman Earthbound Black Coffin, Shikigami Tube Fox, the Monkey Demon LV2. Yin-Yang points, 228, can be exchanged for number of draws. After the subway battle, Kunan Yaichi exchanged for a C-level lottery opportunity and a B-level lottery opportunity, spending 500 and 2,000 points respectively. The hard-earned Yin and Yang points were used up in an instant. The C-level lottery opportunity drew the magic-breaking array, and he was very satisfied with this skill. And the B-level one drew the Talisman Black-Bound Earth Coffin. B-level Talisman, Earthbound Black Coffin. Black Coffin of Eternal Suppression. Once sealed in it, all energy use will be isolated and will be suppressed forever. In terms of power, talismans are the strongest among items of the same level. It may be related to the fact that they are consumables. Even if they are consumables, whether it is the talisman shedding or the talisman destroying, there are 3 of them, but this Earthbound Black Coffin only has 1, and it is a sealing type of talisman. Under these restrictions, the power of the Earthbound Black Coffin must be amazing. Kunami Yaichi regarded this talisman as his trump card, a life-saving trump card. But even so, with 2,000 yin-yang points, he only drew 1 talisman in the first B-level lottery, which still made him feel that he had lost a lot. But Kunami Yaichi was not a person who liked to complain, and soon regrouped and continued to accumulate yin-yang points. This time, I eliminated the pottery jar evil creature and gained 192 points, which is too little. It takes 2,000 yin-yang points to exchange for a B-level lottery, which means that it takes at least 10 times to accumulate successfully, but commissions are not available every day, and even if there are, It is hard to say whether the strength of the evil creature can reach 200 points. Although fighting the bottle man is very risky, the rewards are also extremely rich. After absorbing a falling moon curse bottle, you can directly get a B-level lottery. But such opportunities are rare. Kunami Yaichi pondered for a moment and made a decision. It seems that I have to go to the Third Agency Research Institute tomorrow. There are many evil objects for research purposes in the institute, and they are all white yin-yang points. Previously, he asked Sakurako Nishijo to apply for a toad evil object from the institute. It was free. At that time, he was short of 10 yin-yang points, and only one was enough. But now, he planned to use evil objects to accumulate yin-yang points, and the demand was very large. I can only exchange it with the Bat Fan. Arriving at Now Academy, Kunami Yaichi came to the classroom of the 3rd grade 2 class. This classroom was the only one on the entire floor. The little thug was sitting in her seat. She was not playing games, which was rare. Instead, she was studying with Nagasawa Yoshio. Although the two had some unpleasantness before. But time passed, nothing happened. Nagasawa Yoshio also tried to avoid mentioning what happened at that time. The moment she saw Kunami Yaichi, the little thug stood up and ran towards him. The little thug looked up and down, confirmed that he was fine, and then pouted and complained. "Fox eyes, you came so slowly today. I finished all my homework while waiting. Let's go home." "Okay." The little girl didn't bother to complain and immediately turned around to get her school bag. "Teacher Nagasawa, let's go too. By the way, let's solve the dinner problem at Teacher Nagasawa's house," the little girl suggested. Kunami nodded slightly. "Okay." Nagasawa Yoshio opened her mouth slightly, without saying a word. Her subsequent itinerary had been clearly arranged. But she didn't hate this feeling. Nagasawa Yoshio's home. The three of them sat around the dining table. "This horse mackerel tastes good, Teacher Nagasawa. Your cooking skills are much better than Fox Eyes," the little hoodlum said while eating. Nagasawa Yoshio couldn't help but smile when she heard it, and looked back and forth at the little hoodlum and Kunami Yaichi. Before Kunami Yaichi arrived in the classroom, although the little hoodlum was doing her homework, she kept muttering to herself. Sometimes she complained about his lateness, and sometimes she began to worry whether he was in danger. In short, she never left him. Even just now she was obviously praising her, but she had to bring Kunami Yaichi along. It seems that Suzuki classmate really relies on Mr. Kunami. This is a good thing. As a teacher, Nagasawa Yoshio cares about her students very much. Before, Suzuki Sutana had a very bad temper, looked like he didn't want anyone to come in, and didn't communicate with classmates in the class, which made her very worried. However, the order from the Dean of Studies forced her to turn a blind eye. In fact, she felt very uncomfortable. Now Suzuki Sutana not only listens carefully every day but also has a great improvement in grades. More importantly, there is a smile on her face. "Then I will only make one portion next time. No, you want to starve me to death. Buy you snacks. Humph, I have to eat both snacks and meals." Listening to the two people bickering, Nagasawa Yoshio's smile became even brighter, and she looked at the two people with an aunt's smile. "Teacher Nagasawa, why don't you eat and keep looking at us?" Kunami Yaichi asked. Nagasawa Yoshio quickly lowered his head and took a mouthful of rice. "By the way, the school festival of Nasu Academy will be in 5 days. Suzuki-san didn't participate in the previous 2 times, so you must participate this time. School festivals are too boring. It's more fun to play games." Nagasawa Yoshio's mouth curled up slightly. "Mr. Kunami, the school festival is open to the public. Are you interested in visiting?" "Well, I can consider it." Kunami Yaichi saw through Nagasawa Yoshio's idea, but he thought it was a good thing for the little girl to participate in the school festival. Suzuki Mina glanced at him, then buried his head in the bowl and said, "After all, this is the last school festival in junior high school. It would be a pity not to participate. I understand. I will participate this time." Nagasawa Yoshio smiled and saw through it without saying anything. Kunami Yaichi thought to himself, "I have been in this world for more than a month, and my nerves have been tense. It would be nice to take this opportunity to relax." The next morning, Kunami Yaichi just went out and saw Sugawara Kenji waiting downstairs of the apartment building. "Sugawa, why are you here?" "Knowing that you decided to exchange the fan, Uncle Noyuki specially asked me to come and pick you up and make sure to send you to the institute on time," Sugawara Kenji said. Kunami Yaichi had just told Mansai yesterday that he agreed to the exchange, but he didn't expect to get the news so soon. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "It seems that the bat fan can be sold at a good price. I don't know much about spiritual tools, but this is the first time I've seen Uncle Noxing care so much about a spiritual tool. I heard that your family is wealthy and powerful, so you can ask for a higher price." The Wowan clan is one of the 4 major clans of exorcists. There are many names for their clan. Forging family, the birthplace of the spiritual tool system, the sealing of swordsmanship, etc. The people of the Wowan clan have been exposed to forging since childhood, and everyone is a forging master. The birthplace of the spiritual tool system does not mean that they created the spiritual tool system, but that more than half of the spiritual tools in the exorcism world are from the hands of the Wowan clan. They not only forge spiritual tools for others, but also for themselves. It can even be said that forging spiritual tools for themselves is their original intention. The spiritual tools used by their clan are knives. Most of the other exorcists who use spiritual tools have also practiced other systems. They are different. They specialize in the way of knives and strive to pursue the limit of knives. The Wowan clan can be said to be the sealing of swordsmanship in the exorcism world. They hone their forging skills in order to create the strongest sword. Forging other spiritual tools is just a means of finding inspiration for them. After absorbing an experimental evil object, Kunami Yaichi tasted the sweetness and wanted to obtain more experimental products, but the number of applications was limited. He thought of a deal. The bargaining chip he first thought of was the flame of the purifying spirit, in which he could exchange 1 evil creature for 1 treatment. The flame of the purifying spirit has a very strong healing effect and can also purify various negative effects. However, there are healers inside the third agency, and there are very few cases where the dream curse cannot be treated as before. After thinking about it, Kunami Yaichi took out the damaged bat fan. This thing was already damaged and useless, but it was a spiritual tool, so he asked Wansai to estimate its price. Kappa Wansai took a photo and sent it to another team leader, Xing. He was better at identifying spiritual tools. The unprecedented forging process immediately made Xing go crazy and opened a new door for him. He was eager to get the bat fan. It was the first time that Kunami Yaichi knew that the items obtained by the system lottery were different from the spiritual tool manufacturing process in this world. He didn't understand forging and couldn't see it at all. To be on the safe side, he didn't immediately agree to Xing, but said he would consider it. Although the bat fan was only an F-level spiritual tool and was severely damaged and unusable, he would not hand it over casually. After that, he checked the bat fan countless times. After confirming that there was nothing special about the bat fan and that it would not expose the existence of the system, he rekindled the idea of trading it. Using a scrapped item to exchange for yin and yang points, this deal is worth trading. Kunami Yaichi followed Sugawara Kenji into a building. The sign outside the building was Wakey Pharmaceutical. The Third Agency Research Institute is in the building? Yes, this company has a cooperative relationship with the Third Agency, and the Research Institute is located on the lowest floor of this building. Sugawara Kenji swiped his card and pressed the -3 floor button. Only a small number of the researchers in the Research Institute are exorcists, and the rest are some top biologists, but these people have signed confidentiality agreements. After all, information about evil objects is top secret intelligence. As soon as the elevator opened, Kunami Yaichi saw a man with a big beard, a knife on his waist, and an extremely sturdy figure walking quickly to greet him. "Uncle Noyuki?" Sugawara Kenji shouted. Kunami Yaichi felt a strong sense of oppression from the bearded man. "You must be Kunami Yaichi, right? You finally figured it out. Where's the fan? Take it out for me to see." Ibu Noyuki looked at Kunami Yaichi and urged him. His eyes were very eager, as if he could eat people. Kunami Yaichi took out the bat fan. "I've never seen it before. This is the first time I've seen such forging technology. Unfortunately, the fan has been damaged and its spirituality is seriously lacking." Ibu Noyuki was amazed. "I wonder which master's work this is? I got this fan by chance. I don't know who forged it." Kunami Yaichi said, seeing Ibu Noyuki reaching out his hand, he stepped back and dodged. "Senior Noyuki, I think we should negotiate the price first." Everyone was already here, so Ibu Noyuki was not in a hurry for the time being. "Okay, you want an experimental evil object, right? Just name your price." Ibu Noyuki said it very generously. Kunami Yaichi couldn't be too restrained and said directly, "Then let's get 1,000. Ahem. Ibu Noyuki couldn't help coughing when he heard the number. "Why do you want so many experimental evil creatures?" "For cultivation." "Cultivation?" Ibu Noyuki gave him a strange look. "You want too many. The experimental evil creatures in the entire institute don't even add up to 1,000. "Just now," Senior Noyuki said to just ask. Kunami Yaichi said. Ibu Noyuki spoke too decisively just now and was slapped in the face. This time he directly listed the specific numbers. Currently, There are 134 frog evil creatures, 212 small white mouse evil creatures, and 39 rabbit evil creatures in the Institute. Kunami Yaichi frowned slightly, which was much less than he expected. Then I want 50 toad evil creatures, 100 small white mouse evil creatures, and 20 rabbit evil creatures. Kunamiya asked for half of it as soon as he opened his mouth. This kind of opportunity only comes once, so of course he has to pay more. Giving you so much will affect the normal work of the Institute. I heard that Noriyuki's face darkened. I can give you 1/10 within my authority, 13 frogs, 21 mice, and 4 rabbits. This is the most. Since there is an upper limit, why don't you just ask directly, Senior Noriyuki? Kunamiya changed the subject. But I won't give in on the price. I'll take this much for now, and you can pay part of the rest every week later. Thinking of the bat fan, Nengxing gritted my teeth and nodded. Although he didn't have to pay a specific price for mobilizing so many experimental evil creatures, he would undoubtedly be scolded by the old man in the research institute. Not to mention that he still owed so many experimental evil creatures. Thinking of this, his face became even darker. After deciding the price, Kunami Yaichi happily handed over the bat fan. It only cost him 10 yin and yang points to extract the bat fan. And if all the experimental evil creatures exchanged were absorbed, the return rate would definitely be more than 100 times. In a laboratory in the 3rd Agency Research Institute. After replacing so many experimental evil creatures, Kunami Yaichi couldn't take them away, so he asked me, Nengxing, to help him arrange a vacant laboratory. 13 evil frogs, 21 evil mice, and 4 evil rabbits. The laboratory was filled to the brim. These evil frogs were similar to the one I saw last time, with black bumps on their heads. To describe them in one word, they were ugly. As for the evil mice, their hair was long and dragged on the ground, and their upper bodies stood upright, like some kind of monster. However, whether it was frogs or mice, they only changed in appearance, not in size. They were imprisoned in normal iron cages. The 4 evil rabbits were the ones that really took up space. Each of them was more than a person tall, pitch black, and their muscles were bulging visible to the naked eye, showing that they must be very strong. No wonder the number of rabbits is less than the other 2 creatures. It has changed too much. Let's start with you. Kunami Yaichi picked one of the evil rabbits and opened the cage. The evil rabbit inside grinned, revealing its uneven teeth, and walked out of the cage with its head lowered. The next moment, it suddenly jumped up, leaped to the ceiling of the laboratory, and then stepped heavily, changed direction, and crashed into Kunami Yaichi. Bang! Kunami Yaichi kicked the evil rabbit on the head and kicked it out. Come on! Kunami Yaichi provoked. The evil rabbit was enraged, his eyes turned red, jumped over, and punched him with both hands clenched into fists. This action is not a rabbit. It's clearly a kangaroo. When Kunami Yaichi and the evil rabbit were fighting. In the corner of the laboratory, Sugawara Kenji was practicing facing the wall. Kunami Yaichi did these things without hiding them from him. Through these days of getting along, he found that Sugawara Kenji was really very hardworking. Except for carrying out tasks, he basically practiced facing the wall. He is not a talkative person. Kunami Yaichi had no intention of hiding the fact that he killed the evil creature. After going out, the researchers will find out about it. But they don't know the existence of the yin and yang point. They just treat him as a weirdo. Bang! Kunami Yaichi smashed the throat of the evil rabbit, but this injury was not fatal to the evil creature. The evil rabbit was furious, and a puffing sound came out of its mouth. During the battle, Kunami Yaichi took the opportunity to throw out the explosive insect, which exploded and broke the neck of the evil rabbit. Only some pieces of meat were left on the neck of the evil rabbit, but even so, it was still not dead. It held its head with one hand to prevent it from falling off, and supported itself with the other hand to climb up. What a tenacious vitality! Kunami Yaichi walked over and took off the head of the evil rabbit. Without a head, its body could not move normally, and it fell to the ground waving its limbs. After about 2 minutes, it was silent. Kunami Yaichi opened the attribute bar. It has increased by 48 yin-yang points. The 4 evil rabbits combined are only about the same as the pottery evil that was exorcised yesterday. But these yin-yang points were picked up for free, so it's a big profit. Besides the evil rabbits, there are 2 other experimental evils. If we absorb them all, the increased yin-yang points should be considerable. Kunami Yaichi threw his head aside, picked up an evil white mouse, and opened the cage. Chi-chi. As soon as the cage was opened, the white-haired evil mouse scurried out and ran around the laboratory. Squeak! The pipe fox popped out from Kunami Yaichi's sleeve, staring at the evil mouse with shining eyes. Why? Are you interested in catching mice? The pipe fox nodded. Go ahead. Kunami Yaichi had just finished speaking when the pipe fox hurriedly flew out to chase the evil mouse. It treated this as a game. A mouse and a fox staged a chase. Although the evil mouse was very fast, the laboratory space was limited, and the pipe fox could fly, so it was only a matter of time before it was caught. Oh no. The evil mouse panicked and ran to the side of Sugawara Kenji. But before Kunami Yaichi could do anything, the figure of Red Onmyoji appeared on the wall in front of Sugawara Kenji. His red eyes swept over, and the evil mouse was immediately scared away. So that's it? Sugawara Kenji was actually looking at Red Onmyoji when he faced the wall? The pipe fox descended from the sky and held down the evil mouse. It bit it several times with its mouth and killed it. Kunami Yaichi looked at the attribute bar and saw that the yin and yang points increased by 11 points. It's almost the same as the evil frog. Squeak, the pipe fox flew up and down, and it was a little unsatisfied. Okay, I'll release another one for you. Another evil mouse ran around, and the pipe fox excitedly chased it. The experimental evil was too weak and posed no threat at all. It was completely turned into a game prop. Kunami Yaichi didn't spend much time to get rid of all 13 evil frogs and the remaining 3 evil rabbits, leaving only the evil white mouse. Since Guanhu likes it, he will let it deal with these evil creatures and mice. Guanhu is his Shikigami anyway, and killing evil creatures will also generate yin-yang points. Yin-yang points. 584. This is Kunami Yaichi's current yin-yang points. When Guanhu kills all the evil creatures and mice, he should have more than 700 points. More than 700 yin-yang points are enough to exchange for a sea-level lottery opportunity. However, he already has the monkey ghost and the demon breaking formation at sea level, which is enough. His goal is B level. B level lottery opportunities require 2,000 points, and A level requires a full 10,000 points. As your strength increases, the higher the lottery level, the more yin-yang points you need. Kunami Yaichi had improved his strength very quickly before, but now he felt the difficulty. What a special way of training! A voice suddenly rang out in the laboratory. It was not Sugawara Kenji, but came from behind. Kunami Yaichi turned his head sharply and found a man standing there. The man was about 1.85 meters tall, with an upright figure and long black hair. When did he come in? I didn't even notice his presence. Kunami Yaichi frowned. He was approached so close but didn't notice it. Doesn't that mean that the other party can easily attack him? Why are you here? When Sugawara Kenji was facing the wall, his attention was highly concentrated, and he could hardly hear the outside world talking. However, at this moment, he suddenly jumped up and looked at the long-haired man with a serious face. Sugawara Kenji didn't know what happened, but he reacted instinctively to the voice of the long-haired man. This voice made him extremely nervous. I heard that my brother is here, so I came to see him. The long-haired man's voice fell, and his figure suddenly blurred. He appeared again and was in front of Sugawara Kenji. Kenji, you are still the same as before. Just as weak, Peng. The long-haired man hit Sugawara Kenji's stomach with his right fist. Akagimaru! Sugawara Kenji roared, and Akagimaru appeared, swung the mace and smashed it towards the long-haired man's head. The long-haired man called Sugawara Kenji brother. Are they brothers? Kunami Yaichi carefully observed the appearance of the two and found that they did look a bit similar. But the way these two brothers greeted each other was really hardcore. The elder brother punched the younger brother without saying a word, and the younger brother directly summoned a psychic to fight back. The Red Devil Pill had no intention of holding back. He swung the mace with all his strength, even tearing the air and making a whistling sound. The long-haired man did not dodge, and a tall red figure appeared beside him. That is, the red figure was very similar to Sugawara Kenji's Red Devil Pill, with 2 horns on the head and sharp teeth, but its body was 3 meters tall. It turns out that they are brothers, even the psychic is the same. Kunami Yaichi said. The Red Devil Pill was like a child in front of the red figure. The giant Red Devil Pill also swung the mace. Bang! The 2 maces collided heavily. With a deep thud, Akamaru's mace flew out of his hand. Kenji, you disappoint me so much. I didn't expect that after 5 years you haven't made any progress at all. The long-haired man grabbed Kenji Sugawara's hair, raised his knee suddenly and hit him hard in the face. Kenji Sugawara's nose immediately bled and his face was covered with blood. Kunamiya frowned slightly when he saw this. Something was wrong. Is this all you can do? A low-level exorcist. The long-haired man raised his knee again, but at this time, a light band flew over, blocked his attack, and wrapped him up. Kenji Sugawara took the opportunity to get away, gasping for breath. The pressure brought to him by the long-haired man was too great. Even if it's a fight between brothers, it's a bit too much to fight like this, Kunamiya said. The long-haired man looked up at Kunami Yaichi. You are the guy who blackmailed me, Noyuki, right? Blackmail? Kunami Yaichi shook his head. You should be talking about someone else. Noyuki and I have a normal trading relationship. As he spoke, the light band of the talisman was snapped off. Kunami Yaichi's pupils shrank. What did he do? Although it was only the lowest level F-level talisman, he had to struggle to break free. However, he broke the light band with his momentum alone. This long-haired man is not simple. Kenji, is this man your friend? The long-haired man showed a dangerous smile on his face. Kenji's attack missed. Here he comes. The long-haired man is coming towards me. He is so fast that I can't see clearly. Kunami suddenly became alert. He turned his eyes and finally caught the direction of the attack. He immediately opened the 108 floating world picture. Sugawara Masato, Sugawara Kenji shouted, but the long-haired man ignored him completely. Kenji, it's too rude to call your brother's name directly. Bang. With just one blow, cracks appeared on the 108 floating world picture. How is it possible? His power is not inferior to Master Miyake. Isn't he a psychic? Squeak! Guanhu flew back to Kunamiya. Judging from Guanhu's reaction, this man named Sugawara Masato is very dangerous. Ape Demon! The violent golden-horned giant ape appeared and slapped Sugawara Masato with its thick and rough palm. A giant ape medium? He looks impressive, but I wonder how strong he is. Sugawara Masato looked at the Tsuruki with interest, not caring about the upcoming attack. Bang! The giant red Onimaru rushed over and knocked the Tsuruki away. In terms of size, the giant red Onimaru was bigger than the Tsuruki. However, the Tsuruki showed no fear and quickly got up from the ground and punched him with both fists. The two giant creatures wrestled with each other. The situation is not good, and the Tsuruki seems to be at a disadvantage. Kunami Yaichi held the exploding bug in each hand, but he did not attack. Although the long-haired man on the opposite side was looking at the Tsuruki, he had no flaws. It would be difficult to hit him if he threw it like this. Bang! Sugawara Kenji's red Onimaru swung the mace and hit it hard on the wall, making a loud noise. Because of this sound, the tense atmosphere stagnated. Masato Sugawara, leave here immediately. Someone will come soon after hearing the noise. You probably don't want to be watched. Kenji Sugawara shouted, I said I just came to see and say hello. Is there any need to be so nervous? Masato Sugawara put away the giant red devil pill. Seeing my dear brother so lively, I am relieved. By the way, go home when you have time. You haven't been home for 5 years. Father has been thinking about you all the time. Watching Masato Sugawara leave the laboratory, Yaichi Kunami breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not use his full strength, he could feel that the other party only used a small part of his strength. What was the loud noise just now? What happened? Many people were attracted by the loud noise. Yaichi Kunami made up a reason to send away the people who came to ask about the situation, closed the door, and asked, Sugawara, can you tell me? What's going on between you? The man just now is Masato Sugawara, my half-brother, Kenji Sugawara said. The relationship between us is just like what you see. We both wish the other would die. The specific reason is related to our identities. Sugawara Masato is my father's illegitimate son. Illegitimate son? Kunami Yaichi didn't expect that this would involve a family ethics drama. The Sugawara family has a very strict family tradition. As an illegitimate child, he should never be allowed to enter the Sugawara family. Although I don't want to admit it, he is a genius. His talent is remarkable. So strong that everyone in the Sugawara family broke the rules for him and accepted him as an exception. The 4 major families, each family is good at a certain department. The Iman family of the spiritual tool department, the Araya family of the spiritual system, the Mujo family of the spiritual art department, and the Sugawara family of the medium department. Kunami Yaichi knew the 4 major families, but it was the first time he heard of their specific names. People with Sugawara bloodline have their own companion medium at birth. This special ability is called Onikatabu Sensei, so the Sugawara clan is also called the Oni clan. Sugawara Kenji looked at Akanemaru beside him and said, Akanemaru is my companion medium. Born with a medium? This is much higher than the starting point of ordinary exorcists. Under normal circumstances, people in the Sugawara family only have one companion medium. Occasionally there are exceptions, twins appear, and such people have great potential and are often trained as family heads. And Sugawara Masato has 5 ghosts. 5 ghosts! Although Kunami Yaichi felt that Sugawara Masato was hiding his strength, he didn't expect that he would hide so many. Sugawara Kenji continued, the 5 ghosts he has are the red ghost, the blue ghost, the Congo ghost, the broken precepts ghost, and the killing ghost. In terms of combat power, the red ghost and the blue ghost are his weakest 2 ghosts, and the strongest is the killing ghost. The red ghost of Sugawara Masato is estimated to be C+ level. The monkey ghost is not yet a match for the red ghost, and I am afraid he will have to continue to upgrade before he can fight it. However, the red ghost is the weakest of the 5 ghosts? Cheat. These 2 words naturally emerged in Kunami Yaichi's mind. Sugawara Masato is simply a cheat. 5 ghosts are equivalent to 5 Shikigami, and their levels are not low. What level of exorcist is he? Kunami Yaichi asked. The next level. When Sugawara Kenji said these 3 words, his voice was very sluggish. The next level, second only to the special level. He is only about 30 years old, but he is stronger than Kappa Mansai, who has lived for more than 300 years. I didn't expect that there is a cheat like me in this world, Kunami Yaichi thought. I still need to work hard to accumulate yin and yang points and make a lot of efforts to become stronger. He has everything when he was born, and his cheating level is even worse than mine, Sugawara Kenji said angrily. 5 years ago, Sugawara Masato suddenly appeared in my house. It was then that I first knew that the bastard father had an illegitimate son. Before him, I was trained as the next head of the family. His appearance took away everything from me. Although he is an illegitimate child, no one in the family mentioned this matter. Everyone silently recognized that he is the next head of the Sugawara family. He has 5 ghosts. He is the first person in history. The Sugawara family has had 2 special grade people in history. One of them has 3 ghosts, and the other has 4 ghosts. Everyone thinks that Sugawara Masato will become the 3rd special grade person and lead the Sugawara family to the top. I don't really care about the position of head of the family being taken away, but there is one thing that I can never forgive. 2 months after he appeared, my mother died in an accidental fire. That fire was very strange. I suspected that it was Sugawara Masato who did it. But when I investigated, I encountered huge resistance. All the clan members stood against me. Even my father advised me not to investigate further. At that moment, I realized the Sugawara family no longer had a place for me. As the official heir to the head of the family, I was excluded. Kunami Yaichi knew that Sugawara Kenji didn't like to mention his family, and even had a hostile attitude towards the Sugawara family, but he didn't know the specific reason. Now he finally figured it out. From what Sugawara Masato said just now, you haven't been back for 5 years? Kunami Yaichi said. Sugawara Kenji shook his head and said, I have completely drawn a line between myself and the Sugawara family, and I will never go back. Kunan, just call me by my name in the future. I don't really want to hear the word Sugawara. Well, I'll call you Kenji from now on. Sugawara Kenji said, Sugawara Masato wants to kill me all the time so that the position of head of the family will belong to him completely and legitimately. But he doesn't dare to use extreme means. If he is accused of killing his brother, even if he has 5 ghosts, he will be abandoned by the Sugawara clan. He doesn't dare to take the risk. But behind the scenes, he has done a lot of small moves. In the past 5 years, I have suffered 9 assassination attempts, and he is 100% the mastermind behind the scenes. Many of these times, thanks to team leader Mansai protecting me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died a violent death long ago. It's just that he wants to kill me, and I also want to kill him. Unfortunately, I can't do it now. The gap between the next level and the previous level is too big. I have no power to fight back in front of him. It seems that it was not an illusion before. The 2 brothers really want to kill each other. No wonder Sugawara Kenji practiced so hard. Apart from the mission, he basically faced the wall. Sugawara Kenji looked at Kunami Yaichi and said, Kunan, you know, sometimes when I see you, it's like looking at Sugawara Masato. Why, I don't look like him. Kunami Yaichi was confused when he was suddenly mentioned. I'm not talking about appearance. Sugawara Kenji shook his head and said, there is a next-generation potential list within the 4 major families. I used to rank 2nd, with a full score of 100, and my evaluation value is 95. But the pervert of the Araya family who ranks 1st has an evaluation value of 96. The gap between him and me is not big, so I was complacent about it and felt that I was very talented. Until Sugawara Masato appeared, my previous pride was completely shattered. 100! This is his evaluation value. He ranked 1st out of nowhere. Although there is only a difference of 5 points, that is because 100 points is already the full point, and Sugawara Masato's talent is visible to the naked eye. Kunami Yaichi said, Is the generation potential list ranked entirely according to talent this time? If so, the reference value is not great. Not only talent, but also age, personality, and the techniques practiced, etc. need to be considered. I evaluated the other 3 members of the Manzai team according to the standards of the potential list. Tell me about it. Kunami Yaichi became interested. Musa, spiritual system, lower level 2, 25 years old this year, with an evaluation value of 71 points. Nishijo Sakurako, spiritual system, lower level 23 years old this year, got 81 points. And considering her personality that she doesn't like fighting, points were subtracted, and the final evaluation value is 76 points. Team Leader Manzai. The race is Kappa, a mid-level monster, 379 years old. The evaluation value is 54 points. Team Leader Manzai only has 54 points? This value is only an assessment of potential and has nothing to do with strength. The Kappa monster race has very average talent. Team Leader Manzai has made great efforts to achieve the strength he has today. His current strength is already the furthest among the Kappa clan. So, talent is one aspect, and hard work is also important. Sugawara Kenji paused, then continued. Kunami, I also evaluated you, starting with your assistance in the investigation. What is my evaluation value? Kunami Yaichi asked. 70. Kunami Yaichi raised his eyebrows slightly, knowing that Sugawara Kenji had not finished speaking. Sugawara Kenji continued. This was my initial evaluation of you, mainly considering the age factor. Kunami Yaichi is 25 years old this year, 1 year younger than Sugawara Kenji, and is indeed considered an older exorcist in the next generation. But after watching the surveillance video of your battle with number 3, I overturned this idea and raised your evaluation value to 94. Kunami nodded. It's really amazing that you can fight against the superior, evil creatures at the age of 25. Sugawara Kenji raised 3 fingers. The third change was after I read the report of the subway battle. I changed your evaluation value to 99. Kunami, your improvement speed is the fastest I have ever seen. Every time you meet, there is a qualitative leap and new powers emerge in an endless stream. Sugawara Kenji guessed. Just like the ghost-shaped tribesmen of the Sugawara clan, this should also be some kind of companion ability, right? It seems that Sugawara Kenji regarded the system as a companion ability. But this is also good. It can explain the existence of the system. Kunami nodded and said, 99 points? Do you think I can't beat Sugawara Masato? Your companion ability is indeed very powerful. It can evolve into a variety of psychics and spiritual arts, but in terms of absolute power, it is slightly weaker than Sugawara Masato's 5 ghosts. Kunami Yaichi did not deny this. The evaluation value is just a number at best, and the potential cannot be represented by a string of numbers. When he draws an S-level Shikigami, perhaps the maximum value of 100 points should be adjusted up. That's right. Sugawara Kenji said, I don't intend to give up the competition with Sugawara Masato. One day, I will kill him with my own hands. Huh? Kunami Yaichi looked at Sugawara Kenji's expression and found that he was serious. There are 3 levels between the next level and the previous level. However, Sugawara Kenji does not seem to be just talking casually. Does he have a way to catch up with Sugawara Masato? The cell phone rang at this time. It's Captain Mansai. Sugawara Kenji answered the phone, and after speaking a few words, he said solemnly, I know, Kunami is also next to me. We will go there right away. What happened? Kunami Yaichi asked. A woman suspected of being one of the 7 evil sins was found. Upon hearing this, Kunami Yaichi immediately sped up and cleared out the remaining experimental mice. Yin and Yang points 781. The harvest was just enough and did not meet Kunami Yaichi's expectations. After negotiating with the Research Institute, Iwan Noyuki set a 5-week cycle, giving him a portion of experimental evil objects every week, and after 5 weeks, all the promised experimental evil objects would be handed over to him. After all of them are exorcised, it should not be difficult to break 2,000. Let's go. Adachi District, a love hotel called Beach. Kunami Yaichi and Sugawara Kenji just arrived here and saw Musa leaning against the wall with a pale face. You are here. Team Leader Mansai is inside. Musa, tell me what the situation is, said Kenji Sugawara. The victim was an ordinary office worker named Junizawa, 33 years old. He was completely dead when he was found in the room. The cause of death was excessive blood loss, but the strange thing was that there was not a drop of blood in the room. So the Investigation Section 1 contacted the third agency. Seeing the two were about to go in, Musa hurriedly reminded, the crime scene this time is very tragic. You be mentally prepared. Entering the room, Kunami Yaichi saw Mansai in human form investigating the crime scene. The tragic scene that Musa mentioned refers to the victim's death. His limbs were torn off and scattered all over the room, leaving only part of his body on the bed. Not a drop of blood came out of the wound. He seemed to have no blood, and his body was like dry firewood full of wrinkles, as if he died of lack of water in the desert. It's a bit like a human specimen, Kunami Yaichi thought. He looked around and found that there were many evil remains in the room. This kind of weird incident can only be done by evil things. However, There are too many remaining evil spirits. Either the other party does not care about this and is very unscrupulous, or the other party deliberately left these traces to directly point out the identity. I am the evil thing. Senior Mansai, why do you say that this incident is related to the 7 evil sins? Kunami Yaichi asked. You will know when you watch the surveillance video. Human Manzai took out his cell phone. I'll send you the extracted surveillance video. After receiving the surveillance video, Kunami Yaichi opened it. The video was only 3 minutes long, and the screen was aimed at the front desk. At the 11th second, a man and a woman appeared on the screen. The mummy on the bed could not see the man's appearance at all, but from the surveillance screen the man looked very ordinary and was a very inconspicuous type. Such a man should be difficult to be welcomed, and people would believe that he was a virgin. As for the woman, she had short hair and a mask on her face, so her appearance could not be seen. There was no communication between the two people, and they seemed very awkward as if they had just met not long ago. After taking the key, the two left the front desk. The screen jumped, this time aiming at the exit passage. The woman with short hair hurriedly walked through the passage. She still had a mask on her face. The two came to the hotel at 2:15 p.m., and the woman with short hair left at 3:20 p.m., staying for almost an hour. Manzai-senpai, when is the estimated time of death of Izawa Jun? Asked Kunami Yaichi. The time of death is within that hour, and the murderer is basically confirmed to be the woman with shawl hair. Kunami Yaichi understood why this incident was related to the 7 evil sins, using the power of evil creatures in the body of a human. This situation is exactly the same as Nakao Ryozo. Kunami, is there a way to find people through their eyes like last time? Wearing a mask, the only clue left for appearance is a pair of eyes. This woman is the 3rd of the 7 evil sins. Kunami Yaichi zoomed in on the woman with shawl hair in the picture and observed the woman's eyes. After a moment, he shook his head and said, No, the picture is blurry, and the woman's eyes don't have any characteristics, and her eyes are also very faint. It is too difficult to find Nakao Ryozo through his eyes like last time. Yaichi Kunami had seen Ryozo Nakao with his own eyes, not just his eyes, but his entire person, and he had a deep impression. And those eyes were very special, so he could lock onto the target. It doesn't matter. The people from the 1st Investigation Division are already investigating Izawa Jun, looking for the existence of a woman similar to him around him, hoping to gain something. The human Mansai held a camera and kept taking pictures, but what he was photographing was not the victim, but this room. The air conditioner, the corners of the room, these places that had nothing to do with the case were also photographed. What is Mansai-senpai doing? Yaichi Kunami whispered to Kenji Sugawara next to him. Team leader Mansai is recording the shapes and distribution positions of all the residual evil spirits in the room. What's the use of this thing? Yaichi Kunami whispered to Kenji Sugawara next to him. The 3rd agency has developed a software that can simulate the situation in the room at that time to a certain extent by inputting the status of the evil spirit debris. So powerful. The purpose of establishing the 3rd agency is to exorcise evil things. It is only natural to set up a research institute for this purpose and develop various software to deal with evil things. Returning to the Mansai Group base from the Love Hotel, Mansai gave the photos he took to Nishijo Sakurako, who scanned them and uploaded them to the headquarters. This process is quite complicated. The software needs to build a room model and then continuously simulate and analyze the methods and angles that cause the evil spirits to remain. It must be handled by professionals at the headquarters. However, after only 1 hour, the email with the completed processing came over. The headquarters sent an email with a video in it. The efficiency is too fast. Kunami Yaichi could only sigh at the rich resources of the 3rd agency. Everyone gathered around. Clicking on the video, a room model very similar to the hotel room appeared on the screen, with 2 black dolls in it, one of which was wearing a mask which should be used to simulate Izawa Jun and the masked woman. Time is tight, so the model is a little rough, which is understandable. The doll representing Izawa Jun was lying on the bed, motionless, and then 4 long whips suddenly appeared in the hands of the masked woman. She swung the 4 long whips and wrapped around Izawa Jun's limbs respectively. First the left hand, then the right hand, then the left leg, then the right leg, all pulled off. The animation looks quite simple, but Kunami Yaichi can imagine that the scene at that time must have been very tragic. At this point, the screen went black. That's it? Musa couldn't help asking. Like Kunami Yaichi, he was watching the software to analyze the animation for the first time, thinking that he would see something awesome, but he was disappointed. There are only some photos for reference. It's not easy to simulate to this extent. Kunami Yaichi used to be a programmer and knew the difficulty. Did you see that? The screen shows that the masked woman's weapon is a whip, but a whip can't be that flexible, and she can control 4 whips at the same time. Doesn't she have 4 hands? Musa asked puzzledly. It should be something like a whip, Nishijo Sakurako said. This simulation animation is at best for our reference. It won't tell us everything that happened. Kappa Mansai said. At least we know how Izawa-jun lost his limbs. Nishijo Sakurako shuddered. It must have been painful to have her limbs torn off. What did the deceased do? To be killed like this? Kunami Yaichi fell into deep thought. If the limbs were torn off, blood would have sprayed violently, but there was not a drop of blood at the scene, which was very strange. The long whip, the disappeared blood, and many unknown things. But as Mansai said, this animation is only for reference. It is impossible to use it to completely restore the process. That night, the investigation against Izawa-jun was quickly launched. Various information came in. Every time Sakurako Nishijo received a piece of information, she read it out loud. Izawa-jun works at the Industrial Central Bank. According to his boss, he is 33 years old this year, but he has never been married and has no girlfriend. He is an insulator of women. At the time of the incident, he was arranged to go out for business. The boss was very surprised to learn that he went to a hotel with a woman. Doing this kind of thing during working hours is a very full use of time. Musa couldn't help but complain. You watch anime all day. You two are the same, said Sakurako Nishijo. Musa wisely shut up. On the other side, after watching the simulation animation, Kenji Sugawara entered the wall-facing mode, not wasting a single second. Kappa Mansai kept making phone calls to communicate the progress of the case and give instructions. Sakurako Nishijo looked at the computer and said, Another piece of information has come. It is the photos taken by the investigators at Izawa-jun's house. There were many photos displayed on the computer. The room was messy, and there were many pornographic magazines placed randomly. Kunami Yaichi looked at the picture and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yes, no wonder it felt familiar, because the atmosphere was very similar to the original owner's room. It was the kind of room for a single man who has lived alone for a long time. Nishijo. The report said that after searching the room, no clues of the masked woman were found in Izawa-jun's house. Not even a trace of a woman could be found. Jun Izawa is too inconspicuous, ordinary to the extreme, with no outstanding qualities. Such a person has a low chance of being popular. It turns out that Kunami Yato's character is not very good, but his appearance is okay, so he is quite popular with women. Of course, there are often deceptions and being deceived in between. Nishijo Sakurako read out the information one by one. His mobile phone was cracked, and no similar photos of women were found, but a lot of large-scale online pictures were saved. There are no chat records with women in the messages. From the confession of Jun Izawa's neighbors, Jun Izawa has never brought a woman home, and no woman has ever been seen around him. I don't know why, but after hearing these words, Kunami Yaichi felt a sense of sadness. How could such a woman who is insulated from women suddenly go to get a room? The search has been going on. Kunami Yaichi asked Terada to send the little girl to Miyoshinji. With Hiroshi Miyake there, the little girl's safety is guaranteed. He stayed here, on standby at any time. If the masked woman can be caught, he can get a reward of 20 million. It's worth staying up all night. When the case just happened, there are often the most clues left. As time goes by, many clues will gradually disappear, and eyewitness information will become unclear. The crime-solving rate begins to decline. This involves the 7 evil crimes, the highest level of wanted persons, and the third agency attaches great importance to it. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. A large number of people are concentrated on the search, and intelligence comes one after another. Izawa-jun's personality, the places he likes to go, including the schools he went to since he was a child, have all been dug out, and there is almost nothing to hide. However, the woman's existence cannot be found. Kunami Yaichi had a feeling that the deeper the search went, the further away he would be from the woman. When I was watching the surveillance video of the Love Hotel, I had a feeling that the two seemed to have just met not long ago. Kunami Yaichi said, "Do you think, is it really the first time they met?" The current investigation has reached a deadlock. Thinking from this angle, it does make sense. Manzai nodded. But would a man and a woman who met for the first time go directly to a love hotel to book a room? Musa asked in confusion. And it's hard to do such a thing as tearing off hands and feet without any reason. It's hard to think about the actions of the 7 evil sins with ordinary people's thinking. Kunami Yaichi said. Just like Nakao Ryozo hid the evil thing in his son's body, their style of doing things has been affected by the evil thing. There are 4 investigators responsible for investigating Izawa Jun's actions today, and no useful intelligence has been received so far, Manzai said. I suggest increasing the intensity of the search in this regard. The excavation in the direction of Junizawa has almost reached the bottom. It is difficult to make new discoveries. It is indeed time to change the search angle. In the second half of the night, an investigator found a groundbreaking intelligence. The woman's appearance was exposed. The investigator was very thoughtful and locked the investigation area between the Love Hotel and Junizawa's company. Then he took Junizawa's photo and asked people one by one. He was lucky and accidentally found a man who had seen Junizawa. The man had seen him in a park. Not only that, he also saw the meeting between Junizawa and the masked woman. At that time, Junizawa was sitting on a bench eating a lunchbox. The man only glanced at him and then looked away, because he was so ordinary and inconspicuous. But what happened next surprised him, so he remembered Junizawa firmly. A woman with a graceful figure actually took the initiative to sit next to Junizawa and then approached him little by little, putting her hand on his thigh. Seduction, naked seduction. When Izawa Jun noticed it, he was a little surprised at first, but then he climbed up the pole and the two quickly became hot. The man felt that his handsome face had grown in vain, and it should be him who was hit on. Then the masked woman took the initiative to propose to go to the Love Hotel. At that time, Izawa Jun's expression was very shocked, but he couldn't stop smiling. He watched the two walk out of the park and called a taxi to leave. The man just felt that he was far away from the world. However, after learning that Izawa Jun was killed, the man showed a fearful look, as if warning himself, "Don't trust strange women who hit on you." After understanding the encounter process, the investigator contacted the taxi company and selected the taxis that ran through the park to the Love Hotel route, and then framed the time as 12 to 1:30. Without much effort, he found the target vehicle. The camera captured the figures of Izawa Jun and the masked woman. The woman wore a mask throughout the whole process, but at a certain point she suddenly twitched unnaturally twice, then quickly took out a bottle of water from her bag and drank a sip with a straw. While drinking water, she pulled down her mask. Thus, her appearance was completely exposed to the camera. Kunami Yaichi looked at the woman on the screen. She had an above-average appearance, but as the witnesses said, she had a hot body and a bulging chest. The moment she drank the water, she straightened her chest and Izawa Jun's eyes were fixed. It is worth noting that there is a mole at the corner of the woman's mouth. This finishing touch increased her charm index by several percentage points. Send the suspect's photo to the headquarters immediately and let them do a portrait comparison, Mansai said. Okay. Nishijo Sakurako said. After being busy for so long, I can finally take a break. The suspect was locked in this case, and the remaining work was to arrest him. The goal was clear. The investigation was solved too quickly. The previous Nakao Ryozo was too cunning, using a stand-in and disguising his face. The exposure of the third 7 evil sins so easily made him feel unreal. In the picture, the masked woman suddenly twitched. Is it some kind of disease? Through the photos taken in the taxi, the third agency found out the identity of the masked woman at 10 o'clock the next morning. Chiaki Ichihara, 26 years old, works for a cosmetics company as a receptionist. She was absent without reason 3 days ago and could not be contacted by phone until now. After that, an investigator reported that he had found out Chiaki Ichihara's route last night, and Mansai and Musa went to investigate. The Mansai team did not need to be dispatched for preliminary intelligence gathering, but they were needed to arrest the suspect after locking him. Kunami Yaichi and Sugawara Kenji went to Chiaki Ichihara's rental house. Although it has been confirmed that the person is not at home, it is still necessary to investigate. Sugawara Kenji used the spare key to open Chiaki Ichihara's room. Kunami Yaichi walked in. As soon as they entered the door, the two stopped at the same time. The room was messy, with all kinds of things scattered on the floor. Burglary? In this case, even if there are clues, they may have been destroyed. The two looked at each other, put on shoe covers, avoided stepping on things on the ground, and moved carefully. The room was not big, about 30 square meters. There were a lot of cosmetics on the dressing table, but now most of them fell to the ground. Kunami Yaichi put on gloves, picked up a necklace on the ground, and said, "It shouldn't be a burglary. Look at this necklace, it's worth 100,000, and it just fell to the ground. Thieves have very good eyes and will never miss this necklace." "Do you know anything about jewelry?" Sugawara Kenji asked in surprise. The original Kunami Yaichi once sold fake jewelry, so he naturally knew the price of real jewelry. Kunami Yaichi inherited his memory. These cosmetics, small fans and other things don't seem to have been dropped by rummaging, but seem to have been broken by some strong force. Kunami Yaichi picked up the small fan on the ground, and the fine wire guard was obviously bent, as if it had been hit hard. One side of the lotion bottle was leaking, and water was flowing out. No wonder there's an indescribable smell in the room. It turns out to be lotion that's been floating around for 3 days. After a thorough inspection of the room, Kunami Yaichi stared at a dent on the wall. Kenji, remember the masked girl swung the whip in the simulation? Sugawara Kenji looked at the dent and nodded. It really looks like a whip mark, but it's a little thicker. The dent on the wall was about 10 centimeters in diameter and nearly half a meter long. Kunami Yaichi gestured with his hands. What kind of whip can leave such a mark? He reached out and touched it. It's a bit sticky? Kunami Yaichi rubbed his fingers, and it was indeed sticky. It was like the residue of some secretion. The whip might be part of the masked girl's body, a living thing. Could it be a tentacle? Kunami Yaichi guessed. Kunami, Kenji, can you hear me? The voice of Nishijo Sakurako came from the headset. I heard it. Just now, 3 more dead people appeared. The 3 dead people were all unemployed vagrants, commonly known as gangsters. They were wandering on the street, saw the masked woman, and then approached her to chat and surrounded her. Many people saw this scene. A man in a suit couldn't stand it and went up to help. However, what was surprising was that the masked woman lightly agreed to the invitation of the 3 gangsters. And it was not the kind of agreement that was very reluctant, but she had no aversion to it. The parties all agreed, and although the man in the suit was a little depressed, he stopped meddling. So the 4 people left. The bodies of the 3 gangsters were found in an alley. Like Junizawa, their bodies were dry and their limbs were torn off, but there was not a drop of blood at the scene of the crime, making it like a kind of performance art. People who don't know the truth might think that these are fake people. It's been less than half an hour since the 3 people died. Chiaki Ichihara should still be nearby. Mansai and Musa were the first to arrive at the scene. The 2 were tracking Chiaki Ichihara's whereabouts and were nearby. They searched the surrounding area and found the remains of the evil spirit. We found the remains of the evil spirit. The smell of the remains extends northward along the Nishida shopping street. The smell is very strong. She should be inside the shopping street. Not long after, Kunami Yaichi and Sugawara Kenji also arrived at the Nishida shopping street. Kunami, Kenji, you 2 surround the shopping street from the other side. Nishijo Sakurako commanded. Understood. Kenji, there are a lot of people in the Nishida shopping street. To prevent being missed, we split up on both sides. I'll be on the left and you on the right. Kunami Yaichi suggested. Okay, Sugawara Kenji said. The 3 members of the Mansai team plus Kunami Yaichi began to shrink inward from the 4 corners and conducted a carpet search in the Nishida shopping street. Outside the shopping street, investigators also arrived one after another. If the 4 failed to catch Chiaki Ichihara, they would be responsible for tracking and passing on location information. The encirclement has been cast, and Chiaki Ichihara's chance of escaping is very low. The target has just passed a bookstore called Sunflower. Less than 5 minutes after entering the shopping street, Kunami Yaichi found Chiaki Ichihara. She was wearing a mask and blending in the crowd. The evil spirit carried by Chiaki Ichihara made her as obvious as a firefly in the dark. We will go there immediately, Sakurako. Tell us the direction, Mansai said. The voice of Nishijo Sakurako's guidance kept appearing in the headphones, and Mansai and Musa approached quickly. The 4 gradually surrounded Chiaki Ichihara. Kunami Yaichi looked at Chiaki Ichihara. He found that her way of walking was a little strange. Her legs and feet were weak, as if she had no strength. Chiaki Ichihara didn't realize that she was being followed at all. She lacks a sense of crisis. All 4 were in place. Action begins! As Mansai's last voice fell, the fire hydrant on the road suddenly exploded, and a stream of water shot up into the sky, followed by a small-scale rainstorm. What's going on? Where did the water come from? I'm soaked all over. These are the new clothes I just bought. The fire hydrant is broken. It scared me. Tourists who were shopping avoided the rainstorm. Some who did not dodge were pushed back by the water. The water curtain blocked their vision. In the chaos, 4 figures rushed into the rainstorm. This is a shopping street. There are a lot of people. We must fight quickly, Wansai said. The outside was blocked by the water curtain and it was not clear. It looked like a heavy rain, but in fact, there was no water falling inside. It was very dry. Under Wansai's control, a stream of water went straight to Chiaki Ichihara. This was not an attack caused by Wansai's unconscious aura before, but a real killer move. The water column had a strong impact and was as powerful as a cannonball. Kunami Yaichi was on the side, condensing a spirit explosive bug in his hand, ready to grab the head at any time. For him, only the last blow was the key point. If he couldn't get the last blow, there would be no yin and yang points. He paddled with peace of mind. There were 4 people on the scene, and there was also Mansai who was stronger than him. Chiaki Ichihara couldn't escape even if he had wings. However, facing Mansai's attack, Chiaki Ichihara didn't hide. Swish. Chiaki Ichihara's hand turned into 8 tentacles and swung out. Those tentacles were covered with suckers. They drilled into the water column. The suckers began to shrink and wriggle wildly. In a blink of an eye, the water column shrank by more than half, and the impact force was greatly reduced. In front of Chiaki Ichihara, there was only a small splash of water. Pop! It was as if someone took a cup and splashed water at her. The shape of this tentacle, the true form of the evil thing, is an octopus, Yaichi realized. The blood on the victim's body should have been sucked up by those suckers. No wonder the dents on the wall are sticky. It turns out it's the slime left by the tentacles. Who are you? Chiaki Ichihara tilted her head and glanced at the 4 people. Why are you attacking me? She didn't know about the third agency, and she didn't know me. A certain speculation in Kunami Yaichi's mind came true. It was indeed so. Her room was not robbed, but she messed it up herself. Various signs in the room showed that something happened to Chiaki Ichihara 3 days ago, and then she overturned the dressing table and messed up the house like that. Chiaki Ichihara's reaction was a little different from what was expected, and although she blocked the water column just now, it was only because the suction cup had the ability to absorb water, and her own evil spirit was not strong. Judging from number 3 and number 4, the strength of the 7 evil sins is at least above the superior. Manzai turned his head and asked, Kunan, is she one of the 7 evil sins? No. Kunan Yaichi shook his head. It's just a parasitic evil creature. After hearing that it was not one of the 7 evil sins, Manzai lost in Kenji. Musa, this evil creature is left to you to deal with. Akagimaru? Sugawara Kenji summoned, and Akagimaru rushed towards Ichihara Chiaki with a mace. Ultimate body. Musa also flashed with metallic luster all over his body and rushed over. So many people were mobilized and stayed up all night to solve the case. Unexpectedly, they caught a small shrimp. Kunan Yaichi sighed secretly, and the 20 million was gone, but he kept his eyes on the battle situation. At least he had to grab the last blow, otherwise he would lose a lot this time. I'll leave these trial copies to you. Izumi Masao bowed to the clerk of Sunflower Bookstore. He was a marketer of a publishing company and was distributing trial copies of the newly released comics to various bookstores. For a trial single volume like this, the back half of an ordinary single volume is torn off, leaving only the front half for customers to read. If the customer thinks it is good, he will buy it. This is a marketing method in the comics industry. The leather shoes on his feet have been worn shorter. Being a salesperson is a job that tests his leg strength. I'm a little hungry. Let's go find a restaurant to eat. Izumi Masao walked out of the bookstore, and the splashing water made him stop. What happened? It was fine before I entered the bookstore. The fire hydrant is broken. Look, my clothes were all wet just now. It's so unlucky. Someone next to him said. There were many people watching the excitement around the splashing water. After all, this kind of scene is not common. Izumi Masao still had work to do, so he only stopped for a moment and turned to leave. However, a black thing fell straight towards him from the sky. Izumi Masao failed to dodge and was hit on the head by the thing. He shrank his neck, but the pain he imagined did not appear. Something fell on my head. He took the thing off his head. It was a dark octopus. The octopus was still alive and still squirming. Swish! The next moment, the octopus suddenly shot up, and 8 tentacles hugged Izumi Masao's face. Izumi Masao's face was blocked, and he could not make a sound. The bag of books in his hand fell to the ground. He retreated repeatedly in panic, and at the same time, he used both hands to pull hard, trying to pull the octopus off, but the octopus held it very tightly and sucked it tightly. I want your body. The evil octopus squirmed, opened Izumi Masao's mouth, and drilled into it. During this process, Izumi Masao was completely unable to resist. Swish! A black shadow rushed out of the water curtain. It was Kunami Yaichi. He ran towards him with all his strength. The suction cups on Chiaki Ichihara's tentacles have a strong suction force, and they can also suck blood. This is its strongest point. Once she entangles you, the blood in your body will be sucked out through the pores. In the end, you will become like Izawa Jun and the 3 thugs. Chiaki Ichihara is an unmatched existence for ordinary people, but under the siege of Akanemaru and Musa, she looks very embarrassed. Musa is a spiritual system. His technique of extreme body cannot increase the power compared to Hiroshi Miyake's 7 shackles of hollow, but it can make the surface of the body like steel. It is equivalent to wearing a layer of armor with super high defense that will not affect movement. Those suction cups wrapped around him, completely unable to suck, and the suction force was completely blocked. Chiaki Ichihara was held tightly by Musa. Akanamaru is a spiritual medium, and the ability to suck blood is ineffective against it. Therefore, Chiaki Ichihara can only use the attack ability of the tentacles themselves. However, in terms of absolute strength, Akanamaru has reached the peak of the next level and is in a crushing situation. Swinging the mace, the tentacles were smashed to pieces. Seeing that she couldn't win, Chiaki Ichihara slapped the ground with her tentacles and shot up, trying to escape from above. Kappa Mansai was well prepared and controlled a water column to knock her down. However, at the same time, when Chiaki Ichihara was knocked down, she suddenly opened her mouth and a dark octopus flew out, passed through the water curtain and escaped. The evil octopus abandoned its body. Kunami Yaichi had been waiting for an opportunity to pick up the leak, so he was the first to react and rushed out of the water curtain. I never thought that this evil octopus could escape when surrounded. However, as soon as he ran out of the water curtain, he saw the evil octopus hugging Izumi Masao's face and drilling into it. Is it too late? Get out! I'm already occupied here. The evil octopus drilled into Izumi Masao's mouth with half of its body, and it was about to enter completely. The next moment, a domineering voice sounded in its mind. An invisible wave arose and the evil octopus was forced out of Izumi Masao's teeth. Snap! Kunami Yaichi arrived at this time with the flame of purification burning on his hand and grabbed the evil octopus. Izumi Masao was panting heavily with a frightened expression. I'm sorry, the octopus I bought was washed away by the water from the fire hydrant. Kunami Yaichi explained with a smile. He looked up and down at Izumi Masao, and there was no evil spirit. Just now he thought that Izumi Masao would be parasitized. And it actually caught up? Your octopus is really strong. I almost suffocated to death. Izumi Masao complained unhappily. He looked down and saw the book bag that fell into the puddle, squatted down and picked up the book bag. Fortunately, the books inside are not wet. Izumi Masao behaved normally. The tentacles of the evil octopus wrapped around Kunami Yaichi's hand and sucked it vigorously. He felt the blood flowing uncontrollably towards his right hand. What? Still want to suck my blood? Kunami Yaichi released the flame of the pure spirit again and burned it. The evil octopus immediately shrank into a ball, twisting its body constantly, as if dancing. The evil octopus twitched, and then the slippery surface of its body became rough. Your octopus looks dehydrated. If you don't get it some water, it will probably die, Izumi Masao reminded. At that time in the taxi, Chiaki Ichihara took off her mask to drink water. It should be the evil octopus replenishing water. After becoming an evil creature, its demand for water has not changed. It's okay, it will eat even if it dies, Kunami Yaichi said. On the other side, the water curtain dissipated, and the humanoid Mansai and Sugawara, Kenji, ran over here. Musa followed behind with Chiaki Ichihara in his arms. Look, someone has fainted. Was he knocked out by the water column? The water column was very strong. I was in the center of the street, but when I came to my senses, I was already at the side of the street. I was pushed over by the water column. So I'm not surprised that the water column knocked someone out. The evil octopus in Kunami Yaichi's hand gradually stopped moving. Yin-yang points, 781. The picture moved, and it started to rise from 781. In the end, it became 941. Although he failed to catch the 7 evil sins, this night was not in vain, as he picked up 160 yin-yang points for free. Junami, good job. I was careless this time. If it parasitizes the octopus again while I am here, I will be unqualified as a team leader. Kunami Yaichi handed the dead evil octopus to Mansai, then turned around and glanced at Izumi Masao's gradually leaving back. What's wrong? Kunami Yaichi retracted his gaze. Nothing. I'm a little surprised that I was able to avoid secondary parasitism. Chiaki Ichihara was sent to the emergency room for rescue, but her organs were seriously failing, and she was seriously lacking blood and water. In the end, she could not be saved. From the moment an evil creature is born, whether it is an octopus or a slug monster that feeds on words, it will cause great harm to humans. According to statistics from the third agency, a low-level evil creature will cause an average of 10 deaths before it is exorcised. 10 people. This is a very scary number. It took only 1 day from the occurrence of the Love Hotel case to the case being solved. Even so, 5 people still died. The harm of evil creatures can be seen. The ability to solve the case so quickly is the result of the third agency investing a lot of resources and conducting a full-scale search. However, this should have been used to deal with the 7 evil sins. It is impossible to mobilize so many people for ordinary evil creature cases. After all, if there are more people here, there will be fewer other cases. Although this incident has nothing to do with the 7 evil sins, Kunami Yaichi still received a reward. It's not much, 300,000, it's a small token of appreciation. After all, he also contributed. Kunami Yaichi was quite satisfied with this. This incident was not dangerous and was very simple. It was worth it to get the yin-yang points, and he didn't expect to get a sum of money in the end. After a busy day at work, Izumi Masao returned home. He put down his briefcase, took out 3 cans of beer from the refrigerator, and sat on the sofa. Sizzle. He opened the beer and drank 1/3 of it in one breath, making a comfortable sound. Beer tastes good after work. Izumi Masao turned on the TV, then turned sideways on the sofa to find a comfortable angle, drinking beer while watching TV. This was his daily routine after get-off work. On TV, 2 comedians were performing skits, as if they were talking about the topic of bondage between men and women. One kept pretending to be stupid, and the other was complaining. Izumi Masao didn't care about the content of the TV broadcast. He just wanted to listen to the sound. Not long after watching, he took out his mobile phone and began to check work news statistical sales charts. There are still many bookstores to visit tomorrow, but the effort is worth it. The sales of comics are indeed rising. I hope that the sales of the 3rd volume of Railway can exceed 50,000, so that the first edition of the next volume should be able to arrange 10,000 copies. Izumi Masao drank beer sip by sip, and suddenly his head hurt, his hand loosened, and the beer fell. The beer fell on the sofa, and it was immediately wet. Izumi Masao jumped up immediately and wiped it with a tissue. It took 5 minutes to clean the sofa, but the smell of alcohol still remained. Since yesterday, my head has been a little uncomfortable, and it hurts from time to time. But it doesn't hurt very much, just like the feeling of eating ice cream in the summer and the cold head hurts. Maybe it's because of too much pressure recently because of running the single book. Take a hot bath and relax. Izumi Masao rubbed his temples and went into the bathroom to run the water for a shower. After the shower, he blew his hair dry and went back to the sofa in his pajamas. Although there is a bed at home, Izumi Masao prefers to sleep on the sofa. In most cases, he sleeps on the sofa. Falling asleep with the sound of the TV is his preference. He opened another can of beer, and this time he was much more cautious. When drinking, he leaned his upper body over the sofa, so there would be no problem. He continued to check the sales chart, occasionally stopping to watch TV and take a break. In this way, the time came to 10:30. Izumi Masao yawned. "Let's stop here for today. I'm a little sleepy." He took his cell phone to charge it, turned off the lights, then turned down the volume of the TV, set a timer to shut down, and finally covered himself with a blanket and curled up on the sofa. Just like that, Izumi Masao fell asleep while watching TV. In his dream, he was still thinking about going to a few more bookstores tomorrow. He liked the manga Railway very much, and as a marketer, he was very satisfied to be able to help out. Time passed slowly, and it was 12 o'clock. Izumi Masao's peaceful sleeping face changed a little. His brows wrinkled unnaturally, the corners of his mouth began to twitch, cold sweat broke out on his face, and he showed a painful expression. The TV was emitting a faint light, and the screen was playing an advertisement. Urashima Taro opened the jade box and took out a mobile phone. Izumi Masao's hands were bulging with blue veins, as if he was suffering from some kind of torture, and he whimpered, but he couldn't wake up. In his sleep, Izumi Masao let out a short cry of pain. Then his breathing gradually became rapid, and when it reached a certain point, it stopped completely. Izumi Masao lost his breath. At this moment, the TV set reached the timed point, clicked and turned off. The room became dim and unusually quiet, rustling. A bug the size of a finger crawled out of Izumi's nostrils. After the bug came out, its body quickly grew larger, gradually taking the shape of a human, and stopped only when it grew to a height of 2 meters. It had pointed ears and monkey cheeks, protruding teeth, a hunched body, and sharp claws on both hands and feet. Snap. The bug monster sat on Izumi Masao, grabbed a can of unopened beer, squeezed it hard and burst it directly, and then poured the beer into his mouth. Beer tastes better right after eating brains. Sister Sfo. A faint singing voice sounded. Who is it? The insect monster immediately turned his head to look outside the French window. Under the moonlight, a huge strange bird with a woman's head slowly landed on the windowsill. Her feathers turned into brown feathers and were draped over her body. Go, bird, what do you want to talk to me about? the insect monster said in a bad tone. It hates being disturbed during mealtime. Especially after meal aftertaste, this is the time it enjoys the most. Intermediate Great Demon Spirit Mole Cricket currently has 519 kills and is one of the highest level wanted persons of the third agency. Guhuo Bird said, "Why? Are you here to arrest me?" Of course not. I heard that a Guhuo Bird that has just been promoted to a Great Demon has been secretly recruiting subordinates. You are here? It shouldn't be for this, right? The insect monster's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The purpose of my trip is indeed to recruit you, but the one who needs your loyalty is not me, but my child. The Guhuo Bird bent down, its wings turned into hands, and carefully held the baby on its back to its chest. Shutendoji's eyes were like a monarch looking down on all things. He opened his mouth and spoke clearly. "Spiritual cricket, submit to me. When I reign in the world, I can leave a place for you by my side." Human baby? No, it's a monster with human breath, a half-demon. The moment the spirit cricket saw Shutendoji, the blood in his body felt like it froze. This is a suppression of level. It means that the monster blood inherited by the other party is very high. Looking at your demonic aura, it's at most the level of a low-level monster. It's simply wishful thinking to expect me to surrender just by relying on blood. The mole cricket moved, and with a crash, it smashed through the French window and came to the front of the Guhuo Bird. I'm not satisfied with just eating human brains, so I'll eat a half-demon baby as a dessert after dinner. The mole cricket showed its ferocious appearance and attacked without mercy. The sharp claws were about to catch him. Shutendoji spread his palms, revealing a small wine gourd. A white light radiated from the wine gourd. Swish! The figure of the mole cricket disappeared. The next moment, the wine gourd kept shaking, making a clanging sound. The power of the wine gourd is linked to my strength. I was born not long ago, and my strength is limited. The wine gourd can't trap the mole cricket, and will be broken soon. Although the secret technique was used to make the Guhuo Bird promoted to a big monster, her potential has been exhausted. The mole cricket is currently the most suitable candidate for a subordinate. Shutendoji shook the wine gourd. Swish! The mole cricket appeared on the windowsill again. It turned its head and looked at Shutendoji. "Was that your magic just now? Don't be impatient, mole cricket. Since you want to eat me, I will naturally fulfill your wish," Shutendoji said, and a drop of blood oozed from his fingertips. He waved his little hand, and the drop of blood flew towards the mole cricket. The mole cricket looked at the drop of blood and felt the powerful blood pressure in it. "Your blood is far superior to mine. I want to see what kind of monster you are." The mole cricket opened his mouth and caught the drop of blood. The next moment, its body trembled violently. "What? What kind of monster's blood is this? It seems that an ancient breath has traveled through time and space and pressed on me, making me want to surrender involuntarily. What a joke! I'm the great demon mole cricket. How can I be scared by a drop of blood?" The mole cricket widened its eyes and glared at Shutendoji, but its sight was getting lower and lower. "What am I doing?" It actually knelt on the ground uncontrollably. "Impossible. I, the mole cricket, will never surrender easily." The hands of the elite cricket left sharp scratches on the ground, and it slowly straightened up. After all, it was just the pressure of a drop of blood. Although it suppressed it at the blood level, it did not make it lose its ability to resist. The elite cricket was fighting against its own instincts, and when it straightened its body halfway, the drop of blood seemed to feel provoked. This time, it was not pressure that appeared, but a phantom. The phantom did not appear in reality, but was directly projected into the mind of the elite cricket. It was a huge figure like a mountain with 8 heads and 8 tails, surrounded by an ominous black aura. Just one look, and the elite cricket's heart almost exploded. "Orochi!" The elite cricket looked at Shutendoji and asked dryly, "Aryaki, Lord?" The elite mole cricket has never seen the Yamata no Orochi. It is only more than 200 years old now, and is a monster born after the Heian War. However, this does not prevent it from admiring the Yamata no Orochi. Create a world ruled by monsters. This grand wish makes it yearn for it, and it has longed to serve under the Yamata no Orochi countless times. It has fantasized about living in that world more than once. Humans are just its food, and it plunders them at will, and eats as much brain matter as it wants. Instead of being sneaky like it is now, it must not attract the attention of the third agency. When it is discovered, it must tuck its tail between its legs and hide. Yamata, huh? It has been sealed for thousands of years, and I haven't heard this name for a long time. However, I am not Yamata. My current name is Shutendoji. Shutendoji hooked his hand, and the drop of blood in the elite mole cricket flew out and floated in his palm. "You can't digest my blood. After a long time, your body will collapse. Without the blood, the pressure disappeared. But this time, Jing Mole Cricket took the initiative to kneel on the ground and said in a pious manner, "Master Shutin, please let me serve under you. I accept your loyalty, Jing Mole Cricket. From today on, you are my subordinate," Shutin Duji said. Jing Mole Cricket crawled on the ground for a long time before raising his head and said, "Master Shutin, why has your power weakened so much? Moreover, you have become a half-demon? I just broke free from the seal a month ago. In order to revive again, I had to use the infinite reincarnation technique." "I see, no wonder it was mixed with human blood," Shutin Duji said. "Jing Mole Cricket, listen carefully. I'm going to give you the first task. Please give your orders, sir. Sneak into Tengu Mountain and collect all the information about Tengu Mountain. Mount Tengu? 1/8 of my former body and soul is sealed there. The damn Thunder Tengu. Not only did he team up with humans to deal with me, but he also kept suppressing me." Shutin Duji clenched his fists and waved them twice. "I want to take back the power that belongs to me and return to the top. As you command." Although the dream of standing under the Yamada no Orochi could not be realized, the Mole Cricket was very excited to have the opportunity to become a member of the new Shutin Doji's command. It stood up and climbed onto the windowsill, spread a pair of insect wings behind it, and flew into the night sky. Shutin Duji watched the Mole Cricket disappear and whispered, "Guhuo, I'm a little tired." In his baby state, he gets tired easily, especially now that it's late at night, and the other half of the human blood makes him feel sleepy. "My child, just rest here for a night." Guhuo Bird leaned against the corner of the windowsill. Its hands turned into wings and it hugged Shutin Duji to its chest. Shutin Doji lay in the soft feathers, his little face full of seriousness. "After we regain our power, the first thing we have to do is to occupy a mountain in the demon world. The breath of the human world makes me sick. The second thing is to kill that stinky fox who dared to betray me. If it weren't for her, I should have won the war that year." Myoshinji Temple. At noon, the sun was high and the bright sunlight sprinkled on the earth. Kunami Yaichi mobilized his spiritual power and infused it into his fingers. His fingertips slid in the air, constructing a pentagram magic circle. He looked at the big tree in front of him, with a target hanging on it. Demon-breaking Array 1 arrow. A demon-breaking arrow made of light flew out rapidly and hit the bullseye accurately. He kept moving and slid his fingers again. Demon-breaking Array 2 arrows. 2 magic-breaking arrows flew out. In addition to the tree just hit, there were also targets hanging on the surrounding trees. Papa, the arrows hit the targets on the 2 trees respectively. Kunami Yaichi was practicing the ability to control the magic-breaking array. Although this skill was directly imprinted in his mind, it was limited to learning. To truly use it and exert its power, he needed to practice continuously. 3 arrows, 4 arrows, and up to the 8th arrow, he could still hit 8 targets with 8 arrows at the same time. By the 9th arrow, he was controlling 9 arrows at the same time, but there was a mistake, and only 6 hit the target. But the target was reduced to 3. His hit rate became 100% again. Kunami Yaichi kept practicing and challenging his own limits. It is worth mentioning that through this training method, he accidentally found a way to increase the number of spirit explosion insects. He had always wanted to increase the number of spirit explosion insects that appeared at the same time. His spiritual power was very abundant, but the upper limit of the spirit explosion insects had nothing to do with spiritual power, so he had no idea where to start. He was practicing the devil-breaking formation, and when he came to his senses, he found that, not to mention his arrow control ability, his limit of exploding bugs had reached 5. At this time, he realized that the limit of exploding bugs was related to his mental power. Controlling the devil-breaking formation required a lot of mental power, so much so that his mental power was increased invisibly during the practice. Now, his motivation to practice became more abundant. Suzuki Mina is now in school. If Kunami Yaichi doesn't have any commissions during the day and there is nothing to do at the Mansai group, he basically spends his time in Myoshinji Temple. This is a good place to practice. It's quiet and no one disturbs him. The skills directly given to him by the system can be used proficiently even without practice, and they are very powerful. However, the existence of Sugawara Masato made him feel a little bit of crisis. The exorcists in this world should not be underestimated. The power of the existing skills is very good, but as long as you practice hard, you can further improve it and exert twice or even 10 times the power. Kunami Yaichi is a person who pursues perfection, and he wants to reach the ultimate realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The magic-breaking arrows kept flying out. When the number of targets was reduced to 3, A maximum of 71 arrows could be controlled to hit the target. Kunami Yaichi continued to test, and his mental strength was trained. While his accuracy increased, the number of spirit blasters he could control at one time broke through again, reaching 6. During the training, the upper limit of the magic-breaking array also broke through 120 arrows. The effect of the training was very significant. While Kunami Yaichi was practicing the magic-breaking array, on the other side 2 sturdy muscular figures were engaged in a fierce melee. They were Miyake Hiroshi and Ape Ghost. Ape Ghost needed combat experience to upgrade, and Miyake Hiroshi also needed combat to adapt to the Qinggang body and deeply tap into its potential. Both sides got what they needed. In particular, they were both melee players and the best training opponents. After breaking free from the shackles of 10 years, Miyake Hiroshi began to accumulate muscles again and entered a period of rapid improvement. At present, his Qinggang body has grown to 1.85 meters, and his muscles have become full again. Level 2 Saruki is at a disadvantage in terms of strength, but it is so powerful that it will not back down. Kunami Yaichi feels that Saruki has accumulated enough experience to break through the barrier, and it only needs an opportunity to reach level 3. Bang, bang, bang! The fist-to-fist fight is very dangerous, but fortunately both sides avoided the vital parts. Take a break for now. Hiroshi? Miyake stepped back and stopped attacking and defending Saruki, but Saruki was so excited about killing that he didn't care about him and continued to chase. Saruki! Kunami Yaichi shouted. Upon hearing Kunami's voice, Saruki stopped and stood still, but his eyes were still eager to try. In the battle, Saruki was injured and bleeding, but he didn't care at all. Brother Kunami, you are a psychic with a strong fighting will. You are born to fight. Hiroshi Miyake said in admiration, but he is still no match for Masato Sugawara. Kunami Yaichi shook his head. Masato Sugawara? Has Kunami fought him? Yes, it is difficult for Saruki to defeat even his weakest medium. Masato Sugawara, his talent is too outstanding. There is only one person like him once every few hundred years. Bang, Saruki pounded the ground hard, and it was also very angry about this. Become stronger. I want to be stronger. Saruki said in a muffled voice. Master, next time Saruki will, definitely win. If someone else had set a goal for Masato Sugawara, I would definitely advise him not to do so. If the goal is set too high, sometimes you will lose confidence because of the blow. However, the speed of progress of little brother Kunami is far beyond my imagination. With your talent, it is not impossible to surpass him. I can only cheer for you. Hiroshi Miyake's body gradually returned to normal and walked towards the temple. Lunch break is over. It's time to wake up Xiaoba. Talent? It's obviously hard work, Kunami Yaichi thought. The road to earning yin-yang points is not easy, and he almost died several times. Not long after Miyake Hiro entered the temple, Kunami Yaichi heard a roar. Why are you playing games again? Did you play games during lunch break, and you secretly play under the quilt? Don't you usually play? Miyake Hiro came out with Xiaoba, scolding him non-stop. Master, I just woke up and played for a while. I really didn't play much. The little monk said aggrievedly. Kunami Yaichi was used to this. Since he got the handheld game console, Xiaoba has been playing in various ways secretly. This scene, in fact, he had foreseen it as early as when the little girl gave him the handheld game console. However, Miyake Hiro only scolded it and did not confiscate it. Under his supervision, Xiaoba did not fall behind in his daily homework. It was nothing more than playing secretly from time to time. Miyake Hiro dedicated his life to protecting the sacred tree. As the successor of Myoshinji Temple, Xiaoba's life was also the same. Perhaps to compensate, Hiroshi Miyake did not object to him playing games, as long as he finished his homework on time every day. In the afternoon, Kunami Yaichi and Hiroshi Miyake carried huge stones together, doing squats, push-ups, and other exercises. When the body is squeezed, the effect of spiritual power is more significant. He can now carry a 200-kilogram stone, just like Xiaoba when he first met. Such rapid progress is naturally thanks to the superhuman spiritual power. Sugawara Masato is a psychic exorcist. Under normal circumstances, he should avoid close combat. But at the previous level, even if it is a weakness, it is only relative. As far as Kunami Yaichi's contact is concerned, his physical strength is not worse than Hiroshi Miyake. Using the spiritual power of the previous level to temper the body is naturally outstanding. Kunami Yaichi carried the huge stone and trotted in the yard, leaving a clear footprint with every step. He was shirtless, with fine beads of sweat oozing out, making his body gleam slightly in the sun. But even after taking off all his clothes, he still wore the floating world rosary on his hand. With it, the effect of spiritual power tempering the body can be increased by 20%. For Kunami Yaichi, its value far exceeds that of sea level. The spiritual power circulates in the body, nourishing the flesh. Every cell in the body is cheering, immersed in the nourishment of the spiritual power. At the same time, his meridians and bones have become tougher. After the cells become tough, they feed back a stream of spiritual power again. In this back-and-forth process, Kunami Yaichi's physical fitness has been enhanced, and at the same time his spiritual power is also increasing bit by bit. The heavy and slow steps as time passed slightly accelerated a little, and also a little lighter. A gust of wind blew and the leaves of the imperial god tree fluttered in the wind. The fresh air brushed Kunami Yaichi's whole body, making his pores open and breathe greedily. Even if the body has been oppressed to the limit, the breath of the sacred tree can still keep the mind clear at all times, which is very helpful for practice. The sun gradually set. Kunami Yaichi said goodbye to Miyake Hiro and Xiaoba, left Myoshin Temple, and went to Nasu Academy. Tomorrow is the school festival of Nasu Academy. He walked through the academy all the way. The atmosphere of the festival was very strong. A stage was built on the playground, and it seemed that a guessing contest would be held tomorrow. Next to the stage there were students from the drama club rehearsing their lines, and there were also students dressed as Visual K, with colorful hair and practicing with musical instruments. There should be a performance tomorrow. A guide map was also arranged in the teaching building, which made it clear which class held what activities. Behind the third grade second class, the words Maid Cafe were written. Kunami Yaichi came to the third grade second class. Most of the people in the class were there. The boys were decorating the classroom, and the girls were wearing maid costumes, tidying up their makeup one by one, and chattering about what makeup to put on. He found Suzuki Mana in the corner of the classroom. The little rascal wore a maid outfit like the other girls. However, it was a maid outfit, but it looked very out of place on her. With her rebellious yellow hair, earrings, black hot girl makeup, and unruly eyes, she looked more like a domineering chief inspector in disguise than a maid. Next to her, Nagasawa Yoshio seemed to be saying something. She looked impatient. When she learned that the activity chosen by the class was a maid cafe, she cried out that she had been fooled and had the urge to escape. But since she had already agreed, she could only bite the bullet and participate. Fox eyes. The little rascal saw Kunami Yaichi and ran over immediately. Nagasawa Yoshio followed closely. Kunami, please persuade Mana-san. What's wrong? Mana-san is actually planning to participate in the school festival tomorrow with this makeup. Nagasawa Yoshio looked like she didn't know what to say. What's wrong with this makeup? It's cool. Gal makeup? The standard makeup for bad girls. Paint the face black. This is the makeup that Suzuki Mana must put on before going out every time. And it is also the only makeup she knows how to do. Kunami Yaichi didn't appreciate it, but he saw that the little scumbag was very satisfied with it, so he didn't say much. Cool? Nagasawa Yoshio took out her mobile phone, picked 2 pictures, and then gave them to the little scumbag. Muna-san, which of these 2 girls do you think is better looking? This one looks more imposing. This one is definitely better looking. The little scumbag chose the girl on the left without much hesitation. Kunami Yaichi looked at the 2 pictures on the phone. The girl on the left was fierce and evil, wearing a gala makeup, and the girl on the right was a young girl with long flowing hair, beautiful features, and light makeup. He remembered that the little scumbag said that Saruki looked very cool. Although he respected different aesthetics, the little scumbag's aesthetics obviously deviated too much. Saruki was caught in the crossfire for no reason. Fox eyes? Do you think the other one looks better? The little girl looked at Kunami Yaichi in shock. Nagasawa Yoshio was shocked by the little girl's shock. Kunami-san, you understand, this won't work. The guests will be scared away. The event has ended before it even started. Let Mana stay at my house today, I'll dress her up. Kunami Yaichi nodded and said, I see. Sorry to bother you then. Huh? Nagasawa Yoshio was stunned for a moment. You want to stay at my house too? Of course. That Nagasawa Yoshio very seriously popularized makeup knowledge and so-called normal aesthetics to the little girl, and then slept on the sofa for a night. The next day, Nagasawa Yoshio and Suzuki Mana went out early. Terada sent them to school. Kunami Yaichi did not go with them, but took a taxi to the Mansai Group's residence. He knocked on the door of room 201. Musa was very excited when he learned that Kunami Yaichi was going to attend the school festival of Nasu Academy. He was very interested in the school festival and was eager to go with him. He kept shouting, school festivals often appear in anime and so on. Therefore, Kunami Yaichi came to pick him up. The door opened, but it was not Musa who opened the door, but Nishijo Sakurako. As for Musa, he went to perform a mission with team leader Mansai. Wow, so pitiful. Only Nishijo Sakurako and Sugawara Kenji stayed in 201. Kunami Yaichi couldn't help but sigh and shook his head when he heard it. He could imagine Musa's expression at that time. He must have been extremely lame, and he had to perform a mission today. Then I'll go first. Wait, Kunami, I'll go with you. Sugawara Kenji suddenly stood up and walked over. You? Kunami Yaichi looked up at Sugawara Kenji and said. Kenji Sugawara took out a handheld camera and said, Musa asked me to film him, saying that even if he couldn't be there, he would participate through the camera. How did he convince you to film him? Kunami Yaichi asked. In addition to missions, Kenji Sugawara spent all his time on training. He was a complete training fanatic. How could such a person go to the school festival? Kunami Yaichi had never thought about it. Kenji Sugawara was silent for a moment and said, Musa asked me for help. I can't ignore it. Huh? Kunami Yaichi felt that Kenji Sugawara was a little strange today. But it is inevitable that practicing all the time will be tiring. Maybe he wants to relax. The school festival is a major event of Nasu Academy. Its school festival is not only very popular among students of the school, but also has a great appeal to students from other schools and the general public. The total number of mobilizations can reach 50,000 people every year. Welcome to the Nasu Academy Festival. Outsiders, please enter from this side. Kunami Yaichi and Sugawara Kenji began to line up one after the other. Sugawara Kenji held up the camera and pointed it at the crowd. Have you started filming? Musa specifically asked me to film from the entrance to the end, Sugawara Kenji explained. He is really obsessed. The line was a bit long. The two waited for 5 minutes before it was finally their turn. Welcome to the school festival. Here are your popularity tickets. Please take them. A female student handed Kunami Yaichi something like a ticket. Popularity ticket? This should be your first time to participate in the Nasu Academy Festival. This is a tradition of our academy. At this time of year, we will hold a popularity beauty contest at the same time as the school festival. If you see a cute girl in the academy, you can vote for her. She will definitely be very happy. Kunami Yaichi flipped through the popularity ticket in his hand. On the front was an idol who looked familiar. It seemed to be called Kyoko. I have seen her on TV several times. Next to the idol is the champion of the 3rd popularity beauty contest. On the back of the popularity ticket it says, if you see a student you think is beautiful, please vote for her. Voting deadline, 6 p.m. The Nasu Academy Festival is jointly held by the middle school and high school departments. First of all, its scale is much larger than other schools. The quality is also second to none. But in the final analysis, it can attract 50,000 ordinary people, mostly thanks to this popularity beauty contest. Beauty pageants are full of gimmicks. After all, this kind of competition is always popular. People who come to visit look forward to seeing the champion every year. If the winner is the one they voted for, they will have a sense of participation. Kunami Yaichi saw several people next to him very skillfully took the popularity tickets, walked into the campus, and eagerly discussed who to vote for this year. It seems that they are all regulars. Hey, who are you going to vote for this year? Of course, I'm going to vote for Yoshikyo Kyoko. Wow, you're still the same. You voted for her for 5 consecutive years. Of course, I helped Kyoko debut. Yes, it was Yoshikyo Kyoko. Kunami Yaichi saw her on TV. Although I knew this Kyoko was very young, I didn't expect she hasn't graduated yet. Is she a high school idol? Entering the academy, it was completely different from the preparation stage yesterday. People were coming and going in the academy. Very lively. There were many snack stalls on both sides of the road. Students were responsible for preparing ingredients and making them. Yakisoba, would you like a portion of yakisoba? 500 per portion. Takoyaki, freshly grilled takoyaki. It's worthy of a school festival that mobilizes 50,000 people. Kunami Yaichi followed the local customs and bought 2 skewers of takoyaki. He took a bite and praised, the taste is quite professional. It's really good. Sugawara Kenji took pictures while eating. The atmosphere is also great, much better than when I was in school before. Kunami Yaichi was in no hurry to find Suzuki Mana. He came to the school festival to relax, so he had to take a good walk. There was singing coming from the stage I saw yesterday. Could it be those Visual K last night? Let's go, Kenji. Go over and take a look. Kunami Yaichi became interested. 3 girls passed by the 2 men, and one of them couldn't help but turn around and said, Hey, don't you think those 2 people who just passed by are a little handsome? Really good. The one on the left seems to be my type. His eyes are so special. It must be very exciting to be stared at by him. Kunami Yaichi had very sensitive ears and heard the whispers of the girls behind him. It seemed that there were also girls around who were peeking at them. His face was already good. And after his eyes became fox eyes, his temperament was more prominent. As for Sugawara Kenji, although he had a fluffy head, he looked handsome. The most important thing was that the two of them had upright postures, spiritual energy in their bodies, and excellent spirit. Compared with ordinary people around them, they were instantly killed. Put together, the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. However, the two were immune to the gazes of the people around them, and walked to the front of the stage quite calmly. On the stage, 4 boys wearing purple, red, and other colored wigs were playing, and they were very devoted to the performance. It's really the same people as last night, and they really have the flavor of a visual rock band. The lead singer of the band is a red-haired girl who keeps shaking her head, and her hair is shaken like an electric fan. Apart from the performance, the singing is quite good. It can't be called professional, but there is no outrageous off-tune phenomenon. Kunami Yaichi commented, "The guitarist has the best skills, a level better than the others." Sugawara Kenji said, "Do you also know how to play musical instruments? I learned it for a while before." There were many students below to support them, and some outsiders applauded them. After the song was finished, the lead singer of the band bowed. Thank you. I am Mina Fukuhara from the 2nd grade and 3rd class of the high school department. I hope you will vote for me with your popularity votes." Hearing her request, many people came on stage and gave her popularity votes. Mina Fukuhara thanked her happily. Kenji Sugawara looked at Yaichi Kunami, who was standing still beside him, and asked, "Kunami, don't you think their performance is good? Why don't you go up and vote?" Yaichi Kunami shook his head. "Yes, but the level is still a little bit low. If it were more professional, maybe I would vote." "You are really strict." This wave of singing earned Mina Fukuhara nearly 200 popularity votes, but compared with the number of 50,000, it is still a little less. "Any more? Please give me the popularity votes." Mina Fukuhara canvassed for votes again. Although it's just a school-level beauty pageant, the students' participation is quite high, and they are quite serious about asking for votes. Yaichi Kunami said, "Of course, the winner's prize is 2 million. An audience member nearby heard Yaichi Kunami's words and explained. "What? 2 million? Kunami Yaichi asked. "Such a high prize?" Of course, the Nasu Academy School Festival can be so large because of this popular beauty pageant. Especially the 3rd champion, Yoshikyo Kyoko, made her debut, which gilded a lot of gold for this competition and made it famous. 2 million, no wonder the request for votes was so sincere. 2 million. Kunami Yaichi's mind flashed the image of the little scumbag, but she quickly shook her head and dispelled the unrealistic idea. It was too difficult for her to compete for the prize money. After Fukuhara Mina asked for votes for the 2nd time, dozens of people went up to vote, and the total number should be close to 300. "Thank you, everyone. I will go to participate in the cooking competition next. Those who are interested can come and watch. If I win, then those who haven't voted yet must vote for me." After Fukuhara Mina stepped down, many audiences followed her, obviously interested in this cooking competition. Not only did Fukuhara leave, he also took a group of spectators with him. What a shame. A host walked onto the stage and said, "As an entertainment, we will have a 5-person guessing game. The prize is a panda doll. Does anyone want to come up and participate? Non-school students can also participate." As soon as the voice fell, many people raised their hands. Although it was not limited to students, 95% of the hands raised were from the school. Most of the people who came to visit the school festival came to watch the fun, and they were not very willing to participate in the event in person. Kunami Yaichi liked this kind of brain-stimulating game very much, but he was not very interested in the competition. Soon, 5 people were selected, 4 students, and a mature woman in her 30s, wearing a black leather jacket and dressed very boldly. The woman had a voluptuous figure, and when she stood on the stage, she attracted most of the attention. Why is it this woman? When Sugawara Kenji saw the woman, he couldn't help but curl his lips and roll his eyes. "Kenji, do you know her?" "Mujo Etsuki, from the Mujo clan among the 4 major families, and she is also my mother's sister." Kunami Yaichi reacted. "That means your mother." "Yes, my mother is also from the Mujo clan. His father is from the Sugawara clan, and his mother is from the Mujo clan." Sugawara Kenji's identity and background are not simple, as he has 2 of the 4 major families. Suddenly, Kunami Yaichi and Sugawara Kenji's ears heard a voice at the same time. "Kenji, you dare to call me by my name, you are very brave." "Sister Etsuki," Sugawara Kenji shouted with a stiff face. "That's more like it. What's the matter with this voice? Was it Mujo Etsuki on the stage who made it?" Kunami Yaichi looked around, and it seemed that except for the 2 of them, no one else could hear this voice. "What is this?" He noticed a thin spiritual thread connected to his right leg, and there was one on Sugawara Kenji's body as well, and the two threads extended to Wujo Etsuki. Is this the true face of the sound transmitter? The person next to him should be Kunami Yaichi. It's me, Wujo-senpai. Have you heard of my name? Because of the 7 evil crimes case, your name has appeared frequently in the 3rd agency recently. On the stage, 5 contestants have taken their seats, each holding an answer board in their hands. The rules are very simple. After I read the question, you have 1 minute to think about it, and the answer is written on the question board. When the time is up, the question boards are displayed at the same time. If the answer is correct, you will continue, and if the answer is wrong, you will be eliminated. The host looked at the question card and read out, the first question, what is the thing with 6 faces and 21 eyes? After the question was read out, the 4 students immediately fell into deep thought. Scratching their heads one by one, only Wujo Etsuki looked unhurried. This senior Mujo is quite impressive. He seems to be able to handle it with ease. Kunami Yaichi just finished speaking when a voice came to his ear. How is it? Have you figured out the answer? Tell me quickly. Well, it turns out that she had already planned to cheat. I'm not good at guessing riddles, so I'll leave it to you two to figure out the answer. Do you hear me? Why did you go up there if you're not good at guessing riddles? Sugawara Kenji complained. Of course, it's because you want that doll. Mujo Etsuki didn't move her mouth, but the voice continued to appear in the ears of the two. Hurry up, time is running out. How is it? Have you figured out the answer? The answer is dice. Kunami Yaichi, he figured out the answer just 5 seconds after the riddle came out. Although it's unfair to others, it's just a game, so cheating is cheating. It's also fun to participate in the competition in this way. Dice, yes, the dice has 6 sides, and the points add up to 21. Not bad, not bad. Your brains are much better than that guy Kenji. There were 3 people who answered the first question correctly, and the other 2 left the stage, sadly. Congratulations to the 3 who answered correctly. Now let's listen to the second question. What is it that the more you look at it, the more it will go up? On the stage, Mujo Etsuki still looked calm and composed and even had the mood to throw a wink at Kunami Yaichi. Brother Kunami, I'll leave the answer to this question to you. I'll treat you to dinner later. What do you mean by treating me to dinner? You're just trying to take advantage of the opportunity to hook up with my friend, Kenji Sugawara said. Kenji, you dare to ruin my show? Are you itching for trouble? Mujo Etsuki glared at Kenji Sugawara with a murderous look on her face. Sister Etsuki, if you don't change your temper, it will be really difficult for you to get married. Humph, none of your business. Kunami Yaichi thought as she listened to the 2 people quarreling. The more you look at it, the more it will go up? What will go up? He quickly thought of the answer. This question was unexpectedly easier than the previous one. The answer is the ratings. Hearing Kunami Yaichi's answer, Mujo Etsuki nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 why didn't I think of it? It's just the ratings. Although the difficulty level has decreased, sometimes you just can't think of it. Because of this question, another student was eliminated, and the remaining one was a boy with a flat head. I am a man known as the Guessing King. I will never lose. Really? Guessing King, next is our one-on-one? Don't you plan to let him go? Mujo Etsuki looked at the boy with the flat head, and a wink while biting her lips lightly made the boy's eyes flicker and his heart waver violently. The boy with the flat head immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at him anymore. Humph, with my charm, it's easy to deal with these little brats whose hair hasn't even grown out. Kunami Yaichi listened to this dangerous statement and couldn't help but look at Sugawara Kenji. Sugawara Kenji held his forehead with one hand. This is why she can't get married. Her personality is too fierce. Kenji, I've tolerated you for a long time. Believe it or not, I'll come down and beat your dog head off now. Although the 3 of them were arguing, this was an encrypted call and the others didn't react at all. The host continued the competition process. The last 2 people left. As long as one of them answers incorrectly or doesn't write it down, the winner will appear. Then please listen to the third question. What kind of paper has a very strong power? This question is not difficult. Without Kunanyai's reminder, Mujo Etsuki thought of the answer himself. Banknotes. It's just that this question is too simple, and the flat-headed boy on the opposite side can answer it easily. Then the puzzles came one after another. The puzzle king on the opposite side was indeed not simple. He answered correctly continuously, and the battle was in a stalemate. However, by the 8th question, the winner was finally decided. How old are the radish, eggplant, and spinach in total? Kunanyai was really confused when he heard this question at first. How old? He couldn't understand the meaning of this question at all. However, after changing his mindset several times, he suddenly realized the answer when the time was approaching. This is a pun. The answer is vegetables. The guessing king on the other side failed to come up with it in time, and Wuzhou Etsuki won. After she got the panda doll, she was as happy as a little girl. The host walked to Wuzhou Etsuki and said, "I didn't expect that all the students in our college would be wiped out. Madam, please tell me your winning speech." As he said, he handed the microphone to her. "I am very grateful to one of my younger brothers for winning this competition. As a return gift, I decided to give my first kiss." First kiss? The host was confused. "Although I don't know what the connection is between guessing and this younger brother, I still congratulate this lady. Kenji, let's go." Kunami turned around. He just liked guessing riddles and didn't need any return gifts. This Wuzhou Etsuki seemed to be a very troublesome person, and he didn't want to get involved casually. "Okay." Sugawara Kenji nodded repeatedly. Wuzhou Huie on the stage saw the two people's actions and immediately frowned and rushed off the stage with murderous intent. "Hey, you two stop right there. You're so brave to leave without saying hello." Wuzhou Huie stopped the two people, and she looked at Kunamiya and said, "And you, why are you running away? What's wrong? Do you dislike my first kiss?" Kunamiya shook her head. "I just helped a little bit. It's not worth the senior giving me such a precious first kiss." "Humph?" Wuzhou Huie kissed Kunamiya on the face without saying a word, then crossed her arms. "I will definitely do what I said." Kunamiya basically didn't feel anything. "A kiss on the cheek? Is this the first kiss?" she said. Excuse me. A dark-skinned man came up to the three of them, holding a business card and saying, "I'm Sakurada Sugito from Shenmue Entertainment Agency. If it's convenient, can we find a place to chat?" Mujo Ezuki took the business card casually. "Scout? Want me to be a star? Not interested." Sakurada Sugito waved his hand. "No, I'm here to find the two handsome guys over here." Mujo Ezuki's hand froze in midair. Sugawara Kenji immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Mujo Ezuki to prevent her from getting angry and hitting people. Sakurada Sugito didn't know that he had escaped a disaster, and continued, "First of all, I'd like to state that I'm definitely not a liar. I always attend the Nasu Academy School Festival and come here to look for undiscovered rough stones. Yokio Kyoko was discovered by me. Now she's an idol and very popular. Yokio Kyoko." Kunami Yaichi picked up the popularity ticket. "The champion of this third session? Yes, it's her." Sakurada Sugito is very proud of his resume. "To be honest, I came here to investigate high school students, but the moment